Greetings, comrades, and welcome to my new epic series. And yes, I stole this format from Wendigoon. With that out of the way, icebergs. For those not familiar with this concept, the iceberg chart is usually just a picture of an iceberg divided into tiers, where people's knowledge about a topic is distributed by level, from the common knowledge at the top to the really obscure at the bottom. The topic can be anything from genres of music and flash games to mysterious websites and paranormal phenomena. Our iceberg will be dedicated to various Russian conspiracy theories. Why conspiracy theories all of a sudden? It's simple, because I love them. How can you not love a concept that can explain to you that skibidi toilets is a world government conspiracy to teach the younger generation that Big Brother, people with TVs and cameras instead of heads, are forces of good and should not be resisted? Moreover, most of these stories are completely new to my viewers, and I think it will be interesting. Unfortunately, there was no comprehensive iceberg on Russian conspiracy theories on the internet, so I combined these two pictures, added a couple dozen topics that were not covered by them, translated it all into English, and ended up with more than 450 different topics. Obviously, there are not only full-blown conspiracy theories, but also urban legends, various cults, scary places, unsolved crimes, and just bizarre people. We'll start our journey through the iceberg, of course, from the top down, with the topics that are mostly familiar to everyone. This would be a pilot episode, it would take dozens of hours to cover the entire iceberg at once. And since the top of the iceberg contains more widely known phenomena, I'll try to present them more briefly. Yep, that's me from 2026, and about that briefly thing, I obviously lied. It took me 2 years to complete this iceberg, and you're about to see 16.5 hours of footage. So I just hope you'll enjoy it as much as I did. I didn't really by the end of it, but you probably will. So let's go back to action. And a quick reminder, all of these are first and foremost conspiracy theories, so don't take them too seriously. Now, let's get going. Putin's body double. And we begin, of course, with the very best of them. There is not one Vladimir Putin, but at least 7. Yes, what was born as a dumb meme on Russian image boards by 2023 has reached the political mainstream. And now official representatives of the Ukrainian intelligence services are seriously arguing that not only Putin has many body doubles, but also that nobody in Kremlin knows which of these clones is actually the real Putin, because they all mixed up back in the 2000s. The shape of his ears, varying intonation, and the amount of wrinkles on his forehead are offered as evidence. And yes, this was all born out of a shitpost. Here is the original picture. According to it, there is a special double for speeches, for meetings with people, and a special double for banquets. All of this, of course, is being pushed to lead the public to believe that the real Putin is terminally ill and has long been hidden from the public eye. By the way, Putin himself is aware of this theory. On February 27, 2020, in an interview with TASS, for the project 20 Questions for Vladimir Putin, he admitted that the idea of hiring a double for his security had arisen in the early 2000s, but he refused it. On December 14, 2023, Putin spoke directly to his own digital double, generated by AI.
Хочу спросить, правда ли, что у вас много двойников?
И говорить моим голосом должен только один человек. И этим человеком буду я. Да, это мой первый двойник, кстати сказать.
The Amber Room. The Amber Room is the 18th century work of art that disappeared without a trace during the Great Patriotic War. This room, made entirely of amber, was created by German craftsmen for King Frederick I of Prussia, then presented to Peter the Great, and eventually became the pearl of the summer residence of Russian emperors in Tsarskoye Selo. During the 200 years that it remained there, various amber objects were constantly accumulated in it, and as a result, according to experts' estimates, today it would be worth at least $200 million. In 1941, during World War II, after the capture of Tsarskoye Selo, The Germans dismantled the cabinet and took it to Königsberg. The Amber Room was last seen in early April 1945 in a packed form in the basement of the Königsberg castle, which burned down during the retreat of the German troops. In 1967, the USSR created a state commission to search for the masterpiece, but 17 years of its work were unsuccessful. Many private researchers also hunted for traces of the room, but often found their death instead. For example, the most famous Amber Room hunter of all, Georg Stein, was found naked in the middle of a German forest, his stomach laid open by a scalpel, exactly 1 week after he announced a grand breakthrough in the room case and was about to call a press conference on the occasion. A few days afterwards, Stasi intelligence Lieutenant Colonel Paul Encke, who was part of a special team searching for the Amber Room, died too. Nevertheless, Stein managed to present several versions. Version 1. The room remained in Königsberg or its vicinity. Version 2. The Amber Room sank with the ship on which it was attempted to be taken out of East Prussia. Version 3. The room was safely transported by sea or land to Germany and hidden in the mines of Saxony. Version 4. Arriving in one of the ports of Germany, the Amber Room was intercepted by the Americans and went on an overseas voyage, and is now in the collection of some billionaire. Finally, the final version is that the Amber Room was indeed hidden by Joseph Stalin, who a year before the war began decided to create an exact replica of the room, and it was this replica that was captured by the Germans, while the original was taken to a safe place. In 2003, by the 300th anniversary of St. Petersburg, the Amber Room was restored in its entirety from Kaliningrad Amber, and is once again available to the public in Tsarskoye Selo. But where is the original? It seems that this question will remain unanswered. Folk medicine. Alternative medicine exists in the life of every ethnic group, but the peculiarity of modern Russia is that it is regulated by law and is quite legal. The 1993 Russian law introduced two categories of healers and practitioners of non-traditional medicine. Healers are supposed to treat people with herbs, insects, nutritional and lifestyle advice. Practitioners were supposed to treat with behavioral and nutritional advice, prayers, compulsion, hypnosis, and with some kind of correction of bioenergetic fields. After its release, this law was criticized by official medicine and scientists, but in fact this law with minor amendments is still in force today. Does the Russian government know something about bioenergy fields that we don't? If we believe the Social Service of 2017, the most popular method of folk treatment among Russians is considered to be phytotherapy, treatment with herbs, 38%, followed by treatment with bee products, 30%, and treatment with banya, 23%. The top 5 also include manual therapy, 18%, and acupressure, 17%. Another 15% practiced acupuncture, although this is closer to traditional Chinese medicine. 4% received help in treating diseases from a healer or a psychic, and 5% practiced incantations against diseases and evil eye. The red feeling. This is a Soviet urban legend which was popular among teenagers of 1970s and 80s. It was believed that by photographing people with a special red film you could get their photo without clothes. More knowledgeable kids specified that this film was not red, but infrared, and that it was used by the special services. There was also a version that if the glass of the camera is covered with bat's blood, the effect should be the same. There were witnesses who swore that they had a distant acquaintance who owned a camera with such a red film, and someone even named the stores in which 1 or 2 times a year a very limited amount of this film was available. In fact, this naive childish legend came from quite adult ideas about the ability of the authorities to invade the private space of citizens. Big Red Brother sees everything. Glowing Chinese carpets. Another rather cute urban legend from the times of the Soviet Union. In the late 70s, a series of mysterious deaths swept through the cities of the USSR. And one day in N City, a simple Soviet woman bought a big, beautiful Chinese carpet and hung it on the wall of her bedroom. At night, a terrible scream was heard from the bedroom. The police arrived and found a dead woman lying on the bed. She had no wounds or bruises, only a look of mortal horror on her face. Nobody understood anything, and only one policeman decided to turn off the light. It became dark and everyone saw a horrifying picture. On the wall, the coffin is glowing. In it lies Mao Zedong. A candle in his hands, folded on his chest, is burning with green fire. He is staring at people with his eyes wide open. The experienced policeman immediately turned on the light, and again there was nothing, only a carpet hanging on the wall. The Chinese embroidered phosphorescent threads on their carpets to commemorate their leader, while Soviet people died of fear at night. During the day you couldn't see anything, but in the dark it was glowing. The legend, by the way, was born against the background of deteriorating relations between the USSR and China, fear of the Chinese threat, and expectation of all sorts of sabotage from the Chinese. Kremlin bots. Kremlin bots, or as they were known earlier, Lahta bots. Since the early 2010s, a meme has been circulating on the Russian internet that anyone who expresses a pro-Russian political position on the internet does so not out of pure intentions, but for money. To be precise, for 15 rubles per post. And they are not at home on their couches, but at their common workplace, in the Lahta Business Center in St. Petersburg. They do this in both the Russian and English-speaking segments of the internet, and huge budgets are allocated for this. As a result, just about everything that was written on the internet and in any way coincided with the interests of the Russian government was considered to be the result of the activities of the Kremlin bots. 10 years later, a certain Yevgeny Prigozhin explicitly acknowledged the reality of this project, calling himself the father and ideologist of the Internet Research Agency, or Troll Factory. So yes, in some form the Kremlin bots do exist. But whether they could actually influence, for example, the outcome of the 2016 US election is very debatable. Most likely, similar units designed to manipulate public opinion are in the service of many countries. For example, known to many on the Russian-speaking internet is the CIPSO, or more precisely, the 72nd Center for Information and Psychological Operations, officially part of the Special Operation Forces of Ukraine. Lenin was a mushroom. A beautiful story that was told on Soviet TV in 1991 by journalist and musician Sergei Kuryokhin. According to it, the Bolsheviks in the 1920s consumed so many hallucinogenic mushrooms from Mexico that Vladimir Ilyich Lenin himself turned into a mushroom, and also into a radio wave. Check out my video on the subject. There was no yoke. The Tatar-Mongol yoke is one of the most important stages in the life of our country, which lasted more than 200 years. Russian principalities were forced to submit to Mongol rule and became vassals of the Golden Horde from 1242 till the end of the 15th century. Russian lands were compelled to pay tribute to Mongols, and any prince had to receive a permission to rule Russian lands from the Mongol masters. The traditional history does not dispute this fact, but alternative historians do. And among them there are quite honored academicians. In many respects, they rely on the fact that for the first time the concept of yoke was used at a time when dependence on the Horde was already becoming history. In 1479 it was used by a foreigner, a Polish chronicler Jan Długosz. It was a Latin calque from the Russian word slavery and was used by him as a synonym for the political dependence of Russia. In Russian writings, the concept of Tatar yoke was first used only in the end of the 17th century. Allegedly, during the yoke, the Slavs did not even suspect that they lived under some oppression, under the yoke of certain conquerors. The 200 years of relations between the horde and Russian princes were much more complicated than just enslavement and collection of tribute. Alien religion was not imposed in Russia, the lands were still ruled by Russian princes. Finally, there are complex calculations according to which, from Mongolia to the Volga River, there is simply not enough grass to feed the entire mounted army of the horde. Some go further and consider the Russian Empire as a direct descendant of the Golden Horde. It's just that in the 17th century the rulers decided to suddenly choose the European way of development and carefully covered all traces linking them with the Asian Empire. In fact, as it seems to me, such theories arise because of a certain inferiority complex. How could our great country be under the rule of some savage Mongols? No way. And in fact, there was a yoke after all. Dyatlov's Pass. Probably the most famous Soviet mystery. The story about the death of 9 experienced hikers in the Ural Mountains and their incomprehensible behavior right before their death. The hikers for some reason left the tent in the middle of the night, cutting it from the inside, leaving all their outer clothes and food and scurried away, and then died of hypothermia. There are dozens of theories, from wild animal attacks and avalanches to mountain spirits, a serial killer among the group, American spies, and KGB secret weapons tests. I think there is no point in recounting them all again. You are probably familiar with the story. The Tunguska Incident. In 1908, a bright object was seen moving from southeast to northwest in the Podkamennaya-Tunguska River basin, followed by a powerful explosion that was heard 1,000 kilometers away. The power of the explosion was 2,000 times greater than the Hiroshima nuclear blast. An area of forest about the size of Hong Kong was destroyed. Well, it happens. Lucky it fell in a deserted taiga. But the peculiarity of this incident is that no traces of the meteorite were ever found, and none of the more than 120 existing hypotheses can explain the entirety of the observed phenomena. For example, there was no crater left at the site of the explosion at all. Judging by the force of the explosion, the mass of the cosmic body must be measured in millions of tons. They couldn't have all been vaporized, could they? Certain effects of a biological nature have been noted too. Thus, accelerated growth of trees in the area of the explosion was detected, both young ones and survivors of the catastrophe. The radiation level at the site was also elevated. The most plausible explanation is now considered that the Tunguska explosion was caused by a meteorite, but an iron one. In this case, it did not fall to Earth, but continued its movement, and the explosion was caused only by the passage through the Earth's atmosphere. Believe it or not, decide for yourself. Perhaps it was actually the experiments of the great Nikola Tesla, or a black microhole, or a descent of the event god Agda from the sky. Charged water. An ordinary Soviet city. It's evening, and the entire family is gathered on the sofa. Everyone is staring diligently at the TV screen, in front of which are 3 large glass jars of water. On the screen, a strange gray-haired man is waving his hands enigmatically. This man was Alan Chumak, who in 1989 claimed that everyone could put a jar of water in front of their TV during his program, and at the end of the session the water would be charged. With the help of this water it would be possible to heal all sorts of ailments. Just rub some on yourself or drink some. He did not utter a single word. He only moved his lips and made strange movements with his hands that mesmerized many people. At the end he promised, and all diseases will go away. And millions of people all over the country believed him. This was not some kind of performance or a joke, unlike the Lenin the Mushroom program, but the reality of late Soviet television. Alan called himself a scientifically proven phenomenon of healing at a distance, noting that he had cured an entire generation and energized the next one. A journalist by education, in the 70s he discovered his psychic gift. It is hard to say whether everyone really believed that charged water would improve their health. Rather, the Soviet people, taught by bitter experience, tried not to miss the distribution of free services. What if it worked? Ball lightning. Ball lightnings are known all over the world. It is an unexplained natural phenomenon that looks like a glowing and floating formation in the air. There is no unified theory of the origin of these objects at the moment. Moreover, it has not yet been possible to obtain ball lightning artificially in the laboratory. It occurs in Russia too, even nowadays. For example, in 2008 in Kazan, ball lightning flew into the window of a trolleybus. Conductor, with the help of a validator, threw it to the end of the rear section, where there were no passengers, and a few seconds later there was an explosion. There were 20 people in the bus, no one was injured. The trolleybus broke down, the validator heated up and turned white but remained in working order. The story is unbelievable enough, and it is because of this supernatural circumstance of eyewitnesses' stories. Skeptical scientists for a long time considered ball lightning an optical illusion, which appears due to the damage to the retina of the eye after the flash of ordinary lightning. Unfortunately, to this day there are still more questions than answers. Varum equals Agutin. A rather cute and funny conspiracy theory which is dedicated to two Russian singers, Leonid Agutin and Angelika Varum, who are also husband and wife. The thing is that if you lower the tone of the recording of Varum's main hit "Everything is in Your Hands" by 4 points, you get the voice of Leonid Agutin. Which means that her more talented husband actually sings for Angelika at all concerts. The singers themselves deny everything, of course. Perhaps it's really just a funny coincidence. Duga radio. Since the summer of 1976, shortwave communications around the world have been terrorized by strange interference. A distinctive signal with a frequency of 10 pulses per second was tuned to various frequencies for civil and aeronautical communications and interfered with radio transmissions in many countries. The signal came from somewhere in the depths of the Soviet country and was nicknamed Russian Woodpecker. It functioned until 1986, and you will see why. The source of the signal turned out to be a highly classified unique over-the-horizon radar station Duga, located in the Ukrainian forests. It was part of the early warning system of the missile attack, and it screened most of the territory of the US through the North Pole. What forests was it in? The forests of Chernobyl. Both the location of the station and its sheer monstrosity gave birth to many myths. First, they said Duga was some kind of terrible emitter and even allegedly zombified people. This myth was even used in stalker games. The second legend claims that the Chernobyl nuclear power plant was built in this place precisely because of the Duga, to supply electricity to such huge antennas, and it failed precisely because this transmitter caught something supernatural with its signal. Some supporters of conspiracy theories believe that the purpose of foreign sabotage in 1986, in particular the use of tectonic weapons, was exactly the Duga, and the nuclear power plant was just collateral damage. After the catastrophe, the radar station was mothballed, but partially survived to this day. Razor blades and gum. Another Soviet boogeyman for children. The assortment of chewing gum in the USSR was extremely scarce. Therefore, for children of the time, chewing gum was an object of lust, not to mention imported gum. Even collections of wrappers from this precious product were valued very highly. They were played on, they could be exchanged for something else, they were kind of a currency. At the same time, there were rumors about sabotage of enemies against Soviet school children. Allegedly, those with the purpose of exterminating the pioneers put razor blades inside the gum. Many children were so imbued with these stories that as adults they still broke a piece of gum into two halves before chewing it. NATO base in Ulyanovsk. This is not a conspiracy theory, but rather a fun fact, especially in the current geopolitical realities. It is almost impossible to believe now, but in 2012 the Russian government officially authorized NATO to use ground and air transit through the Vostochny airport in the city of Ulyanovsk to supply Western coalition forces in Afghanistan. Some people were, to put it mildly, surprised by this move, because in fact a base of a hostile military bloc existed quite officially on the territory of Russia. However, it was not used very actively, and in 2015 it was closed. Kashpirovsky. Every evil genius must have an implacable rival. Unfortunately, in the case of Alan Chumak, who charged water for Soviet citizens, such a rival turned out to be Anatoly Kashpirovsky, who mercilessly criticized Chumak for his lack of medical education, he himself was a certified psychotherapist, and accused him of fraud. But himself was doing exactly the same thing. He became a real phenomenon of the late 80s. He cured diseases, got rid of addictions through the TV screen, and even helped to perform surgeries without anesthesia. He allegedly made patients not feel pain by the power of thought. At his sessions, people wept, danced, and fainted, and even threw their crutches and joyfully ran to embrace their healer. And all this was also broadcast on all Union television. However, already in 1990, the president of the RSFSR, Boris Yeltsin, banned mass treatment sessions. Kashpirovsky was not very upset. He became a deputy of the State Duma of the first convocation, then began to travel with concerts in the CIS countries and the US. And recently he has been conducting his shows here, on YouTube. Here you can try to heal yourself. Colorado potato beetle. Everyone has seen this striped potato-eating beetle. The species was first discovered in 1824 in the United States, and today it has spread around the world with the potato and is one of the main pests for agriculture. What kind of conspiracy could exist there? The first outbreaks on the territory of the USSR were discovered in Lvov region in 1949. Then, in 1953, it appeared simultaneously in Kaliningrad, Volyn, Brest and Grodno regions, and eventually it appeared in the Urals. Do you feel the connection? These are the years of the Cold War, and the damned Americans even then did not shy away from the dirtiest methods of warfare. They deliberately infected our West Soviet fields with their biological weapons, in order to cause a terrible famine in the country. Do you think I'm joking? No, this is an approximate paraphrase of the report of the USSR Minister of Agriculture Benediktov to the Secretary of the Central Committee of the Old Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks Suslov on the danger of the Colorado potato beetle from June 28, 1950. The conclusions of this note contained a request to, and I quote, publish in the newspapers Pravda, Izvestia and Socialist Agriculture articles highlighting the danger posed by the Colorado potato beetle, and especially the facts of the villainous distribution of the beetle by the Americans. Blue whale. A modern urban legend about the existence of a game played by children and teenagers in social networks, the final goal of which is to commit suicide. Also associated with the game is the concept of groups of death, supposedly secret communities and social networks, mainly VK, in which special mentors give children various strange tasks, one per day. The final 50th task on the 50th day of the game is death. To be honest, I've had a script written for a separate video on this phenomenon for about 2 years now, which I've never dared to release. In fact, there has never been a sinister cult in Russia that purposely drove teenagers to suicide, although such death groups did exist. The role of anonymous curators was played by the same teenagers that were the hypothetical victims. And the problem is that the popularity of this phenomenon has been overblown by journalists. A little chronology. In 2015, the figure of Renata Kambolina, better known as Rina Polenkova, a schoolgirl who took selfies before throwing herself in front of the train, gained popularity on the Russian-speaking segment of the internet. Many communities dedicated to her image are appearing on social networks, and out of the desire to rise on the wave of Rina's popularity, the idea that a person can be driven to suicide through a game has developed. In May 2016, a sensational Novaya Gazeta article entitled "Groups of Death" was published. In it, journalists claimed that between 2015 and early 2016, about 130 children died while participating in some mysterious deadly game. The article racked up 1.5 million views in 2 days. This leads to a colossal increase in interest in the topic and the creation of the Blue Whale game lore. 2017, another Novaya Gazeta article on the same topic, once again whipping up panic about the new wave of popularity of the Blue Whale game. 2019, another article. From 2016 to 2019, more than 100 Blue Whale curators and administrators of dev groups were detained in Russia. In 99% of cases, these were teenagers who heard about the game from the media and TV and decided to try to become mentors. In doing so, unfortunately, it did lead to teenage casualties. But what was the primary cause? Some mysterious online maniacs who were exposed by journalists? Or was it a half-made-up article by those journalists whose idea seemed so cool to the teens that they decided to put it into practice? I'm pretty sure it's the latter. Galina Mursalieva, the author of articles about the groups of death, won the Golden Pen of Russia award and has published several highly successful books about protecting children on the internet. For the sake of millions of clicks and good sales of her future book, she portrayed a really interesting and creepy story about a mysterious death game. A game that never existed before that were a Novaya Gazeta article, and then real children believed in its existence. Was it worth it, Galina? Human magnet. People whose bodies supposedly have magnetic properties are known not only in Russia. These people supposedly have the ability to attract various objects to their skin. For example, Dalibor Yablanovich, who even holds a Guinness record for having placed 79 spoons on his body. Many scientists explain this ability by trivial friction and particularly sticky skin. However, such a hypothesis does not explain all the abilities of such people. For example, during the demonstration of the abilities of the man magnet Yuri Tkachenko, he applied to the already existing on his chest 30-kilogram metal plate a second plate weighing 20 kilograms, and it stuck to the first one. This can hardly be explained by the properties of the skin, so it turns out that some people magnets can still generate a strong electromagnetic field in themselves? Peter the Great's will. Peter the Great is considered one of the greatest rulers in the history of Russia, and he is also responsible for almost half a century of mess that was in the Russian Empire after his death. All because he did not leave a will. More precisely, he wheezed something on his last breath, but who exactly he called his heir, no one really understood. Almost 100 years later, the French decided to take advantage of this, rolling out allegedly the original of Peter the Great's will, right before the War of 1812. Some strategic plan of action for the success of Peter the Great for many centuries, in order to establish Russia's world domination. Allegedly, some French ambassador found a secret will of Peter the Great in the secret archive of Peterhof and copied it. The will prescribes Peter's successors to conduct continuous military operations, to subjugate all of Europe through wars and diplomatic intrigue, divide Poland, neutralize Turkey and conquer India, thus achieving full Eurasian hegemony. This testament was later published in Germany in 1914. 30 years later, the media of Hitler's Reich told about it in detail, justifying the war with the USSR. According to their logic, apparently, Bolsheviks who destroyed the Romanovs for some reason still continued to fulfill the imperial will. And even during the Cold War, this will resurfaced once again. We'll wait to see how it will turn up next time. Georgy Rogozin. One of the strangest characters in the politics of the early 90s. The Grey Cardinal of the Kremlin. Nostradamus in shoulder marks. Major General Georgy Rogozin, first deputy to Alexander Korzhakov, head of the Presidential Security Service. He was credited with supernatural abilities, such as the ability to move oak tables with his gaze or read minds at a distance. He reportedly brought dozens of fortune tellers, astrologers and magicians to the Kremlin, where they made horoscopes for political leaders, communicated with the cosmos on budget policy, and checked personal appointments against Kabbalah tables. Rogozin himself believed in occult sciences, compiled horoscopes and personally checked all the predictions written for the president, and at the same time protected the president from unsafe bioenergetic flows that could be directed at him by enemies of the state. Rumor has it that Yeltsin was very fond of it all, and checked everyone's horoscopes, even cooks and drivers. However, it is hard to believe in Rogozin's visionary powers, because he assured that a nuclear war would inevitably start in August of 1999. And he also lost his place in the president's court back in 1996. Glass spheres. Mysterious glass balls familiar to every child of the USSR. They were very pretty and valuable, used in street games and as a kind of children's currency. But the question that occupied all children the most was where these balls came from and what they were originally intended for. There were many versions, one more fascinating than the other. The most fantastic one explained the appearance of the balls by their extraterrestrial origin, as if it is a storage of information which aliens leave for the Earthlings. In the areas where there were airfields, a popular version was that the balls appear on the runways from the friction of the landing gear with the asphalt. Unfortunately, the truth is much more trivial. Glass spheres are just blanks for fiberglass, which were often lost during transportation. That's why you could find a lot of them near railroads. No universal knowledge from outer space, sadly. Darya Saltychikha. Probably the first Russian serial killer in known history. The cruelty and bloodthirstiness of this Russian landowner is legendary. Darya Nikolaevna Saltykova lived in the second half of the 18th century and was one of the richest widows in Moscow. In the hands of Darya Nikolaevna were several estates, a huge manor, as well as a city mansion. However, the rich landowner's main resource was her serfs. She had about 1,200 of them. Saltykova led a secular life, was not stingy in helping the church, and generously donated money to charity. But her public life was very different from what went on behind the closed doors of her estate in Troitskaya. It is not known at what exact moment Saltykova turned from an ordinary landowner into a sophisticated murderer. It is only clear that these tendencies did not manifest themselves before her widowhood. With few exceptions, young girls were subjected to Darya's persecution. Shortly before their death, all of them, as a rule, entered the service as maids directly in the main house. The reason for severe beatings and torture was negligent attitude to their duties, poorly cleaned floors, cold coffee, carelessly made bed. Saltychikha tortured her victims for a long time and with pleasure. The punishment could last for days. Saltychikha whipped the girls, pulled out the hair on the heads of peasant women, burned their ears, beat them with logs, starved them and did not give them water, forced them to stand naked in the cold. If the landlady got tired of beating them, she entrusted it to her trustees from the peasants, who finished off the victim. What ruined her was that one by one she slaughtered 3 wives of one of her trustees, Yermolai Ilyin, who managed to petition Empress Catherine the Great, and Saltychiha was arrested. Catherine the Great personally rewrote the text of the sentence many times, and the final version included such beautiful phrases as torturer and slaughterer and freak of the human race. But the death penalty was replaced by life imprisonment. In the last 33 years of her life, Saltychiha spent in prison without any windows and the right to communicate with anyone but a nun and a guard. After 11 years, however, she was transferred to a stone annex of the monastery with a window, where visitors of the temple could approach her and talk to her. She wasn't the most pleasant conversationalist, according to the stories. Daria Saltykova, according to the official version, was involved in the deaths of 138 serfs, some of whom she killed personally, others were killed on her orders, which makes her one of the most productive serial killers not only in the history of Russia, but also in the entire world. Lubyanka Cellars. The famous Lubyanka is a building on Lubyanka Square that served as the main headquarters of the USSR state security agencies from 1919 to 1992. There was a special internal prison inside the building, which is described in detail, for example, in the Gulag archipelago. It really existed, the only problem is that the cellars of Lubyanka are not cellars at all. The 6-story building where the famous top-secret prison was located stands in the courtyard of house number 2 on Moscow's Lubyanka Square. The myth about the Lubyanka cellars was born thanks to a whole system invented by the authorities to give prisoners the illusion of underground catacombs. The fact was that the courtyard where they were taken out for walks was on the roof of the cube-shaped prison building. It was like another floor, only instead of a ceiling it was the sky. Here the prisoners were taken up in a freight elevator, which took a long time and made a deafening clanking noise. Or they were led up long flights of gloomy stairs, as if from the basement cells. The regime inside was different from the conditions of ordinary prisons, and it resulted in creating a feeling of total isolation and depriving each prisoner of a sense of time and space. Thus, a person quickly developed a comprehensive oppressive fear that turned into panic, and usually no physical torture was required. Moral torture was enough for the prisoner to agree to anything in order to regain a sense of reality. Not a single detainee managed to escape from Lubyanka during its entire existence. It was this isolation that gave rise to legends about the existence of 10-story cellars under the house, where prisoners were shot and a crematorium operated. During the years of Gorbachev's perestroika, the 6 cells of the Lubyanka prison were turned into a museum following the highest command of the political bureau of the CPSU Central Committee. Since December 1989, it has been open to the public for those with security clearance. But what really happened in these horrible cellars, for example, in the 1920s and in the 1930s, we will probably never know. ХЗБ, Nemastor. One of my favorite Moscow stories of the 90s is the capital's most famous unfinished building. The plan was to build an ultra-modern hospital, one of the best medical centers of the Soviet Union, in the Hovrin district in the north of Moscow. Construction progressed rapidly, so much that in 1985 furniture and medical equipment were already being transported to the new building. But then something happened. Something that caused the hospital to never get up and running. Either they ran out of money, boring, or due to design errors the building literally started going underwater, quite possible, or the location was cursed. When construction stopped, the hospital was guarded by the military for a while because the facility was of state importance. But in the 90s the military gradually found more important things to do, and almost anyone could enter the territory. It was then that the hospital got its cult status among fans of mysteries. The most popular urban legend about the hospital was the satanic cult Nemastor, which allegedly inhabited the basements of the building. At first, they were operating somewhere in the south of Moscow, in the Bitsa Park, where you can still find their symbols carved into tree trunks. Later they moved to the ХЗБ, a very convenient place to lure unsuspecting passers-by and sacrifice them. Legend has it that the authorities did not tolerate the atrocities and decided to liquidate the cult. A special operation was carried out, during which all members of the satanic organization were driven into the deep levels of the basement, and all possible entrances were collapsed. Because of the explosions, the underground water quickly flooded the basements and buried all the Satanists under them forever. It is not known how true this legend is, but for a long time, those entering the abandoned building were indeed greeted by a huge graffiti Nemastor and a frightening inscription, "This clinic is a wonderland, you enter it and disappear." And the basements of the building were indeed perpetually flooded, and in winter the teenagers even organized a sort of illegal skating rink there. There were other rumors about the hospital. Allegedly, the whole building was built as a cover for secret biolabs underground. By the way, among Moscow diggers, the building was nicknamed Umbrella for its similarity to the emblem of the corporation from Resident Evil. Unfortunately, or fortunately, the legendary building was demolished in the fall of 2018, and now there is a boring residential neighborhood. Maybe at least they left the secret basements with eternally entombed Satanists. Princess Anastasia survived. You must have seen the animated movie Anastasia by Fox, right? The story is based on this legend. The youngest daughter of the last Russian Emperor Nicholas II miraculously survived the Bolshevik takeover and escaped the fate of being shot near Yekaterinburg. In fact, this is part of a larger story. Many believe that the execution itself was a fiction, or shot in 1918 were body doubles of the royal family, and the family itself was able to successfully escape to England to their relatives. But most often it was Anastasia who was miraculously saved in the stories. Apparently it was easy enough for people to believe that either Nicholas had somehow managed to replace his favorite daughter with a servant, or the Bolshevik soldiers did not have the guts to shoot a 17-year-old girl. Besides, such an idea was necessary to maintain the morale of the emigrants, who hoped that the monarchy would be restored in Russia and they would be able to return to their previous standard of living. There were also many people who claimed to be the missing Princess Anastasia. The most famous of them all is Anna Anderson. In 1920 in Berlin, a policeman saw a young woman fall from a bridge into the water. He rescued her and took her to the station. However, the woman could not explain what had happened. She behaved aloofly and could not even remember her name. As a result, she was sent to a psychiatric clinic, where she lived for the next year and a half. No one knew who she was or where she came from, but the scars on her body and head suggested that once she had been hit by several bullets. It was also unclear which language was actually native for the girl. In the meantime, European magazines published photos of the Romanovs killed in Yekaterinburg and made bold assumptions that since their bodies were not found, it means that somebody from the royal family maybe was saved. One such magazine coincidentally fell into the hands of a woman who was lying with Anna Anderson in the same ward. It seemed to her that the girl Anastasia from the photo looked very much like her neighbor. The woman was released and immediately spread the news throughout Europe. Anna Anderson herself did not initially mention that she was Anastasia, but perhaps noticing that more and more visitors of the ward wanted to see her as a princess, she began to play along. She claimed that she hid behind her sister's body and then was carried out of the house by some soldier. This soldier then took her to Romania, where they had a daughter, after which they moved to Berlin, where the soldier was shot dead in the street. That's how she ended up on that bridge. Naturally, the girl did not present any evidence. After her death, the researchers concluded that Anna Anderson was in fact a Polish woman, Franciszka Szankowska, who had been seriously injured while working in a Berlin factory producing explosives. This was confirmed by genetic analysis. In addition to her, at least 33 other miraculously rescued Anastasias are known. But the case of real Princess Anastasia is more complicated. In 1991, official excavations were conducted near Yekaterinburg, during which the remains of the royal family were found. All but Tsarevich Alexei and one of the Grand Duchesses. Body number 6, 5'7" tall, was buried under the name Anastasia. The problem is that from the last photos taken during the girl's lifetime, it is clear that she was about 5'2" tall, and it is unlikely that at 17 years of age you can gain as much as 5 inches in about 6 months. In 2007, missing remains were found 70 meters from the first burial. Alexei and one of the Romanov girls, identified as either Maria or Anastasia. Yes, the total number of remains found matches the number of members of the Romanov family. A formal investigation has been completed. But what if... Metro 2. It is an urban legend that in addition to the usual beautiful and wonderful Moscow metro, there is a second secret system that connects the Kremlin and the capital's most important strategic facilities with a network of underground bunkers. The bunkers and the lines of the so-called Metro 2 served to house the leadership of the Politburo and the CPSU Central Committee and their families in case of war. In 2007, the former head of the Moscow Metro, Dmitry Gaev, when asked, "Does Metro 2 exist?" replied, "I would be surprised if it didn't exist." In 2008, Svetlana Razina, head of the Metro Workers' Union, said, "A few years ago, a recruitment for service on secret lines was held among the drivers of the Izmailova depot. And although there were a lot of willing participants, only one was selected. Only people with special authorization can get into the territory of these tunnels." Given that there can be no official information about the secret underground structures near Moscow, and there should not be, all assumptions about the scale of the underground secret subway are just attempts to generalize the available information on the basis of sources that seem to be the most reliable. In 1991, the US Department of Defense published a report, Military Forces in Transition, several pages of which were devoted to Metro 2, which was even accompanied by a map of this system. Whether it is true or not, no one knows, but I would say that about 90% of Muscovites are firmly convinced that this system exists. There are speculations about where each line leads to and to what purpose, and even the places where exactly Metro 2 is connected to the regular citizen metro are described. Maybe sooner or later this system will be declassified. Gradually, the top secret label is being removed from underground facilities in the center of Moscow that were once closed to the public. For example, in 2006, a secret air defense bunker at a depth of 60 meters in the Taganka district was opened to the public. Now the Cold War Museum is located there. And in 2018, Bunker 703, located near Paveletskaya station and consisting of 2 levels, 11 and 40 meters, was declassified and opened for access. True, skeptics argue that all these discoveries are just a way to divert attention from Metro 2, which, unlike these bunkers, is still perfectly functional. Another curious story is that of blogger M. Shah, aka Andrei Pysh, author of the Urban Tourism channel about abandoned places and urban tourism. Unfortunately, Andrei was convicted and sent to prison for 5 years under the article "Illegal receipt, dissemination and transfer of information constituting a state secret outside Russia." According to the investigation, from 2018 to 2020, Pysh illegally obtained information constituting a state secret regarding the design features and technical systems of some sensitive facilities located in the Moscow region. According to some sources of some Telegram channels, Pysh was detained for preparing to film and collect information about some closed transportation facility, and many things indicate that this facility was directly related to Metro 2. Black Volga SSD. And after stories about real prison sentences, we should immediately move to the cute Soviet scary stories. For example, the scary story about the Black Volga, which drove silently through the streets of Moscow with tinted windows and stopped near children who strayed. And its license plates were unusual. They bore the letters SSD, Смерть советским детям, Death to Soviet Children. After meeting this Volga, these children vanished and were never seen again. In fact, there were many variants. There were versions that after seeing and touching the body of the car a person died suddenly the next day, or that the car was driven by insidious organ thieves, or even the terrible Lavrenti Beria himself. However, given the fact that Beria was executed in 1953 and the M21 Volga appeared in 1956, there is no way he could have done it. Why Black and why Volga? In the 1960s, black cars of certain brands, Chaika, Volga, became the official cars of the nomenclatura and the KGB. A Soviet citizen who was not a member of the party elite and not a KGB officer could find himself in a black Volga only in extraordinary and unpleasant circumstances, for example while being arrested by the secret police. And also children are afraid of the color black. All of this was mixed with stories heard from parents about the legendary black Voronki, on which NKVD officers drove around at night during the Great Terror. This explains the fact that according to the legend, children disappeared and were never seen again. Usually this is exactly what happened to those adults who climbed into the prototypes of these Volga SSD in the 1930s. Russia did not exist until 1703. This conspiracy theory is connected with the fact that Peter the Great, in the first years of his reign, introduced a new calendar in Russia. Instead of year 7208 from creation of the world, there came year 1700 from Christmas. All Russian annals conducted chronology based on the old calendar, but what exactly happened in those 5508 years which Peter has zeroed? Yeah, and if you look at all that is known about Russia, then you can get the impression that before Peter I, Russia had nothing at all. There is no surviving poetry, almost no prosaic literature, no artists, no lifetime portraits of past Tsars, not even maps before 1700. It is as if everything that was before Peter was purposely cleaned up by someone. And Tsar Peter himself was abroad for years, unheard of for any monarch before or after him, and then suddenly came back and started to write everything anew. Up to the fact that he destroyed such centuries-old traditions as wearing beards and traditional Russian costumes, and appointed foreigners to the most important positions. Supporters of this theory consider that in this way the secret world government has managed to destroy the real Russian dynasty of Rurikovichi and to erase everything that was connected with the true ancient Great Russia. God Kuzia. God Kuzia is Andrei Yurievich Popov, a handsome man, playboy, millionaire parrot owner, John the Baptist, Virgin Mary, and Gaius Julius Caesar in one person. The creator of his own totalitarian cult aimed at middle-aged women who were also his wives. Find out more about him in my old video. Stalin was murdered. The death of Joseph Stalin was a shock to the entire Soviet Union and naturally could not remain without the attention of conspiracy theorists. According to the official conclusion, Stalin died of a stroke at his dacha. However, this version has one flaw. Doctors were called to Stalin with a huge delay. The head of the USSR was found lying on the floor at about 10 PM on March 1st. Doctors were called to him only in the morning of March 2nd, more than 12 hours after the stroke itself. At the same time, the staff of the dacha immediately notified the head of the MGB Semyon Ignatiev about the incident. He did not call the doctors and advised them to find Lavrenti Beria instead. Beria could not be found, but Khrushchev and Bulganin came to the dacha, but then turned around and left. Khrushchev was the only one of the politicians, witnesses of Stalin's death, who left a memoir about it. He explained it all as a misunderstanding. Allegedly, he arrived at the dacha, but was informed that everything was fine with the leader, it's just that he fainted and is now asleep. However, the frightened guards then began to call Malenkov. On the morning of March 2nd, a whole delegation consisting of Bulganin, Khrushchev, Beria, Malenkov, Kaganovich and Voroshilov came to the dacha. It is obvious that his closest associates did not really hurry to call Stalin doctors, delaying their arrival for at least 10 to 11 hours. But what exactly were their motives? Were they really afraid to disrupt the sleep of the almighty leader, or were they hoping for his untimely demise? In addition, there is also a version of the poisoning, by all the same Beria, Malenkov and Khrushchev. There are a lot of obscure things in the case, for example, the conclusion of the medical concilium on the death of Stalin. This official document, stored in the archives, was signed by doctors in the summer of 1953, a few months after Stalin's death. Meanwhile, the original records of doctors for the period from March 1st to March 5th have not survived, only separate drafts. Pushkin equals Dumas. The great Russian poet and writer Alexander Sergeyevich Pushkin did not die in a duel at the age of 38, but went to France, where he began a new life under the name of Alexander Dumas. The last years of Alexander Sergeyevich's life were not too successful. There was little money in the poet's family because of his love of gambling and luxurious lifestyle. By the time of his death, Pushkin had a debt of more than 100,000 rubles, which the poet himself could not pay and did not particularly want to. Therefore, many think that he faked his death and he himself left to build a new life in another country. Or Alexander was sent to France by Emperor Nicholas I as a kind of a spy. He had to integrate into the high society of another country and therefore took a new name. For this favor, the emperor covered all of Pushkin's debts and provided a comfortable life for his family. And it was easy for the poet to pass himself off as Dumas. He knew the manners of high society and the French language in perfection, and had the skills of a native speaker. In this case, the biography of Dumas was convenient for such a fake. His father died when the boy was still very young. He grew up in the provinces, and therefore the high society did not even see him. It was only many years later that Dumas came to Paris to find support among his father's old circle. Well, the portraits of Dumas and Pushkin, some resemblance seems to be there. Dark skin, curly hair, large nose and lips. Dumas' grandmother was black, as was Pushkin's great-grandfather. Based on the comments of contemporaries, their characters were also similar, extremely sociable, overly emotional and amorous. Supporters of this theory believe that Dumas Pushkin constantly left hints in his works. For example, Dumas' first novel, Fence and Teacher, which came out in 1840, 3 years after Pushkin's death, tells about the Decembrist Ivan Annenkov. This is not the most well-known character of the events of 1825, and the choice of the historical basis of the novel is unusual for a French writer. But it is perfectly understandable for Pushkin. He was well acquainted with Annenkov. Finally, in the novel The Count of Monte Cristo, the surname of the main character is Dantes, the same as the one who shot the great Russian poet in a duel. Well, in 1858, when Alexander II became emperor in Russia, Pushkin was even able to come back to his homeland in the guise of Dumas. It's a beautiful story, but it doesn't explain how Pushkin managed to write plays for Dumas in the 1830s, participate in July Revolution of 1830, and conceive an illegitimate son in 1824. Yes, and 10 to 15 centimeters of height difference. Безногим. Bizarre video from the SGU TV channel, which according to an urban legend may have been shown during the night maintenance break on Russian TV. After watching it, some people went to a psychiatrist and some may have gone missing. The video became very popular on the internet and gained a hype around itself no worse than the Wyoming incident. It consisted of unpleasant sounds, strange pictures and a semi-nonsensical disturbing text, in which some Cyrillic letters were replaced with similar symbols to enhance the disturbing effect, as well as some warnings that people watching will go crazy. It is a little known fact that SGU TV does not and has never had any night maintenance breaks, so the video simply could not have been shown. However, according to the version of some, that day the maintenance was launched for unknown reason. Perhaps it was the work of the hackers. The word «безногим», which loosely translated means legless, was featured in the video and became its name, and also spawned thousands of moderately funny memes. Nuclear briefcase. Nuclear briefcase is a device storing the codes to activate the nuclear arsenal of the Soviet Union or Russia, and held by the country's top military and political leadership. It was made in the USSR by analogy with the American device around the 1970s. Since its development and up to the present day, one nuclear briefcase has been in the possession of the head of state, the General Secretary of the CPSU Central Committee, or the President of Russia. Also, the Minister of Defense and the Chief of the General Staff have one similar device each. Special officers dressed in Navy uniforms are used to carry the suitcase. The legend here is that these devices present as some kind of portable doomsday weapon. One finger movement and thousands of missiles will fly to exterminate all life on the planet. But in reality, one push of a button is not enough to launch ballistic missiles. Even the leader of a country cannot make a decision on the use of nuclear weapons alone. The Chiget complex, and this is the official name of the current generation of the briefcase, is a communications apparatus. The task is to promptly hold a meeting between all the persons who have all these complexes on alert, and then, if necessary, to promptly transmit a code order to use nuclear weapons to the troops. In 1995, the briefcase had to be opened by Boris Yeltsin. This is the first and only known case of its use. At that time, Norway launched a missile carrying a weather probe, but did not consider it necessary to warn Russia about it. The missile warning system was triggered. The trajectory of the object partially coincided with that of ballistic missiles flying from the United States. Fortunately, it quickly became clear that this was just a misunderstanding. Lenin was a German agent. Vladimir Lenin brought revolution to Russia, not out of the call of his heart and not because of his love for communism, but because of orders from his real masters, the Germans, whom he had long and faithfully served. Why? Well, it's simple. World War I was going on then, and revolution in a rival country is a great way to defeat them. What about the evidence? Well, first of all, the fact that German government of the time supported Lenin's return to Russia is a well-known fact. The Bolshevik program included the quickest possible end to the war, which was exactly what Germany wanted. Secondly, the German government did allocate money to support the Bolsheviks. This is an officially recognized fact. Germany in general supported all Russian political parties that fought against the autocracy. The question is the amount and where this money was spent. Was it simply for Lenin to travel to Russia and gather his supporters there, or on something else? At a minimum, it is known that Germany financed the main Bolshevik newspaper Pravda. In a 1917 telegram, German Foreign Minister Richard von Kuhlmann described the money spent on the Bolshevik newspaper as a steady flow of funds through various channels and under different labels. Moreover, Germany allowed the Bolshevik leaders to return to Russia through its territory, the territory of a state at war with Russia. Lenin had no other means of getting to Petrograd at that time. Lenin traveled through Germany under the guard of German officers in a sealed wagon, and this is also a fact. Finally, when the revolution was accomplished, Lenin did indeed withdraw from the war and signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk with Germany, which was absolutely disgraceful for Russia. However, we should not forget something else. Firstly, not only Bolsheviks but many other exiled persons were sent to Russia this way in 1917. Mensheviks, SRs, anarcho-communists and representatives of other political forces. And also the fact that Bolsheviks and other forces trying to seize power in Russia were financed by other foreign countries, including the Entente allies of England and France. And Lenin was not going to fulfill the terms of the infamous Brest Peace Treaty at all. Rather, Lenin was not an agent of Germany, but simply received a profitable offer which he should not have refused. He would have accepted money from anyone, not only Germany. His goals, however, were his own. Lenin could well justify his actions as tactical maneuvers serving the higher cause of communism, rather than the nefarious military aims of the German imperial government. Rasputin ruled the empire. Peter the Great was replaced. Horses of Catherine the Great. The Siberian elder was not only the lover of the wife of the last Russian emperor, but also de facto ruler of the Russian Empire, for which he was subsequently killed by a group of noblemen. Peter the Great has gone on a trip across Europe for 1.5 years, and the person who returned to Russia was already his body double, sent by European governments. Catherine the Great was so insatiable that 20 favorites and a company of soldiers were not enough to satisfy her. What does a horse have to do with that? I have already described all these stories in detail. Here is this video, go and watch. Dulles Plan. The Dallas Plan is an alleged secret document attributed to former CIA chief Alan Dulles. The plan envisages a large-scale propaganda campaign for the collapse of the Soviet Union by morally corrupting young people, cultivating depravity and destroying the self-consciousness of the Soviet people. However, for some reason, this document exists only in Russian. It is written in a style that is clearly not typical for official CIA documents. It appeared in 1993 in an article by Metropolitan Ioan of St. Petersburg, published in the newspaper Sovetskaya Pravda, and in general the text was very similar to the words of one of the characters in Anatoly Ivanov's Eternal Call, a novel popular in the 1980s. In 2015, the Sverdlovsk court recognized the text of the Dallas Plan as extremist, and sometime later the FSB included it in the federal list of extremist materials. However, this was most likely done because shortly before that, someone in the region has started distributing leaflets with the famous plan printed on one side and not too pleasant words directed against the representatives of the authorities on the other side. Thus, what is called in Russia the Dallas Plan is a fake and also extremist material that should not be quoted and distributed. But does this mean that the US never had any intention of trying to break up the Soviet Union? Of course, that is not true. For example, there is another document which is sometimes also referred to as the Dallas Plan. Excerpts from the US National Security Council Memorandum Objectives with respect to Russia, dated August 18, 1948. This is an actual analytical document about the long-term goals of the US policy towards the USSR. And the goal there in general was simple: victory over the Soviet Union either militarily or peacefully, with severe limitation of power and political influence of Moscow, separation of the Baltic republics, and economic dependence of the country on the outside world. However, no corruption of youth and cultivation of immorality was proposed there. You will eat bugs. Well, it is the well-known conspiracy theory that we will own nothing, eat bugs and be happy. And the secret world government will watch, laugh and rub their hands together. After all, insects contain hormones that, when combined with the components of the COVID-19 vaccines, will cause mutations in DNA. And all this is necessary to reduce the population of the country or for some other insidious purposes. At the same time, the first farms producing food additives from insects have already opened in Russia, in Belgorod, in Novosibirsk, in Karelia, so far formally only for animal fodder, but in the future... If you want to know my personal opinion, then yes. If there is a food crisis on the planet, and it is absolutely possible, sooner or later we all really will be eating bugs, munching and asking for more. Some of us, however, are already doing that and are quite happy, it seems. Pelevin. Viktor Pelevin is one of the main Russian novelists at the turn of 20th and 21st centuries, winner of numerous literary prizes and a recognized classic of postmodernism. Here is his photo, an unremarkable guy in iconic black glasses. But this photo is more than 20 years old. The peculiarity of Pelevin is that he is a very private person, does not appear in public, very rarely gives interviews, and prefers to communicate online. At the same time, he steadily releases a new novel once a year, which attracts everyone's attention. All this became a reason for various rumors. It was claimed, for example, that the writer does not exist at all, and a group of authors or some advanced computer operates under the name Pelevin. Even his close acquaintances are not always sure who he really is. Writer and foreign agent Dmitry Bykov claimed in 2018 that he last saw Pelevin 12 years ago, with no one knowing exactly where the writer lives, because Pelevin lives in the astral plane. No one knows about his personal life, his place of residence, he has no contracts with publishing houses and no personal accounts on social networks. At the same time, Pelevin does not hide his love for the East. He often visits Nepal, South Asia, Japan and Korea. Even Pelevin's literary editor Olga Aminova admitted that she does not have his phone number and does not know where he is. For a man writing an agenda of postmodernism, such an image seems quite appropriate. But that doesn't stop conspiracy theorists. Among the latest amusing versions is that Viktor Pelevin is Vladislav Surkov. a legendary character in Russian politics, Russia's chief political technologist, the Grey Cardinal of the Kremlin at the beginning of the millennium, to whom many ideas are attributed, from the formation of the entire political program of United Russia to the literal writing of the text of the modern Russian anthem. Giant rats in Moscow metro. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the Moscow metro closes, and the track walkers, people who constantly risk their lives, start their shifts. Who is their main enemy? Of course, the half-meter-long, saber-toothed rats the size of dogs that inhabit the Moscow subway. Everyone knows the story of Petrovich, who went to work drunk, fell asleep in the tunnel, and disappeared forever. They didn't even find any bones, only one shoe, with rat teeth marks only the size of a dog's. Even the newspapers printed dozens of articles about these monsters. And if you believe the stories of the capital's ex-mayor Yuri Lushkov said on TV, there are huge white cockroaches in the local dungeons. Why shouldn't there be huge rats too? In general, any catacombs or subways all over the planet have similar legends. And there's evidence after all, here's a very modern photograph. But really, maybe it's just a 3-foot-tall employee. Roaches are gone. Speaking of roaches, not huge and white, but ordinary ones. Those ginger pests have been an integral part of the life of Soviet and Russian citizens for many years, and the struggle against them has been carried out with varying success. In the 90s, talk of hordes of cockroaches attacking residential high-rise buildings was heard almost in every neighborhood. People exchanged recipes for eliminating the insects, discussed the reasons for their appearance, and told stories of how croton bugs returned a couple of weeks after being poisoned with the newest trendy product. Therefore, when German cockroaches gradually began to disappear from Russian cities, some people even raised the alarm. And this effect has been observed since the 2000s not only in Russian cities but also in CIS countries. How could it be? Insects that are able to survive even nuclear war, what made them leave their habitual places? Cockroaches have mostly left apartments, but there are still many of them in factories, warehouses and other places. Many experts attribute this access to the impact of cell phones and microwaves, emitting a variety of waves, or genetically modified products and all sorts of artificial additives, which turned out to be destructive to insects and therefore dangerous for humans as well. Or the Earth's damaged ozone layer disrupted the cockroaches' biorhythms and they all went extinct. Such adequate explanations as modernization of insecticides and general improvement of sanitary condition of dwellings in comparison with the 90s are too boring. And as a person who lived for several years next to not very tidy neighbors, I can assure you, cockroaches still live and thrive. Hadinka. The crowd crush on Hadinskaya Pole is one of the greatest tragedies of the late 19th century in Russia. The crush took place early in the morning in the north of Moscow during the festivities for the coronation of Emperor Nicholas II, due to poor organization. The Hadinsky field used to be the site of public festivities, but then sand was mined there and the Moscow garrison used it as a training ground. Therefore, the whole field was covered with pits, score holes and trenches, and there was a ravine next to it. Most of the people died crushed in the ravine and deep holes in the field. The pits were filled with the fallen, and the crowd walked right over them. The victims of the tragedy, according to official figures, were 1,389 people. However, Leo Tolstoy wrote in his diary, "A terrible event in Moscow, the death of 3,000. For almost 100 years, Hadinka was considered the largest crowd crush in world history in terms of the number of victims. According to different data, that day a total of 500 to 800,000 people gathered on the field. Nicholas II decided not to cancel his visit to the public festivities. When the emperor drove to the Hadinka field, he was met by firewood carts covered with tarpaulins, from under which protruded the legs of corpses piled on top of each other. Many traces of this morning's tragedy had been covered up. The pits with bodies were covered with wooden planks. People stood atop the corpses without even realizing it. On the day of the catastrophe, the French ambassador, Count Montebello, was scheduled to give a ball. Nicholas did not cancel the ball. As for conspiracy theories, everything is obvious here. How could the reign of the monarch, which began with such an event, end? Only with the collapse of the entire empire. Especially since Nicholas committed a terrible sin and not only did not cancel the festivities, but also happily danced at the French ball on the same day as if nothing had happened. There are more extravagant versions. For example, that the disaster was organized specifically to undermine the authority of the imperial house. For example, they named Sergei Yurievich Witte, then Minister of Finance of the Russian Empire, by whose order the Khodynskaya field was prepared for festivities in this way, with ditches, ravines and pits. And allegedly he set up this tragedy for, well, apparently to prepare for the revolution, but why it was important for him, it is not clear. UVB-76 UVB-76, or The Buzzer, is a radio station broadcasting on 4625 kHz. For around 23 hours and 10 minutes a day, it broadcasts short, monotonous, repetitive signals, each consisting of a buzzing sound 1.2 seconds long. The signal pauses for 1 to 1.3 seconds and repeats 21 to 34 times per minute. A strange radio station can be heard by anyone and in any corner of the globe. It is assumed that the radio station began broadcasting in the 1970s, but no one knows its exact purpose. Sometimes completely incomprehensible phrases, numbers, or a meaningless set of words in Russian suddenly slip into the airwaves. It is not worse than in the 1990s, after the USSR collapsed. The activity of the buzzer only increased. This station seems to have been specially created for conspiracy theory enthusiasts. For example, in 2010, in August, the station suddenly went silent, and then equally suddenly awakened, broadcasting sounds like shuffling footsteps, as if someone was walking in an empty room. In September, it unexpectedly transmitted several excerpts from Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake, and in one case there was a sound like a woman's scream. And then everything stopped. There were speculations about some crazy amateur radio operator trolling his colleagues for decades, and about an otherworldly force playing tricks on people with all those sounds, clicks, random words and codes. In addition, the station's transmitters can sometimes be located, but they end up in the Leningrad region or Smolensk or near Moscow. There are 3 other Russian stations that follow a similar format, nicknamed The Peep, The Squeaky Wheel and The Goose. Like the buzzer, these stations transmit a distinctive sound that is constantly repeated, but occasionally interrupted to transmit coded voice messages. The range of speculations about the meaning of UVB-76 is substantial, from communication with nuclear submarines and control over the launch of nuclear missiles, to the search for contact with extraterrestrials. Or maybe the buzzer transmits instructions to Russian intelligence officers around the world. There is a suggestion that the mysterious transmission is directly related to the so-called dead hand system. As if Russia is hit by a nuclear strike, the monotonous and tedious signal will be cut off, and it will play the role of a trigger for a retaliatory strike. Doomsday missiles will take off. True, the signal has already been cut off, and no doomsday has come. Round Lakes. The Tyumen Oblast is a huge region in western Siberia, rich in its natural resources. But locals have long been concerned about one question. Why are almost all lakes in the Tyumen region round? Perfectly round shape and at the same time huge depth. Amateur local historians offer their own answers to the question, among which there are versions with bombardment by ancient bombs, meteorite falls, and melting of glaciers. The loudest minority adheres to the theory with ancient atomic bombs. Look at Hiroshima. It is a city with 1 million people that was completely destroyed just 70 years ago. Why couldn't this happen on Earth before? According to them, nuclear wars could have happened on Earth many times already, and the trace of this catastrophe, that is, the scars, can be found on the surface of our planet. These perfectly round lakes. After all, for example, the similar lake called Chagan, formed above the funnel from the explosion at the Semipalatinsk nuclear test site, also has a perfectly round shape. Round lakes also fit in with other conspiracy theories about mystical new diseases of the 19th century, about the small age of the trees of Siberia, and others which I will discuss in the next levels. Scientists, on the other hand, suggest that these are sinkholes, or vents of ancient volcanoes, while people call them Devil's Lakes. The explanation is that these lakes don't give back what goes into them. If someone drowns in such a lake, no one will ever find him. Ivan the Terrible's Library. The Library of Ivan the Terrible, also known as Liberia, is a hypothetical collection of books and documents whose last owner was supposedly Tsar Ivan IV the Terrible. It is believed to have been lost or hidden by him. The controversy about this library has not subsided to this day. Most often the disputes concern three main questions: whether this library existed at all, what was its composition, and where to look for it. According to the legends, Ivan IV, not yet nicknamed the Terrible, was very passionate about reading. By his order, samples of the most famous ancient writings were brought to Moscow, from ancient Greek poets and philosophers to ancient Roman orators and publicists. In addition, the library was based on priceless Byzantine volumes from his grandmother, Sophia Paleolog, the niece of the last emperor of Byzantium. After the fall of Constantinople, the book collection was taken to Rome and then moved to Moscow. According to rumors, Liberia also contained witchcraft manuals and folios on magic. Perhaps not without the use of occult knowledge, Ivan Vasilievich cast a spell on the library. Whoever approached it would lose his sight. The search for the library was long and diverse. Back in the late 19th century, Prince Nikolai Sherbatov organized excavation in the Kremlin, but found nothing. In Soviet times, 4 to 5 different state groups searched for ancient treasures, but even their efforts were not successful. First of all, it was assumed that the library could be located on the territory of the Moscow Kremlin. The second option was the area of the Kolomenskoye estate. The third was the Alexandrovskaya Sloboda, the Tsar's favorite place of retreat and relocation during the Oprichnina. Excavations began in many places, but each time mysteriously ended with nothing. For example, excavations under the Kremlin were suspended in 1935 for unknown reasons, by order of the NKVD. Although the excavations revealed a wide stone passage under the Kremlin from the corner Arsenal Tower through the middle Arsenal Tower to the Arsenal. In the late 1970s, Vladimir Porshnev, an engineer-restorer, accidentally came upon traces of a secret cache near the Dyakovskaya church in Kolomenskoye. During restoration work in the church, his workers came across an inclined underground passage that led to the middle of a coastal hill. The restorers reached the vaulted room, but having discovered the attempts of unknown treasure hunters to dislodge the lock from the grate, Porshnev and his colleagues thought it would be prudent to block the passage with sand and concretize the entrance until better times. They have not come yet. The church was taken over by the Patriarchate, which is unlikely to allow dismantling the white stone masonry in the altar part. And so the library still remains in its semi-mythical undiscovered status. Perhaps the library itself perished long ago, as a result of fires or during the time of troubles. Overstated population size. Again, this is a part of a more global conspiracy theory that the world's population is grossly overestimated and has never been 7 billion. Why? To make it easier to sell the overpopulation and resource depletion story to the public, and easier to control them. Besides, it is beneficial for the countries themselves to attribute extra people, because no one would want to attack a densely populated nation with potentially millions of soldiers. Speaking specifically about Russia, conspiracy experts usually quote a figure of 90 to 100 million people, instead of the official 145 million. Against the backdrop of a demographic crisis that Russia entered in the 1990s, there were widespread claims that the nation was allegedly dying out by the millions, that the number of homeless children and abortions was off the charts, and that the population was fleeing abroad in droves. There were even confessions of alleged employees of state bodies who revealed the terrible truth. So, in 2011, a girl who worked in the Center Analytical Center of the Civil Registry Department, Ekaterina Ulitina, said that according to their data as of June 1, 2010, in Russia the population was 89,654,325 people. She reiterated that the government knows the real figures, but will publish completely different ones in order to avoid social panic and impending disasters. In March 2011, the content of this message was used in his criticism of the authorities by Alexander Burkov, a State Duma deputy from a Just Russia party. Also, some people who were involved in the census in different districts of Moscow said that they were allegedly required to overestimate the real population figures by 25 to 30%. Yes, no Ekaterina Ulitina can be found on the internet today. Her traces are lost somewhere in 2011. What is this? The work of special services to clean up inconvenient information? Or just a rather dull fake without any real grounds? You decide. Greetings, comrades! I won't torment you with long intros. Today we move to the second level of the Russian Conspiracy Iceberg. There are 65 different stories in it, so we'll probably have to break this level into 3 videos. And trust me, by the end of this level you will definitely find at least one conspiracy theory that you'll love. Let's go. Tartary. Tartary is a transcontinental proto-state that existed in the past, inhabited by Hyperboreans and descendants of the inhabitants of Atlantis. Great Tartary supposedly was one of 2 parts of the Slavic Aryan Empire, the largest state in the history of mankind. The capital of Great Tartary was Asgard-Irian, on the place of modern Omsk, founded in the beginning of the 6th millennium from so-called Great Resettlement from Daria. Mythmakers are convinced that about 105,000 years ago people have moved from the North Pole to Eurasia. At one point, the enemies of the Slav Aryans forcibly baptized Kievan Rus of Moscow Tartary into the slave Christian faith, left only 3 million people from the population of 12 alive, destroyed nearly 300 cities and kept only 30. The entire world history was rewritten to hide the truth. Well, at least that's what alternative historians say, but what about real ones? Tartary is the kind of historical term that was used by Europeans to describe vast lands that were way beyond their reach and knowledge. A kind of terra incognita in the heart of Eurasia. Actually, as you could guess by the name, it was not very complimentary, and came from the Greek Tartarus, the deepest levels of hell. And if at first Tartary was considered simply as some distant country from which hordes of barbarians periodically come to Europe, then gradually it was identified on maps and in encyclopedias quite clearly. Here's a quote from 1771 Encyclopedia Britannica. Tartary, a vast country in the northern part of Asia, bounded by Siberia on the north. It goes on to list the parts of Tartary south of Moscow in the west and as far east as Tibet. Or here's the map of Asia from 1754. Note that Wild Moscovia belongs to Europe there, but next goes some Great Tartary, which occupies a bigger territory than any empire in history. The conspiracy theory was born from this. After all, Europeans could not simply unite hundreds of Turkic and Mongolian peoples in one giant country on their maps, call them the descendants of hell and reprint it for hundreds of years. In fact, apparently they could. Unfortunately, no archaeological excavations prove the existence of Great Tartary. Or do they just hide the truth from us very well? Party gold. There are dozens of stories about gigantic gold reserves of this or that person or society that mysteriously disappeared. Montezuma's gold, Napoleon's gold, Titanic's gold, Nazis' gold. Of course, there is such story for the CPSU. Communist Party of the USSR was one of the richest organizations in the world, as it actually controlled one of the richest countries in the world. In 1991, the State Bank of the USSR published data on the amount of gold stored in it for the first time. It turned out the USSR's gold reserve had shrunk several times, and only 240 tons of gold remained. This information shocked Western experts, who estimated the USSR's gold reserves to be at least 1,000 to 3,000 tons. It turned out that even Venezuela had more gold than the Soviet Union. Rumors immediately spread that the gold had been secretly exported by airplanes to Switzerland, and that these processes were supervised by high party officials. On August 26, 1991, Nikolai Kruchina, the CPSU Administrator of Affairs, fell out of the window of his house. The death of party's chief treasurer raised many questions. A month or so later, Georgy Pavlov, a longtime Brezhnev associate and Kruchina's predecessor as Administrator of Affairs, died in a similar manner. Both Pavlov and Kruchina were undoubtedly well aware of the party's financial dealings. A few days later, Dmitry Lisovolik, head of the American sector of the International Department of the Central Committee, fell out of the window of his apartment. The mysterious deaths of three high-ranking officials who were probably well aware of the party's hidden financial activities gave rise to a very convincing myth about the party's gold, which mysteriously disappeared in the last year of the USSR's existence. What is interesting here is that the story about the disappeared gold of the party was launched not by some conspiracy theorists, but by Igor Gaidar, the head of the government of the Russian Federation in 1992, right after the collapse of the USSR. Not only did he accuse CPSU and KGB figures of looting the country and taking all the proceeds to an unknown destination, but he also signed a contract with Kroll Associates to track down and locate very large sums of money that had been taken out of the Soviet Union prior to August 1991. The investigation was not successful. The government dropped the case after a couple of months, and the report handed over by the Americans disappeared without a trace. Later, an employee of the detective agency stated that the Russian government gave the impression of people who did not really need the requested information, and the whole operation was organized for the sake of diversion, to receive the next tranche from the IMF. The issue of party gold was dealt with by many public and political figures, but researchers have not come to a definite conclusion as to whether the party money existed at all and who got it. Most likely, there really was no mountain of gold bars guarded by a red dragon. Something from the CPSU budget was certainly borrowed by its members, something was simply spent in attempts to keep the Soviet economy of the perestroika period afloat, and something was taken by the new government. But I wouldn't be surprised if some billions still lie in secret accounts in the mountains with Swiss bankers. Kulagina. Ninel Kulagina is another prominent character of the USSR era who possessed, or claimed to possess, supernatural abilities. In Ninel's case, telekinesis. Kulagina gained international fame in the 1960s when her abilities began to be studied. According to Kulagina herself, she inherited her psychokinetic abilities from her mother and knew all her life that she was capable of. Sometimes her psychokinetic abilities manifested themselves in the form of poltergeists, when in moments of anger, objects fell out of cupboards or moved around. The lights turned on and off involuntarily, and objects seemed to be gravitating toward her. And not only metal objects, but also, for example, matches. In this case, the peculiarity of Kulagina is that her abilities were actively studied at the state level and were even captured on film. In particular, Kulagina was studied by employees of the Leningrad Institute of Precision Mechanics and Optics. For several years, they conducted experiments during which she extinguished a laser beam, moved various objects and burned holes in them with her gaze, overexposed photographic film and made the magnetic arrow rotate, heated the skin of other people with one touch almost to burns, separated egg white from yolk in water, and even stopped the heart of a frog. Then there were claims that Kulagina could feel any illness, could visualize what disease was affecting whom. However, each such session had a bad effect on Ninel's health. During each session, she lost up to 2 kilograms of weight. Her abilities were indeed studied by major scientists, and some of them are really convinced that Ninel had supernatural abilities. But for example, according to the memoirs of academicians Alexei Ivanitsky and Evgeny Alexandrov, Kulagina was repeatedly accused of fraud. Allegedly, she moved objects with the help of cleverly tied thin nylon 6 threads under her clothes, and the compass arrow was moved by a magnet hidden under a bandage on her finger. But for example, the experiment with matches under a glass hood. The thread cannot sleep there, the magnet does not affect them. How did she do it? Or how do you explain that some protocols of the experiments with Kulagina are still classified? The hum. another phenomenon not unique to Russia and the post-Soviet space. The hum is a constant or periodic low-frequency stationary noise, not distinguishable by all people, periodically heard in various places in the world, usually in cool weather with light winds and often early in the morning. The first cases of noise of uncertain origin were recorded back in the 19th century. In Russia, the most well-known variation of this phenomenon is called earth mourn or earth hum, observed since 2011. There are many videos on YouTube with unexplained frightening sounds in Russian cities. There are still no explanations for this phenomenon. Some say it's the sound of the Earth's crust. Some blame power lines, some blame atmospheric pressure, or even the change of the Earth's magnetic poles. There is even a version of the cosmic nature of these sounds, that the source of this unexplained noise comes from the very heart of our galaxy, Milky Way, from a supermassive black hole, and the sound is made when the solar system approaches that center. Or maybe it's the Earth mourning because of the way mankind treats it. And the most frightening theory about the end of the world, or rather the 7 trumpets of the apocalypse. They are mentioned in the Revelation of John the Theologian, where the end of the world is described, and these incomprehensible sounds are a harbinger of the near apocalypse. Finally, there is a version that all these videos are a hoax to gain views on YouTube. I'll be honest, once I also heard such an obscure, frightening rumble at 5 AM at a deserted pier in the middle of thick fog. The feeling was quite unforgettable, but then it turned out that it was just the hum of a pumping station, which was 5 kilometers downstream, and which is usually not heard because of other background sounds. Zagorsky experiment. Imagine living in total darkness, without a single sound coming from the outside. Is it life at all? It's actually quite an inspiring story about how the USSR decided to set up an experiment and prove that people with complete loss of sight and hearing can achieve great things with the right training. Under the leadership of Ivan Sokolyansky and Alexander Meshcheryakov, the Zagorsky boarding school for deaf-blind children conducted an experiment that was revolutionary for that time. 4 boarding school pupils were given the opportunity to go through the higher education program at Moscow State University, on par with ordinary people. All these children had lost their hearing and sight at about 4 to 5 years of age. At the boarding school, they completed the high school program, and then in 1971 they entered the psychology department of Moscow State University, passing the exams on an equal footing with other applicants. They were provided with interpreters and special devices in which printed text could be translated into Braille and vice versa, which were used to communicate during seminars. All participants successfully graduated in 6 years, 1 year later than regular students. Then one of the participants became a sculptor, one became a candidate of science and philosophy, and another became a doctor of psychology. It would seem an unprecedented success, but in fact the Zagorsky experiment is not just a foursome from MSU. It is all the pupils of the boarding school for at least a dozen years. And the idea was not to show the capabilities of the Soviet system of higher education, but to understand human nature. It was more of a philosophical experiment. It was more about the formation of the psyche, about what the psyche and personality are. Scientists wanted to prove that humans do not have innate intellectual abilities in principle, and that any individual, even one who does not have a full set of feelings, is capable of developing a full-fledged personality. That there is no soul, and that man arises only through social labor. That the human psyche emerges as a result of object-practical activity, as Grandpa Marx said. That matter is primary, not idea. In fact, Soviet scientists wanted to destroy the ancient gospel thesis "in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God." And the experiment was successfully completed. No words, only hard work. But it is still criticized, because for some reason all 4 children that were selected for it were not born with a lack of sight and hearing, but lost it at a fairly conscious age, so their soul could have been already formed even then. The tale of Igor's campaign is fake. The tale of Igor's campaign is a symbol of ancient Rus literature written in the Old East Slavic language. The poem gives an account of a failed raid of Knyaz Igor Sviatoslavovich against the Polovtsians of the Don River region. The poem is known to every Russian and is considered a classic of old Russian literature. Apart from the tale, there has never been anything even comparable in terms of the level of old Russian poetic talent. The work is absolutely unique. But nothing is known about when and how the tale of Igor's campaign was created. Most scholars believe that it was written in the last quarter of the 12th century. The text of the tale, included in a manuscript collection of the 16th century, was accidentally discovered at the end of the 18th century, and the first publication took place in 1800. Moreover, Count Alexei Musin-Pushkin himself, who found the manuscript, was extremely reluctant to describe the circumstances of this discovery. The manuscript soon was lost in the Great Fire of Moscow, and this, along with the uniqueness of the tale, became a reason for hypotheses about a literary hoax. The first doubters appeared even before the poem was first published. The controversy has not subsided to this day. For example, there were great writers among the supporters and opponents of the authenticity of the tale. Alexander Pushkin fiercely defended the authenticity of the manuscript, and his main argument was that in the 17th and 18th century there were simply no such talented poets except for himself with such a knowledge of Old Slavonic who could write such a magnificent masterpiece. Leo Tolstoy, on the other hand, argued in private conversations that it could be a forgery, citing the weak logic of the poem and the fact that it is difficult to attribute it to any particular genre. A serious argument in favor of the authenticity of the tale was the discovery of Zadonchina in 1852, a work of the 14th century which had several quotes from the tale of Igor's campaign and whose authenticity is not questioned. However, skeptics did not give up and put forward the assumption that it was not in Zadonchina that the tale was quoted, but Zadonchina became a source of inspiration for the forger. Now scientists, after many linguistic examinations, have come to a consensus that most likely the manuscript was indeed written in the 12th century. And one of the main arguments is actually Pushkin's argument. The forger needed to have a brilliant knowledge of the language of the time, and such knowledge in the 18th century was simply not available. Tomb of Genghis Khan. Another legend that unites several countries. But in Russia, many people are sure that the tomb of a great Mongol commander is located on the territory of our country. According to legend, after Genghis Khan's death, his body was returned to Mongolia, and he was buried somewhere in the vicinity of the unknown river. The funeral escort killed anyone they encountered along the way. After the burial, thousands of horses were driven over the mound to raze it to the ground. The slaves who performed the burial were put to the sword, and then the soldiers who executed them were also killed. In general, they had as much fun as they could. The perfect breeding ground for a legend. In addition, according to legend, in the tomb of the founder of the Mongol Empire rest his untold riches. But it is not clear where to look. One of the clues was given by the famous traveler Marco Polo. In his youth, he served 3 years at the court of the great Khan Hubulai, the grandson of Genghis Khan. The ruler was buried at a great mountain to the north of the capital, Karakorum, he claims, and he gives its name, Alfy. Sounds like Altai, doesn't it? And half of this mountain range is just on the territory of Russia. In addition, there were rumors about the existence of some keys to the tomb of the great Khan, which were taken to the USSR from a Buddhist monastery in 1937. And rumors about a curse that led to the death of 2 French archaeologists searching for it. In at least 24 places in the Zabaikalsky Krai and Buryatia you will find villages where people would claim that Genghis Khan's tomb is definitely right there, and they will give you some beautiful ancient legend as proof. But the Mongols themselves are not in a hurry to look for his grave. Firstly, it was Genghis Khan's last will, and secondly, he was buried according to local customs at a depth of about 20 meters, so you can't dig it even if you want to. Alexander Column. Alexander Column is a monument in the Empire style, located in the center of the Palace Square of St. Petersburg, erected in 1834. It is quite an unusual monument, so it has always been associated with a lot of myths. After the column was unveiled, the citizens of St. Petersburg were very afraid that it would fall and tried not to go near it. These fears were based on the fact that the column was not anchored in any way, and to allay their fears, the French architect Montferrand took long walks around the column in the evenings with his dog until his death. It's said that nowadays their ghost can sometimes be still seen walking the palace square on dark evenings. In addition, the French envoy to the St. Petersburg court reported that in the original version it was planned to drill a spiral-shaped staircase along the entire height of the column. And for this, the architect required only 2 workers, a man and a boy with a hammer, a chisel and a basket, in which the boy would carry the fragments of granite. In 10 years, he claimed the worker and the boy would have completed their spiral staircase. True, this project was never implemented. Other sources, however, claim that it was started but hastily abandoned, and the boy and the worker were bricked up in this column for eternity. In perestroika times, newspapers published information that during the years of Soviet power, the communists repeatedly intended to replace the statue of the angel with a bust of one of the leaders of the world proletariat, but never chose whether to place Lenin or Stalin there. Now there is also a romantic tradition connected with the column. Newlyweds come to the Alexander column and the groom carries the bride in his arms around it. According to the belief, how many times the groom with the bride in his arms will go around the column, so many children they will have. Height 611. Incident at height 611. Alleged crash of an unidentified flying object in Dalnegorsk, Primorsky Krai, January 29, 1986 at 7:55 p.m. A reddish orb was spotted by residents of the town at 7:50 p.m. Eyewitnesses say that the orb appeared to be the size of half the disk of the moon. It flew parallel to the ground without making any sound. When the object reached the height 611, also known as Mount Izvestkova, it rose and dropped several times before crashing into a mountain. All but one of the witnesses say that there was also no sound when the object reached the ground. And yes, the classic, for some reason, no one was able to photograph this phenomenon properly. 3 days after the incident, a group of ufologists climbed the hill. They found a 2 square meter site with traces of high temperature impact. The rocks on it were covered with a thin black film, and the site itself was covered with black ash. Remnants of charred wood that had turned to porous embers were found. A surviving part of the orb's outer skin made of ultra-pure molybdenum, which is not used as a structural material in terrestrial conditions, was also found, as well as melted spherical droplets with a metallic appearance. Similar flying orbs were observed throughout the territory of Dalnegorsky, Kavalerovsky, Olginsky and Terneyski districts of Primorsky Krai. The descriptions of these orbs coincide with the description of the UFO that crashed at the height 611. This height is still a legendary place for the residents of Dalnegorsk. For example, the explosion site is strictly avoided by all animals, including insects. According to some reports, when staying for more than 90 to 100 minutes, one starts to see clinical changes in blood parameters, blood pressure increases. Walking coordination disorders and loss of orientation in space have also been confirmed. Now the city authorities have decided to make this height a tourist attraction and put a monument to the flying saucer there. Mother of God Santa. The Mother of God Santa is a religious movement recognized as a destructive Orthodox sect. Now it is called Orthodox Church of the Mother of God Державная. This sect is run by Father John Bereslavsky, aka Veniamin Kinkelman. He is a former patient of a psychiatric hospital where he underwent inpatient treatment with the diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia twice. The total number of adherents is about 20,000 people. Actually, quite a boring organization. No parrot god, no strange rituals, no wild orgies. The only thing that is fun about them is their philosophy. According to the teachings of the Mother of God Santa, the world's evil is concentrated in a woman. They introduce a mystical concept of the whore, yes, with a capital letter. A collective image of female sinful beginning in the world. For example, one of the prominent figures of the Santo writes that Satan gnawed a hole in the thin body of Eve between her legs, dishonored her and infiltrated into her flesh, creating his throne there, made the genitals the center of Eve's personality. That's why the wicked mother spreads around her Sodom bacchanalia, being unconsciously or consciously the proxy of the Prince of Darkness, his priestess. Gynocentrism is a disease of diseases, the spawn of evil, the harbinger of decay. And also that it was the whores who were at the origin of the communist revolution, charging, inspiring and strangling men, and established the reign of the naked slut. Yes, let me remind you that they still call themselves the sect of the Mother of God for some reason. In general, a regular sect like dozens of them. I am not quite sure why they are in this iceberg, but whatever. Tisak's death. Now that's a full-fledged conspiracy theory. Although trivial and having hundreds of analogs in the form of that dude didn't kill himself. By the way, it is children that unite Tisak, aka Maxim Marcinkevich, with Epstein. But if the latter used them to populate his island, Tisak used them as bait for pedophiles. This is how he became known to the general public, as a YouTuber, kind of a Russian Chris Hansen. Except that his prophylactic conversations with those who got caught were usually tougher. After all, in addition to his creative works, Tisak in his youth was a well-known neo-Nazi, the leader of his own National Socialist group. In fact, he ended up going to prison for this, incitement of interethnic hatred. While in prison, he was charged with new cases, this time much more serious, participation in the murders of migrants in the mid-2000s, and his sentence gradually grew to as much as 10 years. On September 16, 2020, Marcinkevich was found dead in the cell of Season number 3 in Chelyabinsk. According to official preliminary data, he committed suicide. Marcinkevich had 2 suicide notes with him, which contained apologies to the administration of the Chelyabinsk pre-trial detention center for inconvenience, as well as a request to send a letter to his girlfriend and hand over a book about communism and a personal diary to her. Actually, I don't even know where to start. Maybe with the fact that before he went to prison he repeatedly said he was not going to kill himself. Or from the Daily Mail quoting a handwriting expert's opinion that one of the notes was written by a woman. Or with the fact that he was only about 6 months away from possible parole. Or the fact that shortly before his death he was moved to solitary confinement for some reason and no witnesses were present. Or with the fact that his lawyer Alexei Mikhailchik said that on September 9, 2020, Maxim met with him in Novosibirsk, where he said that he had been tortured for the last 3 months, forced to sign confessions of guilt for murders in Moscow in the 90s. And a couple of months later, videos of Tisak confessing to more murders surfaced. Finally, on December 3, 2020, it became known that a third suicide note of Marcinkevich had been found earlier. During the examination of the corpse of Marcinkevich, another suicide note was found in his mouth, wrapped in polymer material, written by Marcinkevich MS. From its content it appears that he did not commit the murders he confessed to committing, and he denounced himself as well as other persons mentioned in his testimony. In general, Tisak was not the most pleasant character. Either he was really a skinhead who killed people, or he was a scandalous showman who yelled fascist slogans for fun and filmed stage executions for the sake of hype. Did he kill himself? Now that's a good question. Pushkin's photo. There are many theories connected with Pushkin, here's another one for you. The thing is that at one time in social networks there was a popular story that the only lifetime photo portrait of Alexander Sergeyevich Pushkin was found, probably made by Louis Daguerre himself. The photo is not sharp, but in general there are some similarities. But let's start with the fact that Pushkin died in 1837, exactly the year when Daguerre finally managed to achieve a breakthrough in his inventions and invented the daguerreotype, the first practically applicable method of photography. True, he tweaked it for another 2 years, until 1839. So the chances that he and his entire lab went to photograph a not-so-famous Russian poet are pretty slim. So yes, as unfortunate as it is, there are no photographs of Pushkin, or Napoleon for example, in existence. Lizards vs. Russos. Lizards vs. Russos. Russos against lizards. Once upon a time, ancient Russos lived on Earth along with the dinosaurs and protected the planet from lizards. At least that's what Professor Bagirov, author of the YouTube channel of the same name, PhD in history with 4 higher education degrees, says. One look at the preview of this channel is enough to realize that this is nothing more than a joke on YouTube conspiracy theories. However, from a simple joke, the whole world has a reason. Ancient Russes. That's how Professor calls inhabitants of ancient Rus. According to Bagirov, they made friends with dinosaurs and baptized them into orthodoxy, and also laid a Great Sea way to Africa, where Rus of South Africa, abbreviated as RSA, was founded. Russes hunted on mammoths and repelled attacks of Mongols. In both cases, dinosaurs helped them. Lizards lived on island Atlantis and professed lizardism. Bagirov says that they have invented mathematics that became the tool of influence on Russes, and have sent their missionaries Pythagoras, Euclid and Plato to Russia. All details of centuries-old confrontation of Russes and lizards are not clear, but once lizards have bombed a trading way in South Africa, and that's how the Great War for Hyperborea began. Unfortunately, on May 30th, 2023, the authors of the channel revealed that the professor died in his 70th year of life due to lung cancer. So we will never know the whole story. By the way, there is a computer game Russes Against Lizards based on this story. In English translation, the name for some reason is Lizards Must Die. I highly recommend it. And the authors also announced a sequel with the title Russes Are Not Against Lizardesses. The game will focus strictly on the mature audience. Dead Depth. Why is the Black Sea called the Black Sea? There are several versions of the origin of the name, but according to one of them it was called so by the ancient Greeks because of the difficulties of navigation in it, as well as the fact that ships were constantly sinking there. Black, mysterious, unexplored, deadly. There is also another name of the Black Sea which frightened ancient travelers, the Sea of Dead Depths. It's about the fact that deeper than 150-200 meters in the Black Sea there's practically no life, due to the abnormally high content of hydrogen sulfide in its deep layers. This dead zone occupies about 87% of the volume of the sea, which makes it one of the largest dead zones in the world ocean. According to one version, the very appearance of the Black Sea, only 7,500 years ago, was associated with the mass death of freshwater inhabitants of the former Black Sea lake. One wonderful or not so wonderful day, something simply swallowed all the inhabitants of this peaceful lake, and as a result, hydrogen sulfide and methane began to accumulate at the bottom of the lake. In addition, there is a theory that the very sharp expansion of the Black Sea led to huge casualties among the coastal population, because the water level rose almost 140 meters at once. There is a version that these very events served as a basis for the myth of the flood, which is present in many cultures, and that the mythical Atlantis was flooded there and then. Alat-Ra. And yet another religious movement that has signs of a totalitarian cult. This time it originated in Ukraine but was also active in Russia. They still have several YouTube channels aimed at different audiences. The doctrine is a mixture of elements of Middle Eastern mythology, Zoroastrianism, Gnosticism, Theosophy and Agni Yoga. The messiah of this doctrine is Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. Before declaring himself a prophet, he was a masseur in Makeivka, Donetsk region. Danilov also calls himself an academician and professor, but he cannot prove this with anything. Very briefly, the followers of Alat-Ra believe that there are forces of light in the world, the Arhat, and forces of evil, the Archons. Archons are evil bricklayers. We're talking, of course, about the Masons. And the center of these forces of evil, of course, is in the United States. To save the planet, people must give up material values, engage in spiritual enlightenment, and learn about the Anunnaki. The alien Anunnaki help people on Earth to cope with problems, but they cannot solve them all for people. For people must come to this decision themselves. The Anunnaki can be recognized by their vertical blinking, like some reptiles. Yes, good reptiloids. All of this would be just funny if various Ukrainian politicians and celebrities did not attend the interviews on the YouTube channel of Alat-Ra. There were about 500,000 subscribers. For example, the first president of Ukraine, Leonid Kravchuk, the current Minister of Reintegration, Irina Vereshchuk, the former head of the SBU, Ivan Bakanov. In addition, one of the girls who was at Alat-Ra told Ukrainian TV channel 1+1 that the Messiah had a country house where 12 women lived permanently. Danilov came there several times a week. He had sex with the girls and sometimes organized lesbian orgies while watching. The whole point was that these girls were declared Knights of Light. One of their tasks was to produce a lot energy, which only happens during lovemaking. Classic. Amusingly, in August 2023, the activities of the organization were recognized by the Prosecutor General's office as undesirable on the territory of the Russian Federation. Among other things, for the fact that activists of the Alatra on the territory of the Russian Federation receive instructions from their Ukrainian curators. And in December 2023, the Security Service of Ukraine announced the liquidation of the pro-Russian cult Alatra, acting in the interests of the special services of the Russian Federation. So, in whose interest was the cult operating, Russia or Ukraine? But something tells me that it was in the interest of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, who liked to watch lesbian orgies and tell tales about reptiloids. Just a hunch. A lake in Solnichnogorsk. Lake Бездонная in Solnichnogorsk, Moscow region, is one of the most mysterious places in Russia. The shape of the lake is perfectly round. Do you remember what I told you about round lakes? Diameter about 160-170 meters. Depth unknown. There is a legend that Dmitry Mendeleev, who lived in an estate nearby, tried to measure its depth with the help of a rope with a weight at the end, but his 97-meter rope never reached the bottom. Even in our days, divers with the help of modern equipment and gear try to determine the depth of the lake, but when diving to a depth of 4.5 meters met a layer of compaction, the so-called false bottom, which seemed to push them out. One of the legends tells about clergymen whose church was sunk to the bottom of the bottomless lake for their sins, and the false bottom prevents them from escaping punishment. The locals have always been afraid to swim to the middle of the lake, and the mysterious findings only added to their fear. Many times the wrecks of sailing ships with foreign names have been found here. Once the children discovered the remains of a ship and saved a flag with the inscription Santa Maria. The mysterious place might have remained a local story if it were not for the 2003 find, which was reported by almost all Russian media. In 2003, a local truck driver, Vladimir Saichenko, fished a life jacket out of the water. It seems, what's the big deal? However, the vest was labeled of the US Navy. As it turned out, this life preserver belonged to Sam Belowski, a sailor from the USS Cole. This American warship was blown up by terrorists 3 years earlier off the coast of Yemen. In the process, several crew members went missing, among them Sailor Belowski. How did this vest travel thousands of kilometers and end up in a random Russian body of water? 10th Anthropogenesis. The beginning of the 21st century. Historian, publicist Victor Ten makes a revolutionary breakthrough in the most complex and controversial issue of human cognition, our evolution and ancestors. The inversion theory of anthropogenesis raises the question of the universal nature of man and asserts that man did not originate from an ape, and in general was born not on land, but in the sea. In short, the concept is that some kind of aquatic creatures, like dolphins but with arms, were cut off in small shoaling bodies of water during the retreat of the Tethys Ocean and forced to make their way onto land. And already 7 to 5 million years ago they evolved almost to the modern human form. To support this version of events, Ten cites 3 or so dozens of exclusive features present in humans but not found in other land animals. For example, the fact that a thick layer of subcutaneous fat is only characteristic of marine mammals, or that modern humans can arbitrarily control their breathing processes like marine mammals and birds. All animals living on the surface of the earth can drink water and breathe at the same time. Only humans cannot do it because water gets into the lungs and we begin to choke. A baby, if you throw it into the water, will swim. Humans have an innate ability to swim. Or the fact that humans have mastered stone tools. Stone tools are also used by sea otters. All in all, an interesting theory. And is it worth mentioning that the brilliant anthropologist Victor Ten has no scientific degrees, of course. Viktor Baranov. Viktor Baranov rightfully bears the title of the USSR's chief counterfeiter, and there is actually nothing mystical about this story. From the point of view of law enforcement agencies, this story began in the mid-70s. By 1977, in 76 regions of the USSR, from Vilnius to Tashkent, 46 counterfeit 50-ruble bills and 415 counterfeit 25-ruble bills were detected, which according to experts had a single source of origin. The exceptionally high quality of the forgeries made counterintelligence immediately suspect the CIA. Along with the spy version, the traditional version was also checked. It was assumed that the counterfeiters received the technology directly from Gaznak. A year later, the KGB realized that Gaznak had nothing to do with it, just someone in the country was simply too well versed in the process of printing money. Gradually, it was determined that in the south of Russia high-quality forgeries appear more often than in other regions, and the counterfeiter was caught in Stavropol. Generally, such a crime in the USSR was punishable by execution, but Viktor Baranov lived until 2016. The whole point is that Viktor Baranov was making fake money for the sake of the process itself. He was interested in money, but as a work of art. In addition, since childhood he was an experimenter. Even in his youth, Baranov constantly offered his inventions, from a device for sorting potatoes to a one-wheeled car, to various enterprises, but he was not taken seriously anywhere. And then he decided to prove himself to everyone, to do something that seemed unthinkable, all by himself. In 1965, having studied literature on the history of money printing, Baranov realized that to create his own ruble, he would have to thoroughly master almost 20 specialties. In fact, the task was impossible. He had to repeat alone what was created by the entire state industry, which had classified technologies, hard-to-find materials, and unique human resources at its disposal. But for some reason Baranov paid no attention to this, locked himself in his shed and began his experiments. Finally, in 1976, having printed another sample of 50 rubles, he could not find any differences from the real banknote. Only Lenin on the watermark gave away the forgery. Baranov made him 15 years younger. He didn't like the old Lenin aesthetically. At the same time, Baranov was not looking for enrichment, he was looking for recognition. Therefore, when he was captured, Viktor Ivanovich began to willingly share his achievements. For 12 years he was hiding, and finally there were people who could appreciate his talent and titanic labor. The king of counterfeiters gladly gave the recipe for his own solution that allowed etching copper several times faster than it was done in Gaznak, and his solution was used to print rubles in the next 15 years. For the Minister of Internal Affairs Sholokov, Baranov outlined recommendations to improve the protection of rubles from counterfeiting on 10 pages. In general, he shared all his knowledge, for which he received only 12 years in a penal colony instead of a firing squad. Yeltsin Bridge Incident. If you think Big Boris Yeltsin is dancing on stage in 1996 or drinking a beer in one go, no. Big Boris Yeltsin fell off a bridge into the Moskva River in 1989, before he was even president of Russia. The whole incident is shrouded in mystery. If the politician himself is to be believed, he was attacked by unknown miscreants near the village of Uspenska in the Moscow region, had a bag put over his head and was thrown off a bridge into the Moskva River. Yeltsin, who was a good swimmer, managed to free himself and reach the shore. However, he made the details of his assassination attempt public only a few years later in his autobiography, explaining that he did not want to immediately alarm the public and provoke protests. Due to the significant resonance back in 1989, Mikhail Gorbachev himself discussed the incident at a meeting of the Supreme Soviet in mid-October, but constantly referred to the incident as allegedly having taken place. And in Yeltsin's version there were clearly inconsistencies. Firstly, the strange killers did not simply shoot him in the middle of the forest, and did not make sure that the victim was dead after being thrown off the bridge. And secondly, the height of the bridge was about 6 meters, and the depth of the river only 1.5. Yeltsin should have hit the bottom hard, but no injuries were reported, as even his personal bodyguard Korzakov confirmed. Therefore, there was a popular rumor that Yeltsin actually visited his mistress in Uspenskaya, with whom he had a conflict, and she threw a bucket of water at him, slapped him in the face, or simply threw him out, after which he, being drunk, fell into a ditch or a river at dusk. According to political opponents, Boris Yeltsin was humiliated and crushed in the eyes of the people. It was a sure political death. But paradoxically, after the fall from the bridge, people not only were not disappointed in their idol, but began to love Yeltsin even more. A year and a half later, the country elected him as president, our simple Russian man Boris. He got drunk and fell into the ditch. Happens to the best of us. Ivan VI of Russia. The forgotten emperor and the most unfortunate among Russian rulers, an absolutely tragic figure of the era of palace coups in Russia. After the death of Empress Anna Ivanovna, the son of her niece, 2 months old Ivan Antonovich, was proclaimed emperor under the regency of Duke of Courland Biron. However, 2 weeks later, Biron was dethroned, and a year later the infant emperor himself was overthrown by Yelizaveta Petrovna. He spent the rest of his life in solitary confinement, and was killed by guards at the age of 23 during an attempt to free him. Even his name was strictly tabooed. Ivan Antonovich's name was actively removed from historical chronicles and events. Throughout the reign of Yelizaveta Petrovna, Lomonosov's oaths in his honor were banned. Decrees and orders with his name were confiscated and burned. Moreover, even keeping coins with his face on them since 1745 was considered a state offense and severely punished. Even more than a century and a half later, during the Jubilee events of 1913-1914, the infant emperor was omitted on the Romanov obelisk in Alexander Garden and on the Fabergé Easter egg, the centenary of the House of Romanov. The Romanovs decided to erase the infant from their history. The boy grew up separated from his surviving family until the age of 16, not even knowing about the death of his own mother. In 1756, having reached the formal adulthood, the young man became a real danger to Yelizaveta, and he was transported to a dungeon in Schlüsselburg, where all the remaining years of Ivan VI's life were spent. The deposed emperor was placed in a cramped casemate, the only window of which was covered with grey paint, so that no one would even accidentally see the prisoner. The guards were ordered not to tell anyone anything about the prisoner, what age he was, his sex, and so on. The prisoner himself was forbidden to disclose his origin or even his real name. However, it was very likely that the young man knew who he was. It is also likely that someone had taught him to read and write, despite all the prohibitions. He was becoming angry, attacking the guards with his fists, constantly talking to himself. When Peter III, who succeeded Yelizaveta, ascended the throne, the guards were authorized to beat the prisoner and chain him to the wall. For the next empress, Catherine II, who was not related to the Romanov dynasty by blood, the prisoner from Schlüsselburg also posed a great danger. In 1762, she accompanied Peter III on a visit to the prisoner and was convinced of his excellent physical health and that Ivan knew who he really was. And the next turn of fate of Ivan became fatal for him. July 4, 1764, serving in the garrison of the Schlüsselburg fortress, Lieutenant Vasily Mirovich made an attempt to arrange the prisoner's escape. He raised the guards, ordered to close the gates of the fortress, arrested the commandant, and moved his soldiers to the barracks where Ivan VI was kept. The guards stationed with him had explicit instructions to kill the prisoner at any attempt to free him, and he was put to death before Vasily could reach him. Why Mirovich did this is still unknown. Many believe that he was encouraged to stage a fake escape by Catherine herself. The death of Ivan Antonovich was soon forgotten. His place of burial is still unknown. There is a version that the body by order of Catherine II without any publicity was buried right there, in the Schlüsselburg fortress. Global Predictor. Global Predictor is a conspiracy term from the political movement public safety concept, referring to the Earth's governing authorities who are engaged in the imposition of globalization. We will talk more about the movement itself later, because it is very productive and has given birth to many theories. The predictor is associated with some secret occult rulers, which according to the representatives of the movement, or cult, control the financial elites of the world, and thus occupy the top of the hierarchy. The global predictor is just another Zag-type government that is responsible for all of humanity's current troubles. The symbol of the global predictor is the all-seeing eye. It is believed that it rules the world according to the principles set forth in the Bible and the works of Marx. The main goal of the GP is said to be the enslavement of humanity and establishment of a new world order in which all human rights will be revoked. It is implied that the GP determines the future by its actions. It was created 3,500 years ago by 22 ancient Egyptian priests hierophants who supervised the world Masonic government. Yes, it also exists in this concept. The global predictor is a subject that realizes conceptual power, the power of ideas that dominate society and of people who form, understand and realize these ideas, in relation to the whole society to the extent of its understanding. Accordingly, in order to escape from the power of this evil global predictor, Russia needs to wake up from sleep and acquire its own conceptual power, Well, in general, here's a scheme of how all this schizo stuff is organized, figure it out by yourself somehow. Aralkum. Aralkum is one of the youngest and probably the youngest deserts on Earth. It is a sad story as it has been formed on the site of a former Aral lake on the territory of Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. Before Shaolin began, the Aral Sea was the fourth largest lake in the world and it is no longer possible to restore its former volume. We will not recount the reasons why this happened. In brief, the USSR exchanged the rapid development of agriculture in this region for an inevitable ecological catastrophe. Now let's talk about the most interesting thing – conspiracy. Well, firstly, there is a popular theory among the peoples of Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan that evil Soviet officials deprived them of fresh water on purpose and thus wanted to kill the indigenous population of these places. Drainage alone was not enough for the Soviets, they polluted the waters with mineral fertilizers, toxic chemicals and pesticides, all for their own insidious purposes. The second version is a bit more modern. The lake was indeed drained maliciously, but with other purposes. The whole point is that under Aralkum is the ancient Sarmatian Sea with the richest reserves of hydrocarbons. As evidence, the field is now being developed right on the former bottom of the Aral Sea. It is more convenient to drill on land than under the water column. Most of the exploration companies belong to Western owners. Some of the money goes to Tashkent or Astana, while the locals get almost nothing. And finally, the third version, mystical, our favorite. There is a hypothesis that the Aral Sea is connected with the Caspian Sea underground. Also, apparently the Aral Sea has already partially dried up in the past due to natural factors. The remains of two medieval settlements and mausoleums were found on the dried up bottom of the lake in Kazakhstan, approximately 11th–14th centuries, and for a long time they were at a depth of more than 20 meters. And that's where the imagination runs wild. Who or what suddenly drowned two thriving settlements? How could the fourth largest freshwater lake in the world have appeared only 500 years ago, out of nowhere? Employees of the Kartik Ata State University from Kızılar'da, in the process of studying one of the discovered cities, removed a layer of sand from the surface of some destroyed structures and found chaotically arranged remains of people and domestic animals, indicating that they died at the same time and that there was no one to bury them. In fact, it was the Central Asian Pompeii, but the inhabitants were buried not by lava but by water. And I'm not even talking about the giant marks of unclear origin which were discovered during aerial photography of the dry Aral Sea in the 1990s. They were very similar to the famous Nazca geoglyphs from Peru. Could they be traces of some ancient civilization that we do not know? Siberian language. The Siberian language is an artificial microlanguage created in the beginning of the 21st century by Yaroslav Zolotaryov. He claims that the language was created on the basis of East Slavic dialects of Siberia, mainly Old Resident dialects of the 19th century with the inclusion of Turkic and Mongolian borrowings. In his opinion, the language was the main language on the territory of Siberia and was used by almost all its inhabitants in the past, but its use was severely suppressed in the 20th century. Mentions of the Siberian language do occur. In 1873, in the issue of Proceedings of the Siberian branch of the Russian Newspaper Society, the research of Pavel Ravinsky was printed, Remarks and Dictionary of the Siberian Dialect. The Siberian dialect is derived from the North Russian, but 2 centuries of estrangement, quite different natural conditions of life and other historical circumstances have given it an original direction. The Eastern Siberian vernacular has a special phonetics, a set of peculiar grammatic forms. The dictionary includes more than 3,000 local words. Already in the 2000s, local Siberian enthusiasts decided to revive the language. Moreover, at one time even Wikipedia had a section with articles in Siberian language with more than 7,000 pages. It was later removed as having no particular significance, but supporters of the Siberian language project believe that it was due to the fact that it frightened the authorities, who did not want the rights of Siberian nationalism. Opponents of the Siberian language argue that it is an artificial internet language created for memes. They believe that the speakers of the Siberian language twist literary Russian words in such a way that they only seem to convey the deep ethnic character of the Siberian soul. and that all this is done to justify the separation of the Siberian regions from Russia, which we of course do not support. Dukhobors. Deep in the heart of 18th century Russia, a unique Christian sect emerged, one of the most well-known in the history of Canada. Dukhobor translation can mean fighter for the spirit, but the Russian church interprets it as fighter against the Holy Spirit, not a very flattering name. The Dukhobors rejected the ritualism of the Russian Orthodox Church and the hierarchy of civil authority. They did not recognize temples, crosses, the Bible or priests, believing that no mediator was needed to interact with God. The Dukhobors positioned themselves as fighters for and with the spirit. They believe that all people are equal because everyone has God within them. Sounds a bit like Protestantism, doesn't it? The problem was that they also denied the authority of the Tsar as God's anointed, evaded paying taxes and recruiting for the Russian army. The Dukhobors mainly inhabited the southern territories of the Russian Empire, and naturally they were constantly persecuted by the state. In 1801, Emperor Alexander I moved the Dukhobors to the Sea of Azov to avoid the spread of the doctrine, and 40 years later Nicholas I ordered the community to be sent even farther away, to Georgia. But even there they could not live in peace, so they had to take radical steps. And help came from where it was less expected. Leo Tolstoy organized a campaign to help the Dukhobors at the end of the 19th century. He spent the royalties from his novel Resurrection on resettling some of the Dukhobors in Canada. As a result, about 7,500 Dukhobors emigrated to Western Canada. There they were allowed not to serve in the army and were given land for free use. The Dukhobors initially settled on undeveloped land in Saskatchewan, but later moved to British Columbia between 1908 and 1911, where they bought land for the community and continued to live off their own production, based on traditional agriculture and animal husbandry. But even there, their life was far from ideal. For example, the death of their leader, Petar occurred in 1924 as a result of a mysterious train explosion. The case was never solved, and the Dukhobors themselves believe that the Canadian government was behind the murder. The Dukhobors are still known in Canada. They are known as pacifists, living in communities and singing songs in an obscure language. Their settlements around Castlegar are reminiscent of Russian villages, but the Dukhobor religious practices themselves exist today more as a memory of a bygone culture. There are now up to 30,000 Dukhobor descendants living in Canada. Of these, 5,000 have retained their faith and more than half have Russian as their mother tongue. Representatives of this movement have also survived in Georgia. 8 villages in the Samtskhe-Javakheti region at an altitude of over 2,000 meters above sea level in a harsh climate with long and snowy winters and cool summers. Just like in Russia. General Skobelev's death. On June 25, 1882, Russia evoked the shocking news that Mikhail Skobelev, the white general who liberated Bulgaria and conquered Central Asia, was dead. The official version, sudden paralysis of the heart. He was known as the White General. During the battle he dressed up in a snow-white uniform and mounted a snow-white horse. No one believed in natural causes of death, especially since the military commander spent the last minutes of his life in the room of a German courtesan. In the summer of 1882, the 38-year-old Skobelev arrived in Moscow from Minsk. Upon arrival in Moscow, Skobelev met with Prince Obolensky, according to whom Skobelev barely acknowledged greetings and answered questions curtly. It was obvious that he was worried about something. June 24th, Skobelev came to the famous Slavophile Ivan Aksakov, brought a sheaf of some documents and asked to keep them, saying, "I'm afraid that they will be stolen from me. I have become suspicious lately." He checked into the Hotel Dussault, but on the day of his death he was in one of the rooms of another hotel, which bore the name England. This hotel was famous for the fact that women of the oldest profession served their clients there. Despite the fact that both of Mikhail Dmitrievich's marriages could hardly be called happy, he had never been seen in the company of prostitutes before. Mikhail Skobelev met with a certain Charlotte Altenrose, also known as Eleonora, Wanda or Rose. She spoke German and therefore was known among her colleagues as a German. It was Alten Rose who reported to the hotel staff late at night that a Russian officer had died in her room. Naturally, a version immediately appeared that Alten Rose had allegedly poisoned her famous client with a fast-acting poison. Although the nationality of the prostitute remained a mystery, her command of the German language led ordinary people to believe that Skobelev's murder was the work of the German government. Alten Rose was allegedly an agent of Chancellor Otto von Bismarck himself. Bismarck allegedly ordered to steal a plan of future war with Germany from Mikhail Dmitrievich. There are other versions. Historian Yevgeny Olkhovsky wrote that Skobelev had another incident in the Hotel England. Young man feasting in a neighboring room treated the general with a glass of champagne, which was presumably mixed with poison. It is believed that these young men were members of a secret society operating under the leadership of Alexander III. The new emperor did not like that Skobelev advocated serious reforms in the country, which were alien to the traditionalist emperor. However, I personally still favor the first version. It is somehow more romantic, I don't know. Nikolai Levashov. He is another self-proclaimed magician, psychic, healer and all that. Founder of his own religious and political organization, or called Russian Public Movement Revival Golden Age. Unfortunately, in 2012, Nikolai left this world prematurely, so to describe him I will take a quote from one of his fan sites. Nikolai Levashov is a light hierarch of a very high level. Where he came to Earth hundreds of thousands of years ago, he had the name Ilyan. He appeared on Earth in order to find a solution to the issue of fighting social parasitism on the scale of the grand universe. And he fulfilled his task successfully. Nikolai Viktorovich Levashov left the Earth on June 11, 2012. His physical, solid body was cremated and the ashes were scattered over Moscow from a helicopter. However, the light hierarch Ilyan continues to live and fight with parasites in his usual place, killing them on the scale of the big universe. Do we need anything else after this? Alright, a bit of official history. Nikolai Levashov was born in 1961. After serving in the army and university at the end of the Soviet Union during the occult boom, he was engaged in popular at that time sessions of hypnosis and healing, together with his second wife, who later called herself a rebirth of Jesus Christ. A documentary film was even made about the tandem Nikolai plus Mzia. In 1991 he emigrated to the USA, where he earned money from his seances, writing and later from appearances on radio and TV programs. Among other things, he successfully dissuaded 2 people with cancer from hospital treatment, claiming to have telepathically eliminated the disease, as a result of which the patients died quickly. One of these people is rumored to be actress Susan Strasberg, and the second was the famous psychologist Elizabeth Tark. Facing legal trouble, Levashov returned to Russia and reinvented himself. By that time, psychics and folk healers were gradually going out of fashion. But apparently he noticed that all sorts of neo-pagan and nationalist movements had become fashionable, and began publishing literally dozens of works rewriting traditional history. He was a supporter of the existence of the Great Tartary as the homeland of Russia, which we talked about in the last video. Well, and all of the world's history has been rewritten, of course, by Jews and Americans. Speaking of Americans, there were persistent rumors that Levashov was funded by one of the Rockefeller Foundation. At least it is known that the Russian charlatan and Lawrence Rockefeller really met in 1995. At the same time, in his books, Levashov talked such nonsense that many more moderate fans of Tartary and other Slavic Aryanism think that Levashov was specially sent to Russia by the Freemasons to discredit the ideas of Slavic neo-paganism. Oh, and also some of his books are recognized as extremist material for incitement of inter-ethnic hatred, but in any case I would not recommend you to read this stream of nonsense. Vissarion. Good old Elder Vissarion, aka Sergei Torop, aka Siberian Jesus. Perhaps the best known cult leader from Russia in the West, thanks to that Vice documentary. I of course already have a video about him, published right after his arrest. Not much has changed since then. The trial has been going on for over 2 years now, and Siberian Jesus still won't admit his guilt in creating a totalitarian cult and psychologically abusing people. Digging the Black Sea. In the last part of the iceberg I talked about the dead depth of the Black Sea and how it was formed from a freshwater lake 6,000 years ago. But in fact it was not like that. The Black Sea was dug manually by ancient Ukrainians. Lvov archaeologist Andrei Filipchuk is considered to be the originator of this legend. In 2014, Russian TV channels picked up the story that in Ukraine they allegedly write in history textbooks that the Black Sea was dug out by hand by the ancestors of Ukrainians, the ancient Ukrians. The historical sensation about the artificial origin of the Black Sea was based on the information from Edmund Kvasiv's book, The History of the Ukrians from the Cradle to Our Days, published by Prasvita Publishing House in 2006 in Kiev. I would love to develop the topic, but unfortunately this whole story is a fake, spread by Russian TV and derived from some old joke about ancient Ukrians. And there was no such book, and no one wrote this nonsense in textbooks. Andrei Filipchuk really existed and was an archaeologist, but he was interested in completely different sites. Kursk submarine. The Kursk nuclear submarine disaster is one of the worst man-made disasters in Russian history. An explosion occurred on a submarine during a training exercise, killing 118 sailors. Again, we will not discuss in detail how the sailors from Kursk were attempted to be rescued and how it could or could not be done. From a miraculously survived note, it later became known that 23 submariners survived the explosions and in the hope of rescue moved to the 9th sail section. But they could not be saved in time. I should only know that the investigation lasted 2 years, and then a government commission named a defect in the peroxide hydrogen torpedo kit, which led to the explosion, as the official version of the accident. The investigation concluded that there was no one to blame for the accident and the deaths of the submariners. Not everyone accepted the official version. Similar missiles had been in service with the Navy for almost 50 years, and no defects had been found earlier. Well, most of the investigation materials are still classified. We'll go straight to the marginal and sometimes even conspiracy versions. The most popular version is that the Americans are to blame, as always. French director Jean-Michel Carré, in his film Kursk, a submarine in muddy water, which was shown in 2005, claims that the Kursk was torpedoed by the US submarine Memphis. Allegedly, 2 American subs were observing Russian military exercises, and at one point the Kursk collided with one of them. To avoid the Kursk firing on the second boat, USS Toledo, Memphis opened fire and sank the Russian submarine. Carré argues that Russian authorities deliberately concealed the truth about what happened, in order to prevent a sharp deterioration in relations, and possibly even a military conflict with the United States. Canadian documentary filmmakers, some retired military officers, and some Russian nationalist organizations adhere to the same version. Version 2. Kursk was torpedoed by its own trained missile, which ricocheted off an unknown target, possibly again an American submarine. The third version is a variation of the first, a collision with another submarine, also American. Mikhail Volzhensky, one of the members of the State Commission for the Acceptance of Nuclear Submarines, believed that the torpedo could have jammed in the launcher due to a strong mechanical impact on the hull of the boat. And the most probable cause of the catastrophe he called collision with a foreign submarine. Admiral Popov, commander of the Northern Fleet, which included the Kursk, also expressed confidence in such a version. In November 2021, Popov said the Kursk had collided with a NATO submarine. Quite a bold statement from, I remind you, the ex-commander of the fleet, who by the way was fired in the course of the investigation. But the official investigation did not share his confidence. Version 4. A missile hit from the nuclear-powered missile cruiser Peter the Great. How and why it happened is a mystery. And in general, missiles and torpedoes not equipped with a warhead are usually used during exercises. Finally, the 5th version. Immediately after the disaster, the Kafkas Center website, mouthpiece of Chechen separatists, terrorists, extremists and many more things, spread the message that the explosion in the submarine was caused by a suicide bomber from Dagestan. Mamet Gadjiev, a civilian specialist from the Dagdizel plant assigned to the crew for the duration of the trip, fit this description. By coincidence, Gadjiev's body was one of the 3 bodies that were not found in the wreckage of the submarine. But no evidence of this version has been found, and the Kafkas Center is famous for its habits of spreading disinformation. So probably the only really plausible version is the version of the incident with the American submarine. Unfortunately, we will probably be able to find out about its veracity only in 50 years, when the American side decides to declassify its data about the incident. Mavrody's money. Sergei Mavrody is a financial genius from the 90s who founded a Russian company that perpetrated one of the world's largest Ponzi schemes of all time, MMM. In the mid-90s, his influence was so enormous that, according to his own words, he could take over the Kremlin in one day if he wanted to. And on the whole, he was not exaggerating much. Thanks to his machinations, Mavrody was fabulously rich. By Mavrody's own admission, in the 90s he earned $50 million a day. According to investigators, his pyramid scheme involved 10 to 15 million people, and the damage amounted to billions of rubles. At the same time, Mavrody died absolutely not as befits an underground billionaire, at 7 AM at a bus stop on Polikarpova Street in Moscow from a heart attack. And after his death, it turned out that Sergei Mavrody owned nothing. The 62-year-old swindler allegedly died in absolute poverty. He even had to be buried at the expense of former MMM depositors, and so he managed to fool them one last time. As a result, a lot of theories have emerged on the internet about where are all these untold riches of Sergei Mavrody. Version 1, from Mavrody himself. He claimed that all the money had been seized by the special services. He claimed that all the funds were kept in cash and were taken out in 17 dump trucks after his first arrest in 1994. Version 2 is more conspiracist. Some people believe that Mavrody was just a pawn, with much more serious people behind him. As a result, all the money settled in their pockets in the form of cash, shares in large Russian companies, real estate, and so on. Of course, the money could have been moved offshore, but this information is even more difficult to verify than the version about dump trucks of money. Version 3. All of MMM's money was spent on advertising, office rent and staff salaries, as well as on payments to the first depositors, and Mavrody himself was left with nothing. It is doubtful, because before his second arrest in 2003, there was a period when he spent almost 6 years in an apartment in Moscow almost without leaving home, and still managed to somehow pay a huge staff of his own security. And even after leaving prison, Mavrody did not waste time. He opened some new financial pyramids in Africa and the Middle East, wrote books, filmed TV series and YouTube videos. Where is the money? Maybe not millions from the original most successful scheme, but tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars from the activities after it. MMM are the first letters of the surnames of Sergei Mavrody, his brother Vyacheslav Mavrody and Olga Melnikova. Sergei Mavrody often said that 2 of his companions were merely figureheads who had nothing to do with the profits. And therefore the investigation has not been able to prove their full involvement in the activities of the company. But is it really so? In addition, it is known that during the last 20 years of his life, Sergei Mavrody actively bought real estate both in Russia and abroad. Moscow authorities sued him for one building worth $12 million. But the rest of the property, which is by some estimates dozens of buildings in Moscow alone, has never been expropriated by anyone. Who is the owner of these houses today? On whom Mavrody registered them? This remains a mystery. Ringing Cedars of Russia. Ringing Cedars of Russia is a religious movement of followers of the ideas set forth in the series of books by Vladimir Migre, in which the author describes his acquaintance with Anastasia, a girl with supernatural abilities living in the Siberian taiga. Actually, unlike most other cults, experts disagree on what exactly this organization is. Some consider it a cult, some consider it a kind of Russian New Age. 2 figures occupy a key place in the mythology of the Anastasia movement: Anastasia and the Siberian cedar. This cedar, by the way, is not actually a cedar, but a Siberian pine tree. Anastasia is a young Siberian hermit. Anastasia lives in complete harmony with nature. Even in cold weather she walks practically naked, and she is accompanied everywhere by a wild bear and a wolf. According to Vladimir Migre, she keeps the wisdom of the ancient race of the Vedrusians, who lived in Eurasia thousands of years ago. Migre visits her estate several times a year and learns parts of the ancient wisdom from her and then passes them on to the world in his books. Naturally, no one else is allowed to visit Anastasia. An important component of the teachings of the Anastasia movement is the worship of Siberian cedars. The divine purpose of cedars is to serve as accumulator of cosmic energy, which is the light human radiation received and returned by the cosmos. A piece of cedar wood should be worn on the chest and polished with fingers, and it will cure its bearer of all diseases and protect him from all misfortunes. Besides, it is necessary to eat cedar nuts, again pine nuts actually, to use cedar oil and if possible to plant cedars on their garden plots. Speaking of plots, one of the key ideas of the Ring and Cedars of Russia movement is the concept of creating a family estate, the arrangement of a plot of land of at least 1 hectare in accordance with the principles described in Megre's books, for the subsequent residence of the owner, the owner's family and descendants. The perfect ideal is to live in one's own vegetable garden and eat vegetables watered with water that the owner of the plot has washed with before. Vegetables read all the information about the host's diseases from the water and become healing. If all people adopt this way of life, many problems of mankind will be solved and the earth will turn into a kind of a paradise. Megre himself, in one of his speeches in 2018, spoke of about 600 settlements registered in the society lists, with an average of 50 to 100 people in each. At the same time, unlike most cults, the movement lacks any rigid structure, centralized organization, hierarchy or authoritarian leaders, well except for the semi-divine Anastasia and her prophet Vladimir. Yes, about Anastasia. 20 years ago, Megre grudgingly stated a couple of times that this is not a real character, but rather his artistic image. However, this did not prevent Megre from mixing everything that could be mixed in subsequent books. Anastasia and the birth of her secret child from coitus with Megre himself, flying saucers and alien races, the secrets of the ancient druid priests, clairvoyance, telepathy, violation of the laws of physics, teleportation with the help of the Finnish sauna, the race of the Vedrusians, and even alternative history and chronology. On the whole, this movement looks like a relatively harmless community of traditional society lovers with its own weaknesses. For now. Who knows what we will learn about them in 5 years. Perhaps right now, somewhere near Tyumen, they are tying naked girls to those sacred cedars and organizing sacrifices around them in the name of Anastasia. Ozero Cooperative. Well, as usual, all the characters in this story are fictitious and all coincidences are coincidental. According to open sources, the Ozero Cooperative is a Dutch consumer cooperative founded in 1996 by 8 friends, talented entrepreneurs from the city of St. Petersburg. They bought a plot of land near the lake and built their summer houses or dachas there. Here are its members. Vladimir Smirnov, who in 2000 headed the product supply enterprise of the Russian Presidential Property Management Directorate, and then served as the CEO of Tenex, the world market leader in nuclear materials. Vladimir Yakunin became president of the state-owned monopoly Russian Railways. Yuri Kovalchuk, owner of Russia's main state-owned media and Russia Bank. Nikolai Shamalov and Viktor Myachin, co-owner and CEO of Russia Bank. Brothers Sergei and Andrei Fursenko, president of the Russian media group Media Holding Company and former Minister of Education and Science of Russia. In general, in fact, it is not surprising that all of the members of this cooperative later achieved great success in business. In 1996, many of them were already quite large St. Petersburg businessmen, so why shouldn't they all become state-level figures? After all, talented people are bound to gravitate towards each other. This is how Vladimir Yakunin explained the reason for creating the cooperative. A small group of people united by common interests and certainly devoted to their country. Or did their massive success still have something to do with the identity of the 8th founder of this cooperative? Crocodiles in Eastern Europe. Crocodiles in Eastern Europe, an urban legend according to which crocodiles or other creatures that outwardly resemble crocodiles lived on the territory of Belarus as well as Western Russia and the Baltics until the end of the 19th century. The Austrian diplomat Baron Sigismund von Herberstein, who visited Russian lands twice in 1517 and 1526, in his analytical review Notes on Muscovite Affairs, mentioned the following. This region is full of groves and forests where one can observe terrible phenomena. There are still many idolaters who keep some kind of pinators in their homes, some kind of snakes with 4 short legs like lizards with a black and fat body, not more than 3 feet long and called giviotis. On fixed days people clean their houses and with some fear reverently worship them with their whole family when they crawl out to eat. Misfortunes are attributed to the fact that the snake deity was not well fed. The first Pskov chronicle mentions an invasion of mysterious crocodiles in Pskov in 1582. In 1589, English diplomat Jerome Gorcy wrote in his book Notes on Russia that during one of his trips to Russia he found the corpse of a crocodile on the river bank not far from Warsaw. It was killed by the traveler's companions, and he became seriously ill when trying to study it. A list of the property of the Belarusian church in the second half of the 19th century mentions the skeleton of a crocodile. Moreover, the maps of Minsk of the late 18th, early 19th centuries show the Starorechice swamp, which was supposedly inhabited by large black lizards resembling crocodiles, but only about half a meter long. However, these animals were quite aggressive. During the frequent river floods, creatures would crawl out of the swamp into the city streets and bite people. All this makes us wonder, who was it? Because it's obvious that crocodiles cannot live in the Russian climate. They are unable to tolerate cold winters, the temperature for their vital activity must exceed 11 degrees, and eggs must be at the temperature above 25 degrees Celsius for 3 months. And such temperatures in the west of Russia are not guaranteed even in July. Maybe crocodiles were brought to western Russia by merchants who visited southern countries. Or are they some cryptids that have not survived through our days? At least in some chronicles there is a mention of some crocodiles. Apparently some evil warlocks could transform into them. It is also known that on the territory of modern Novgorod and Pskov regions the pagans had a cult of some kind of a water lizard. It is a very frequent element of painting, carving and jewelry. It is found everywhere, on chains and plaques, in the structures of houses and ships. The bow of the ship was often made in the form of the head of a monstrous lizard. On everyday objects, handles of buckets, spinning wheels, and other things, up to the 14th century. Maybe this urban legend is not just a legend. Batyr elephant. Let's continue with the animals. This time there is another imported African on the agenda, this time an elephant. And he, unlike crocodiles, definitely existed, since it was quite recently, at the end of the 20th century. Elephant Batyr was born in the zoo of Alma-Ata in 1969, but was rejected by his mother and nursed by humans. In 1973 he was brought to the Karganda Zoo, and it was there in 1977 that he spoke for the first time. Well, to be more precise, if we stick to the boring official language, he learned to imitate human speech by putting his trunk in his mouth and using it as a resonator. According to numerous testimonies, Batyr imitated many other sounds, for example barking dogs or whistling, but the ability to speak, you must agree, is much more interesting. According to the testimonies of people who worked with him, the full list of his words and lines was as follows. Я, Batyr, воды, хороший, Batyr хороший, ой-ой-ой, дурак, плохой, Batyr плохой, иди, хуй, иди нахуй, баба, да, дай, дай, раз, два, три. Yes, of course, among the first words Batyr was taught were curse words. By the way, Batyr is not unique. In 1990, the second talking elephant in history, Kosik, was born in Korea. To date, Kostik has mastered several Korean words. Hello, good, sit, lie down, no. Alice still had a rich vocabulary, we must admit. Silent home. The silent home or the silent house is one of the most interesting urban legends of the internet, deeply connected with net stalking. It all started with this picture, which was allegedly created by a certain Russian research group and tells us that the entire internet is divided into levels A, B, C and D. You and I are at level D, and the lower you go down these levels, the weirder the list gets. First come real-life things like Tor or number stations, then increasingly mythical things like some sort of closed secret YouTube on level B, then comes the horrifying truth about mirrors, the limit of human possibility, and at the very end, it. Silent home. According to the legend, a person who got into the silent home was supposed to discover the truth and disappear. Later the legend acquired new mystical details and nuances, and the silent house became a symbol of the unknown part of the online world. There were stalkers who claimed that they had managed to go to the bottom and come back. They said the silent house was the internet of mind, a place where all information is stored, information about God, death, life and anything else you want. You can reach it through conscious dreams, mirrors or through the internet. After coming to the silent home, a person can manipulate the ideas of reality and through them, reality itself. Or perhaps it is reality that starts to manipulate him. In general, I'll be honest, as a person who was fascinated by this topic in the early 2010s, I take my hat off to the creators who were able to launch a legend that spurred interest in net stalking in thousands of people so easily. But despite the fact that conventionally speaking some levels of the internet do exist, there is no silent home. It's a hoax. Although, that's probably what the people who actually went there and didn't want to share information about everything in the universe with everyone would claim, wouldn't they? Anna Matskevich. Anna Matskevich is a YouTube veteran and arguably the most productive blogger on the platform. Since 2008 she has uploaded 15 to 30 videos a day, totaling tens of thousands of videos uploaded to her channels, most of which have already been deleted. Anna is clearly suffering from an unhealthy condition. In many old videos she speaks about the persecution of the KGB, Iranian and Chechen special services, punitive medicine, anti-Semitism and so on. In her videos she speaks in a mixture of Russian, English, Ukrainian and something else 80% of the time, and sometimes she speaks gibberish. The main topic of her monologues is politics, government, persecution, comparison of Russia and Europe. A couple of years ago Anya created TikTok, where she also started talking about punitive Kremlin medicine, the KGB, Iran, anti-Semitism, and also sending out mass messages with her geolocation and messages like "Help me, I'm locked up." And that got the attention of Western audiences. Many commentators are convinced that Anna was a beautiful person, and then the KGB's punitive medicine made her crazy. Seriously, most Western commentators seem to really believe that she is a victim of the regime. What's more, they found her namesake on YouTube and spread clips of what a blossoming woman Anna was before the evil Russians drove her crazy. Sadly, no. It is obvious that Anna suffers from schizophrenia, and we see it in her videos. Speech devoid of logic, persecutory delusions, thirst for monologues, fixation on a certain topic. So she is just a very sick person. Grustina. The city of Tomsk is already 420 years old, and throughout the entire time of its existence there have been rumors, speculations and assumptions that previously another ancient city inhabited by Russians and Tatars existed there. Ancient maps mention the city of Grustina, which was located exactly where Tomsk is now. Some Spanish sources claim that Grustina was an underground part of a certain city of Gracion, and the inhabitants of this city allegedly spent part of the year above the ground and part under it, and during this time the above-ground city was almost empty. Grustina is an unusual name for a city. and it already inspires some uneasiness. The point is that it is formed from the word грусть, sadness, sorrow. This city is mentioned in Notes on Muscovy by Sigismund von Herberstein, next to crocodiles, in studies on Old Russian history of the end of the 18th century, and is marked on almost all maps of Siberia published in Western Europe in the 16th-17th centuries. But there is zero information about Grustina in known Old Russian chronicles and Russian language maps. All this, combined with the really strange name of the city, has given rise to many conspiracy theories, and they have some ground to stand on. The city of Tomsk is literally permeated with underground passages and galleries of unknown origin. Since the establishment of the Tomsk fortress and up to now, they have been found time and again during the construction of new city facilities and communications. There is a reason to believe that the length of these strange passages exceeds the modern size of a city, and some of them stretch even under the river on the opposite bank, and who knows where they go then. Thus, in 1888, in the yard of the head of the treasury chamber Orlov, an underground passage made of brick was discovered at a depth of 2.5 feet. It was so big that 6 horses could move through it side by side. In addition, burials began to be found during the laying of various pipes. Curiously, the buried had no crosses, but often there were animal bones nearby. All coffins were wrapped in birch bark, and the dead were laid so that their heads were turned to the right. This implies that the city was pagan, not Christian. Curiously, there are also accounts of some noise and rumbling from under the ground. It was heard up to the 19th century. Well, and most importantly, what happened to this underground-overground city? Why it is not on any Russian map, but it was preserved in the history of many neighbors, both Europeans and Persians, for example. And maybe it was not the city that was named after the word sadness, but the other way around. What if the word itself came into our language because of the city? Perhaps the shock of its destruction and disappearance from the face of the earth was so severe that the very name of Grustina became a synonym for sorrow. Moscow's being dug up. And again about underground cities, but this time not about the disappearing ones, but the opposite, emerging. In fact, this is a very popular conspiracy theory, and it exists not only for Moscow but also for St. Petersburg, Kiev and dozens of other cities. The thing is that when historical buildings are reconstructed in Moscow, they are sometimes surrounded by a rather deep excavation, up to 10 meters. And some people wonder, how come the building of the Polytechnic Museum, for example, has huge glass windows that are 5, 6, 7 meters below the current ground level? Or doors that are half buried in the ground? Could it be that there is actually another huge city under Moscow, which is only gradually being dug out of the ground? There are dozens and hundreds of videos on the internet of how clearly man-made layers of bricks can be seen at a depth of several meters when laying some pipes. If you go down into the underground tunnels under Moscow, you can allegedly see traces of human activity and quite modern at a depth of about 10 meters. All this led to the theory that there was a giant flood on Earth in the 19th century, which covered the cities with sleet and clay all over the globe. The survivors did not build the cities anew, but dug them out of the mud and clay. This is a very deep rabbit hole, to which you can devote more than one video. So if you want, you can search for videos on YouTube by keywords digging Moscow, buried Moscow and so on. I will take the side of skeptics here. Most of the excavated floors of buildings are nothing more than semi-basements and foundations, and the existing houses can gradually subside quite well on their own. And the houses used to be partly wooden and often caught fire. A house burned down, they raked the ashes and built a new one on the old foundation. There is nothing particularly surprising in this. Kitezhgrad. Kitezhgrad is a mythical Russian town which, according to legends, was submerged in Lake Svetloyar, now in the Nizhny Novgorod region, and thus saved from devastation by the Mongol Tatars. It was first mentioned in the 17th-18th centuries among the Old Believers, and it is thanks to them that the legend has reached our days. According to legend, Kitezh was founded by the great-grandson of Grand Duke Vladimir, Holy Prince Georgy Vsevolodovich. More precisely, he built two towns at once, Big and Small Kitish. In 1239, armies of Khan Batey came to Russia. Georgy Vsevolodych gathered an army and went to fight him. Being defeated, the prince retreated and fled with soldiers down the Volga to Small Kitish. From the besieged city, Georgy Vsevolodych secretly went to Big Kitish under the cover of night, and in the morning Small Kitish fell. Batey, not finding the prince, began to torture the inhabitants of the city until one of them could not stand it and revealed the path to the lake in Big Kitish. Batey's troops attacked the city and ruined it, killed Prince Georgy Vsevolodych and took his body. And the cities of Small Kitish on Volga and Big Kitish on the shore of the lake Svetloyar became desolate. This legend survived until the 19th century, and then it was rewritten. According to the new version, Batey did not manage to see Big Kitish. It concealed itself miraculously by God's command when the godless Tsar Batey, having ruined Suzdal Rus, went to war against Kitish Rus. The Lord did not allow the Muslim desecration of the Christian holy place. 10 days and 10 nights Batey's horse searched for the town of Kitish and could not find it, blinded. And to this day that town is invisible. It will be revealed before the last terrible judgment of Christ. And on the lake Svetloyar, on a quiet summer evening, one can see walls, churches, monasteries reflected in the water. And one can hear at night the muffled, dull ringing of the bells of Kitish. This is how the myth of the invisible city of Kitish appeared, which can be seen only by those who are pure in heart and soul. The story of the ghost town was taken up by Russian poets, writers, artists, composers and directors. Over time, the very name Kitishgrad became a Russian synonym for Atlantis, a reverse Atlantis, not perished for its sins but saved in the waters of the lake. However, there is another interpretation of this legend. According to it, a trip to the eternal underwater city of Kitish is a trip to the kingdom of the dead. Allegedly, you can get to Kitish only on a white horse, an ancient Slavic sacrificial animal, which according to beliefs carries the soul of the dead to their abode, and the ones who got there once usually do not come back. Those who hear the sound of Kitish bells are also destined to die soon. It is said that many people heard it before the Great Patriotic War. But it's still just a legend. In the history of Russia there were actual cities that went underwater overnight. More about them later. Alaska Purchase. The sale of Alaska to the United States is one of the biggest geopolitical miscalculations of the Russian Empire. It was sold literally for nothing, and just a couple of years after the sale, huge mineral reserves were found on its territory. 1,518,800 square kilometers for only $7 million. Why did Alexander II do this? And how true is the theory that in fact Alaska was not sold but only leased for 99 years, but when the term came, the USSR for some reason did not want to take it back? Well, you'll find out if you pay me some money and watch an exclusive video on my Patreon page. Yeah, quite a surprising twist. Listyev's murder. Vladislav Listyev was the star of Russian television in the 90s. He was the most popular TV host in the country, a Russian Larry King. On March 1st, 1995, Listyev was shot in the entrance of his own house on Novokuznetskaya Street in Moscow by two unknown assailants, and it was quite messy. At the time of the murder, Listyev was the general director of Russia's first channel. Naturally, this murder stirred up the entire country. On March 2nd, all Central Russian TV channels stopped broadcasting and aired only emergency news bulletins. No event in the history of Russia before or after has caused such a complete shutdown of all Russian TV channels. What makes the case so interesting is that it remained unsolved. Valuables, a Motorola cell phone and a large amount of cash in Listyev's possessions were left untouched, which allowed investigators to assume that the murder was related to the TV host's professional activities. Literally every public person of that time was rumored to be involved, from Listyev's colleague on the TV program Vzгляд Yuri Lyubimov and heads of various Moscow organized crime groups, to the mayor of Moscow Yuri Lushkov and oligarch Boris Berezovsky. There were millions of versions, up to ritual murder. Moreover, in 2013, former Russian Prosecutor General Yuri Skuratov said that the investigation was almost over. But then the Kremlin intervened, he was removed from the post of Prosecutor General, and charges were never brought against anyone. There have always been several main suspects. Boris Berezovsky, with whom Listyev as general director of Channel 1 allegedly did not share advertising revenues. Former Federation Council member Sergei Lisovsky, who at the time ran the Premier SV advertising agency. As claimed by former Prosecutor General Skuratov, the ORT channel sold advertising time to intermediary companies, primarily Lisovsky Premier SV, in bulk for $100 per minute, and the intermediaries then resold the advertising time to end clients at a multiplied price. In February 1995, Berezovsky proposed to increase the cost of advertising on ORT from $100 per minute to $10,000 per minute. And in order for clients and intermediaries to get used to the new rates, ORT should be closed for advertising for 3 months, which was an unprecedented step. Since in 1995, ORT was unrivaled in Russia with a 90% share of the TV audience. On February 20, 1995, Listyev imposed a temporary moratorium on all types of advertising until ORT developed new ethical standards. This allegedly meant millions of dollars in losses for Lisovsky. Lisovsky was a witness in the case, but no charges were ever brought. Finally, the third suspect was Alexander Korzhakov, former head of Boris Yeltsin's security service. However, ordinary Moscow investigators who worked during the first hours after the murder of Vlad Listyev still believe that these main versions are too flimsy. Influential figures of the level of Boris Berezovsky, or at least the same Lisovsky, would have organized the murder much more competently. As for the main version, that Listyev's murder was caused by a moratorium on advertising, it has one major flaw. Despite the death of the ORT director, the moratorium was in effect for the entire planned period, and the channel's finances were not particularly affected. All ORT executives in their testimonies anonymously stated that the moratorium was discussed with them, and they were in agreement with this procedure. So it is possible that everything is much simpler, and the main star of Russian TV was killed in the middle of, for example, a love drama. After all, during the inspection of Listyev's car under the passenger seat mat, investigators found a woman's gold ring with a diamond. It still remains unknown who is the owner. Later, the ring was handed over to Listyev's mother, but none of his relatives recognized the jewelry. Lebedь crash. And another death that shook young Russia at the turn of the millennium. General Alexander Lebedь was probably the most popular Russian military officer. Quite young and athletic, he served as governor of the Krasnoyarsk region in 2002, and before that he ran in the 1996 presidential election and came in third place with 15% of the vote. In the late 90s he was seen as Boris Yeltsin's successor, and even by the time of his death, Lebedь was definitely among the top 10 most recognizable politicians in Russia. Therefore, when on April 28, 2002 a Mi-8 helicopter crash happened with Lebedь on board, few people believed in the accidental nature of this event. Alexander Lebedь, together with members of his administration, went to the opening of the new ski track in the Yermakovsky district in the south of the Krasnoyarsk Krai in a Mi-8 helicopter. At 10:15 am local time, the helicopter fell from a height of 30 meters, colliding with a power line wire near the M54 Yenisei highway. 8 out of 17 people were killed in the crash, including Lebedь, who died en route to a hospital in the city of Abakan. The State Commission concluded that the cause of the crash was unsatisfactory preparation of the crew for the flight, ignorance of the terrain, and the crew's decision to fly the route in bad weather. But people were not satisfied with this version. Such a politician could not just die like that. He was bound to die at the hands of his enemies, hidden or overt. The governor had a serious conflict with the management of Nornikeli and oligarch Potanin. Another conflict was with local liquor sellers. Lebedь tried to limit the sale of alcohol to special stores. A third conflict was with the local leadership. The Governor General forbade issuing salaries to officials until the salaries of teachers and medics were paid. But the main conflict was with Anatoly Bykov, a local businessman who was suspected of having ties with the criminal world, and who controlled the Krasnoyarsk aluminum smelter. Lebed received his support in the elections, but later refused to fulfill the sponsor's wishes. Tahir Akhmerov, the convicted commander of the Mi-8 crew, also mentioned some curious facts in his interview. First of all, not everything was in order with the Mi-8 itself. Just before the flight, the helicopter was transferred from one company to another for some reason, which means that new people could have been preparing the machine for the flight. Secondly, the pilot mentioned a strange late call on the eve of the flight. Akhmerov was not nearby, and the caller did not introduce himself and hung up. Who knows, maybe the pilot was to be warned about sabotage. Third, Akhmerov pointed out that the weather on April 28, 2002 was perfect. The lower edge of the clouds was at the height of 1600 meters. At the same time, there were some absurdities. The pilots navigated according to an outdated flight map of 1956, on which there was no power line. They were flying low, and the local official was literally showing the way. Finally, Akhmerov was certain. They began to fall from 65 meters, while the wire of the power line lightning receiver, which was wrapped around the tail rotor of the helicopter, was at a height of 37 meters. So something happened while still airborne. There is an opinion that there could have been literally a few grams of explosives attached to the helicopter blades, which were detonated at the right moment. And if we take into account that during his career Lebed managed to make a lot of enemies in Krasnoyarsk, this version of his death should not be so easily dismissed. Griffin Tower. And let's return to St. Petersburg. Another structure that has a truly iconic status in the northern capital is the so-called Griffin Tower. It is a remnant of a brick boiler house chimney located on the 7th line of Vasilyevsky Island, in the yard of one of the oldest pharmacies in St. Petersburg, which belonged to Wilhelm Pell and his sons. The unusual appearance and architectural sophistication of this chimney make it look like a castle tower, as if hidden from prying eyes inside the courtyard, which, combined with the extraordinary personality of the pharmacist Wilhelm Pell himself, gave rise to many legends of romantic and mystical nature around it. For example, since the 1990s, unknown people keep painting the tower with numbers, numbering each of its bricks. The inscriptions were erased dozens of times, but each time they were restored again. There is a legend that these numbers are actively used by time travelers. With their help, they easily determine the coordinates of the world to which one can go, and the time of opening the passage to this world. Another urban legend says that the secrets of the Wilhelm Pell were guarded by griffins in the tower. Tourists are told that the pharmacist allegedly kept a secret laboratory in the tower, where he tried to convert mercury into gold, and not only succeeded in this, but also found the formula for happiness. There is an opinion that the tower radically changes people's destinies for the better, as some residents of neighboring houses allegedly suddenly became rich and successful. And even if you simply approach the tower at a certain time and make a wish, it will surely come true. The very numbers on the bricks of the tower are a coded message in which the alchemist left the recipe for the Philosopher's Stone to his descendants. Another legend says that Pell managed to open a portal to another world inhabited by griffins. Now invisible griffins who are afraid of sunlight guard the tower, and at night fly over the city. They seem to continue to guard Pell's secret laboratory and his formula for happiness. According to the third version, Pell created griffins in the dungeons of the tower, and at night periodically released them through a pipe to stretch their wings and find some food. But it is not specified who the food was, pigeons or the human inhabitants of St. Petersburg. Putin is immortal. But let's start with a rather insane theory. Vladimir Putin is immortal. In fact, the theory is quite well known in the West, and even The Telegraph wrote about it. Allegedly, Vladimir Putin is a semi-mythical being who hasn't changed his appearance in hundreds of years. But if The Telegraph wrote about it with a touch of humor, there are people who unironically believe it. Some seriously claim that Putin is omnipotent, immortal, and has been serving the good of Russia for centuries, while others claim that he is an alien, an extraterrestrial being. Those with a unique mindset link the Russian president to the Prince of Transylvania, Vlad III, widely known as Count Dracula. The Daily Star went even further and declared that Putin is an immortal vampire with a plan for world domination. It is claimed that this speculation is backed up by alleged CIA intelligence information obtained during the administration of former US President Donald Trump. They even claim that Putin's former wife, Lyudmila Putina, said that her ex-husband assembled a team of scientists to develop a sunscreen that would protect him from all known forms of UV rays, prior to him taking office as Prime Minister in 1999. Well, sounds really plausible. Wormhole. A wormhole is a hypothetical astrophysical object that distorts space and time and, in theory, makes it possible to travel even through different universes. Albert Einstein was the first to talk about the possible existence of such objects, but so far they have never been found. And the main question that you probably have is, what are they doing in the iceberg of Russian conspiracy theories? Well, at least in Russia there are many stories about the effect of such wormholes. The most famous is the case at the naval base in Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky in 1997. That day, December 8th, one of the officers started his shift, was briefed, and disappeared without a trace an hour before the end of the shift. 2 months later, the officer's body was found on a nearby hillside. It was nearly impossible to identify him. The skeleton was almost completely decayed. Only scraps of documents and clothes helped to recognize a missing captain in the corpse. The problem was that the body looked as if it had been lying on the top of the hill for not even years, but for decades. The cause of death could not be determined. Well, the carbon analysis of the remains showed that the bones were about 150 years old. At the same time, DNA analysis showed that in front of the experts was still the body of the missing captain. Archive data show that this case was not the first in the history of Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky. Back in 1976, a sailor disappeared right off the pier. He went out for a smoke with the mate turned away, and then there was no one around. 1986, a midshipman disappeared. He left the headquarters and did not reach the checkpoint. All the sailors disappeared in early December. According to legend, after the last case, a secret commission from Moscow arrived at the base, which studied the coast with strange devices for a long time, and the reason for mysterious disappearances was periodically opening wormholes near the naval base on the coast. And here's where opinions differed. Some believe that this is a natural yet unexplored by man phenomenon. Others blame the Americans and their allegedly top-secret Stargate project. It actually existed in order to investigate the potential for psychic phenomena in military and domestic intelligence applications. Officially, no results were achieved, but rumors circulated that the Americans allegedly wanted to peek at the secrets of Soviet military bases, and it was into these opening gates that the missing officers accidentally fell. Kyshtym Dwarf. A humanoid with a cute name Alyoshenka, aka Kyshtym Dwarf, blew up the media space in Russia in the 90s. Unfortunately, Alyoshenka left this world untimely, and only his corpse became popular. Here it is, by the way. Unfortunately, the body itself was subsequently lost. Only photographs and video recordings of a mummified corpse of an unknown creature whose species identity is rather difficult to determine have survived. An elongated skull with strange formations, giant eyes, it really looks like an alien. The strange creature was discovered in May 1996 in the village of Kaulinowy near Kyshtym by pensioner Tamara Prasvirina. Allegedly, she went to get water from a well in the forest where she heard sounds like a faint cry. She followed the cry and found some kind of a creature under a large pine tree. Leaving the creature to live at her home, Tamara Prasvirina named it Alyoshenka. She mostly gave him sweets to feed him. Prasvirina's daughter-in-law saw this process and confirmed that Alyoshenka was indeed alive and seemed to be trying to explain himself when being fed, making sounds resembling whistling. Prasvirina told her neighbors that her new son, little Alyoshenka, was living in her house. Because she had a history of mental disorders, her neighbors, taking her words as another aggravation of her illness, reported Prasvirina's strange behavior to the doctors, after which in mid-July Tamara Prasvirina was taken to a psychiatric hospital. According to the legend, Alyoshenko was left home alone and soon died of hunger. It gets better. Meanwhile, her house was robbed by an alcoholic neighbor, and he found an alien corpse in her room. What did he do? Naturally, he decided to sell it, since he assumed from its appearance that it was the remains of an alien. But the corpse seemed damp to him. So he went to the garage, removed the insides, washed with alcohol, dried the mummy in the sun and hid it in the garage. The police caught the alky stealing a copper wire, listened to the stories about the alien mummy he has in the garage, and was quite interested in it. For some time, Alyoshenko's corpse was examined by local policemen and specialists invited by them, but then he disappeared. And experts were divided in their opinions. A local pathologist and a forensic expert considered them to be definitely not human. But the head of the gynecological department unambiguously identified the mummy as the result of a premature human birth, which occurred at 20-25 weeks of pregnancy, with numerous abnormalities in development. Such cases are known in the vicinity of Kyshtym because of the radioactive accident at the Mayak chemical plant in 1957. But where did Alyoshenko disappear to? Representatives of the Japanese TV company Asahi at one time offered to pay more than $200,000 American for the mummy, a ridiculous amount of money for the Russian countryside. The truth will surprise you. It turns out that Alyoshenko was taken away by cultists. Back in the late 90s, they contacted investigators under the guise of ufologists and offered to take Alyoshenko to Moscow for DNA analysis, which should have confirmed that we are facing an alien creature. The policeman agreed, and the ufologists took the mummy and disappeared without a trace. Apparently, the ufologists were members of a cult called Star Academy, which by the way still exists today. One of the leaders of the space doctrine, Galina Semenkova, came to Kyshtym to pick up the mummy. Here's what she said. On our way from Kyshtym near Lake Tavatui, the car stalled. A saucer hovered over us, and the light took Alyoshenko. That's it. He disappeared. He is gone. According to another version, Alyoshenko was taken to the Bulgarian soothsayer Baba Vanga herself, and he was even buried there. But 20 years later, Galina Semenkova suddenly agreed to give an interview and told the harsh truth. She really took the body to a laboratory of some experts she knew, and they determined that Alyoshenko was not an alien humanoid, it's a human embryo. Accordingly, he didn't fit the role of a shrine for the Star Academy. That's why Alyoshenko was disposed of. But they could have sold it to the Japanese, and everyone would have been happy. Vedic linguistics. A theory that would be very difficult to explain in English. In brief, the main thesis here is that Russian is the ancestor of all the languages of the world. One of the ardent supporters of this idea was the mega-popular Russian stand-up comedian and writer Mikhail Zadornov. He also popularized the idea of the origin of the Slavs from the ancient Aryans, declared the greatness of the Slavic Aryan ancestors, the superiority of the Slavs over the West, and said that the ancestral home of Europeans is in the legendary Hyperborea. Zadornov defined himself as a pagan of the age of Aquarius. Since the beginning of 2006, he has been actively presenting his theories on the origin of Russian words. For example, that the syllable Ra in the words Rabota, work, Radost, joy, and Khram, temple, is the primary source of everything. When nature wakes up, it roars, and if you roar and roar for a long time, you get a glorification of the solar deity, Ra. Or that the word Любовь means people know God, люди, people, Бог, God, vi, ведают, know. Ironically, if you remove the syllable Bog, meaning God, from the word Любовь, you get Люв, almost the English love. In a way, their love is almost our love, but only without God. It was a quote, by the way. According to Zadornov, the Aryans created a language that helped them to hear God without intermediaries, and the words of this language were filled with divine essence. And then all other nations stole it and twisted it, because of which the divine meaning was lost. And he wrote several books of such studies. But since he was, after all, a stand-up comedian, it is not quite clear whether he was being ironic or not. Unfortunately, I'm afraid he was not. Nazi gold train. The Nazi Gold Train is a story technically not directly related to Russia, but so popular that I decided not to drop it from the iceberg. According to urban legend, in the last months of World War II, an armored train loaded with gold and other treasures left Wrocław for Wałbrzych. It entered one of the tunnels under the old mountains, which was part of the unfinished secret Project Trees, and since then it has supposedly been somewhere in the labyrinth of tunnels and mines. According to myth, the train contained up to 300 tons of gold, jewels, weapons and masterpieces of art. The story is spiced up by the fact that the real purpose of the network of tunnels dug in the German mountains is still unknown. Therefore, there were many different versions of the train's disappearance, even supernatural ones. This story spread from the words of a Polish miner who was told about the train by German workers. The Pole spent his whole life trying to find the train, but never found it. Treasure hunters have also been searching for gold for decades. The Polish Secret Service also searched, but they failed to find anything but a few old coins in the tunnels. The story was revived in 2015, when two people addressed the Polish government with the message that the train had been found. As stated in the letter, the train is 150 meters long. The cargo is weapons, precious metals and other valuables. In exchange for 10% of the value of the cargo, they were ready to give the location of the train. They tried to dig up the train for almost a year, but it turned out that their radar detected only a natural anomaly shaped like a train. At the same time, it is hard not to believe in the very existence of the train. At the end of the war, the Germans transported confiscated valuables en masse from the territories seized by the Allies. In 1944, a train with valuables was sent from Budapest, which was seized by the Americans. The cargo was plundered and almost nothing was returned to the original owners. And in 1945, thousands of gold bars and art objects were found in Germany in a system of tunnels. So why shouldn't this gold train exist? Or maybe the Polish authorities have already found it long ago, but they do not want to announce the discovery in order not to share it with anyone. For example, with the countries whose valuables Germany carried out on this train. Yes, I am talking about the USSR. Ancient Chelyabinsk. And one more theory about some cataclysm that happened in the 19th century and wiped out the Siberian civilization. This time from alternative historians from Chelyabinsk. Chelyabinsk used to be a prosperous city of some Eastern advanced civilization. The essence is the same as with dug up Moscow. There was a powerful cataclysm. After that, Chelyabinsk was partially dug up and rebuilt. Official history falsified. The main argument is this alleged photo of ancient Chelyabinsk. In this photo, the South Ural capital resembles an ancient city from a history textbook. But in fact, this photo is just a drawing of the project of Chelyabinsk from Leningrad architects. The second argument is lakes 1st, 2nd and 3rd around Chelyabinsk. Who even names lakes like that? And they are suspiciously round, probably the result of ancient bombardments. In fact, there's an entire 3-hour documentary on YouTube with a breakdown of this theory. I had a quick look through it, do not recommend. Nothing really interesting. In fact, the whole theory is based on one photo, which is just a drawing, while other proofs are just too insignificant. Arestovich and Gordon are Kremlin agents. What kind of military conflict could possibly take place without a hunt for traitors, spies and other secret agents? The conflict between Russia and Ukraine could not do without accusations that many public Ukrainian individuals were working for the Kremlin. And there is a theory that such secret agents include two of Ukraine's most prominent public faces in 2022 and 2023, Dmitry Gordon and Alexei Arestovich. Let me remind you that the first of them is probably the most famous journalist of Ukraine for the last 2 decades, who made more than 1,000 interviews with various figures of the post-Soviet space. The second, meanwhile, was an advisor to the office of the President of Ukraine until early 2023, and was the de facto official speaker of the government throughout 2022. Is it possible to suspect such high-ranking public speakers of working for the Kremlin? Let's start with Arestovich, since he has already managed to show his true colors since resigning from his post and fleeing the country. And he was officially accused of working for Russia by the Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine, Danilov. for allegedly promoting a Russian language agenda favorable to the Kremlin among the remnants of the pro-Russian population. But in fact, Arestovich is a typical trickster, and no one knows what his actual views are. He served in the Ukrainian intelligence service, he was an actor, he was fond of theology and esotericism, he was a political blogger, he participated in radical political parties, he was in fact the voice of Ukrainian propaganda. And all this in a relatively short period of time in the last 10 years. Moreover, while serving in Ukrainian intelligence, according to him, he visited Moscow in 2005 and found himself sitting next to the notorious Alexander Dugin, a philosopher who is considered by many to be the main ideologue of the Russian world. Now Arestovich has openly announced plans to run for president of Ukraine, as well as that Ukraine needs to urgently appeal to Putin with a peace proposal and file a class action lawsuit against the West. In short, the Kremlin spy has shown his true colors. Or is it a facade, of which there have been dozens already during Arestovich's career? Things are even more interesting with Dmitry Gordon. He has publicly been an avid supporter of the current government in Ukraine and an ardent opponent of Russia since 2004, and so far he has not given a single reason to accuse him of betrayal. But in fact, rumors about his work for the FSB have been circulating for a dozen years and are quite popular among ordinary people in Ukraine. In fact, all this is due to the fact that Gordon himself likes to call everyone around him agents of the Kremlin and the FSB. The Russian-speaking bloggers are Kremlin agents, and half of the deputies of Verkhovna Rada and most of those who organize the Maidan are Kremlin agents. And neo-Nazi organizations in Ukraine were also raised by the Kremlin, specifically to spoil Ukraine's reputation in the West. And even former President Petro Poroshenko is also an agent of the Russian security services. And according to rumors, Mr. Gordon owns real estate in the very center of Moscow, worth about 10 million euros. The property is registered to his mother-in-law. Bought in 2019, not sold until at least March 2022. So, is it possible that the one who shouts the loudest that everyone around him is an agent of the Kremlin will end up being one himself? Witnesses of the USSR. Witnesses of the USSR is the most unusual extremist organization in Russia. Citizens of the USSR is a generalized designation of a number of disparate associations that are not affiliated with each other organizationally, but share similar views that the Soviet Union never actually collapsed in the first place. And moreover, de facto it still exists, and all these federations and other republics on its former territory are just usurpers. This movement in its heyday in 2019 had up to 150,000 followers. They call themselves Soviet citizens. There are a total of 5 points in their program. 1. The Russian Federation is not a sovereign state but some kind of LLC. 2. There are no legitimate documents on the liquidation of the USSR. 3. The USSR still exists. 4. The Constitution of Russia exists only in the form of a draft. Voting for it in 1993 was illegitimate. And 5. The Russian Federation is controlled remotely from the USA. This was all invented by a certain Sergei Taraskin from Zelenograd. In 2010, he overdue payment for the rent of his dental clinic, went to court and there stated that he would not pay under the contract because he does not recognize contracts from Russia. He is a citizen of the USSR and he declares himself a president of the USSR since Gorbachev is not able to act as one. And within 10 years he has developed his system quite well. The witnesses of the USSR have their own ministries and state services. And there are even elections to the USSR People's Deputies. New followers across the country are lured into their ranks by promises of being exempted from tax and debts for housing and utilities. In fact, they offer to be returned to a happy Soviet childhood, but for some reason still for a fee. You have to pay for a Soviet citizen's passport and make monthly contributions to the USSR trade union. And for some reason you have to pay in occupation Russian rubles, which citizens of the USSR claim to not recognize. We can understand the nostalgia of some people in their old age, but they regularly make statements that are not very consistent with the territorial integrity of the Russian Federation, and for this they have gone straight to the list of extremists. In addition, during this time, the witnesses of the USSR became intricately intertwined with another movement, the movement of living people. Living people, aka sovereigns, believe that King Henry VIII of England made a secret pact with the world's secret government, according to which every living person is entitled to substantial payments, just because he is alive. But there is a nuance. By default, only children under the age of 7 are considered alive, and then the secret government must be specifically notified of this status by a letter, addressed to Queen Elizabeth II, the Pope, or the Rothschild-in-Chief, while the documents of the existing countries or citizenship in general must be renounced, which they happily do, similarly to American sovereign citizen movement. By the way, there is an interesting theory that originally this movement of the citizens of the USSR was created with at least the non-interference of the special services. They considered it a very convenient thing when opposition-minded citizens, instead of a real resistance, engage in some bullshit, damage their documents, refuse to pay on loans, which allows them to legally declare such people fraudsters. But eventually the experiment got out of control and was outlawed. There was no Battle of Kulikovo. Once again, we return to historical falsifications. In the first Iceberg video we discussed the theory that the Tatar-Mongol yoke did not exist. In this one we will look at the theory that one of its most famous battles never took place. And I will speak frankly, this time the arguments are much more serious. So the battle took place on September 16th, 1380. Russian regiments led by Grand Duke Dmitry Donskoy defeated the Golden Horde army under Matei on the Kulikovo field south of the city of Tula. The victory of Russian troops in the Battle of Kulikovo was an important step towards restoring the unity of Rus and the future overthrow of the Golden Horde yoke. The battle itself is mentioned in Russian chronicles and even in German ones. Information about it was apparently brought there by Hanseatic merchants in 1381. But a more detailed study reveals that the Battle of Kulikovo, one of the most resounding events of Russian history, surprisingly turned out to be one of its dark spots. Moreover, in academic science there is now a widespread viewpoint that minimizes the importance of the battle in every possible way, and sometimes even denying its existence. The main bone of contention is the location of the battle. The fact is that archaeologists and geophysicists have searched the Kulikovo field up and down, but found almost nothing. Neither mass graves nor noticeable remains of weapons. But okay, let's say the place of the battle can be 5 kilometers north or south. Also, some individuals claim that the battle took place literally under the walls of the Kremlin. But people question both the scale and the nature of the battle. For example, on some ancient frescoes and miniatures dedicated to the Battle of Kulikovo, we can see a curious detail. Faces, uniforms, and even the flags of the opposing armies are painted in the same manner. What is it? A lack of skill among painters? Hardly. Moreover, on a fragment of the icon Sergius of Radonich with hagiography, faces with obvious Mongoloid features are depicted in the camp of Dmitry Donskoy's army. One cannot but remember the historian Lev Gumilov, who claims that the Tatars were actually the backbone of the Moscow army. Other researchers draw even bolder conclusions. Some argue that the Battle of Kulikovo was a dispute between Russian princes, and historian Rustam Nabiev sees it as a clash between the forces of Mamai and Tokhtamysh, another Tatar Khan who 2 years after 1380 will burn down Moscow. There is a lot of mystery in the preparations for the battle. Why did everything happen on the bank of the Don? The reconstruction, according to chronicles, looks as if both armies marched to the encounter at right angles to each other along the eastern bank of the Don River, Muscovites to the south, Tatars to the west. Then they crossed it almost in one place to fight on the other bank. There are also questions about the quantitative composition of the warring parties. In domestic history, most frequently figures of 150,000 Russians against 300,000 Mongol Tatars appeared. I was on the Kulikovo field. Even 5 times less people simply won't fit there. So the scale of the battle almost definitely was exaggerated by historians of the Russian Empire of 17th, 18th centuries. In general, the victory on the Kulikovo field remains a mystery of Russian history. Personally, I always consider this battle to be overrated. Yes, even if Dmitry Donskoy really smashed 300,000 Mamai warriors. In 2 years he was forced to flee from the burned Moscow, and the yoke lasted 100 more years. So, was it really a deciding battle? Napoleon's trophies. Let's jump to the beginning of the 19th century and to another burned Moscow, to the eternal question. Did Napoleon enter the former capital of Russia? He did. Captured everything that didn't burn? He did. Did he reach Paris with his loot? He did. Where? Where are all these untold riches? The decision to abandon Moscow by the Russian army was quite unexpected for the residents and administration of the city. Therefore, the city authorities did not have time to fully evacuate those valuables that were stored in government and city institutions and Orthodox churches. Even such a Russian shrine as the Kremlin was not saved from looting. On the wall of the Dormition Cathedral of the Kremlin, near which the smelting pot stood, there was a chalk inscription in French: 325 poods of silver and 18 poods of gold. According to the memoirs of Napoleon's aide-de-camp, the train, built in 4 rows, stretched from Moscow for several tens of versts. And the fate of all this wealth has been agitating the minds of society for 200 years. Even Walter Scott wrote about it. One of the versions says that the treasures looted in Moscow by Napoleon's order were thrown into Lake Semlyovskoye near Vyazma. Actually, it was the same aide-de-camp, Philippe Paul Comte de Ségur, who told the story. Allegedly, all cannons, decorations of the Kremlin and even a huge cross from the Ivan the Great Bell Tower were thrown there. The lake was searched dozens of times, but nothing was found, although it turned out that the Semlyovskoye water has a high content of precious metals. But a multi-meter gold cross could not simply dissolve in the water. There is also a version that the French deliberately planted disinformation in Russia to divert attention from the real location of the treasure. That in the 1830s, veterans of the Napoleonic Wars came to Russia specifically for treasures. Perhaps they managed to find something hidden in the fall of 1812, but they did not discover the main prize. There are suggestions that it was buried somewhere between Yelny and Kaluga, on the territory of Belarus, or in Lithuania, near Vilnius. Also, the possible place of the treasure may be the crossing of the Berezina River in Belarus, near the town of Borisov. Purses with ancient coins, fragments of horse harness, and soldiers' satchels of Napoleon's army are found at this crossing after each spring flood. But the state is in no hurry to excavate in this place, while amateurs have no instruments. Come on, Lukashenko, stop procrastinating, dig it up. If there really is so much gold there, it would be like 3 annual budgets of Belarus. There was no Plan Ost. Let's finish the marathon of military conspiracy theories. Tatar Mongols, Napoleon… Am I forgetting someone? Oh, of course, Hitler. This theory explains to us that allegedly Hitler did not invent no general Plan Ost, and that its existence is a falsification of Soviet historians. The General Plan Ost, if anyone doesn't recall, was a Nazi plan to colonize and Germanize the lands of Eastern Europe occupied during World War II, including the captured territories of the USSR. The plan was designed for 30 years. In the areas of the former USSR conquered by Germany, 14 million Slavs were to remain in the German settlement area. They were to be placed under the control of 4.5 million Germans. Racially undesirable locals were going to be sent to Western Siberia, at least 30 million people. The fate of the rest was not specified in the plan, but apparently they were to be exterminated. The problem, however, is that the full and definitive text of this document has not yet been found. Nearly all the wartime documentation on General Plan Ost was deliberately destroyed shortly before Germany's defeat in May 1945. However, there are official Nazi documents that refer to the General Plan Ost, and they were used at the Nuremberg trials. First of all, it is the document of the Reich Ministry for the Occupied Territories number 1214 of April 27, 1942. Remarks and suggestions on the General Plan of the Ost Reichsführer SS troops, signed by Dr. Fetzel, the responsible officer of the ministry. That is, only the comments and suggestions have been preserved, but not the text itself. And this gave rise to theories that in fact there was no genocidal plot, and that it was fabricated during the Nuremberg trials to give an excuse to condemn as many Germans as possible, and of course to falsify history. I will even quote a Ukrainian publicist, a supporter of the version of falsification of the General Plan Ost. There was such a plan, But these were not the plans of Nazi Germany, but of a certain interest group, the leader of which was SS Obergruppenführer Reinhard Heydrich. And even the most insane projects of solving the Slavic question did not envisage total extermination of the population of the occupied lands. It was a matter of a combination of Germanization, eviction to the east, and limiting the birth rate of those who had to work for the superior race. Just that. And in general, the Germans were not against the Slavs. After all, Germany's allies in the war were Slovakia, Croatia and Bulgaria, and the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia was part of Germany. And this is still quite a moderate position. There are more frank statements that the whole General Plan Ost is a fiction of the secret world Jewish government and the damned Communist Party and personally Comrade Stalin, invented to vilify the true angel that was Adolf. This theory is mostly popular in the extreme right-wing and neo-Nazi circles. They really need to prove that their movement has the right to exist in Eastern Europe, because actually the Slavs have always been considered a white race, well, almost Aryan. And the existence of documents of the Third Reich with plans for genocide of Slavs as racially inferior elements hinders this a bit. Russia is a psychotronic prison, a theory that has largely become a meme. According to it, all residents of Russia are being treated with special psychotronic beams. Allegedly, this technique was developed at Harvard and Houston. These rays constantly distract the inhabitants of Russia from all sorts of shocks, develop their obedience, deprive them of the ability to think critically and express their own position. That is, the psychotronic technogenic weapon of the world government was launched somewhere during the collapse of the USSR, and it is still working, contributing to the decline of intellectual abilities of the population. The mass media are silent about it, because all mass media in fact also work for the world government. At the same time, Russia is a kind of testing ground for these weapons, and after successful tests they will be turned on all over the world. These beams themselves are directed high-frequency vibrations that affect the human brain in a special way. Our brain imperceptibly receives the messages encoded in these rays and exerts a corrective influence on a subconscious level. The theory would be interesting if all its supporters did not look like this. The Lyudmila family. The Lyudmilas are a family of old believers who lived as hermits high up in the mountains in the remote Siam taiga from the 1930s until their accidental discovery by geologists in 1978. The Lyudmilas were unaware of modern civilization, and the story had a huge resonance in the Soviet press of those years. The Lyudmilas lived in a built hut on the bank of a mountain tributary on the Eternick River. They engaged in hunting with the help of wolf pits, fishing and gathering. Karp Lykov, his wife Akulina and two children began to live a hermit life in 1933. Already in the taiga they had two more children, Dmitry and Agafya. The family left for the taiga because of forced collectivization and the murder of Karp's brother by the Bolsheviks. The family lived as hermits for more than 40 years, without any contact with the outside world. Until 1978, when the family was accidentally discovered by geologists, the youngest Lykov children had never even seen other people except their relatives. By the time the geologists arrived, only Akulina had died of all the members of the Lykov family. She died of starvation in 1961, when they had the poorest harvest ever. Everyone else was alive and seemed healthy. However, 3 years after the world learned of the Lykov's existence, namely at the end of 1981, 3 children of Karp and Akulina died one after another: Dmitry, Savin and Natalia. The geologists offered medications for the sick, but their head of the family refused, saying that every person has a certain period of time given to them. The only survivors were Karp Osipovich and his youngest daughter Agafya. Agafya Lykova will be 80 years old in a month, and until 2021 she lived in the same hut until she moved to a new house built for her on the money of some Russian oligarch. The Lykovs have become a world-famous phenomenon, but among the locals the attitude towards them is not so unequivocal. There is an urban legend in Abakan that before the war there was a certain gang of Lykovs in the region, and when the authorities began to clamp down on them, they went into the forests. Then most of the gang died, and Karp, who remained with his family, made up a beautiful story about hermitage for some higher purpose. Questions also arise about the humanity of Karp and Akulina, who condemned the children to such a harsh life in the Siberian taiga. They made fire with flint, walked barefooted -5 degrees Celsius in light hemp clothes. They dug potatoes with bare hands from under the snow, washed clothes in cold water. They were treated only with herbs and berries. The deaths in the family are also suspicious. 3 grown-up people died in the same winter of 1981, many believe due to viruses introduced by the geologists, against which the hermits had no antibodies. But why then did Karp, who was of advanced age and clearly should have been the first victim of the infection, survive? Dark deeds of the Synergy University. You know, it's the first conspiracy theory in this iceberg, looking at which I don't quite know what exactly the author of the iceberg wanted to say. Synergy is a private university that has a rather bad reputation, and the low quality of education they provide has become legendary. Synergy works according to the principles of network marketing. It recruits new students wherever it can, absorbs competitors, and spends a lot of money on advertising its services. Large-scale gala seminars, inviting dubious personalities as ambassadors, from Tony Robbins to Mike Tyson. Almost anyone can enroll, as long as they have money. At the same time, thanks to these tactics, Synergy has become the largest private university in Russia in terms of the number of students in several years. In general, it is kind of a mass market education. You pay some money, learn something online, take exams, and get a very mediocre education, and a not very valid diploma. In 2022, a scandal broke out when employees of Synergy University sold fake certificates for obtaining deferment from partial mobilization. There is also an opinion that Synergy University earns a lot of money from legalizing the stay of migrants in Russia. After all, higher education received in Russia makes it very easy to stay in the country, a fact that is eagerly utilized by guests from various countries, bringing Synergy a lot of money in the process. I have many questions about this scheme, the main one being why this scheme has not yet been checked by law enforcement agencies. But does it match such a flashy headline as "The Dark Deeds of the Synergy University"? I doubt it. Eneology. Eneology, the doctrine of energy information exchange. Actually, the first letters of these words gave the definition of eneo. People, according to eneologists, are able to exchange certain information and perceive the surrounding and hidden worlds without the help of sensory organs, as well as to influence the environment without direct contact. Eneology studies the effects of telepathy, telekinesis, biolocation, bioenergetics, clairvoyance, and also uses data from ufology, astrology, and other similar disciplines. The use of non-standard approaches supposedly gives incredible abilities. For example, the ability to predict emergencies, find missing people, solve complex crimes, and conduct geological exploration. Also, eneologists claim that it is possible to treat people with the help of energy information exchange. The eneologists even have their own International Academy of Eneological Sciences, because for some reason the regular Russian Academy of Sciences is not in a hurry to accept them. But they do not give up and look for other ways. For example, in the 1990s, eneologists managed to hold a presentation of a psychic couch that could allegedly cure 80 diseases in the State Duma. Among these diseases, female frigidity and male impotence were mentioned. Also in the late 1990s, eneologists tried to push the law on ensuring the energy information well-being of the population through the State Duma. Even now, there are still some pseudo-medical eneo centers where you will have your energy field corrected for a certain fee, which will immediately make your life much better. Here, by the way, the ideologist of eneology, Viktor Rogoshkin, conducts a completely free session of treatment online. In general, another pseudoscience which is used to scam money from naive people. Nod. The National Liberation Movement, aka NOD, is a far-right Russian movement that emerged in 2012. It advocates the liberation of Russia and return of all territories that belong to it by right. Liberation from whom? In their opinion, Russia today is in colonial dependence on the United States. The Russian government is controlled by America, and in return, America supports corruption in Russia. NOD representatives claim that the US controls federal TV channels, lawmaking, and the state apparatus through direct agents in the form of ministers and officials, as well as through non-profit organizations that receive foreign grants and international consulting companies that have access to documents of key Russian companies. Territory belonging by right is the territory as of 1945, though it is not entirely clear whether or not the future Warsaw Pact countries are included. This movement consists of about 200,000 people. It would seem that it looks like an ordinary ultra-patriotic opposition movement with a slight inclination to extremism and conspiracy. But it is very interesting how it was born. It was founded by Yevgeny Fedorov, a current member of the Russian State Duma from the party United Russia, and yes, he was in it in 2012 too. And in 1993 he was in the State Duma, just in a different party. That is, an organization promoting a conspiracy theory about Russia's colonial dependence on the United States was founded by a member of the ruling political party of Russia, who at the same time was a deputy in the 90s, when, according to his own ideology, the Americans turned Russia into their colony. And yes, officially NOD fiercely supports Vladimir Putin, believing that he has just come to fight against the agents of the West in the government, the central bank, and among officials. How this fits with the fact that Vladimir Putin has been able to appoint and fire the government and the head of the central bank for 20 years, while US agents are still firmly planted there, I have no idea. Caucasian slaves. It is 2024, but according to the international human rights organization Walk Free, almost 2 million people of Russia are living in so-called modern slavery. One could argue with their definition of slavery, because it includes, for example, marriages arranged by the parents of the bride and groom, which is still common in some cultures. Today we will focus on a specific example – forced labor slavery. There is an opinion that this type of modern slavery is quite widespread, especially in the south of Russia. The most popular example was the so-called brick factories in Dagestan. The scheme for getting into slavery is standard. Usually hunting is done at Moscow railway stations. Special recruiters approach residents of the regions who have come to the capital to earn money, and persuade them to come to work with them on a rotational basis. The work can be anything, for example, extracting oil in Tyumen. If you agree, you will be offered a drink to celebrate getting a job, and then you will wake up somewhere in the trunk of a car or under the seat of a bus going to Dagestan. All your documents and valuables will no longer be with you. When you try to get your documents back, you will be told that you committed some drunken crime, or owed some money, or lost it in the gamble machines, or something else. At least you'll have to pay for your return ticket. In general, you are now obliged to work off your debt at the factory. Naturally, in terrible conditions, without days off, and so on. Attempts to escape are punished by severe beatings and threats of reprisals. And even if you manage to get to the police would often bring you back for a share from the factory owners. After a month of work, you are usually told that you lived on the territory, ate the food brought in, smoked cigarettes. All this is deducted from your wages. Oh, look, there is no wages left. You'll have to work some more. And so it can go on for years. Naturally, most often people from marginalized strata of society fall into such a trap. But these stories pop up in the media with enviable regularity. There are dozens, if not hundreds of them. And most likely no one knows the real extent of this labor slavery. By the way, do not think that this practice is common only in Dagestan or other Muslim republics. There is a well-known story of the Ilyanova slaves that took place in Moscow, or Nigerian slaves in a brothel, also in Moscow. There is even a volunteer organization in Russia called Alternativa that frees people from all forms of slavery. According to Oleg Melnikov, the founder of the organization, as of 2021, Alternativa has freed more than 1,800 people. Setun. And one more piece of information which has no place in the conspiracy iceberg, but who am I to decide that? It wasn't the original. Setun is a small digital computer created in 1959 and designed to solve scientific, technical and economic problems of medium complexity. Its uniqueness lies in the fact that it uses the ternary system with digits 0, 1 and -1 as the number system, not binary. Setun was the first ternary computer in the world. Is this an interesting achievement? Absolutely, but it's not a conspiracy theory. Kolchak's gold. Gold, gold, gold. The Nazis hid it in a tunnel under a mountain. Napoleon drowned it in a lake. And what about Alexander Kolchak, the leader of the White Movement during the Civil War? In 1918, the White Guard seized most of the Russia's gold reserve, which before World War I was the third largest in the world after the United States and Great Britain. According to various estimates, the admiral who declared himself the supreme ruler of Russia received money in gold bars worth 650-660 million rubles. Since there was a civil war and the Whites were constantly retreating, the entire gold reserve was stored in a special railroad train and moved with Kolchak's army. The Tsarist ruble was worth, according to calculations made in 2013, about 35 modern dollars. That is billions of dollars. In 1920, Kolchak was shot. The troops of the Czechoslovak Legion, which constituted a considerable part of his army, capitulated. They gave the Bolsheviks just over 400 million rubles as payment for their return to their homeland. The fate of the remaining 250 has been worrying researchers for over a century. This is the missing Kolchak's gold. The most widespread version is that the treasure lies at the bottom of Lake Baikal. The Czech echelon with gold going to the east allegedly got caught under the collapse arranged by the Reds. But they could not get the gold themselves as the train went to a great depth. It seemed to be a weakly verifiable urban legend, but in 2008 there was a sensation. Explorers descended to the bottom of Lake Baikal and found several old railroad cars. Unfortunately, they did not find any gold, although the search lasted for more than a year. However, they also talk about gold sinking in another place, at the bottom of the Zolotoy Rog Bay in Vladivostok. It could have been left by the Czech White Guards before they sailed home. According to another version, Kolchak's gold was hidden by order of the admiral himself. Among the possible locations of the treasure is the Mariina Griva Lock in the Ob-Yenisei Canal, as the burial of 500 White Guardsmen was found near it. Another place of the alleged location of Kolchak's gold is the mountains of Sikhote-Alin, in the caves of which gold bars were allegedly found. Finally, some believe that Kolchak's gold does not exist at all. The funds that were not brought to the Bolsheviks went abroad as payment for White Guard weapons and ammunition, as well as just to feed the White Army. And some of it was simply appropriated by the Czechoslovaks. Metro ghost trains. The Moscow metro clock reads around midnight. On the Circle line, the last passengers gaze tiredly into the endless tunnel gloom, waiting for the train to arrive. A rumble is heard, the wind rushes out of the tunnel, but there is no train. Subway workers and guides call the illusion of an arriving train the appearance of a ghost train. It can be heard or seen only during the full moon at the first open stations of 1935 from Park Kultury to Sokolniki. The train cars are painted in an unusual sand color. The train is driven by a machinist in the uniform of the 40s, 50s of the last century, and in the windows of the rusted cars you can see the tired and lifeless faces of passengers, disfigured by time. Sometimes the train will stop at stations, but it does not open the doors. If it does, you must never enter them. As proof of the ghost train's existence, tour guides tell us that after midnight, automatics on the Circle line sometimes activate, as if there is a train on the tracks. According to one version, the ghost train began to be spotted after an explosion in 1947 during a test ride. Before the launch of a new line, the subway management decided to test run the train with sand-colored cars. But during the test, for unknown reasons, there was an explosion and all the passengers who were construction workers died. The incident was classified. However, rumors about the deaths of 100 construction workers spread around Moscow. According to another version, a strange incident occurred in 1962, but already with ordinary residents of the capital, when one of the trains on the Circle Line simply disappeared. Moscow diggers explain the appearance of the ghost train by the fact that the Circle Line is in some anomalous zone and lives in the past in a circle, time after time. The living that accidentally get into the ghost cars become part of the past forever. The story of the wormholes from the beginning of the episode. Is it possible that the sand-colored trains simply fell into an anomalous time loop caused by the past? Then the cars lost in time and their passengers continue to exist in another dimension unknown to us, locked inside the loop, which does not affect the course of our time. That's why we don't always notice the strange train. Or a logical explanation. Maybe empty transit trains from other lines, including older types of trains than those used on the Circle Line, often pass through these stations, for example for maintenance to another depot, while the rest of the details may have been consciously or unconsciously added by eyewitnesses in their retellings. The Bronze Horseman is not Peter. The Bronze Horseman is a grand equestrian monument to the first Russian Emperor Peter the Great, created in 1768-1778 under the supervision of French sculptor Etienne Maurice Falcon. It is located on Senna Square in St. Petersburg and is one of the symbols of the northern capital. As you guessed from the name, there is an opinion that there is something wrong with this construction. By the way, have you noticed how many legends there are in the iceberg about St. Petersburg buildings? Is there even one normal building there? Actually, there are dozens of urban legends connected with the monument. And the spirit of Peter allegedly appeared here to Prince Paul and ordered him to erect a monument there. And the old believers of St. Petersburg allegedly saw the monument as the fourth horseman of the apocalypse. And even more unbelievable legend about the monument says that the emperor was jumping on a horse from one bank of the Neva River to the other and accidentally compared himself to God, for which he was immediately petrified. During the Great Patriotic War, there was a popular legend among the citizens of Leningrad that as long as the monuments to Peter and the great generals Suvorov, Kutuzov and Barclay de Tolly stood in their places uncovered, the enemy would not enter the city. And it worked. But we will now return to the theory that in fact the horseman is not Peter. The point is that the rider has sandals on his feet, he is dressed in something similar to a Roman toga, and under the horse's hooves there is a snake, which clearly refers to the legend of George the Victorious. Yes, and the physique of the rider does not look like Peter at all. Therefore, a legend was born that Peter's head was simply attached to some antique monument, and the sculptor just decided that that will do. The 1996 election was won by America. In January 1996, Boris Yeltsin's electoral rating did not exceed 4%, according to the Moskovsky Komsomolets newspaper, so his defeat seemed a foregone conclusion. But on July 3, 1996, Yeltsin won the presidential election. How did it happen? Many believe that Boris Nikolaevich got help from his best friend Bill Clinton, who provided the Russian president with his American political technologists and, most importantly, with an unlimited budget for the election campaign. In return, Yeltsin allowed his American friends to continue plundering Russia and turning it into a colony. I also have a separate video about this election, be sure to check it out. Greetings, comrades! Today we advance into the third level of the Russian Conspiracy Iceberg. As you can see, we are not even halfway there yet, but we are already approaching the point where most of the theories are not so well known to the general public. However, the craziest stuff is yet to come. Today you'll find out what is hidden in the vast swamps of the far north, how the president of Russia was replaced in 1996, and whether the cradle of the Slavs is near Chelyabinsk. Let's go. Swamp mechanisms. a theory that arose from the story of an anonymous user of a Russian image board. In his dream, he saw huge rotating mechanisms hidden in deep swamps somewhere in the middle of the taiga, causing an eerie anxiety when approaching them. The thread was immediately joined by other people who had seen something similar, and the topic became quite popular on the Russian-speaking internet. There were even some people claiming that their distant relatives had worked in the far north in special military units located to protect these systems back in the Soviet times. Allegedly, in the swamps of the Kola Peninsula, the Komi Republic and the Arkhangelsk region, there are huge ancient mechanisms protected by the government, and some kind of research is conducted there. These mechanisms are millions of years old, and despite the fact that they look like a jumble of huge gears, pistons and springs, they are actually alive and have a certain ability to influence the living organisms around them. Perhaps these gears are just the above-ground part of some huge living organism living under the vast surface of the northern bogs. Some people believe that these mechanisms, or their owner, suck the happiness out of people, to the point where many of the soldiers guarding them can't stand it and voluntarily give up their lives to avoid being near them. Letters of Yevgeny Petrov. Yevgeny Petrov was a Soviet writer, author of the famous novels 12 Chairs and The Golden Calf, who died in a plane crash during World War II. He had a strange hobby. He sent letters to different countries of the world to non-existent addresses, then waited for them to return and collected envelopes with the inscription "Addressee not found" in different languages. And there is a legend that in April 1939 Petrov sent a letter to New Zealand to Merrill Ogden Wesley to a fictitious address, the town of Hybertville, 7 Right Beach Street, in which he wrote a couple of sentences he had made up about his visit to New Zealand. Imagine his surprise when he received not an envelope with the usual inscription, but a full-fledged benevolent reply which sustained the conversation as if the events described by Petrov had really happened. But the strangest thing was not the letter, but the photograph attached to it. On it was the writer himself, happily embracing the New Zealand sender. Yevgeny Petrov had never been to New Zealand and did not know anyone who could have written such lines. Moreover, the date on which the photograph was taken coincided with the date on which he had been hospitalized in a near-death state due to pneumonia a year earlier. And in 1942, on the day when the airplane with Petrov, who worked as a frontline correspondent, was shot down by the Germans in the Rostov region, his wife allegedly received another letter from the same New Zealander with the words, "You said you were destined to crash in an airplane, not drown. Please be careful, Yevgeny. Fly as little as possible." A short movie based on the story was made with Kevin Spacey in the lead role. Whether there is any truth to this story, of course, we will never know. Подсчитинивание. Подсчитинивание is a word that is difficult to translate into English. It would be something like under-bristling. It refers to a practice that existed among Eurasian nomads who cut the skin on the feet of their captives and put horsehair or pig bristles there. After healing, the captive could not walk normally and accordingly could not run away, and therefore there was no need to guard him. The only conspiracy here is that historians argue whether such method existed in reality, or if it was invented by chroniclers for demonization of Tatar Mongols later. Paul I was not the Tsar's son. Paul I is remembered in Russian history for being extremely disliked by his relatives. He was killed after a palace coup which his son Alexander I knew about. Well, and the childhood of the Tsar passed without maternal love, because he was a child born to Catherine the Great from an unloved husband, to please Yelizaveta Petrovna. This husband quickly died, and Catherine subsequently ruled for more than 30 years. By the way, when she came to the throne in 1762, the army and the people swore not only to her, but also to Paul. However, shortly after, his name disappeared from all official documents of Catherine's reign. Catherine II did not transfer power to her son even when he grew up, and married at her behest in 1773. Catherine did not even involve her son in a discussion of politics, deliberately keeping him at a distance from state affairs. It would seem to sound relatively logical, though cruel. Paul reminding Catherine of a husband she hated. But the fact is that there is still no consensus on who the real father of Paul I was. Doubts that it was Peter III, Catherine's husband, are due to the fact that he suffered from phimosis in his youth, and before the operation was not capable of sexual activity. Therefore, there was speculation that the real father of Paul I was Catherine's first lover, Sergei Saltykov. Their romance lasted from 1752 to 1754. During this time, the Grand Duchess became pregnant 3 times, and this was after 9 years of infertile marriage, until finally, after 2 miscarriages, she gave birth to a son. Immediately after the birth of Paul, Saltykov was sent as ambassador to Sweden, then to Hamburg, and for the rest of his life, Catherine did not allow him to come close to the court, but she kept up a correspondence with him. However, if that's the case, then the hatred of Catherine towards her son is quite baffling. She apparently liked his actual father well enough. Also, when looking at the portraits of Peter and Paul, you can really see the family resemblance. Slightly more logical is the version that Paul was not the son of Catherine. In the materials for the biography of Emperor Paul I, published in the 19th century in Germany, it was reported that allegedly a dead child was born from Saltykov, which was then replaced by some random Chukhonsky boy. That is, Paul I is not only not the son of his parents, but not even Russian. But it is most likely just a speculation. Orb near Dzubna. There are a lot of hypotheses about the origin of the mysterious huge white orb with the height of a 5-story building, hidden in the middle of the forest on the outskirts of the Tveri region. How it appeared there, what it was intended for, who built it. According to the most likely version of the ball's origin, it is a radio-transparent dome of the Soviet command and measurement system Kub-U, installed at one of the command centers in the town of Sholkovo near Moscow to control spacecraft. In 1980 it was replaced by a newer system, and in the same year a mysterious orb appeared in the forest near Dubna, which is about 130 kilometers from Sholkovo. According to another version, a military base was going to be built near the village of Ignatovo as the third ring of Moscow's air defense. However, why would a military base need a huge concrete ball? There are several other versions. Some believe that acoustic weapons were tested here to disperse demonstrations. Others claim that the object was dropped during transportation. Inside, the sphere is spacious, there is a large ground area when you can walk around experimenting with sound and echo, which sounds completely unreal and fantastic. Well, the sad thing is, the orb is gone. In 2014, a photo shoot with a car was set up inside the sphere. In order to get the car inside, a large hole was sawed in it, presumably breaking the structure of the object. In the winter of 2021, when the weather abruptly changed, the orb fractured and broke in two. Shaitan Kol. And again a story about lakes from Central Asia, this time from Kazakhstan. One of the most mysterious lakes in Kazakhstan, Shaitan Kol, which means Devil's Lake in Kazakh, still frightens the locals. Shaitan Kol is a mountain lake that resembles a deep bowl filled with black and sometimes bright blue water. No birds or animals can be found around the lake for several hundred meters, locals say. People do not swim in this lake and do not take water from it. Scientists have not yet been able to determine the depth of the mysterious lake. The lake is closed and obtains its water just from snow, but the water level does not change ever. It is not affected by snowy winters or periods of drought. Esotericists talk about a portal to the parallel world through its double bottom. Folk legends tell of a coven of devils, dancing mermaids, and ghosts of two lovers. There are 3 popular legends about the lake. According to the first one, the Kazakh Khanate was losing a war to the Jungars. Batirs began to beg God to protect the settlements, and for this purpose to turn the dead warriors into rocks. The Almighty heeded the pleas, so the rocks grew, and when the mothers of the dead warriors began to mourn them, their tears filled up an entire lake. According to the second legend, the son of a poor man, Alfy, fell in love with the daughter of a rich bai. The girl reciprocated, but her father wanted to marry her off to another man. The young people decided to run away. Some say that the girl fell into the water and drowned, and Alfy went after her. Others say that they were called by mermaids, and since then their ghosts are sometimes seen at the lake at night. The third legend tells how they tried to make Devil's Lake holy. In 1905, Bishop Mikhail from Omsk came to Karkarolinsk. The townspeople appealed to him with a request to exorcise the evil and sanctify the lake. The priest performed rites and ordered to install a marble cross on the shore of the lake, which he called the Holy Lake. Soon the cross collapsed into the water and to this day remains at the bottom. The new name of the lake did not take root either. Station 992 MKV. Another modern urban legend, this time from the series of so-called deadly files. These are pictures, videos, audio recordings, music and video games, viewing or listening to which can cause harm to a person's health and life. So, Station 92 MKV is a video that allegedly appeared on the internet around 2011. The video itself was less than a minute long, and it showed a creature unknown to science descending from the roof of a Perm high-rise building on long extending limbs. The video was of abominable quality, but the creature in the video was dubbed as a walking stick because of the shape resembling this insect. The mystery of the story is that sometime between 2012 and 2014, the video suddenly disappeared from the internet, literally from everywhere. Some attributed it to the special services, others tried to justify it by the poor quality of the video itself. But the fact remains that the video could not be found in the public domain, the only thing left of it were these 3 photos. One could also assume that the video didn't exist at all, and those who say that they saw it are just trolls on the internet. If it weren't for one thing, I personally saw this video back in 2011, and I didn't find it that interesting at that time. But when I remembered it again 5-6 years later and realized that it was impossible to find it on the internet, I must admit I did shit a few bricks. However, later on, 2 different videos called Station 992 appeared on YouTube, and what happens in them really resembles what was in the original video. But for some reason I still think that these videos are not the ones I saw more than 10 years ago. Rybnikov was right. Yuri Stepanovich Rybnikov is a Russian scientist and professor who became famous on the internet thanks to his theory that in ancient times in Russia people counted from 1 to 10, not 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on, but in some more sophisticated way. Зира, целковый, полушка, четвертушка, осьмушка, пудовичок, медичок, серебрячок, золотничок, девятичок, десятичок. All these names sound so absurd that it's even hard for me to translate it into English, to be honest. In the scientific community, Rybnikov was considered a freak, as he claimed that mathematics is a completely falsified science. At the same time, he constantly appeared on TV, in particular giving an interview with the title "Science as a Means of Zombifying the Inhabitants of the Earth." By the way, Rybnikov was a big fan of the theory of the existence of ancient Russes. Yes, the same ones who fought the lizards from Nibiru. Friar Avil. Friar Avil is also known as Russian Nostradamus. This Orthodox friar, according to some sources, predicted a number of historical events in the second half of the 18th and subsequent centuries, including the dates and circumstances of the deaths of Russian autocrats, beginning with Catherine II, social upheavals and wars. Legends about him appeared somewhere at the end of the 19th century, and almost no official documents about the life of Friar Avil have survived. To be more precise, there is one. On March 7th, 1796, the Ministry of Justice of the Russian Empire opened a case of a peasant named Vasily Vasilyev, who called himself Avil, and of a book he had written on 67 pages. He was accused of distributing the Book of Prophecies. What did he foretell? That Catherine will rule for 40 years, that under Alexander I the French will burn Moscow, the throne of Nicholas II will collapse on the eve of victory, and civil war will begin, that after him will come a bald man with an axe, apparently Lenin. Well, after 7 decades of desolation, demons will leave Russia, which is just about the amount of years the USSR existed. Also, recently his prophecy about 3 Vladimirs has become popular. To one Bogatyr is served, the second will be born on one day and will be honored on another. You can easily guess that Prince Vladimir the Great is the first one, Lenin, whose date of birth April 10 because of the calendar reform shifted by 12 days, is the second, The third Vladimir bears the mark of destiny, and the salvation and happiness of Russia lies with him. I wonder who he may be. Igor Goffman. Igor Goffman is another Russian-speaking video blogger who became famous thanks to his, let's be frank, mental illness. He believes that his life is basically the plot of the movie The Truman Show. Since his birth, Igor Avralovich has lived with actors, and an endless spectacle is played out around him, during which one group of persons endlessly adopts the images of everyone surrounding him. The ambulance doctor is the neighbor who called the ambulance, and his mom is the 17-year-old girl he sees in the yard. His relatives and KGB officers are constantly watching him. In short, the whole world around him is not real, and is aimed solely at bullying him. While Igor considers everyone around him to be hired actors, he himself is practically the messiah, the creator of more than 84 countries and cities that have appeared in the world in recent years. Igor was active on the internet and kept both a text blog and a video blog. He has more than 38,000 subscribers, even though no videos have been posted there for 8 years. But memes with him are still being made today. Slavik Chebarkulsky. Vyacheslav Krasheninnikov was a Russian boy from the town of Chebarkul who died at the age of 10 from leukemia. After his death, his mother, Valentina Krasheninnikova, began a campaign to recognize Vyacheslav as a healer and soothsayer who continues to perform miracles even after his death. Several books have been written about him, mostly again either by his mother or from his mother's words. These books contain numerous accounts of the boy's unusual qualities and abilities, of his posthumous apparitions, and of the miracles he performed. Allegedly at the age of 4, when the family lived in the GDR, the boy received a concussion, after which it is believed he began to prophesy, heal diseases and read minds. At the age of 8, Slavik visited the Trinity Love of Saint Sergius, and the elder Naum there called the boy a saint. After that, the mass pilgrimage of sufferers from all over the USSR began. Slavik's mother recounted that her son did not like school, saying that they taught lies, and constantly said that he could read other people's thoughts at a distance, even presidents. He predicted the imminent coming of God to Earth, and said that he was not quite an ordinary child from his birth. When you find out who I really am, you will first be very frightened that you treated me so casually, and then you will be proud of me. Slavik, according to his mother's stories, also stated the exact time of his illness and death. After Slavik's death, hundreds of people come to the local cemetery every year. It is believed that not only Slavik's grave heals from illnesses, but also the soil from it. At the same time, Slavik allegedly predicted 9/11, the emergence of the new world currency which will be called Euro, COVID-19, as well as the end of the world after the war between China, Russia and America, when all the water on Earth will be colored red. Until 2010, books and brochures about Slavik were distributed through the official church book network. But then the Publishing Council of the Russian Orthodox Church banned the sale of this literature, and the church officially began to evaluate Slavik as a false saint. Yeltsin died in 1996. Once again, my favorite Boris Nikolaevich, and once again a story about his 1996. No, this time no one fell off a bridge and Bill Clinton did not rig the election. It's just that it was no longer Boris Yeltsin, but his doppelganger who went on to a second presidential term. According to this theory, Russian President Boris Yeltsin died during a heart operation back in 1996, and subsequently his double or several doubles took his place, while the cover was carried out by the so-called family, that is, Yeltsin's closest entourage. The main author of the theory and its active propagandist is opposition politician and publicist Yuri Mukhin, who published these hypotheses in the newspapers Duel and Zavtra in 1997. According to him, Yeltsin died on June 26, 1996 after his 5th heart attack, or in the fall, during heart surgery. As proof of this theory, references are given to the official photographic portrait of Yeltsin, where he is shown with fingers on his hand. As is known, he lost several fingers on his hand as a child during a grenade explosion. It is claimed that Yeltsin's doppelganger had his fingers amputated after this blunder. Mukhin also claims that the double did not have the same ear shape as the original Yeltsin. Moreover, in 1998, the State Duma seriously considered creating a commission to investigate a potential presidential switch. State Duma Deputy Alexander Sali sent a request to the Prosecutor General in which he pointed out that there were all signs that Yeltsin's doppelgangers had been used in 1996. Oddities in the inauguration procedure: there are almost no photos of the inauguration, and those that are available are taken from the back of the head. The absence of any foreign delegations at the event, and the very fact that Yeltsin was able to undergo heart surgery with the state of his liver. 168 deputies voted in favor of the inclusion in the agenda, out of necessary 226 votes. In fact, there is a grain of common sense in this theory. For the entire second half of 1996, after the operation, Yeltsin very rarely appeared in public, and in rare photos people noted that the president had clearly gained a few kilograms during the time in the hospital. And in the following year, 1997, the public was introduced to a completely different president, who only remotely resembled the country's leader. Boris Yeltsin, or the man who pretended to be the president, visibly lost weight, slimmed down, and his face acquired pointed features. In 1998, Yeltsin was different again. The skin of his face and neck was visibly tightened, the bags under his eyes were removed, and his skin color was that of a healthy man. This did not fit with the image of the past. The whole country knew that his history of alcoholism could be measured in decades. According to another version, the real Yeltsin was still alive, but weakened greatly after the same heart surgery, and therefore for the sake of various celebrations they tried not to bother him and used doppelgangers instead. It is still impossible to prove the existence of Boris Yeltsin's doppelgangers with any documents, all either because the security service are too good at covering their tracks, or because there were never any doppelgangers. Ryzhkov blizzard. Residents of Vorkuta are rarely surprised by severe frosts. They are used to constant sub-zero temperatures. Winter there lasts 8 to 9 months. But there are cataclysms that surprise even them. The blizzard that hit Vorkuta in early February 1990 did not fit into any rules. Many people learned about the scale of the disaster and its possible consequences only a few years later, but the city could really just die in a matter of days. The disaster hit the city unexpectedly. By 6 PM the wind was blowing at a speed of 50 meters per second. In bad weather, the city headquarters as a rule stopped the movement of public transport. Citizens were warned about the blizzard through the radio. But on February 8, 1990, the order was not given in time. Passenger buses took to the routes and got stuck on the highway when the wind gusts reached maximum strength. Just a few minutes and traffic came to a complete standstill. The temperature dropped to minus 35 degrees. Visibility was zero. Frostbitten people began to be brought to the local hotel. But the worst thing is that the disaster destroyed the city's power supply and damaged the lines that fed the local water supply. Vorkuta's power plant number 1 was without water and electricity, and all mines around Vorkuta went into emergency mode. Why was this blizzard called the Ryzhkov blizzard? It's simple. It fell on the city exactly when the head of the USSR Council of Ministers, Nikolai Ryzhkov, arrived there. It was he who personally had to command the operation to save the city. The search for broken power supply wires went on all night, but without success. In conditions of zero visibility and the strongest wind, it was impossible to find the damaged pieces of equipment. In the morning of February 9th, because of the extreme conditions, it was decided to shut down the second Vorkuta power plant. The local authorities admitted to Ryzhkov that the situation was not under control, and if the power lines were not fixed during the remaining daylight hours, the entire city would have to be prepared for evacuation. Only in the evening of February 9th, the breakage of the electric line was finally found and eliminated. The supply of heat and electricity to the houses was resumed, accidents at coal mines were avoided, and Ryzhkov safely flew to Thailand for his planned visit. Where is the conspiracy here, you ask? Well, you know, the second most important person in the USSR comes to visit, and in the same hour an unprecedented blizzard starts. Of course, it was a test of the latest climate weapon on the part of the Americans. Talkov's murder. And again to the high-profile murders of the 90s. This crime is still considered the most notorious in the history of Russian show business, and the course of its investigation raises many questions. Despite the fact that at the time of Talkov's death there were only a few people near him, investigators were unable to solve the case and find the killer. On October 6, 1991, the Jubileum Sports Palace in St. Petersburg hosted a star-studded concert featuring most of the country's popular performers. Igor Talkov was scheduled to go on stage at 16:20, and singer Aziza was to perform before him. But then her lover, Igor Malachov, decided to intervene in the matter, as he wanted to get his lady of the heart a more honorable place, closer to the finale of the concert, switching her performance with Talkov's. He came to Talkov's dressing room. Talkov took the offer calmly, but the singer's director Valery Shlyafman, who joined the group in the late summer of 1991, was outraged by it. Talkov's bodyguards threw Malachov out into the hallway, where a fight broke out, resulting in Malachov pulling out his nagan, and Talkov pulling out his gas pistol and running after him. What happened in that corridor is still unknown. It is only known that there were 3 bullets in the nagan. 2 bullets hit the walls, but the 3rd bullet went straight into the chest of Talkov, who died on the spot. The mysteries begin next. The obvious suspect, Malachov, ran away, but 10 days later he turned himself in. After questioning Malachov, the investigators released him on his own recognizance. After a number of examinations and interviews with witnesses, the investigators were forced to admit that Malachov had nothing to do with singer's death. At the time of the shot, he was lying on the floor and Talkov was shot by someone standing up. The story of the murder weapon is also surprising. It was taken by Talkov's director Shlyafman, hidden in a toilet bowl of the dressing room, which Aziza saw, took it away, gave it to Malachov, who dismantled it and threw it into the river, allegedly so that he would not be charged with illegal possession and carrying of weapons. Accordingly, it was Shlyafman who became the second suspect. On his clothes they found traces of gunpowder and drops of blood belonging to Igor Talkov, which is logical if they were all near each other during the scuffle. But Shlyafman fled to Israel 6 months later and has not appeared in Russia since. In general, it looks like an accidental murder, but not everyone believes it. The fact is that a month before his death, Talkov constantly received threats on the phone, which is why he began to carry a gas pistol. And his son recalled that a week before his death, Talkov shouted into the phone to someone, "Why are you bothering me? I have about a month to live." Allegedly, he had conflicts with movie producers associated with the criminal world. There was also a version that the singer was shot by a sniper hiding behind the scenes who took advantage of the turmoil. The KGB was also linked to the murder of Talkov because he often sang on political topics. Dissatisfied with his anti-Soviet creativity, the security services decided to eliminate the enemy of the state by order of the country's leadership. And on the opposite, a version that Russian nationalists killed Talkov to then make him a patriot martyr. The fate of 3 bodyguards of Igor Talkov who were with him that night turned out to be strange too. One was killed in a fight in a restaurant, the second was found under the windows of his apartment with a severed index finger, and the third is still in hiding and lives under an assumed name. He had several attempts on his life, including stabbed in the stomach, but he survived. The murder case remains unsolved. Anti-Earth. Again, a rather global theory that somewhere in the shadow of our planet or on the opposite point of the Earth's orbit exists its dark twin brother. Everything is exactly the same as on Earth there, but inverted. The planet doppelganger, the so-called Gloria, was sought even by the priests of ancient Egypt. According to their worldview, each person at birth is endowed with some astral double, and these doubles lived on Gloria. Since then, this theory was periodically discussed even in the circles of prominent astronomers of the modern era. In Russia, this theory had many admirers, including quite respected professors of astrophysics. Unfortunately, so far there is not a single proof of the existence of such a planet. Yaponchik is Patriarch Kirill. Another crazy replacement theory that almost everyone in Russia has heard. Vyacheslav Kirillovich Ivankov, also known as Yaponchik, was a Soviet and Russian criminal and thief-in-law, the leader of one of Moscow's organized crime groups. He was considered one of the most influential criminals in Russia. He died in 2009 as a result of peritonitis after an assassination attempt by a sniper. But there is a theory that this assassination attempt and death were staged, and Yaponchik then became Patriarch Kirill of the Russian Orthodox Church. And yes, I certainly do not believe in it. All this is a fruit of crazy fantasy which I in no way support. I do not want to offend anyone's feelings, just retelling some schizo rambling from the internet. So, first of all, if you look at their photos, they do look alike. Secondly, Yaponchik's patronymic is Kirillovich. Thirdly, Patriarch Kirill ascended to his throne in 2009, just in the year of Yaponchik's death. Fourthly, the interview of the alleged future patriarch in 1989 is circulating, and this person does not resemble Kirill of today at all. Next, after the assassination attempt, Yaponchik lived another month, and then suddenly fell into a coma and died of peritonitis another month later. Suspicious. Finally, Yaponchik was buried in a closed coffin, and nobody saw him dead. In general, the theory is interesting, and as far as I know, it is insanely popular in Russian prisons. Every second person believes in it. But there are actually a lot of inconsistencies. If you look at the photos of the future patriarch Kirill from 1994 to 2010, there is no sudden change. His eyes also don't look Asian in most of the photos, and the rest coincides with a very big stretch. Although, perhaps as I have already said, both special services and criminal authorities are very good at hiding their secrets. Arkaim. In 1987, at the confluence of the Utyaganka and Большая Karaganka rivers in the Chelyabinsk region, an archaeological expedition discovered traces of an ancient settlement. Graveyards, remains of defensive structures and chariots. The settlement turned out to be about 4,000 years old, and the city itself was very clearly planned and represented two rings fitted together. The peculiarities of houses in Arkaim are also interesting. The architectural style is almost unique. Here they built dwelling anthills, not freestanding houses as in most other cultures. Since the early 1990s, Arkaim has become very popular among esotericists. It is called a place of power, the city of the sun, the ancestral home of the Aryans, the cradle of human civilization, the birthplace of Zarathustra, and so on. Based on the skulls found, scientists determined that the settlers belonged to the Caucasian race and came to Arkaim most likely from modern Turkey through the Caucasus. The question was, where did the thousands of ancients who inhabited these lands go? They built so many things that they could not voluntarily leave these places. There are bones and burial mounds everywhere. An unknown virus killed them all, or maybe something even more terrible. There are theories that Arkaim was burned by the inhabitants themselves. Why? According to one version, they were fire worshippers. According to another, so that their houses would not be obtained by intruders. Scientists believe that the Arkaim inhabitants simply left. But why they did it, there is still no answer to the question. Well, no answer from the scientists. Neo-pagans obviously knew everything. Arkaim was the refuge of the secret lost knowledge of the Magi, the observatory. The city was inhabited by Slavic Aryans, a wise and developed civilization. Arkaim is a native place of force, a primordial home of Rus, from where all Slavic peoples have left and have settled all over Europe. Allegedly, they have left behind some Slavic Vedas, a set of rules of life and secrets of the universe for their descendants, but nobody has found them yet. Patriarch's Ponds. Patriarch's Ponds is the name of a small neighborhood almost in the center of Moscow, whose main attraction is, you guessed it, ponds. Since the 20th century, this neighborhood has had a certain mystical aura, which has been noted by famous writers. For example, Mikhail Bulgakov's famous novel The Master and Margarita begins at the Patriarch's Ponds. This is where Voland first appears in Moscow. This area used to be called Goat Swamps. According to legend, the unaccustomed souls of people who were once sacrificed in this place annoyed the living people. In ancient times, there were bloody temples where pagan priests practiced their rituals here. Sometimes the rites were very cruel, the victims' heads were cut off, and the muddy sludge of the swamp has forever hidden the traces of monstrous crimes. The mystical halo of Patriarch's Ponds is also connected with the fact that, according to legends, people tried to destroy the local brook Chertari feeding the ponds several times, but no one ever succeeded. The swamps were drained, the brook itself was filled with sand and earth, but it survived. The ancestors saw something eerie, something beyond comprehension in this fact, and thought that this quality was coming from some clearly not divine forces. This attitude was supposedly passed on to the ponds. Also, animals have allegedly been afraid to approach the pond for centuries and avoid it. Dogs walking with their owners near the pond turn away from it, and if you bring them closer to the water, they start whining back to get back on the path or try to snuggle up to their owners. There is also a legend about a boy who wanted to swim across the pond on a bed, but in the middle of it, something pulled him under the water and his body was never found. People who lived in the 1930s said that in those days there was a gang of con artist hypnotizers on patriarch's ponds. Criminals hung around this popular place, Soviet artists, poets and painters gathered there, put passers-by into a trance and robbed and sometimes killed them. Perhaps it was these swindlers who inspired Bulgakov to choose the location for the plot of The Master and Margarita, as well as for the description of the performance played out by Volant in the novel. Mushroom Elves. Mushroom Elves is a rather amusing youth organization that emerged from a small group of role players and existed in St. Petersburg in the 1990s. Their emblem is a black flag with a representative of the genus Psilocybe similanceta. That is, as you understand, their main activity was the use of psilocybin mushrooms and after that participation in some performances or trolling other role-playing communities. The funny thing is that they positioned themselves as anarchists, and in general they were quite an asocial movement, but they were also engaged in socially beneficial activities. At the end of the 90s they realized that their favorite forest with their favorite mushrooms could be littered and destroyed, and so they stood up for nature protection. They even organized armed patrols of several nature reserves near St. Petersburg and fiercely fought poachers. Their methods were quite radical and therefore effective. The image was so strange that many considered their very existence an urban legend, but it was a real-life collective. Since 2003, the Mushroom Elves have acted only as a creative group, not actively involved in public or political activities. But in general, a group of role-playing hooligans, alcoholics and drug addicts, zealously defending nature for the safety of their favorite hallucinogenic mushrooms. You must agree, it was funny. Third one from Gorodok. Gorodok is a satirical TV program that was aired on television from 1993 to 2012. In each episode, Ilya Aleynikov and Yuri Stoyanov performed humorous sketches that mocked everyday life and the surrounding reality of Russia. The program was iconic for a whole generation of people, and a few years ago an interesting theory appeared on the internet. It all started with a creepypasta published in 2012, the author of which claimed that Gorodok originally had 3 actors. The author came across old pilot episodes of the show and remembered that in his childhood he saw the trio of actors, not just Aleynikov and Stoyanov. But the young man was alarmed by the fact that he could not find any information about the actor who left the program on the web, and his parents could not remember the mysterious third man. After unsuccessful attempts to find answers in the official archives, the author of the creepypasta turned for help to piracy, downloaded the very first episode of Gorodok to count the number of actors. There were 2 of them. But at the very end of the series he saw the name Vladislav Petrenko in the credits, which was an ammonia frame. He began to dig deeper and found people online who confirmed that in the first episode of Gorodok, released on March 25, 1993, there were 3 main characters. These people even provided the author with a recording of this episode. This episode actually featured the very man, Vladislav Petrenko, except that he looked extremely depressed. He was joking, acting well, but it was obvious that something was upsetting him. The most surprising thing was that Stoyanov and Aleynikov changed their attitude towards their colleague during the episode. Sometimes they behaved normally, and sometimes it was as if they stopped noticing him at all. There was a sketch where Stoyanov was sitting in some restaurant talking with Aleynikov. Petrenko approached them and says something. Stoyanov turns to the camera and says, "Looks like we have a third wheel." The author claims that at the very end of the episode, over the credits, he heard the voices of the actors. They were arguing and insisted that Petrenko was not needed in the show, while Vladislav begged them not to kick him out. Next on the screen froze a photo of the newspaper from March 28, 1993. It depicted the news. Actor Vladislav Petrenko took his own life. This creepypasta became very popular and even acquired some details. People found Petrenko's party ticket, his photos, and even talked to his neighbors who really remembered such a person. Even a house register book was found, which was provided by an acquaintance of the actor. According to it, Vladislav Petrenko died on March 30, 1993. Yuri Stoyanov, Aleynikov died in 2012, still denies everything and becomes extremely hostile when someone mentions the theory. Perhaps he is just fed up with young creepypasta devotees. Or perhaps they really have something to hide. Bulgakov and Gogol. Since you've brought up Patriarch's pawns, it would be wrong not to tell you about another conspiracy theory connected with Mikhail Bulgakov. More precisely about his connection with Nikolai Gogol, another great Russian writer who lived 100 years before him. Both were born in what is now Ukraine, they both disliked St. Petersburg, finished their major books in Moscow and burned their manuscripts there, and both also suffered greatly before their deaths. But the story is about their meetings, which Bulgakov himself recounted. In 1918, Bulgakov, being a doctor, did surgery on a child, accidentally cut himself with a scalpel and contracted diphtheria. After he injected himself with serum, he was pierced by a sharp pain, and the writer was forced to inject himself with morphine for anesthesia. After several injections of morphine, Bulgakov became addicted. One day, exhausted Bulgakov lay down on the sofa and fell into slumber. This is where Gogol came to him for the first time. It is not known whether it was a dream or a hallucination, but this event made a huge impression on Bulgakov. He decided to end his addiction once and for all. The second meeting was on the streets of Moscow. Bulgakov saw a short, sharp-nosed man in a black coat who silently pointed to a mansion nearby. As it turned out, it was home to Yelena Sergeyevna Shilovskaya and her husband. She later became not only Bulgakov's wife, but also the prototype of Margarita from his most famous novel. For the third time, Gogol appeared to Bulgakov in a dream again. They argued heatedly about something, after which Bulgakov uttered the phrase, "Gogol, cover me with your granite overcoat." Bulgakov even wrote it down in his diary afterwards. After the death of the writer, Bulgakov's widow went to the granite workshop and saw some old big dusty tombstone. It turned out that it was a tombstone from Gogol's grave. In honor of Gogol's centenary, it was decided to move his grave and replace the old monument with a new one. Yelena Sergeyevna remembered the entry in the writer's diary and asked that the stone be moved to Bulgakov's grave. So now he is finally covered with Gogol's overcoat. Kosygin was a Romanov. Remember the theory about Princess Anastasia Romanova, who miraculously escaped a firing squad in Yekaterinburg and resurfaced later in Berlin? I have something more interesting. Tsarevich Alexei Nikolaevich allegedly survived that horrible night too. And not just survived, but then stayed in the USSR and even managed to become one of the most prominent Soviet figures, under the name of Alexei Kosygin. Chairman of the Council of Ministers, member of the Presidium of the CPSU, twice hero of socialist labor. This legend originated from an article written in one of the magazines by historian Sergei Zhelenkov. According to his version, the Rothschilds, who were directing the Bolsheviks, decided to execute the Romanovs, but they managed to escape through a secret tunnel inside the Ipatьev's house. The passage led to the building of a nearby factory, the owner of which dug an underground passage back in 1905. By the way, when the famous Ipatьев house was demolished, a tunnel was actually discovered. The family's escape was organized by a group of officers of the Tsarist general staff. Stalin, who was a relative of the Romanovs according to Zhelenkov's version, was also aware of the operation. According to the historian's version, a special department was organized on the basis of the second main directorate of the KGB for the supervision over the Romanov children. The Bolsheviks believed that in the future the family could be used for political purposes. A dacha was built near Sukhumi, where Stalin met with his relative Nicholas. The last emperor visited Moscow from time to time and died in 1958, Tsarina Alexandra in 1948, and their son built a wonderful career in politics. Stalin promoted him, saved him from troubles and death more than once, and sometimes even called him Tsarevich. Allegedly, due to his origins, Kosygin did not participate in the party struggles, retained his positions under Khrushchev and Brezhnev, and served as the head of government for 16 years. As you realize, there is no special evidence other than the article of a self-proclaimed historian, and the fact that both Alexeys were born in 1904. but the theory is amusing. Perhaps Tomorrow. Perhaps Tomorrow is a Soviet war movie created by Dmitry Dalsky and Lyudmila Sniezhinsky in 1931 at the studio Ukraine Film. For many years this movie was considered lost because it was never released in the Soviet Union. Just in those years, strict censorship of cinema was introduced, which prevented such films from being released for ideological and political reasons. The movie itself told the story of how the capitalist world is in crisis, and against this background, fascists unleash a war against the Soviet Union. The enemy attack interrupts the peaceful labor of Soviet people. Hundreds of production workers join the Red Army. Red Army units, columns of tanks and units of people's militia are leaving for the front. Enemy planes appear over the Soviet city, black smoke from bomb bursts rise. The streets are full of mournful funeral processions of the first victims of the war. At the end of the movie, a worker appears on the screen, appealing to the audience to be prepared for a war that has not yet come, but perhaps tomorrow will. Let me remind you that it was 1931, that is, Hitler had not even been appointed Chancellor of Germany yet. How could the authors of the movie have predicted everything so well? This is what gave this movie such a legendary status, as well as the fact that it was allegedly specially hidden by the secret services who did not want to allow common people to watch such a prophetic movie in cinemas. But it all sounds rather dull. It is a lost movie. Who is going to check whether it really had such a pathetic plot? But the most important thing in this story is that the movie was found. In 2022 it was found in the archives of Gosfilmofond of the Russian Federation, digitized and posted on YouTube, in Ukrainian only though. And everyone can see that even 10 years before the Great Patriotic War, the filmmakers predicted it with frightening accuracy. ROC equals KGB. A conspiracy theory that most of the high-ranking clergymen of the Russian Orthodox Church were agents or collaborators of the KGB during Soviet times. The theory was born out of the fact that during the Soviet years, as we know, the Church was under unimaginable pressure. Only by the 1970s and 1980s did the persecution of religion weaken a bit, and some religious activity in the country became possible. But some argue that all this was due to the fact that the religious authorities in the USSR made a deal with the real authorities, namely the security services. As it happened, for example, in friendly socialist Bulgaria. In 2012, they studied the archives of local special services and found out that 11 out of 15 metropolitans of the Bulgarian Orthodox Church cooperated with the Bulgarian state security. As for the USSR, in their memoirs, several KGB generals and employees of the Council for Religious Affairs frankly stated that all heads of religious organizations in the country, without exceptions, were appointed by two non-church organizations, the Ideological Department of the CPSU Central Committee and the State Security Committee, 4th Department of the 5th Directorate. In 1989-1993, in the Soviet Union and then in Russia, attempts were made to investigate the history of cooperation between the Church and the secret services, but they did not lead to anything, except for one case. In 1992, Metropolitan Chrysostom of Vilnius and Lithuania confessed that he cooperated with the KGB. He provided the authorities with information of a diplomatic nature. Other clergymen denied everything. Recently, a Swiss newspaper published an investigation where, with reference to declassified documents of the Swiss Federal Police interviews and publications, it was reported that Patriarch Kirill himself was a KGB agent under the pseudonym Mikhailov, while working in Geneva in the 1970s for the World Council of Churches. According to the publication, he was supposed to collect information about members of the World Council of Churches and influence their behavior towards the Soviet Union. The Russian Orthodox Church called this information politically motivated speculation. Hyperborea. Hyperborea is consistently mentioned by me at least once a level as the homeland of the ancestors of the Slavs. But still, what is it? Actually, in ancient Greek mythology, Hyperborea is some legendary northern country where superhumans lived and everything was great. Hyperboreans possessed telekinesis and were immortal, and their technology was ahead of time for thousands of years. And what do we have north of Greece? Well, lots of things, but in this case, of course, Russia. And that means that Hyperborea should be found somewhere in our country. Especially since in the 19th and 20th century, the idea of Hyperborea as the ancestral home of the present humanity, the white Aryan or Nordic race, or a certain nation, in our case the Russians, became very popular. Where could Hyperborea be located? Lots of options. In the Ural Mountains, in Karelia, on the Kola Peninsula, in Greenland, in the Arctic Ocean at last. This idea is especially popular among esotericists, Russian nationalists and neo-pagans, but as you understand, so far no one has found the legendary Hyperborea. Rasputin's prophecies. Grigory Rasputin was a man of many talents, just ask Empress Alexandra Feodorovna. But today we are interested in his talent as a soothsayer. In his book Pious Reflections, published in St. Petersburg in 1912, he gives a lot of very detailed prophecies, some of which have indeed come true, and the other, let's hope, will never come true. Thus, he predicted the execution of the royal family and the coup of the 1917, his own demise, as well as disaster at nuclear power plants. That said, he did describe the effects of radiation contamination pretty well, something that was still largely unexplored at that time. And which of the things the old man foretold we must still wait for? He predicted human cloning, the complete loss of moral values, global climate change, the rose will bloom in December and in June there will be snow, and 3 world wars. Here's how he described the third. From the west will come a bloodthirsty prince who will enslave man with wealth, and from the east will come another prince who will enslave man with poverty. Well, let's wait and see. Zana from Thin. In the middle of the 19th century, rumors of a Bigfoot living in the forest near Mount Zaadan spread in Abkhazia. Prince Achba, who went out into the forest to hunt, decided to catch it. He did this by leaving brightly colored pants in a prominent place, which attracted the creature. On closer inspection, the Bigfoot was a hairy, 2-meter-tall woman. The dark brown hair covered her entire body, especially the lower part of it. The skin was dark gray. The face was also covered with hair, but it was much shorter. The hair on her head started almost from her eyebrows, its length reaching her back. The eyes were red. The woman was named Zana, and Prince Achba gave her to Prince Edja Genaba, who brought her to Thin village. At first, the prince had to imprison her in an enclosure of vertical timbers and keep her in chains because of her violent temper. However, they managed to subdue her, and Zana began to live among the locals. But she preferred to walk naked and slept in a hole she had dug herself. According to eyewitnesses, she could run at the speed of a horse and could lift a sack weighing 80 kilograms with one hand. Her favorite pastimes were swimming in the river and drinking. She also did some chores that required a lot of physical strength around the village. She did not learn to speak, but she knew her name. She had intimate relations with some men, including the prince, and gave birth to 4 children. Was buried presumably in a local cemetery. This story has interested cryptozoologists from the middle of the 20th century, and they have been carried out extensive researches which confirmed the story. Yes, it appears that such a woman did indeed live in the village of Thin, but who was she? There are really only 2 possibilities. The first is that Zana was a relic hominid, I mean a Yeti, or Bigfoot I guess, or perhaps a Neanderthal who somehow survived in the Caucasian mountains until the 19th century. However, there is no evidence of this because her descendants look quite normal. A hybrid with a relict hominid should look much more distinctive. The second version is that Zana was a black woman who suffered from mental illness. The fact is that on the territory of Abkhazia since the 19th century there is a small community of the so-called Black Abkhazians. Perhaps they came from Ethiopia long ago, or maybe they are descendants of former slaves whom landowners obtained to work on plantations. As for her hairy exterior, it can be explained by such a disease as hypertrichosis, which can be acquired due to hormonal changes caused by hunger and deprivation. Zana was supposedly a girl with intellectual disability who got lost in the woods and went feral. Well, the final piece of evidence. In 2021, an article was published that examined the DNA of Zana and her son Hvit. The results from independent laboratories show that the genetic line of the woman believed to be Zana comes from Central Equatorial Africa, between South Sudan and West Africa. So Zana was not abominable snowman after all, but quite the opposite. New chronology. The new chronology is a concept of radical revision of world history created by a group led by Anatoly Timofeyevich Fomenko, a well-known scientist, by the way, an academician of the Russian Academy of Sciences, however, in the field of mathematics. In the field of history, his tastes are quite specific. In brief, according to Fomenko and his new chronology, there are no reliable historical sources older than the 17th century, and the history of mankind itself is actually shorter than is commonly believed, because many events and historical figures of different centuries, in his opinion, are simply duplicated. The scientist believes that in fact the history of mankind can be traced back to the 10th century, which he did with the help of mathematical calculations and analysis of astronomical maps of the starry sky on the monuments of antiquity. The authors of the new chronology, unlike many similar theories, claim that the events of antiquity were not invented by some later writers. They are real, but actually occurred not in deep antiquity, as we were accustomed to think, but in a much closer to us era of 11th to 13th centuries, that is, in the Middle Ages. At the same time, many believe that Fomenko did not lose his mind in his old age, and new chronology was born originally as a scientific joke of representatives of exact sciences over humanities. But then in the turbulent 90s he saw a chance to turn these ideas into money, to transform his theory into a commercial project, and it worked. Only by the beginning of 2011, more than 100 books with a total circulation of about 800,000 copies were published within the framework of the new chronology. Moreover, in recent books he goes further and further away from official history. For example, now he claims that the events of the second half of the 18th century, the Pugachev Rebellion and the War of Independence in the United States, were fought on the territory of a huge unified Mongol-Russian Empire, which allegedly existed before that time and controlled Siberia and North America. Let us not condemn the scientists who just wanted to make money on gullible people who love conspiracy theories about the lies of official science. Beria was a pedophile. Lavrentiy Beria was a sinister leader of the Soviet security services during the Stalin era. What is surprising is that Beria survived the era, unlike dozens of other prominent political figures. What is even more surprising is that Lavrentiy Beria's reputation is perhaps even worse than that of Joseph Stalin himself, who is considered by many to be a murderous tyrant, by the way. Even the Wikipedia states that Beria was a prolific sexual predator who serially raped scores of girls and young women. And the indictment of the heir to Stalin, arrested in 1953, mentioned the rape of an underage girl. At the time, it was claimed that the number of Soviet women seduced by the ex-narcom could go into the hundreds. A very popular story is that in the late 40s and early 50s, families were literally afraid to let their female children go out alone, as black cars with NKVD officers were cruising the streets of Moscow, looking for victims for the lecherous chief, Lavrentiy Beria. And allegedly the young age of the victims never bothered Lavrentiy, but rather pleased him. Rafael Sarkisov, colonel of state security and personal guard of Beria, specially kept a list of his boss's mistresses. It contained 39 names. And another one. There were 75. And one more, 115. The story of black cars may very well not be a complete fiction either. Colonel Sarkisov in his testimony said that he was personally responsible for the fact that Beria always had mistresses. Women were selected on the basis of their appearance. No one was interested in their age, social status and the like. Beria only pointed his finger out of the car window or instructed the guards to follow the lady he liked. One way or another, Lavrentiy Pavlovich got what he wanted. Well, and now I'll try to be objective. I don't like Beria, but there are no actual documents or evidence of Beria's proclivities. Lavrentiy Beria most likely was indeed a terrible person, had lots of mistresses and probably was a sexual predator. But the age of his victims is not so clear. It is quite possible that this story was fabricated to vilify the all-powerful head of the NKVD immediately after his arrest in 1953. Especially since even in the USSR it would have been very difficult to conceal the disappearance of hundreds of children in the capital city. Beria's criminal case files themselves are classified, although most of the case materials were published in the press later. Therefore, even here we can say that contrary to rumors about mass rapes of Beria, the case contains only one statement about rape, which I mentioned at the beginning. The statement came from Beria's long-term mistress Drozdova, with whom he had a child and who was 16 years old when they met. And it's possible that this statement was written under the pressure of the investigation, as in fact was the testimony of Sarkisov, who was arrested on the same day as his boss. After all, the final version of the verdict does not include these charges, only treason. Beslan. The terrorist attack in the city of Beslan in 2004, when on September 1st terrorists took over 1,000 hostages in a local school and held them captive for 3 days in dire conditions, is the worst in the history of Russia. On the third day, an explosion occurred in the school gym where the hostages were held, and they started to run out of the building, which forced the FSB troops to storm the school. All but one of the terrorists were eliminated, but the explosions, fire and chaotic shooting killed 333 people. The investigation lodged by the Prosecutor General's office nearly 20 years ago is still open. Like many other major terrorist attacks, Beslan did not avoid the emergence of numerous rumors and conspiracy theories. Many circumstances, including the actual number of terrorists, the possible escape of many of them, the government's actions during the negotiations and the storming of the building, and the reason for the strange media coverage are still being debated. Let us go through the most common conspiracy theories. The most popular one among the relatives of the victims is that the first explosion, followed by the storming, occurred not inside the school by the terrorists themselves, but due to the FSB shelling of the building. According to this version, the special forces fired flamethrowers at the school for some reason, which caused a huge explosion of the makeshift explosive device, roof collapse, fire and casualties. This version was vehemently defended by Duma deputy Yuri Savelyev, who was a member of the Government Investigation Commission. He was not satisfied with the official conclusion of the commission, and in 2006 he presented his own report. According to it, the school was allegedly shelled from outside with grenade launchers and flamethrowers, tanks fired combat shells, and there were twice as many terrorists as claimed by the investigation. The second most popular theory is that some of the terrorists were able to escape in the turmoil during the assault. In particular, several hostages claimed that one of the militants who had a large scar on his throat was never identified among the corpses. One hostage, Zarina Pukhayeva, testified to the presence of a female sniper of Slavic appearance, whom she did not see among the terrorist corpses. There is an assumption that the terrorist gang, after taking over the school, was divided into two factions: mercenaries and martyrs. While the former did their work solely for money and intended to live under the cover of hostages, the latter came to accept death in the name of Allah. And that it was the conflict between these factions that led to the explosion on September 3rd, after which the mercenaries managed to escape while the martyrs continued to fight to the end. Theory number 3. On September 1st, 2004, one of the federal news channels reported that the terrorists had handed over a videotape recording the events at the school. An hour later, the same channel, citing the press service of the North Ossetian government, reported that the tape handed over earlier turned out to be empty. There were rumors among local residents that what was recorded on the tape was so terrible that it was decided to destroy it. Shamil Basayev, the organizer of the terrorist attack, claimed that the tape contained an appeal from the hostages to Vladimir Putin, in which they demanded the withdrawal of Russian troops from Chechnya. Another theory is about who prepared the attack, with the United States, Britain, Saudi Arabia and other countries mentioned among those involved. In general, to be honest, none of these theories seem very plausible to me, and some of them seem to be made to whitewash the terrorists and put the blame on someone else, which I strongly condemn. So finally, here's the last conspiracy theory, not directly related to the attack itself. The fact is that around the early 2010s, Mikhail Shafutinsky's song September the 3rd, written in the mid-90s, became insanely popular. And since then, about every year on this date, all social networks are flooded with endless memes about this song. There is an opinion that this meme appeared in the Russian segment of the internet not organically, but was deliberately forced by pro-government bloggers and websites. Also, that the first association with this date in people's memory would be a funny meme about turning the page of a calendar, not Beslan. Elephant's food. To prevent the spread of radioactive elements from the destroyed Unit 4 of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, a massive concrete structure was hastily built over it by November 1986. It should prevent the airborne spread of radioactive material, but it probably won't provide complete safety. All because of the elephant's foot. It's a nickname given to the large mass of corium that leaked out of the reactor in the 1986 Chernobyl accident. Elephant foot may be the deadliest object on Earth. According to analysis, it is a solidified mass of radioactive lava containing radionuclides from irradiated nuclear fuel, consisting of silicon dioxide, titanium, zirconium, magnesium, and uranium. At the time of the leak, the mass was slowly flowing down the premises, mixing with sand, concrete, and metal structures. The food was discovered only in December 1986, as the rooms where it was located were in the most dangerous and contaminated area of the former reactor. This super dense substance, which is practically impossible to drill, could be damaged only by Kalashnikov shots and armor-piercing shells. And to this day, almost after 40 years, it is a radioactive, non-cooling formation that cannot be approached even with the strictest safety measures. According to experts, after 30 seconds of being near the elephant's foot, a person will feel dizziness and fatigue. In 2 minutes, bleeding and fever would begin. In 4 minutes, vomiting and diarrhea. In another minute, the level of contamination of the body will reach a critical point, after which death will occur in 2 days. According to various estimates, the foot will be radioactive for another 100,000 years. Some experts believe that the sarcophagus over the power plant have created additional pressure on the ground around Unit 4, and in the future the foundation may simply collapse. As a result, the elephant's foot and other formations of radioactive waste will get into the soil and eventually begin to leach out, poisoning first of all underground water sources. This will lead to a humanitarian catastrophe of gigantic proportions. Heroin candy. This is actually a variation of the old Soviet myth about razor blades and gum. Allegedly, some insidious agents are at work in Russian cities, putting up posters where children are invited to take a candy bar. Attached to the ads are sweets stuffed with the lethal dose of a narcotic substance. Since 2014, almost every year, different versions of this legend have circulated among concerned parents in a variety of messengers. One about new Chinese candy that children can order through the mail, the other about mysterious strangers offering children a taste of drug-filled candy, the other about large bags of drug-filled candy that had been found in the schools. All in all, a typical urban legend without much evidence of reality. Military unit number 10,003. But what was definitely real was a military unit created in the 80s as a part of the Ministry of Defense of the USSR and then Russia to study the possibilities of military application of paranormal phenomena. Yes, the USSR officially had a unit whose main task was to investigate the paranormal. In the late 1980s, the USSR Minister of Defense, Marshal Yazov, was increasingly approached by psychics offering their services. The psychics promised to easily search for enemy submarines, discover missing ships and people, diagnose and treat diseases. The General Staff of the Armed Forces of the USSR was assigned the task of analyzing the unusual proposals of the applicants and studying the possibility of applying their superpowers in practice. In 1989, in order to solve this problem, Troop Unit number 10,003 was established. Colonel Savin, who by that time had proven himself by conducting a number of studies in this area, was appointed commander of the military unit. Initially, the highest level of secrecy was set for Unit 10,003. Savin was authorized to report directly only to the Chief of the General Staff. Even the Ministers of Defense did not have detailed information about the activities of this unit. The scheme of financing of the Unit 10,003 was developed personally by the USSR Minister of Finance Valentin Pavlov, and in such a way that it worked smoothly until the end of 2003. As Savin recalls, in the early 1990s, psychic information was received about a possible nuclear explosion in the Glasgow area. The information was conveyed to the British. They, strangely enough, believed, checked, and indeed, literally at the last moment, were able to prevent a very serious for themselves and all of Western Europe technogenic and ecological catastrophe. The explosion, as it turned out, could have occurred at one of NATO's nuclear facilities. Savin also claimed that during the First Chechen War, his subordinates had detected minefields of Chechen fighters, located their command centers and the direction of terrorist attacks. However, there is no evidence of the effectiveness of these units' work, or it is strictly classified. Underground Königsberg. Underground Königsberg is a hypothetical hidden German city under Kaliningrad. The idea behind the legend is the presence of a network of various underground structures under Kaliningrad. Bunkers, various storage facilities, one of which contains the Amber Room, tunnels, military factories and even airfields. It is believed that during the Soviet assault on the city, the Germans blocked the entrances to the underground city and partially flooded it. Since the early 50s of the last century, there has been a rumor that Germany offered the Soviet leadership to rebuild Kaliningrad in exchange for the treasures hidden in underground Königsberg. In fact, there are many underground passages on the territory of modern Kaliningrad. They were built at different times, some of them appeared in the Middle Ages. These dungeons are located at great depths and are not easily accessible, so they are only partially explored. There is also the heritage of Nazi Germany, military dungeons. There are those that were built for secret transportation, communication centers, workshops. There were also saboteur bases, many of them appeared in the summer of 1944 when it became clear to the Nazis that the Soviets were approaching. About 30 such bases and a network of underground passages were created. There were a lot of air defense shelters in almost every yard. Large factories had their own shelters with underground passages for evacuation, and even many neighboring houses were connected by underground passages in case one house collapsed and the inhabitants could get out through the other. In addition, a railroad tunnel runs underneath Victory Square, formerly Hansaplatz. If you walk through the tunnel, you can see several doorways that have been bricked up. In the 1950s, 1960s, all these passages were not sealed, and people, especially children, used to sneak in there. Actually, it is these grown-up children who now tell stories about underground Königsberg. There are indeed a lot of dungeons in the city, not all of them are accessible now, some of them are lost. But it's probably not enough to talk about a full-fledged underground city, and especially not about some treasures hidden there. The Nuclear War of 1812. A nuclear war occurred on Earth in 1812. After that, the planet faced terrible consequences, forests were destroyed and nuclear winter came. Naturally, this led to the death of most of humanity in the 19th century, especially in the territories of Russia, Ukraine and Belarus. The favorite argument of the supporters of this hypothesis is the fact that radioactive remains of people and animals are sometimes found here and there. Well, and the year without summer of 1816, the cause of which was a grand fire of Russian forests, not some volcanic eruption in Indonesia as in the official history. Allegedly, Muscovites bombed Napoleon's army so furiously and Napoleon bombed Muscovites so violently that all the forests in Russia up to the Pacific Ocean burned down. And now there are almost no trees in Russia older than 200 years. Moscow burned to the ground, including brick buildings, which means that the fire in 1812 was extraordinary. I have already mentioned the round lakes, craters from atomic bombs. Finally, cancer allegedly appeared only in the 19th century and precisely after this war. One problem with this theory: everyone has different versions of who actually bombed whom with these nuclear weapons. Napoleon bombed the Russians in Moscow. Russians bombed him when he entered Moscow. Damn Anglo-Saxons bombed both? Aliens? Reptiloids? But the reasons for concealing these events are usually the same. Someone powerful, the world government for example, does not want the Russian people to regain their former greatness and technological advantage. Samazleyka-Mamalayev roads. Samazleyka and Mamalayevo are two small villages in the Republic of Mordovia in the European part of Russia. One has 260 inhabitants, the other 420. There is nothing exciting in the villages themselves, we are interested in a small road between them. There are two roads from Samazleyka to Mamalayevo, one long through the village of Staraya Ryabka, but for some reason most of the locals use that road, although there is a short path, about 3-4 kilometers in total, a clay road with birch windbreak on one side and a young forest on the other. And the most unpleasant thing is a long mud puddle along the road, covered with reeds. The place is quite creepy in the dark, but the main problem is that there are a lot of strange rumors about it among the locals. Allegedly, at night, women's screams can be heard from one side of the road or the other, and whoever is screaming changes his position with inhuman speed. Other people have seen a female silhouette that calls the locals by name and periodically moves closer and farther away from them. Some people said that at night they periodically saw two lights from car headlights that literally chased people. According to folk beliefs from ancient times, various evil beings gather for a coven in one of the forests nearby, and as on the nights of the coven one can easily disappear on these roads. Nicholas I committed suicide. March 2nd, 1855. In the midst of unsuccessful Russia-Crimean War, Emperor Nicholas I died. His death was preceded by a strange story. In early February, the emperor caught a slight cold. Despite the indisposition, he went to the inspection of troops in a light coat and open sledges at 20-degree frost. The next day he repeated the trip, which angered his doctor. In the evening of the same day, Nicholas I went to bed and never got up again. In the first days after the death of Nicholas I, the rumors began to spread with lightning speed. The first rumor is that Nicholas I could not bear the defeat in the Crimean campaign and committed suicide. The second legend is that his personal doctor LaMothe poisoned the Tsar. The illness started against the background of disappointing news from the besieged Sevastopol and worsened after receiving news of the failure of General Khrulyov at the storming of Yevpatoria, which was perceived as a harbinger of inevitable defeat in the war, which Nicholas, by the nature of his character, could not survive. The emperor's going out to a parade in the freezing cold without an overcoat was taken as an intention to get a fatal cold. According to the story, Dr. Mant told the Tsar, "Sire, this is worse than death, it is suicide." Nevertheless, during February, the sick emperor did exactly that several times. As for the second version, after a month of fairly sluggish illness, on March 1st, the emperor's condition suddenly deteriorated sharply. In the morning of March 2nd came agony, which lasted several hours, which does not usually happen during pneumonia. According to a rumor that spread immediately, the emperor at his request was given poison by the same Dr. Mant. The Grand Duchess Maria Pavlovna directly accused Mant of poisoning her brother. In addition, people who came to say goodbye to Nicholas I noticed that the posthumous changes in the body of the emperor took place unusually fast, and that the embalming for some reason was either carried out incorrectly or did not work. Mant hastily left Russia, and this intensified the rumors about the doctor poisoner. At the same time, the emperor himself had forbidden the autopsy of his body even before his death. In 1923, an article by historian Natalia Stackelberg, The Mystery of the Death of Nicholas I, was published, in which the researcher drew attention to contradictions in the Chamber Fourier journals, daily chronicles of court life. Stackelberg suggested that the contradictions she identified could indicate an attempt by the authorities to clean up the content of the journals and conceal possible evidence of Nicholas's suicide. Nevertheless, the prevailing opinion among modern historians is that most likely Emperor Nicholas I died from bacterial pneumonia and its complications. Antibiotics had not yet been discovered, not from poison. But whether he tried to aggravate it on purpose or was just stubborn and did not listen to doctors, no one will ever know. The Silent Dawn, a real author. The novel And Quiet Flows the Dawn, or The Silent Dawn, written by Mikhail Sholokhov, is one of the most important literary works in the Russian language written in the 20th century. And this novel is also the subject of one of the fiercest literary controversies of the last century. Allegedly, the author of the novel is not Mikhail Sholokhov. The first rumors of plagiarism appeared in 1928, along with the release of the first two volumes of The Silent Dawn in the magazine October. It implies that Sholokhov had appropriated the manuscript from the field bag of a nameless white officer shot by the Bolsheviks and published it under his own name. Sholokhov was aware of the rumors and even asked to organize a special commission of writers to check the manuscript of the novel. The commission found Sholokhov's authorship indisputable. Another 10 years later, a new wave of rumors appeared. Allegedly, the real author of the novel was a famous Cossack writer, a member of the White Movement, Fyodor Kryukov, who died in 1920 of typhus. Allegedly, Sholokhov's father-in-law served with him in the White Army. After Kryukov's death, he passed the manuscripts of his friend to his son-in-law. Since the 1970s in the West, and after perestroika in both the USSR and Russia, a number of studies have appeared according to which And Quiet Flows the Dawn does not belong to Sholokhov, and was written in the 1910s and during the Civil War by the original author, apparently a Cossack and a participant in the White Movement. It has been claimed that in 1925-1927, in the process of preparing the Silent Dawn for publication, the original text was subjected to extensive and inconsistent editing. A number of plot lines were cut, unmotivated inserts from memoirs of Civil War participants were included, and various distortions were made. Moreover, some even hypothesized that Sholokhov himself never even wrote his other works, and was nothing more than the face of a successful literary project of the Soviet secret services, for which numerous Soviet writers worked and which eventually brought the USSR the prestigious Nobel Prize. In 1999, after many years of searching, the Gorky Institute of World Literature of the Russian Academy of Sciences managed to find the manuscripts of the first and second volumes of The Silent Dawn, which were considered lost, the same manuscripts that Sholokhov presented to the Commission in 1929. The conclusion was unambiguous. There is no doubt that 605 pages of this manuscript were written by the hand of Mikhail Alexandrovich Sholokhov. But opponents of this version do not give up. They believe that the fact that the first manuscript of the novel is written by Sholokhov's hand in no way contradicts the version that he appropriated some diaries of a certain white officer and simply rewrote them. But why did so much doubt arise in the first place? In fact, if we approach it from the point of view of literary studies, there will be dozens of arguments both for and against. And if we speak simply, the first and the main reason for doubts in Sholokhov's authorship is that an unusually young author, he was not even 25, without a good education, created a grandiose work in a short period of time, demonstrating a good knowledge of the life of the Don Cossacks with its everyday details, knowledge of many places on the Don, and the events of the First World War and the Civil War, which took place when Sholokhov was still a child and a teenager. But with all this brilliant knowledge, he sometimes makes weird mistakes, which the author with such a level of knowledge it would seem simply could not allow. In Sholokhov's drafts there are numerous corrections, but they can be interpreted as errors in rewriting from the original manuscript made by another person. And of course, the phrase of Sholokhov himself, said by him at the 18th Congress of the VKPB in March 1939, still remains a mystery. We won't throw away our field bags. This Japanese custom is not to our liking. We will collect other people's bags, because in our literary business the contents of these bags will come in handy later. After defeating our enemies, we'll write books about how we defeated them. The Brosnan Monster. You think only the Scots have the Loch Ness Monster? Well, we have the Brosnan Monster. It is a dragon-like cryptid, according to local beliefs, that supposedly lives in Lake Brosna in the Tver region of Russia. According to the descriptions of eyewitnesses, this creature is scaly like a reptile with a size of at least 5 meters. In ancient Russia, people believe that the monster living at the bottom takes revenge on anyone who comes to the Russian land with evil thoughts. The first to feel the righteous anger of the monster was the leader of bandits, who planned to transport the looted goods across the lake. As soon as the laden ship was on the water, from its depth rose a terrifying creature with a giant mouth and began to destroy the boat, devouring all the bad people. Also, according to the legend, the Brosnan monster came out of the water when the army of the Mongolian Khan Batey was passing along the lake. The monster attacked the horde, forcing them to abandon their campaign aimed at Novgorod. Recently, there was even a reality show in which television crews watched the lake every day and tried to debunk the myth of a Brosnan monster. They found huge beaver dams in the forest, which allowed them to assume that the locals had mistaken a large beaver for the monster. Well, and later it turned out that at the bottom of the lake there are active rotting processes due to the trees and plants falling into the river. In connection with this, accumulations of methane and hydrogen sulfide are formed, and from time to time they rise to the surface, especially if the lake waters are disturbed, for example, by a dropped anchor. These gases can affect the human condition, cause hallucinations and mental confusion, and the bubbles and foam on the surface could very well pass for the breath of a terrifying monster. Holodomor was a setup. Let's be clear, researchers and politicians around the world are still debating whether or not to consider the Holodomor in Ukraine in the 1930s a genocide by the Soviet authorities or just a tragedy caused, among other things, by their miscalculations. Plus, there are many admirers of the USSR who generally deny any famine in those years and argue that Comrade Stalin would not have allowed such a thing, that the entire thing is a fabrication of the enemies of Soviet power. That's not what this theory is about. The theory is that there really was a Holodomor, and that it really was organized by someone on purpose, and it really was indirectly caused by the actions of the Soviet authorities. But those very authorities were simply manipulated and tricked. By whom? The damned Americans, of course. Allegedly, Secretary of State Robert Lansing was the first to put forward the idea to strangle the Bolsheviks with devastation and hunger, and it was back in 1919. In 1925, the same America, Britain and France imposed a gold blockade against the USSR. Henceforth, our country could not buy goods in the West even for gold. No loans too. The country can now only gain foreign currency from the sale of its goods or raw materials abroad. Meanwhile, they imposed sanctions on timber, asbestos, manganese and so on. What remains not under sanctions and what the USSR is forced to sell to the West? Grain. As a result, either Stalin will not dare to sell grain and will derail the industrialization plan, after which the Soviet power will fall victim to military aggression, being unable to fight off the much better equipped and armed armies of the capitalists. Or Stalin will dare, there will be a famine, the people will revolt and the Soviet power will also fall. A win-win plan. But Comrade Stalin outplayed everyone, took away grain only from the damned kulaks, of which there were too many in Ukraine, and the USSR stood firm. Frankly, even outright denial of it sounds more plausible. Fallen churches. Fallen churches is a rather unique phenomenon that can be found only in Russia. The fact is that in the folklore of different regions of the country, mainly the legends of the Russian Northwest, but also in Kaluga, in Tula, in Voronezh, there are dozens of stories about ancient Orthodox churches, temples, monasteries or chapels that stood for hundreds of years and then suddenly disappeared under the ground. Particularly common is the story that church members committed some kind of sin, after which the heavens opened and the sinners were turned into stones, and the churches tainted by sin went under the ground. For example, in the Kaluga region there is a popular legend that a husband and wife went to the church to baptize a child, and on the way succumbed to a temptation of a quick sin, literally 200 meters from the church, and God turned them into two stones, a bigger and a smaller one, and the church itself disappeared and now there is only a hill on its place. Often in the place of fallen churches water reservoirs appear, sometimes whole lakes where at night the bells are supposedly heard ringing and the water from which has special properties. In these reservoirs are usually considered sacred places where some kind of communication between this and the other world can occur. It would seem to be another legend of folklore, but its prevalence in completely different regions is surprising. And if we also take into account the abundance of karst sinkholes on the territory of European part of Russia, it is quite possible that these stories do have some truth in them, and the churches could go under the ground here and there because of the subsidence of the soil beneath them. Theory of passionarity. In fact, this is a rather interesting and to some extent even scientific theory proposed by the Soviet historian and philosopher Lev Gumilev. Its purpose was to explain the different stages of humanity's development as well as how different ethnic groups appear and then disappear. For this purpose, Gumilev introduces the concept of passionarity. Gumilov explains the differences in the development and fate of different ethnic groups by the fact that a relatively small part of its members have a desire, conscious or not, to radically transform reality. Passionality is a characterological dominant, an irresistible inner striving for activity aimed at the realization of some goal. The goal is sometimes more valuable to a passionate individual than even his own life, and even more so than the lives and happiness of his contemporaries. That is, passionary people or passionarians are certain individuals who literally single-handedly move mankind forward. As examples of such people, the philosopher cited Jan Hus, Joan of Arc, or Ivan Susanin, those who have sacrificed their lives for their beliefs and principles. In them, as Gumilov explained, passionality manifested itself at the highest level. On the level below, there are outstanding personalities striving for success: Alexander the Great, Kant, Columbus, Newton, Lomonosov. That is, generals, scientists, intellectuals, discoverers. At the opposite end of the spectrum were the sub-passionarians, incapable of any noticeable change and of transforming the landscape, completely dependent on circumstances and leading a parasitic lifestyle. In the middle were harmonious individuals, or harmonics, whose instinct for self-preservation and desire to influence the environment were at approximately the same level. In fact, the idea is quite interesting. The only problem is that Gumilov did not present any proof of the idea. And what is this passionality? How to calculate it? Is it changes in the neurons of the brain? Some special substances in people's blood? The level of midichlorians? According to Gumilov, passionality arises under the influence of some cosmic radiation. From time to time there are mass mutations that increase the level of passionality, passionary shocks. They last no longer than a few years, affect a small territory up to 200 kilometers, located along the geodetic line of the Earth and stretching several thousand kilometers. Proofs? Trust me, bro. Why did some ethnic groups have more passionate personalities and others less? And why did these second ethnic groups disappear? Who knows? Apparently cosmic rays fell that way. And finally, who are these real passionarians? For example, let's take France. A passionarian of the highest order was Joan of Arc, okay. But was Jean-Paul Marat? Or his assassin, Charlotte Corday? Which one of them moved his ethnos forward, as a true passionarian should? And of course, the eternal question: what about Hitler? Afghan rats. This story happened in Russia almost 30 years ago. Rich people of the country, in search of constant exotic innovations, often got puppies of the Dachshund breed, which was unaffordable for average Russians. So one woman decided to buy herself such a puppy. Time passed, but for some reason the puppy did not look like his kin. He was growing, but he was getting kind of ugly, and he loved to eat, and he loved to sleep with his owner. That's fine. But one night the owner wakes up at night from inexplicable fear and unpleasant stupor, and the puppy is sitting on her chest and looking at her. The woman didn't pay much attention to it, but the scenario repeated itself time after time, and each time it was more and more creepy. Eventually she couldn't take it anymore and went to the vet with the now grown puppy. When he saw the dachshund, he was horrified and immediately called the police, who were unable to capture the animal for a long time. The dachshund fought back violently, was very aggressive, and the law enforcement had to shoot the animal. During the investigation it became clear that it was not a dachshund at all, but an Afghan rat, which was the size of a dog and practically did not differ in appearance. Only an expert could identify such a rat. The animal is very strong and unpredictable. It can kill not only a small child but also a grown man. It also possessed a hypnotizing stare that would cloud its victims' minds so it could then eat them. That's the story. Putin's Georgian mother. In the 2000s, it was a popular theory in Russia that Vladimir Putin's mother actually lived in Georgia. Details about the first 10 years of Putin's life are scarce in his autobiography, especially compared to other world leaders. Officially, Vladimir Vladimirovich said his parents died before he became president. And then came Vera Nikolaevna Putina, a Georgian woman who has claimed since 1999 that Vladimir Putin, Vova, is her son. According to Vera Putina's words published in 2006, her son lived in the Georgian village of Matei from the age of 2 to 10, and then was sent to his grandparents, Putin's father's parents, who lived in the town of Achor, Perm region. This is confirmed by records at a local school, according to which a certain Volodya Putin studied there in 1959-1960. In addition, she claimed that Putin was 2 years older than his registered date of birth. Putin believed that the Leningrad-based parents mentioned in Putin's official biography had adopted her son from his grandparents. She then learned through her contacts that her son had been in the KGB, and in 1999 she saw him on television for the first time. Notably, the population of Matei now avoids talking to the press, but some locals remember little Vova and confirm that he is the Russian president. Putin died in Tbilisi, Georgia in May 2023 at the age of 96. Naturally, no one has ever conducted any DNA test, so this theory remains just a theory, ramblings of some old woman. Although here's an interesting fact. Allegedly, journalist Artem Borovik, who died on March 9, 2000 as a result of an airplane crash, believed this theory. Allegedly, the plane crash coincidentally happened at the moment when he was shooting a documentary about Putin's childhood, including a report on Vera Putina. For the record, I certainly do not believe in it. Wolf Messing. And another Soviet entertainer with psychic abilities, but unlike Chumak and Kashpirovsky, he emerged not in the troubled times of perestroika, but earlier. He started in the 40s and gave concerts for almost 3 decades throughout the country, gathering thousands of people. Wolf Messing, aka Wolf Grishkovich, also performed on television with psychological experiments on reading the thoughts of viewers. He himself explained it like this. This is not mind reading, but if I may say so, muscle reading. When a person thinks about something intensely, the brain cells transmit impulses to all the muscles of the body. Their movements, imperceptible to the eye, are easily perceived by me. I often perform mental tasks without direct contact with the inductor. The frequency of the inductor's breathing, the beating of his pulse, the timbre of his voice, the character of his gait, etc. can serve as a pointer for me. The press repeatedly spoke about Messing's participation in solving various crimes, catching a spy, pointing out the true murderer during the trial, and so on. But in fact, there is no information about any meetings with him in the archives of special services. And how could he do without predictions? Like all other soothsayers, he predicted his own death, as well as the death of Stalin, during a personal meeting which scared Joseph, the day of the end of World War II and the death of Hitler. Also during a personal meeting, Hitler got angry and put him in prison, from which Messing escaped by hypnotizing all the guards. And what about the future? According to Messing, at the beginning of the 21st century, because of some small piece of land, a global crisis in a large country will begin, which will lead to devastation in the world. In the future, the most serious threat to Russia will be China. Moreover, it will hide its aggression under the mask of a friend and partner. The Third World War should begin as a result of a nuclear strike of China on Japan and Taiwan. Russia will be the adversary of the Chinese. The USA, by the middle of the 21st century, according to Messing's vision, will lose any leading positions in the world and will become a second world country. Well, let's wait and see. The Curse of the Master and Margarita. We'll start again with some conspiracies about literature, this time more mystical than just this author stole a manuscript from that one, or even and that writer over there faked his own death. It is believed that Mikhail Bulgakov's most famous novel is cursed. Supporters of this theory believe that one of the main reasons for the curse of this work is Voland, the personification of the devil who turned up on business in pre-war Moscow. More specifically, the novel is considered cursed in the filmmaking and theater community. Strange things happen during the staging of plays, and when shooting movies or TV series, some actors straight up refuse to play in these movies because they are scared. The novel has been attempted many times, but every single time something happened. Legal problems with documents, incidents on the set, and even deaths. And it seems that the curse does not apply to foreign screens. There are Polish, Yugoslav and Finnish versions. Everyone is alive and well. But as soon as the movie was taken by any of the Russian authors, that's it. A disaster. Film director Vladimir Naumov, who was working on the idea of making a movie based on the novel, said that the spirit of Bulgakov's widow appeared to him in a dream, saying that no one would ever make a movie out of this book. Ildar Ryazanov and Ilya Klimuk wanted to make this movie for decades, but also did not succeed. Then it was the turn of Yuri Kara's screen version. The movie featured all the stars of the time, but the sudden litigation with the producers began and the movie sat on the shelf for more than a decade and was shown only at the end of the notice, when its relevance was seriously questioned. Then Vladimir Bortka tried his hand. They say they even invited a priest to the set to bless the studio. Spoiler alert, it didn't work. According to the media, in the years after the premiere, 18 actors who played in the series died. Of course, not all of these actors played the main roles, but in 2007 died Kirill Lavrov, he played Pontius Pilate, in 2008 Alexander Abdulov, Koroviev, in 2010 Vladislav Galkin, poet in Van Бездомный. And if Lavrov was 83 years old, then Abdulov only 55 and Galkin 39. Other actors also suffered. Vladimir Mashkov got into a horrible car accident right before auditions for the role of the Master, and Alexander Kalyagin, who was supposed to play Berlioz, went down with 2 heart attacks. Volant was played very convincingly by Oleg Basilashvili, but right after delivering the monologue of Volant, he wheezed and lost his voice, a hemorrhage in the right vocal cord. And when the director himself strolled along the patriarchal ponds looking for a place for filming, he was approached by a stranger who suddenly declared, "You'll never make it anyway." Singing rails. Sometimes, while traveling along the Russian railroads, you can hear some unusual sounds. And it sounds alright if the sun is shining outside the window, but imagine what it is like to hear this dreary singing somewhere in the middle of remote taiga. This phenomenon is called the singing rails effect. Allegedly, when a rail is poorly polished, some bumps appear on it, and when moving at high speed, different wheel sets at different moments of time create sounds with a basic tone equal to 1, 1/2, 1/3, 1/4, and so on, of some base frequency determined by the grinding period and the speed of the train. The result is a kind of rhythmic music, sounding sometimes very otherworldly. Moreover, the melody the train sings is mostly minor, evoking thoughts about the frailty of existence and the vanity of all things. Perm Triangle. There's the Bermuda Triangle, and we have the Perm Triangle. Sometimes it's called the M Triangle, sometimes just the Zone. The pioneer of the anomalous zone was Emil Fyodorich Bachurin. He recounted that while hunting in the vicinity of Malyopka in October 1984, he discovered a mysterious circle 62 meters in diameter in a large clearing. The grass in it was dry and muffled, and the snow inside the circle melted immediately. Naturally, Bachurin thought it was an UFO landing site, and when he arrived at the railroad station, it turned out that his watch was more than 2 hours behind. In 1986, the first expedition visited the neighborhood of Malyopka, and a couple of years later, this place was all over the national newspapers of the Soviet Union. A real pilgrimage to Malyopka began. Crowds of people walked through the local forests and fields in search of UFOs and aliens. According to publications in the media and stories of visitors, they allegedly observed glowing balls, pillars and other light phenomena, heard sound mirages, recorded biolocation and temporal anomalies, saw mysterious creatures of large size, including Bigfoot, weird cartoons reflected on tents. There were equipment failures, they felt electric shocks from the ground, observed the effect of alien presence, etc., etc. As visual evidence of the presence of some kind of extraterrestrial intelligence there, they presented photos with balls that were not visible when filming. Its own mythology was formed around the zone, in which there is an incredible number of different interpretations of these phenomena. But as you understand, there is still no ironclad proof of the anomalous nature of this place. Although the clocks there sometimes behave strangely, that's a fact. School shootings and FSB. Now this is a rehash of all the American conspiracy theories about any mass shooting. Oh, it can't be the act of a single psychopath, there must be someone behind it. Or someone staged it. For example, intelligence services who want to remove our gun rights under the guise of this. And this theory was clearly inspired by someone from the English-speaking world, but without taking the realities of Russia into account. I have already touched on this topic in passing in my gun laws in Russia video, I can only repeat it. True, school shootings emerged in Russia not so long ago, and each of them ignites a very serious discussion. And yes, gun laws in Russia were tightened after the school shooting in Kazan. But as I said, the topic of guns in Russia is of interest to, let's say, 5% of people. Russia passes dozens of far less popular laws every year, without any problems. If the security service and the government want to tighten gun control, they will do it at the snap of a finger. And they don't need such complicated schemes with high-profile incidents. Serega the Hunter. Sergei, a professional hunter, goes to the taiga to a place known as Long Raspadak for the whole night to watch for animals. He had heard from another hunter that this was a bad place. Not really trusting the rumors, Sergei decided to check it himself, taking a small video camera with him. Sounds like a script for a cheap horror movie based on the Blair Witch Project, right? And you know what? People are still debating whether it's a low-budget horror movie, a prank, a hoax, or scary reality. All we know is that about 10 years ago, 3 videos appeared on the internet that show a video diary of a certain hunter who encounters something unexplainable in the taiga. I'll leave you with links to the second part of the video where all the most mysterious things happen. See for yourself, it's worth it. Even if it's a fake, it's very atmospheric. Whips. The Khlisty Whips is the name of the oldest and most mysterious Russian religious sect, which appeared even before the Russian Orthodox Church split into Old Believers and Reformers. There are different versions about the origin of the sect's name. It is either related to the practice of self-mutilation, or it was the result of a distortion of the word Christi, Christ, which was the title for Whips leaders. The legend says that in 1645, in Starodubskaya Volость, Muromsky Uyezd, Vladimir Province, in the parish of Yegorevsky on the mountain Gorodina, the Lord Sabaoth himself descended to the earth, took up residence in the flesh of the peasant Danilo Filipovich and gave people 12 new commandments. His disciples became the first Christs. In contrast to other sectarians, the Whips did not formally break with orthodoxy. They continued to attend church, but at the same time they participated in special meetings, vigils. The latter was a special ecstatic practice. Members of the community who had the status of prophets and prophetesses spun around to the point of exhaustion, shouting out their prophecies. The others listened to them, bowing at their feet and weeping. The Khlists' meetings were held secretly and outsiders were not allowed to attend them. They called their communities ships, and their leaders were called helmsmen. Each community was seen as a kind of a Noah's Ark. Priests, saints, the state and sacred books were denied, as Danilo Filipovich collected all the books and drowned them in the Volga, saying that people should only believe in the Holy Spirit. The human body was considered by them a punishment for original sin, and self-mutilation was a way to purification. In the 19th century, during the wave of fascination with mysticism, representatives of the upper strata of society showed interest in the Khlisty. According to some evidence, Grigory Rasputin was also one of them. In general, the Whips proclaimed strict asceticism, food and sexual abstinence, even swearing was not allowed. So they were quite peaceful guys, no orgies or cannibalism, although rumors about it were constantly going around, spread by official church. It is documented that Whips existed even in the USSR until 1950s-1960s. There are reports that their small communities still live today in some regions of Russia, but they keep their secrets very carefully. Russia is a crypto colony. During the Soviet era, the authorities often portrayed the Soviet country as a global anti-colonial force, waging an unequal battle against the damned imperialist capitalists. Accordingly, after the defeat in the Cold War and the collapse of the Soviet Union, this view was transformed into conspiracy theories about Russia as a crypto colony of the Anglo-Saxons, that is, a hidden colony whose colonial position is not recognized by casual observers. thus maintaining its position as victims if not opponents of colonialism. The phrase "Russia is a crypto colony" was introduced by the odious writer Dmitry Galkovsky. According to his theory, our world always has a hegemon and a sub-hegemon fighting with it for the right to dominate. All other countries are just pawns in their zones of influence. In the 18th century, France was a hegemon and Britain fought it. After the French revolutions, Britain took the role of hegemon, and after the Second World War, the United States took it over. Russia is a colony of Britain, completely disguised as an independent state. Real political information in such a state is possessed by a very limited circle of top officials. This is the president, the leadership of the secret police, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Only 10 to 20 people. A few hundred more, including the top intellectuals, have partial or transformed information. Elements of crypto-colonial management have been tested long ago, for example in Latin America of the 19th century. But the first crypto colony was the RSFSR in 1917-1918. Since then, Russia has been governed by England. The top of the crypto colony established a brutal slave dictatorship, serving English interests. On orders from London, the crypto colony then participated in a monstrous European massacre, then languished in an unsustainable arms race with the Americans, and finally successfully self-demolished to serve as material for the creation of a united Europe under the aegis of Radiant London. Later, Galkovsky admitted that he used the concept of crypto colony as a metaphor describing Russia's position on the world stage, but the theory has already gone viral. By the way, not only Russia is considered a crypto colony, there are similar theories about Germany, for example, about the famous Consular Act, a mythical document allegedly carefully hidden from the Germans and the rest of the world. It was signed by the German government in 1949, and according to it, Germany is obliged to fulfill all the orders of the Allies for more than 100 years. Pyramids of the Caucasus. Pyramids have a special role in the history of mankind. People build them everywhere. Why? One version, to communicate with the gods. Another, pyramids, thanks to their shape, accumulate cosmic energy. A third is that pyramids are natural generators of earth energy. English mountaineer Florence Crawford Grove is the author of the classic work on the study of the Caucasus, The Frosty Caucasus. In Grove's work, there is a description of several mountains of perfect pyramidal shape, which the researcher himself calls as if artificial. Mount Tuzluk fits Grove's description first of all. Its sloping and smooth forms are simply ideal, especially in comparison with the nearby peaks. One can't help but think that it was not nature that created this mountain, but some intelligent forces beyond our comprehension. Resembling an ancient mountain shape, the mountain gives birth to a great number of assumptions. The locals call Tuzluk a sanctuary and believe that an ancient temple with cells and underground passages is hidden somewhere in it. Mystics claim that the mountain is very well located for rituals, and in ancient times there was an observatory on it, from which observations of the stars were conducted. Xerox Affair. Once again my favorite Boris Yeltsin, and once again the merry year of 1996. So, the first round of the presidential election just took place. Boris Yeltsin won 35.28% of the vote, beating the head of the CPRF Gennady Zyuganov by 3.25%. The second round of elections was to be held in 2 weeks. A few days after the first round, on the evening of June 19th, two political technologists from Boris Yeltsin's headquarters, Sergei Lisovsky, the organizer of the Vote or Lose campaign, and Arkady Yevstafiev, a close associate of Anatoly Chubai's, head of the president campaign headquarters, were detained on their way out of the government house. Their detention was organized by Alexander Korzhakov, head of the Presidential Security Service, Mikhail Barsukov, director of the FSB, and Oleg Saskovets, first deputy prime minister of the Russian government, who used to be members of Boris Yeltsin election headquarters too. The detainees were found carrying a box for Xerox A4 paper, which contained $532,000 in cash, apparently intended to pay for endless PR actions in support of Boris Yeltsin on television. This Xerox box immediately became a catchphrase, and its name was given to the corresponding criminal case initiated in Russia over the incident. By the way, the case was dismissed after 3 years without any results, although according to the law the embezzlers should have been imprisoned, and Yeltsin should have been removed from the election. The expression Xerox box became a synonym for bag of money and a full-fledged symbol of the politics of the 90s, when huge sums of money were either spent on negative media coverage, or on election fraud, or were simply stolen by Yeltsin's friends. In general, the conspiracy component itself is not particularly interesting here. Where Yeltsin's staff got so much cash, why it was not accounted for in the documents, who it was intended for, whether Yeltsin himself knew about it all, it's not so important. But the very situation when two prominent figures under the cover of night smuggled a box with a pile of dollars out of the headquarters of the sitting president of a huge country is quite comical. Hamar Daban. Hamar Daban, 1993. A story that happened in Buryatia as if inspired by the Dyatlov Pass incident. And it is much cooler than the original because it has one surviving witness. I dedicated a whole 25-minute video to it. Don't be lazy, it's very interesting. Petrozavodsk phenomenon. The Petrozavodsk phenomenon is a series of events that occurred near the city of Petrozavodsk between 1977 and 1978. It was mistaken by many for UFOs. The phenomenon was observed by a large number of eyewitnesses. Reports about it were published in both the local and national press. There are testimonies of about 15 residents of Petrozavodsk that from October 1977 to early 1978, small holes randomly appeared in the windows of their apartments located in multi-story buildings in different parts of the city. Some of the holes were irregularly shaped, some were almost perfectly round with melted or polished edges. But the most famous incident occurred on September 20, 1977. An obscure glow appears over the city in the early hours of the morning. A big greenish-yellow flash. Within a few tens of seconds, a multitude of rays flew off from it and hit the roofs of houses, windows, apartments, and damaged stalls, tents, and playgrounds. Already at noon, hundreds of military personnel from all the nearest military units arrived in the city. Emergently, replacement of broken windows, damaged stalls, playgrounds was carried out. All small metal objects that had come to Earth were collected and seized. Those who tried to hide them in their homes were subjected to inspection. All apartments where windows contained unexplained holes were searched. Did aliens invade Petrozavodsk and fire lasers at the city? Maybe some flying ships scanned all objects on the ground? Initially, the event was officially explained as an unexplored natural phenomenon, and much later, in the era of glasnost, by the activities of the military and highly classified at the time Cosmodrome Plisetsk and the launch of the satellite Cosmos 955 from it, as well as by unsuccessful launch of a ballistic missile conducted nearby at about the same time and causing a number of additional effects. However, many residents of the city still do not believe such explanations. The fact is that, according to the memories of the city residents, the debris had a greenish-yellow color, and after falling to the earth it was still burning with purple and crimson flames. No paint, much less metal, used by Earthlings in spacecraft can give the flames such a color, nor do they themselves have a yellow-greenish texture. In addition, there are city residents who claim that their neighbors were abducted by aliens. Remember these very small holes in windows? They claimed that people had disappeared in apartments where windows had been hit by strange fragments. Later, these rumors were refuted at the highest level, but in 2005 journalists have raised their archives and found out that some people really went missing in 1977. A total of 62 people in the entire year. In September, when the alien invasion occurred, 27. Coincidence? Maybe. Air Procession of 1941. There is a legend that at the end of November 1941, when the Nazis were already close to Moscow, an airplane took to the skies above the capital and circled the city 3 times. There were Orthodox priests on board, and also an icon of the Mother of God. A couple of days after the flight, a severe frost struck and literally paralyzed Hitler's troops. Soon, the inhabitants of the capital and then the whole world learned about the counter-offensive of the Red Army. Allegedly, the order for the air procession was given by Stalin himself. To this day, historians and clergy argue whether it really took place. Naturally, there was and could be no mention of such an event in Soviet historiography. Historians doubt the main thing, that Stalin could ever give such an order, although the leader sometimes made the most unconventional decisions. Moreover, judging by his biography, he himself studied to be a priest. The clergy themselves, especially of the older generation who remembered 1941, know nothing about the legend. The earliest references to the story of the aerial procession are found in the writings of the historian of the Russian Orthodox Church Petar Palamarchuk in the Emigrant publication of the 1980s. Finally, no documentary evidence exists for the preparation or execution of such a ritual in the first 6 months of the war. The official strict anti-religious policy of the Soviet authorities began to change only 2 years later, when Stalin held a meeting with the Metropolitans of the Russian Orthodox Church in 1943. Muldashev. Ernst Rivgatovich Muldashev is a Soviet and Russian ophthalmologist, surgeon of the highest category, honored doctor of the Russian Federation. He is also the author of a number of esoteric books, newspaper articles and films on mystical topics related to expeditions to Crete, Egypt and Tibet to study ancient civilizations. For example, Muldashev and his associates conducted an experiment where people were given photographs of famous people's faces cut into 3 parts. People recognized them only by the upper eye part of the face. Based on the results obtained, it was suggested that the eye as a scanning beam reads 22 parameters. As a result, a computer program was created, with the help of which it was possible to restore the appearance of any person by his eyes. Scanning photos of eyes of representatives of all races of the globe, it was calculated how probably an average eye should look like. According to the put-forward assumption, such average eyes belong to representatives of the Tibetan race. By means of mathematical approximation, the average location of the eyes of the peoples of all races of the world was made. As a result, 4 hypothetical paths of migration of mankind around the globe were obtained, the sources of which led to the areas of Tibet. Also, with the help of this technique, a portrait of the creature to whom the eyes on the temples in Tibet belong was made. Supposedly, it was the mystical progenitor of mankind. By the way, mankind is not the first civilization on Earth, but the 5th one. In addition, Muldashev believes that our current civilization may be doomed to complete extinction. However, surprisingly, the human race will not be discontinued. The reason for this is the gene pool of mankind created by nature and the supreme intelligence, which includes a huge number of representatives of different civilizations: Lemurians, Atlanteans and humans, Aryans. These representatives are now in a state of samadhi, the highest form of meditation, in a network of underground and underwater caves somewhere in Tibet. He also believes that a sharp shift of the Earth's rotation axis by 60 degrees is about to happen, after which the Great Flood will begin. Only one area will be able to survive the shift in the Earth's axis. Yes, you guessed it, it's Tibet. Transpolar Mainline. The Transpolar Mainline is a mega project conceived and partially implemented in the USSR of a railroad across the entire north of Russia, from the shores of the Barents Sea to the coast of the Sea of Okhotsk to Chukotka. As a rule, the cities of Murmansk and Arkhangelsk as the westernmost points of the route are included in the Transpolar Mainline. Tens of thousands of prisoners died during its construction, but it was never finished. All the gruesome details are in a separate video on my Patreon. Subscribe. Nemtsov's murder. Boris Nemtsov was assassinated by 4 shots at 23:31 Moscow time on February 27, 2015, in Moscow on the Bolshoi Moskvoretsky Bridge, literally opposite the Kremlin. The assassination was one of the most high-profile political murders in modern Russia. A few days later, the authorities detained 5 Chechen natives. The perpetrators were sentenced to prison terms ranging from 11 to 20 years. According to the verdict, the convicts committed the crime for a reward of 15 million rubles promised by a certain Ruslan Mukhudinov. The alleged organizer is on an international wanted list. The question about the person who ordered the murder remains open. In early 2020, Vladimir Putin announced that the masterminds behind Nemtsov's murder had been found, but their names were not publicly announced. Boris Nemtsov was one of the organizers of the mass protests of the early 2010s, and perhaps the most politically savvy of the then liberal opposition leaders. Ex-governor of the Nizhny Novgorod region, ex-member of the Federation Council, ex-member of the State Duma, and even ex-member of the Russian Security Council. Naturally, his murder came with tons of conspiracy theories, no surprises there. First, the killers let Nemtsov's companion, Ukrainian model Anna Duritskaya, leave, which is very unusual. Secondly, for some reason the surveillance cameras with which Moscow is packed do not cover the exact spot on the Moskvoretsky bridge where Nemtsov was shot. I remind you, right next to the Kremlin. Finally, the name and status of the only announced organizer, Ruslan Mukhudinov, who was just a driver in one of the battalions of the Chechen Republic. It is inconceivable that Mukhudinov could give orders to an officer who was far above him in rank and position, Zaur Dadayev, who according to the investigation shot Nemtsov. So he was probably only passing on someone else's orders. Whose orders? It's an open question. And surprisingly, even liberal sources agree that the murder of Nemtsov was not particularly beneficial to the highest authorities, and was an extremely unpleasant surprise for them. Codes in Soviet movies. An amusing conspiracy theory that many numbers and letters that randomly appear for a few seconds in various iconic Soviet films are some kind of a cipher, some kind of a secret message from the directors to their viewers. After all, censorship in movies was so strong that this was the only way to get certain things across. Some directors used numbers as an Easter egg. For example, Leonid Gaidai in his Diamond Arm put the number 2870 on the Volga with the inscription Ogo, which can be translated as wow. The thing is that shortly before the release of the movie there was a denomination of the ruble and prices went up. For example, a bottle of vodka went up in price by almost 30% to 2 rubles 87 kopecks. 10 bottles, 28 rubles 70 kopecks. 2870? Wow. A reference that was understood by everyone. Operaция Y, 1965, the same Gaidai. A .75-liter bottle of wine cost 2.10 rubles. Иван Васильевич меняет профессию. Miloslavsky's call to Шпак. Hello? Dental clinic. Extension 362. 362. Exactly the price of a bottle of vodka from 1968 to 1980. Not only Gaidai joked about the price of vodka. In the movie We Two Men, 1962, the truck's driver license plate number sadly proclaims Ach, 287. In the movie Office Romance, on the signs that hang on buildings, there are very curious inscriptions. Head bone, head fur, Department of External Intercourses. Ryazanov simply mocked the officials, and they did not notice it and approved the movie. But conspiracy enthusiasts also find more interesting secret signs, such as Masonic ones. In the movie Scuba Sets at the Bottom in 1965, the Masonic symbol was depicted on the shirt pocket. In the movie A Tale of Lost Time in 1964, Masonic pyramid in the window, chest floor and 13 steps of the Masonic Lodge. Well, and in the same Diamond Arm there is a familiar huge eye on the wall. Kalachi settlement. In 2013, the village of Kalachi in Akmola Oblast made headlines throughout Kazakhstan and far beyond. An epidemic of the so-called sleeping sickness began among the residents, which attracted the attention of scientists and journalists. The residents of Kalachi fell asleep for several days, and all attempts to wake them up failed. People with signs of sleeping sickness complained of dizziness, hallucinations, and even partial amnesia. Doctors even had to tie some people to their beds to prevent them from harming themselves while in a semi-delirious state. There were different theories about the cause of the disease. From the release of radioactive radon gas, in Soviet times uranium was mined near Kalachi and the ruins of abandoned mines are still preserved, to carbon dioxide entering the atmosphere along with stove smoke. However, after many years of research, none of these versions was confirmed. Doctors also tried to determine the diagnosis and finally agreed that the sleeping sickness of Kalachin people is nothing but encephalopathy of unknown genesis, which started because of low oxygen content in the air. But why the oxygen content in the air of an unremarkable village changes dramatically from time to time is unknown to science. In 2016, the sleeping sickness in Kalachi stopped as suddenly as it started. One day people just stopped falling asleep randomly. Icons of Saint Christopher. Saint Christopher, or Christophor, is a martyr who lived in the 3rd century AD and is venerated by the Orthodox Church. Like other saints, he has his own day, May 9th or May 22nd. His image, like that of other martyrs, is often found on Orthodox icons. But there is one small detail that distinguishes Christopher from the others. The fact that he has the head of a dog. Yes, you heard me right, a dog's head. He is an ordinary Orthodox icon, and on it is a man with a dog's head, like Anubis. Looks really bizarre, but it is not some fake, it is an actual Orthodox icon. There's a legend that Saint Christopher was unusually handsome. He asked God to relieve him of this burden in order to deprive himself of unnecessary temptations. As a result, he got a dog's head. And another version that he allegedly came from the tribe of Kinocephalus, that is, people with dog heads. Which of these versions to believe, decide for yourself. There were no repressions. And now back to the equally beloved comrade Stalin. Why is he beloved? For industrialization of the country, raising it from its knees, and victory in the Great Patriotic War. What do people dislike him for? For the fact that he persecuted almost all of his loyal associates under the guise of traitors, and also repressed millions of people. Well, and accordingly, there is a very popular theory among supporters of Joseph Vissarionovich that in fact there were no mass repressions or some great terror of the 30s, and even if some things really took place, they were greatly exaggerated. The fact is that it is really difficult to calculate the real number of victims of repressions, and even if some sentences are documented, 725,000 executions in 2 years, 1937-1938, is a lot or no? This theory periodically evolves into the theory, yes, there were repressions but they deserved it, or that the Gulag was bad, but without it we would not have developed the infrastructure of the North and the Far East, and also would not have won the war. Or that, yes, there were repressions, but these were mostly local excesses. Comrade Stalin couldn't keep track of everything. In general, Stalin is really a standard of a ruler with a firm hand for many people, exactly the kind they feel Russia needs, and also the defeat of Nazism. And in order not to tarnish this image, many people are ready to engage in any mental gymnastics, allowing them to ignore the fact that their idol was, for all his pluses, also a ruthless, bloody tyrant. Dove Book. The Book of the Dove is one of the most mysterious and obscure books of ancient Russia, which has miraculously survived to our days. In fact, it's not even a book, but a story about the book. An oral legend with a rhythm somewhat reminiscent of the Bolinas. It has no author or canonical text. To date, about 40 variants are known, recorded in the 17th-20th centuries. It is known for certain that the book definitely existed in the 15th-16th centuries, but many are convinced that the book is much older, and that at least in the 13th century the book was put into the category of forbidden. It is believed that the Dove Book contains, albeit in a brief and somewhat encrypted form, the very essence of things and events, as well as the enumeration and description of all the most important and great things that happened on Earth. That is in fact a description of how our world really works. Why did the Church ban the reading and distribution of this book? It would seem that the text is in the Christian system of coordinates. There are repeated references to the name of Jesus Christ, Jerusalem, the Jordan River and Our Lady. However, the book tells the non-biblical version of the creation of the world from the body of God, about a certain Old Jerusalem and about the northern ancestral homeland of Indo-Europeans. An interesting and somewhat paradoxical question that arises after studying the Book of the Dove, or rather its multiple retellings, where in fact the book itself is and what was actually written in it. It is known that one of the storytellers said that the original Dove Book is kept in Old Jerusalem, that is, in a certain ancestral home of mankind. Some believe that it is not actual Jerusalem, but Constantinople. If we do not take any radical conspiracy stance, the Book of the Dove is a rather interesting historical artifact, which shows how the Orthodox images were perceived by the Slavs and how intricately they were woven in their legends with traditional pagan forms. Simple people in the Middle Ages did not understand complex church texts, so the authors tried to explain various phenomena by putting them into a more accessible folkloric form, and the result was such an unusual mix. Anti-Semitism in the USSR. The Soviet Union was a country that promoted total equality for people of all nations, origins, ethnicities and skin color. Everyone, except Jews. And officially it categorically denied it. All this began shortly after the victory in World War II. Thus, in 1948, the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee, which during the Great Patriotic War helped the Soviet government to receive aid from abroad to fight Hitler, was dispersed in the USSR. It is believed that it was the destruction of the JAC that triggered the largest wave of anti-Semitism in the USSR in the second half of the 20th century. These events culminated in the infamous doctor's case, when a Zionist conspiracy was allegedly uncovered in the USSR. Moreover, there were rumors that in 1953, immediately after the verdict on the doctor's case, all Jews of the USSR were to be deported to Siberia. Indirect confirmation of this version is considered to be a secret order of February 22, 1933, discovered by dissident Jares Medvedev, about immediate dismissal of all employees of Jewish nationality, regardless of their rank, age and merits, from the Ministry of State Security, MGB, which could be a precursor to deportation. The anti-Jewish hysteria that engulfed the country subsided only after Joseph Stalin was put in the mausoleum. Although, according to researchers and eyewitnesses, anti-Semitism existed in a milder form both under Nikita Khrushchev and Leonid Brezhnev. It manifested itself in the fact that it was more difficult for Jews to enter some of the top universities, especially in mathematics, and they were more often denied opportunities to travel abroad. It was more difficult for them to take up senior positions in enterprises too. The policy of squeezing Jews out of the foreign ministry, the KGB, and leading positions in the army continued, and there were almost no Jews left in the leadership of the Communist Party. Overt and covert oppression led to a tendency in the Jewish diaspora to repatriate, to return to their historical homeland in Israel. There is an opinion that the spread of anti-Semitism under Khrushchev and Brezhnev was facilitated by the fact that at the time many members of the Politburo were natives of Ukraine, whose youth fell just at the beginning of the 20th century, the era of Jewish pogroms. In general, there was at least some degree of casual anti-Semitism even in the late USSR. One can only argue whether it was ignited artificially by the party leadership, or whether it was a banal consequence of the fact that in the conflicts in the Middle East, the Soviet country took the side of the Arab world, rather than that of capitalist Israel. The Book of Veles. And one more book, extremely popular among Russian neo-pagans and nationalists. Can you guess what it's about? Bingo! About the fact that Slavs are descendants of those semi-mythical Aryans, that Slavs, or rather Rusichi, have always been a more developed ethnos than all others on Earth, that our Slavic ancestors long before the appearance of the ancient Rus had their own written language, culture and religious beliefs, and so on and so forth. In fact, this book is a bible of modern Slavic neo-paganism. The problem is that this great ancient book is written on wooden plaques that no one has seen, and tells about events that cannot be verified. According to the story of its first publisher, Yuri Petrovich Miralyubov, the Book of Veles was a text on wooden tablets written down by pagans in the 9th century. During the Civil War, they were supposedly found by a white officer, Isenbek, and taken to Belgium. In the 1920s and 1930s, Miralyubov was deciphering them for a long time, and then a new war broke out, and after Isenbek's death, the tablets disappeared. Miralyubov published his notes only in the 1950s in America. There was a sacred manuscript, and now it's gone. How surprising and unusual. I guess we have to believe the only one who has seen it. The starting point of this historical narrative is a certain forefather Bogumir from northern India. His descendants moved from Mesopotamia and Syria to Scythia, and then settled in the area from the Carpathians to the Dnieper. There they defeated the Khazars and built the great city of Kiev. In general, the message of this book is simple. Do not think that Russia was built by some undeveloped primitive tribes. The Russes traveled half the world, had their own written language, they controlled huge territories, and in general were extremely advanced people. Trust me. Ghosts in Ostankino. Ostankino. This is where the famous TV tower, the tallest structure in Europe and Russia, is located. This is the heart of television and radio broadcasting in our country. However, this place is also famous for many mystical secrets. The land here is considered cursed. Even in ancient times there was a pagan cemetery on it, and of course there were human sacrifices, how could we do without them? Then there was a graveyard for those who took their own lives here, also a pretty bad place. It is believed that the very name Ostankino comes from the word ostanki, remains, although this is only one of many versions. One of the most famous anomalies and mysteries of Ostankino is the ghost of a witch sorceress, a hunched old woman in black robes. According to the belief, she was killed and buried in this place. Now she wanders around the neighborhood, portending misfortune and death. It began a long time ago, since the time of Ivan the Terrible, and maybe even earlier. Even Russian emperors encountered her. Paul I came to these lands to Count Sheremetyev. The emperor had a long talk with the witch, and afterwards was sad and knew exactly when he would be killed. It is said that Paul's grandson Alexander II also encountered the witch during his visit in 1856. She whispered that he would rule the country for 25 years, after which he would die at the hands of a godless man, and then vanished into thin air. It is believed that the mysterious sorceress appeared in our time too. She appeared before the storming of the TV tower in 1993 and right before the fire in 2000. It is said that she is sometimes seen to this day either early in the morning or late at night. After seeing her, people complain of headaches that last for days. The Ostankino television center itself can also be called a haunted place. The guards who work here like to talk about strange noises heard here in the middle of the night, about feeling very disoriented and unreasonably anxious, and regularly complain of headaches and nausea. In addition to the hunchbacked old woman, there are two other well-known ghosts in Ostankino TV center. The first is a ginger dog. The dog never approaches people. The ghost can be seen only in glimpses and only from afar. It looks like a large ginger creature with the outline of a dog and a blurred silhouette. When the dog moves, no sounds can be heard, claws, paws, barking, nothing. If you try to chase the dog, it is sure to lead you down a dead end and disappear. And then there's white mist. Sometimes something that looks like a disembodied lump of absorbent cotton forms under the ceiling of the newsroom and then melts into the air. It is believed to portend some terrible catastrophe, provided it appears to a group of people at the same time. If only one person sees the white mist, it means that he or she will soon be in big trouble. Greetings, comrades! New year, new level of my iceberg. Yes, it's been a while, but I've decided to adjust my approach slightly. The stories will be presented a bit more concisely and the episode lengths will be reduced. Today we start level 4. We are almost halfway through. Dostoevsky and a little girl. We start this level with not the most pleasant story about the great Russian writer. The main source of this gossip is the literary critic Nikolai Strakhov, who was considered a friend of Dostoevsky. In a letter to Leo Tolstoy on November 23, 1883, he complained that it was difficult for him to write a complimentary text about Dostoevsky, because he knew all sorts of nasty things about him, particularly about some things Dostoevsky did in a banya to one little girl, who was brought to him by his governess. Tolstoy did not react in any way, but after his death the correspondence was published and caused a scandal, and for more than half a century this story was believed to be true. After all, why would a friend stigmatize a great writer in correspondence with another great writer? Only 60 years later the truth came out. It turns out that after Dostoevsky's death in 1881, Strakhov was invited to sort through his archive to prepare a collection of works. In one of the writer's notebooks, Strakhov found an insulting note about himself. He held a grudge and decided to take revenge in this way, almost successfully. By the way, there was a questionable story of seduction in the banya in Dostoevsky's records, as a deleted chapter from the novel Demons. Apparently Strakhov saw it too, and decided to use the plot, so to speak. Soul Sisters blog. In 2012, the blog of a user hiding behind the nickname Soul Sister started gaining immense popularity on the Runet, namely on the LifeJournal.com website. Blog entries were made in Russian, Korean and German. The thing is that some entries imply that the girl is the daughter of Vladimir Putin. In them she described a fairly ordinary expat life, but with some interesting details. For example, she resented having to go to the embassy to talk to her father on the phone, because he didn't respond to the special line. The last entry in this online diary, however, is dated March 4th, 2012. The very day Russia held a presidential election that turned out to be a victory for Putin, who then cried at a rally. At my wedding, he cried too. Or was it from the wind? The fact that Vladimir Putin then and even now carefully hid his daughters from the world also added fuel to the fire. In 2010, a Korean newspaper wrote that his daughter Yekaterina married the son of a Korean admiral and lived in Seoul. However, no official confirmation of who the author of this blog was has appeared anywhere since then. Discharges into the Techa River. Techa is an unremarkable river in the Chelyabinsk region, except for the fact that the Mayak chemical plant, familiar to many from the radioactive accident of 1987, was located on its banks. So there's a lot of stories about people or entire villages who for decades lived in dangerous territories near the Techa River after its contamination, because the state had no money or no desire to resettle them, or even just to inform them about the danger nearby. Radioactive waste was poured into this river long before the accident itself. Most of the contamination, up to 89%, got into the Techa River from the March 1950 to October 1951. At that time, discharges were almost uncontrolled. For example, a quote from the conclusion of the expert group of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR. Irradiation of the population in the upper reaches of the Techa River leads to the emergence of chronic radiation sickness, especially in the village of Metlina, where chronic radiation sickness in 1956 was diagnosed in 64.7% of the adult population and 63.15% of examined children. 2/3 of the population. Only in 1954-1960, long after the river was polluted, about 7.5 thousand people from 19 affected settlements were resettled from the banks of the Techa. At the same time, the main part of Muslumovo settlement, which stood on the banks of the Techa, was resettled from the river only about 10 years ago. Some even suggest that these villages were not resettled on purpose, in order to study the impact of radiation on the human body. Renewal of icons. One of the major miracles in Orthodoxy are cases in which the images of saints on old darkened icons spontaneously become clearer. One of the earliest renewals which got into the annals dates back to 1740. They say the icon literally shone and became fragrant. In the early 20s of the 20th century, this phenomenon became widespread. The newspapers wrote about literally hundreds of cases per year. From the point of view of religion, it's a miracle. From the scientific point of view, everything is rather boring. Some cases of renewal can be explained by a simple effect of focusing the vision. A person looks at a darkened icon for a long time and discovers more and more details. Thus, it may seem that the icon is getting younger. Plyushkin syndrome. Plyushkin syndrome is named after the hero of Nikolai Gogol's novel Dead Souls, who loved to accumulate all sorts of junk in his house. Actually, this is what the syndrome manifests itself in pathological hoarding. People, especially old and lonely, drag literally everything they can into their houses and often cannot stop. There are cases when the whole volume of the apartment within a couple of years turned out to be literally piled from top to bottom with various junk, which sometimes buried the Plyushkins themselves under it forever. Mitasov. Oleg Mitasov was a Ukrainian artist, one could say an urban legend of Kharkov in the mid-1980s, well, or a city madman. No one knows why the upstanding citizen Mitasov turned into a street madman/artist at one point, but locals say that he used to be quite sane and even had a PhD in economics. Rumor has it that he was on his way to defend his doctoral dissertation, but forgot it on the streetcar, and it was this event that disturbed his mind. This version explains the strange abbreviation VAG, which is mentioned later in all of Mitasov's works. This is the name of the Higher Attestation Commission, the body awarding scientific degrees in the USSR. Anyway, after some event, Mitasov ended up in a psychiatric hospital, and after leaving it, he sublimated his suffering into creativity. He painted the walls of Kharkov houses and his own home with countless inscriptions, many of which had little meaning, or alternatively too much meaning. For example, cucumber, lay and be cucumber or cucumber. Or, and why you then water drink why. It looked so art-housey that neighbors and other curious citizens started coming to his apartment as if it was a museum. It was also unusual and strange. There was even a version of Mitasov the shaman, spinning around and shouting words and symbols in the pouring rain. In any case, whether it was really the work of a mentally ill man or some kind of art performance, we will never know. Mitasov died of tuberculosis in 1989. Kabanya Mountain. My beloved Buryatia and my favorite mountain range, Khamar-Daban. A place where there are strange vibrations that make tourists bang their hands on rocks, and a place that destroys passing light engine airplanes. In the middle of this ridge there is a Kabanya Mountain, or Boar Mountain, which is the subject of all sorts of legends. The most interesting one is related to the unexplained airplane crashes that have occurred near this mountain. It is as if pilots, for some unknown reason, reduce the flight altitude and literally steer the airplane into the mountainside. Moreover, the most famous crash, which occurred in 1949, literally changed the history of an entire nation, the Uyghurs living in northern China. In the first half of the 20th century, this region was called East Turkestan, and its relations with China, of which it was formerly a part, were complicated. For example, according to some reports, deposits of beryllium and uranium were found there, which had been mined by Soviet miners since 1944 and exported directly to the USSR. At the same time, Stalin was establishing ties with the new communist government of China, and as a result, in 1949 he offered the government of East Turkestan to fly to Beijing for negotiations. On August 24th, the East Turkestan delegation flew to Beijing on a Soviet Il-12 plane, the route passing through the USSR territory, through Krasnoyarsk, Irkutsk and Chita. As will be known later, flying over Baikal, the pilots dropped from a height of 2400 meters to 1200 meters. And when the lake ended, the ill-fated Khamar-Daban range and its highest point in this area, Mount Kabanya, appeared in front of the plane. The impact caused it to completely break up and catch fire. Everyone on board was killed. Hunters who were on the mountain in those days said that some of them managed to get some things from the crashed plane, carpets and gold. They also noted the NKVD officers who got to the plane burned all the surviving things from Il-12 and all the documents. Over the years, the remains of the airplane have been seen by only a few people. Nevertheless, researchers never tire of putting forward various versions of the crash, from sabotage by Mao's agents to Buddhist curses or a special operation of the NKVD. All the activists of the Uyghur nationalists were killed very successfully. The official investigation concluded that the airplane was fully operational. The reason why the pilots lowered the plane to an altitude of 1200 meters has never been established. Virtually all the influential people of East Turkestan died in the crash, and their successors were much more cooperative. And in the same year, the East Turkestan Republic finally became part of China. Moreover, Il-12 is not alone on the mountain. The remains of several other light engine airplanes lie on it, and most of them ended up there in the 1940s. In 1965, there was even an almost identical crash. An-12 airplane was flying the route Tashkent, Novosibirsk, Krasnoyarsk, Irkutsk, Yuzhno-Sakhalinsk. The plane was flying at an altitude of 4200 meters above Lake Baikal, but on the approach to Khamar-Daban, it suddenly dropped to 1200 meters and crashed into the mountainside. All those on board were also killed. Even nowadays, airplane crashes continue to occur there. In 2015, some private jet crashed there, but people managed to survive. The inconspicuous Kabanya Mountain really seems to be a dark place of power on Baikal. Even experienced hunters start walking in circles here, the compass spins and shows the wrong direction, and some locals say that in cloudy weather a glow comes from the top of the mountain. Maybe it really acts as a magnet for unlucky pilots. Star Fortresses. To be more precise, they should be called Fortalitia Stellaris. These are fortifications in the form of stars, which began to be built literally everywhere around the 15th century. There are more than 600 of them around the world, not only in Europe, from Portugal to Sri Lanka, including Russia. Many of these fortresses have now been demolished, but they can still be easily recognized on satellite maps by the characteristic lines of earthen ramparts. According to the official version, such structures appeared because of the mass spread of gunpowder and artillery. Traditional medieval fortresses could not withstand artillery fire, and so this format of defensive structures spread. But skeptics have a different opinion. Why are all these structures thousands of kilometers apart built to a single standard? Why do they sometimes stand literally in an open field, in rather dubious places for defense? For example, why is there an entire wall of these fortresses stretching for more than 200 kilometers in the Samara region? When were they actually built, and could they be anything other than fortifications? There are two main theories explaining the purpose of star fortresses. The first one says that star fortresses are remnants of a former civilization, which received energy or electricity for everyday needs using them. That's why they are built everywhere and their size are different, depending on the amount of population or energy demand in a particular area. Some even elaborate, star fortresses were natural gas extraction facilities. Where did ancient people get such technology? As always, there was an advanced civilization, but then some catastrophe happened, the usual. Another version of the origin of star fortresses is even more bizarre. Perhaps star fortresses emerge by themselves under the influence of some processes inside our planet. Indeed, they are remarkably similar to crystals or snowflakes, about which no one will say, hey, nature cannot create such a thing. And only after the emergence of such objects, cities and military fortifications began to be built above them. However, this version does not explain what exactly these spontaneous symbols were and what they indicated. The Midday Horror. The midday horror is a well-known effect that you may have experienced as well. Has it ever happened to you? A bright, cloudless day in the countryside, it's noon, nature is quiet, everything is so graceful, but then you feel irrational anxiety, perhaps even fear. You are haunted by the feeling that something terrible is about to happen or has already happened. The world looks frozen, ominous, even more ominous than at midnight. You feel as if you are not alone, and someone is looking at you, someone ancient, powerful and frightening. Some steppe peoples of Russia and the former USSR have a legend that at noon you must not leave your house, and especially work. You can meet Poludnitsa. She is described as a tall woman in a light-colored dress, who can kill you for violation of this prohibition. Moreover, for some reason the word poludnovat, that is, to spend midday, has a meaning of to live the last minutes before death, in southern Siberia and on the White Sea. Soviet authors, philosopher Leonid Lipovsky and children's writer Vitaly Bianchi also wrote about the midday horror. Of course, there is a trivial explanation. The midday sun is the most dangerous for the human body and it's easy to catch a heat stroke. But what if everything is not so simple? Можайski's airplane. The Можайski airplane is an airplane designed and built by a Russian naval officer Alexander Fedorovich Możaiski in the last quarter of the 19th century, the first in Russia and one of the first in the world. Moreover, in the USSR, Możaiski's airplane was considered the first airplane to separate from the ground with a man on board. Allegedly, at the time of testing in 1882, Możaiski's plane weighed 57 pounds, about 954 kilograms, and flew at a speed of 11 meters per second. Traction was provided by two steam engines of 10 and 20 horsepower. Allegedly, the plane barely got off the ground and then tilted and collapsed, breaking the wing. But it flew more than 100 meters, 20 years before the Wright brothers' flight, I remind you. However, the documents directly recording the course of the tests of Możaiski's airplane have not survived. Complete drainage of Karabagaz Coal. Karabagaz Coal, literally Lake of the Blake Strait, is a rather uncommon water formation, at least because it is located very close to the Caspian Sea. On maps and satellite images it looks very unusual. Karabagaz means black trap in Turkmen. An ancient Turkmen legend says that there is a very deep hole in the lake, which absorbs Caspian waters and ships, and then through underground tunnels carries them to the Aral Sea, or even further, to the world ocean. But even if you don't listen to the legends, the fact is that the water here is about 30 times saltier than the Caspian Sea. Nothing can survive in such water. Any fish that accidentally gets there dies. Moreover, in 1715 Peter the Great sent a special expedition here, which put Karabagaz Coal on the maps of the empire and issued its verdict. For the next 100 years, these places were carefully avoided by sailors as deadly dangerous. But what about complete drainage? The fact is that in the middle of the 20th century, the Soviet authorities were concerned about the decline in the levels of the Caspian Sea. They feared that it would suffer the fate of the rapidly drying Aral Sea, and the researchers decided that water from the Caspian Sea was indeed somehow flowing into this dead salt lake. In 1980, the Black-mouthed Strait between them was blocked by a dam. In 1984, the lake dried up completely and turned into a salt desert. Its dried-up bottom immediately became a source of terrible dust-salt storms that began to damage the surrounding lands. It became impossible to graze sheep on the former pastures, cattle deaths were noted, it was really a disaster. As if something ancient and powerful was punishing the people for having destroyed its domain. So almost immediately after the collapse of the USSR, the authorities of Turkmenistan blew up the dam. By that time, the water in the Caspian Sea started to arrive again, without any connection with the construction of the dam. It may be a coincidence, but the Caspian Sea really stopped drying up and the violent storms disappeared. Pelageya Rязанская. Pelageya of Ryazan, aka Pelageya Alexandrovna Bogacheva, was an old woman who became famous in the 1990s due to her prophecies. She was born blind, had no pupils, but had a good memory and foresight. It is said that at the age of 12, Pelageya saw the Queen of Heaven in a monk's robe, and that she showed her hell in the form of a sea of fire. After that, she discovered the gift of divination. According to popular legend, many believers were healed of diseases through her prayers, received advice and spiritual guidance. Well, and after her death, numerous books were published about her, which, by the way, are criticized by the official Orthodox Church. In particular, Pelageya prophesied that on the same day the Holy Patriarch Enoch and the Prophet Elijah would be resurrected in Jerusalem. The Venerable Sergius would also be resurrected in the Holy Trinity Sergius Lavra, and Seraphim of Sarov in Sarov. At the end of her life, blessed Pelageya pointed to the place from where the Antichrist would come. This place is America. And then our Lord will defeat the Antichrist and peace and love will reign on earth. Yamantau. If you've played Call of Duty Black Ops or the Metro games, you must have heard of it. Mount Yamantau is the highest point of the southern Urals. And as it often happens, the name of the mountain is not good. No, it translates from Bashkir as Evil Mountain. But it's not Bashkir legends that attract the attention of extreme tourists and bloggers to this mountain. The fact is that since the Soviet times, some super secret works have been carried out in its depths. In Soviet times there were two military garrisons on this place, Belarus 15 and Belarus 16. These garrisons were merged into the closed city of Межгорье in 1995. According to American intelligence, a huge secret underground complex was built in this very area in the late Soviet Union and in the 1990s. Back in the 1990s, interviews with alleged soldiers builders of this complex began to appear. According to the stories of these people, we can conclude that under the mountain there is an entire underground city, or even a small country comparable in size to Liechtenstein, which has everything necessary for a comfortable life of 300,000 people, including communications, food and water supplies, ventilation systems, etc. Again, you can ignore these stories, but it is impossible to hide works of such scale, and there are many traces of the military presence on the mountain itself. So there is probably something in this area. The purpose of this complex is unclear. According to some sources, there is the management of all strategic nuclear forces of Russia, according to others, a secret bunker for the government in the event of World War III. Some say that the entire gold reserve of the country is stored there, and it's possible that it is everything at once, or something else entirely. Voronezh is a small Stalingrad. During the entire Great Patriotic War, there were only two cities where the front line passed through the city itself – Stalingrad and Voronezh. But for some reason, the defense of Voronezh is one of the least known pages of the Great Patriotic War, although it lasted even longer than the famous Battle of Stalingrad – 220 days against 201. Stalingrad is a hero city, the defense of which turned the tide of the entire war. And the concept of the Battle of Voronezh did not exist in the Soviet books on the history of World War II at all. Both cities were practically destroyed. In both cities the Nazis failed to take the second bank of the river. Voronezh even has its own Mamayev Kurgan, the Chizhovsky bridgehead, where more than 30,000 Red Army fighters are buried in a single mass grave at the memorial. So why was Voronezh forgotten? They say the reason is simple. The Wehrmacht army that attacked Voronezh was largely made of Hungarians, and in doing so was almost completely destroyed. It is in Voronezh that the largest burial place of its soldiers in the history of this country is located. In 1942-1943, no less than 150,000 Hungarians died here. And after the war, our country established a very good high-level partnership with the Hungarian People's Republic. To give the title of hero to the city where the entire army of our new friends was completely destroyed was apparently considered not quite proper. Zoya Kosmodemyanskaya's schizophrenia. Zoya Kosmodemyanskaya was a Soviet hero of World War II, the first woman to be awarded the title of Hero of the Soviet Union, in 1942, posthumously. Every Soviet kid knew about her feat. She was a member of a sabotage and reconnaissance group, thrown into the rear of the enemy with the task to burn down 10 villages. During the arson attack, her group was intercepted, Zoya was captured, tortured and executed by hanging. Zoya Kosmodemyanskaya became one of the symbols of heroism of the Soviet people in the Great Patriotic War. Her image was literally everywhere. Her defiance towards her captors, the fact that she took all the tortures of the Germans in silence and with special stoicism, without giving up any of her comrades, was considered a special feat. Actually, that's exactly what the conspiracy theory is about. Allegedly, in the archives of the Kashenka Psychiatric Hospital, there were records of a certain Zoya Kosmodemyanskaya, who repeatedly stayed in this hospital before the war with a diagnosis of schizophrenia. And apparently Kosmodemyanskaya's silence at the moment when she was about to be hanged was due to catatonic stupor with mutism, when a person hardly moves, looks frozen and is silent. This syndrome was mistaken for the exploits and silence of Zoya Kosmodemyanskaya. After the war, these documents were allegedly seized and doctors were forced to keep silent to make Kosmodemyanskaya a heroine. This was the shocking truth that came out in the 1990s. But there is no evidence of this, but there are other documents. Documents from Botkin Hospital, where it is clearly written that Zoya in 1940 was treated for meningitis, and no mentions of schizophrenia. Prince Vladimir was Jewish. And one more interesting historical literary theory. One of the earliest Slavonic texts available, better known as The World on Law and Grace, has a long title, which includes these words: Praise to our Khagan Vladimir. It is not hard to guess who this Vladimir is. Certainly Prince Vladimir Sviatoslavovich, known as a person who christened Russia in 988. His title, though, is interesting: Khagan. The Russian chronicles usually used this title for the ruler of Khazaria. The term itself is believed to be of Turkic origin. In addition, there is a version of its origin from the Hebrew Kogan. This was the name of the priests of the Jerusalem temple, whose offspring inherited this title as a family name. Its borrowing by Khazars is connected with acceptance of Judaism by them at the beginning of the 9th century. As a result, among neo-pagans, an interesting theory was born, that Vladimir was also a Jew, and he imposed Christianity on Russia only to benefit Judaism. Allegedly, his mother was the Jewess Malka, daughter of the rabbi. However, there is a simple question. If Prince Vladimir was a Jew, and his uncle and closest associate Dobrynya was the son of a rabbi, why did they not adopt Judaism as the religion of Russia? Why orthodoxy? What was the evil plan? Plan to sink the US. I think many people know about the existence of Operation Dropshot. It was a plan developed in the USA to launch a nuclear strike on the territory of the USSR. The strike of more than 300 atomic bombs at once was planned to counter the alleged Soviet invasion of Western Europe, the Middle East and Japan. It was not implemented, largely because the USSR managed to build its own atomic bomb. and in 1977 it was declassified. But few people know that similar plans existed in the USSR. One of these plans envisioned the possibility of destroying an enemy with a giant tsunami. Allegedly, back in the 1950s, there was a proposal to detonate a powerful thermonuclear charge at the bottom of the world ocean, creating a giant wave 400-500 meters high, which was supposed to wash away the largest US cities. The directional wave from the Atlantic Ocean was to destroy New York, Philadelphia, Washington and Boston. The second wave was to cover the west coast of the USA, in particular San Francisco and Los Angeles. The third hit Houston, New Orleans and Tampa. The most interesting thing is that the author of the proposal to wash away the coastal cities of the USA with the help of several thermonuclear explosions with a power up to 100 megatons was the famous Soviet human rights activist and academician Andrei Sakharov, Nobel Peace Prize winner. Moreover, in his memoirs he indirectly confirmed the existence of such a project, or at least developments on its subject. One of the first people with whom I discussed the Torpedo T-15 project was Rear Admiral Petar Fomin. He was shocked by the cannibalistic nature of the project and said that military sailors were used to fighting an armed enemy in open combat and that the very thought of such mass murder was repugnant to him. I was ashamed and never discussed the project with anyone else. Skopцы. The most mysterious and influential sect in Russia appeared in the 18th century and existed for about 2 centuries. Its founder is considered to be a runaway serf, Kondratий Selivanov, who left the settlement of the Whips I told you about earlier. I remind you that they were forbidden to drink, smoke and have carnal intercourse. Kondratий developed the idea of bodily torture even further and decided that the only way to save the soul was to fight against the flesh by emasculation. He proclaimed himself to be the Son of God and Redeemer who had come to the locals to save them from lust and corruption. He called the process of emasculation a baptism of fire. Surprisingly, Selivanov's ideas quickly spread throughout Tambov province, and more people wanted to join the sect. The sect flourished during the reign of Alexander I, who was interested in everything mystical and unexplored. The community had influential patrons, but this fact eventually ruined Kondratий. In 1820, one of Alexander's favorites, Count Miloradovich, found out that 2 of his nephews had fallen under the influence of the sect. As a result, Kondratий was quickly captured and sent to one of the Suzdal monasteries, where he died in 1832. Nevertheless, his teachings did not disappear with the death of the leader. The Skopцы were rumored to be fabulously rich, and it also attracted people. The second leader of the sect was no longer a peasant, but a merchant of the first guild, Platitsyn. In 1869, he was caught bribing an official, and when he was searched, 30 million rubles, an insane amount of money, was seized from him. Then came the rumors that emasculation is the ticket to wealth, and that the Skopцы are just swimming in money. In the second half of the 19th century there were about 6,000 of Skopцы, mainly in the Tambov, Kursk and Oryol provinces, and in Siberia. Moreover, in the early USSR there were high-profile trials of the members of the Skopцы sect, mostly old men. Even in the 1990s, there were unconfirmed reports about the remnants of small communities of them in Latvia and Russia. Lomonosov's drunken debauches. Mikhail Lomonosov is the Russian Leonardo da Vinci, the first major Russian natural scientist, the most famous person associated with the Russian Age of Enlightenment. Lomonosov, of course, was a genius. A native of a godforsaken northern village, he mastered 19 languages and became the author of many discoveries. He was a master of 24 sciences, and also, according to some reports, a terrible debauchee and alcoholic. There is a lot of information that scientific discussions in the Academy of Sciences at that time often ended with drunken fights between Lomonosov and some Germans. Sometimes he broke noses and smashed jaws. For example, in 1743, when Lomonosov was not yet the main figure of Russian science, he caused a drunken brawl right within the walls of the St. Petersburg Academy, abused the professor with selective swearing, called them thieves and such words that it is shameful to write, and made signs against them with his hands in the most despicable and shameless way. For this he was even put under house arrest. Another story is September 26, 1742, when Mikhail Lomonosov caused a scandal in the house of Johann Sturm, the guardian of the Academy of Sciences. There he accused the German of stealing his cloak, pulled out a sword and began chopping furniture. Only the arrival of a detachment of 5 soldiers helped to pacify the scientist. Moreover, even Catherine II allegedly once told him that he was, for his sins, worthy of the death penalty. However, she changed her anger for mercy, and Lomonosov died his own death, albeit rather early. Traitor nations. On February 23rd and March 8th, 1944, the NKVD carried out special operations in the Kabardino-Balkar and Chechen-Ingush autonomous republics. Departmental troops forcibly evicted almost all Balkars, Ingush and Chechens from the North Caucasus to Central Asia, almost 650,000 people. The eviction of 3 ethnic groups was part of the so-called Great Migration of Peoples during the Great Patriotic War. It was then that the idea of traitor nations was formed. The idea that there are certain ethnic groups within the USSR that are ready to stab it in the back and go over to the enemy's side at the slightest opportunity, or that they actually did it, joining Hitler's troops. However, this relocation began early as the 1930s. The authorities became suspicious of diasporas living near the state border: Poles, Germans and Finns in the western regions of the RSFSR and Ukraine, Koreans and Chinese in the Far East. In the North Caucasus there were 5 such peoples. Kalmyks, Karachais, Balkars, Chechens and Ingush were considered as peoples who did not embrace the Soviet order, were still committed to religion and national customs. It was assumed that with the outbreak of the anticipated Great War, they would become a 5th column of the potential enemy. Formerly, the deportees were considered free special resettlers, not prisoners. But in fact, the conditions of their resettlement were, to put it mildly, difficult. According to some reports, from 10 to 20% of the resettled could not survive the first winter in the new place. The main place of expulsion was Kazakhstan, where the locals were also not very happy with their new neighbors. After Khrushchev came to power, these peoples were rehabilitated and allowed to return to their homeland. So, were there collaborators among the representatives of these ethnic groups? Yes. Was the percentage for these groups higher than for others? Debatable, but maybe. Is this enough to deprive an entire people of their homeland, abandoning them with their children and elderly in a deserted cold steppe? Of course not. Kirill's murder. Sergei Kirill was one of the prominent figures of the revolution, a member of the Politburo, the first secretary of the Leningrad Regional Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks. His assassination on December 1, 1934 is considered by most historians to be the trigger for the beginning of mass repression in the USSR. Naturally, because of this, the assassination was surrounded by many conspiracy theories. According to the official version, Kirill was shot in the back of the head by Leonid Nikolaev near his office. A month later, the military collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR recognized that Kirill's murder was committed by the underground terrorist Zinoviev organization, and all those involved, 14 people, were shot. In April 1956, the Presidium of the CPSU Central Committee decided to establish a commission to verify the circumstances of Kirill's assassination. And 6 different commissions came to the conclusion that there was no underground Trotskyist Zinoviev terrorist organization in Leningrad, and the members of the former opposition, including the persons convicted in the Nikolaev case, were not involved in the murder of Kirill. Subsequently, 13 participants in the Kirill assassination were rehabilitated. Then, what was it? There are 3 main theories. The first, Leonid Nikolaev's wife, Milda Drowley, was Kirill's mistress, and the jealous husband decided to take revenge on the high-ranking politician. The second version was voiced by Nikita Khrushchev. In his memoirs, he claimed that Kirill's murder was organized by Stalin and the NKVD of the USSR. And many historians agree that the shot at Kirill was very useful for Stalin, It allowed him to unleash the most brutal purges in his inner circle and in the entire country with almost no resistance, and fully establish his dictatorship. However, there is no material evidence of this. The only suspicious detail is that Nikolaev was detained several times by NKVD officers during the preparation of the murder, but each time he was somehow released when he showed them his party ticket and weapons permit. Finally, the third version is found in the diary of Nikolaev himself, that was declassified on December 1st, 2009. According to the entries in it, Nikolaev decided to take revenge on Kirill for his dismissal from the Institute of Party History, after which he became unemployed. Nikolaev compared himself to Andrei Zhelyabov, who assassinated Alexander II. It all seems rather trivial. However, in theory, Stalin could have known about the impending assassination attempt and simply not prevent it. Vladimir Alexandrov. Vladimir Alexandrov was a Soviet mathematical scientist, physicist and climatologist, a specialist in gas and plasma dynamics and co-author of the mathematical model of nuclear winter. He was one of the first to calculate the consequence of a nuclear war between the USSR and the USA, and the first to predict catastrophic long-term post-effects for the planet and imminent doom for mankind. In his opinion, the biosphere of the Earth after a nuclear war would change so much that it would exclude the possibility of human life on Earth. He disappeared in April 1985 in Córdoba, Spain, during a business trip to an international conference, and his fate has remained unknown for more than 30 years. He walked to the hotel and disappeared. All his personal belongings and a large sum of money were left in the room. Alexandrov's work on supercomputers on the problem of nuclear winter is believed to have placed both the USSR and the US in an equally awkward position. The USSR authorities blamed the US for his disappearance. The US authorities blamed the KGB. Most of his acquaintances believed that he had been murdered. There were speculations that the scientist had escaped. The foreign press ran stories about how Alexandrov enjoyed a trouble-free life in the US, and he was delighted with hamburgers. Others, on the contrary, believe that rather he could have been kidnapped in order to further use his brilliant mind to model various situations. What really happened, perhaps we will find out someday. Abramova's crypt. Mostly a sad story. Valentina Pavlovna Abramova, a 67-year-old music teacher, died during Yeltsin's first term, and she was buried at the end of Putin's second term. The woman's body could not be buried for 13 years. That's how long her mummy was laying in her apartment. Abramova's crypt is her own Khrushchevka apartment. They found it, by the way, quite by accident. The authorities thought the apartment was empty and wanted to give it to pensioners whose house had burned down. During her lifetime, Valentina Pavlovna led an isolated life. She had no relatives, no one congratulated her on her birthday, no one inquired about her health, and her neighbors did not know her name. Not surprisingly, no one noticed her departure, not even those who were obliged by duty to contact the pensioner. Letter carriers, district police officer, housing and utilities employees, social services. In response to all questions about the empty apartment, the neighbors said, "A woman used to live there a long time ago, but then she left like 10 years ago." On March 25, 2008, the Housing and Utilities Department workers called the police and in their presence opened the apartment. In the only room on the sofa there was a mummy-like corpse of a woman. On the floor there was a pile of newspapers and magazines dated mid-90s. Actually, even the exact date of death could not be established. Somewhere in the late winter of 1995. The most recent of the newspapers was dated January 25th. All neighbors who were later visited by journalists said one thing: Valentina Pavlovna had only herself to blame. She was unfriendly, never said hello to anyone, and if she saw someone, she tried to enter the apartment and close herself off as soon as possible. Neighbors are still sure that if she had been an open person and sat with babushkas on the bench, if she had come to them for salt and matches, of course they would have asked where Abramova had disappeared for 13 years. And the worst thing about this story is that there are probably hundreds of such Valentinas Abramovas. Seen leaks. A few years ago, human rights activists from the Gulag.net project reported that they got the largest archive of prison torture videos filmed in Russia. According to project founder Vladimir Osechkin, foreign agent, 40 gigabytes of prisoner torture videos were taken by officers of the Russian Federal Penitentiary Service, FSIN, on their official video recorders. After several shocking videos from the archive were published, the FSIN, the Prosecutor General's office and the Investigative Committee of Russia launched investigations, and Russian presidential spokesman Dmitry Peskov called for establishing the authenticity of these materials. I'll tell you right away, the videos from this archive are deeply disgusting. And the conspiracy in this case is not about whether or not there is torture in Russian prisons. It's about who, how and why collected all this dirt on themselves and then handed over this archive. According to Osechkin's own version, the archive was given to him by a former inmate who somehow got behind the computer inside the prison and gained access to the materials. However, there are materials from various prisons from different parts of the country inside this archive. It is not very believable that a simple prisoner could have access to them. Therefore, there are various versions, up to the fact that Osechkin himself is an agent of special services, and the material leaked to him is necessary for some internal political games, either to intimidate potential political prisoners or to eliminate some high-ranking rivals from the Federal Penitentiary Service. Perimeter. The perimeter system, also known as the Dead Hand, is a complex of automated control of a massive retaliatory nuclear strike created in the USSR at the height of the Cold War and used by Russia. Its details are, of course, deeply classified, but the very essence of this system is to make the likely adversary aware of its existence and think twice before making radical moves. For example, in December 2011, the existence and continued operation of Perimeter was openly confirmed to Komsomolskaya Pravda by Sergei Karakayev, then commander of the Russian Strategic Missile Forces. As far as we can tell, the Perimeter system is a backup system of coded communication between military facilities and ships equipped with nuclear weapons, and a special very powerful transmitter. When the time comes, this transmitter must signal all terminals to use special munitions according to predetermined plans and targets. What are these targets? What is the trigger? Who is the transmitter? Unknown. Many believe that the transmitter is the famous the Böse or UVB-76. Whether this is true or not, hopefully we will never have the chance to find out. Fyodor Kuzmich. Fyodor Kuzmich is an elder who lived in Siberia in the 19th century. According to legends, he was the Russian Emperor Alexander I who faked his death and became a wanderer. More in this video. Punitive psychiatry. Punitive psychiatry is a concept from the times of the USSR. In the Soviet Union, there was a network of psychiatric hospitals where enemies of Soviet power were placed and kept there by all methods without a proper diagnosis. One of the first examples of psychiatry being used for political purposes was Konstantin Pyats, the first president of Estonia. In 1942, he was sent to the Kazan prison psychiatric hospital for forced treatment. The diagnosis claims to be the president of the country. Subsequently, he was transferred from one clinic to another, and in 1956 he died in a psychiatric hospital in the Tver region. Another such institution was the Leningrad Special Psychiatric Hospital. In 1953, historian and bibliographer Sergei Pisarev, who had criticized the repression of doctors shortly before Stalin's death, was sent there. The man was diagnosed with schizophrenia, accused of anti-Soviet propaganda and slander. From 1949 to 1950, Alexander Yesenin-Volpin, a mathematician and son of poet Sergei Yesenin, was kept in a mental hospital. He was also accused of anti-Soviet agitation and propaganda and was declared insane. The mechanisms of punitive psychiatry in the USSR came into full force in the 1960s and 1980s against dissidents. Citizens were most often tried under Article 70 of the Criminal Code of the RSFSR, anti-Soviet agitation and propaganda, and placed in mental hospitals, from which it was extremely difficult to escape. In addition, human rights activists, Religious figures, representatives of nationalist movements, and those trying to emigrate were subjected to forced treatment. Most often people were diagnosed with sluggish schizophrenia or obsessive paranoid personality development, the formation of a system of overvalued ideas with which inadequate behavior is usually associated. In 1964, after a high-profile trial, the authorities sent Joseph Brodsky to a mental hospital for 3 weeks. They tried to treat the Nobel laureate by wrapping him in a sheet and putting him in a bathtub with cold water, and then pulling him out. They also used intramuscular injections with purified sulfur solution. Abuse of psychiatry declined drastically only in the 1980s, when perestroika came to the country. More than 1 million people were taken off the psychiatric register. Death of a Pioneer Girl. The poem Death of a Pioneer Girl, written by Soviet poet Eduard Bagridsky, was inspired by a real story. The death of a 13-year-old Valentina Dyka in the hospital from scarlet fever. She was the daughter of Bagridsky's landlords, from whom he rented a room in Kuntsevo. He decided to create a posthumous poem dedicated to Valia. The center of the plot was that next to the dying pioneer was her mother, who in despair asked Valia to wear a cross, but she, as a true pioneer, refused. In the end, the girl did not cross herself before she died, but gave the pioneer salute. The poem Death of a Pioneer Girl was in the compulsory program of secondary school until 2010, and was the source of many nightmares for school children. There are many mystical rumors about the poem. First, Eduard Bagridsky himself died of asthma a year and a half after the publication of Death of a Pioneer Girl. A number of researchers see some neo-pagan motifs, worship of the elements in this work. The text itself is also quite creepy. There are lines about the bleeding earth, youth rising from the bones, and about the dead crowd opening its eyes. Finally, there was an urban legend among school children in the USSR that the poem Death of a Pioneer Girl contained the text of a spell. The poem must never be read aloud, otherwise you could invoke death. Escape from the MSU high-rise. The MSU building is one of the legendary Seven Sisters of Moscow, Stalinist skyscrapers built to capture the greatness of the Soviet country. Of all of them, the MSU building is the tallest, 240 meters high. Naturally, it is surrounded by many urban legends. One of the most famous is the escape from the construction site on a homemade airplane. During the construction of the high-rise, the labor of Gulag prisoners was used. When more than 22 floors were built, it was decided not to leave the builders up and down, but to let the prisoners live on the 22nd floor. According to legend, one of the prisoners turned out to be an aircraft designer and decided to make a daring escape. Other prisoners helped him deliver materials, laths, plywood, tarpaulin to the top floor of the building under construction. There he made an airplane out of improvised means and flew away from there across the Moskva River. Some say that he was shot in the air, others say that after landing he quickly disappeared and neither the police nor the KGB found him. The third version says that he broke his leg and was caught by the NKVD and brought directly to Stalin, who admired the talent of the aircraft designer and gave him a position in one of the country's secret design bureaus. Slavic Aryan Vedas. Slavic Aryan Vedas are the sacred texts of the new religious movement of Ingleism, one of the directions of Slavic neo-paganism. The adherents of the movement think they are a translation of the ancient Slavic Aryan sacred writings written in runes on gold plates, the oldest part of which, according to the doctrine, were created 40,000 years ago. They allegedly contain a brief overview of the entire history of mankind. It's classic, really. Different races are aliens from different galaxies, Slavs and Aryans are the first people on Earth who inhabited the distant northern lands and were very developed, blah blah blah. But most importantly, Slavs and Aryans have long fought against the grey reptiloids, the Jews. Yes, my favorite Russos vs. Lizards originated as a parody on Ingleism and the Slavic Aryan Vedas. By the way, in 2015, the Vedas were recognized as an extremist material in the Russian Federation by a court decision. Gold of Polubotok. This is the third or fourth story in this iceberg about a mountain of gold that has been lying somewhere since time immemorial. More precisely, this time is a sort of known where, and this time it allegedly belongs to Hetman Pavel Polubotok. He left it somewhere in Britain right before his arrest in 1723. In his will, Polubotok allegedly bequeathed 80% of the gold to the future of independent Ukraine and the rest to his legal successors. The first rumors about the hetman's untold riches appeared in the 1860s. In the 1907, the Foreign Ministry of the Russian Empire even issued an official warrant of investigation to the consulate in London. According to some reports, we are talking about 20 trillion pounds sterling in modern terms. That is about 3/4 annual budget of the United States. There is some evidence that official representatives of the USSR up to the collapse of the state and then representatives of Ukraine negotiated with the UK on the return of the gold of Polubotok. However, no documentary evidence of the existence of the gold reserve itself has been found so far. Object 825. Perhaps the most secret hydraulic engineering structure of the Soviet Union is Object 825 GTS. It is a former underground submarine base located in Balaklava, Crimea. It was built by Stalin's personal order inside Mount Tavros and is a giant underground bunker that could shelter an entire submarine fleet. In the event of a nuclear attack, the facility could shelter 3,000 people. And the nuclear arsenal was also stored there in case of a retaliatory strike. Naturally, all this was built in the strictest secrecy. The inhabitants of Crimea did not suspect that they have a huge underground city under their feet, and that there is a nuclear arsenal stored there, capable of leveling the entire peninsula. But sometimes even such secrets come to light. Now this bunker has been turned into a museum complex, and anyone can visit it. Kikimora House. A local urban legend of Perm. The house with the Kikimora is an unfinished and subsequently demolished 19th century building, the house of landowner Yelisei Leontievich Chadin, which was supposedly haunted by a mysterious Kikimora. Supernatural phenomena in this building are associated with the use of gravestones in its construction. They were used because the owner was very greedy and saved money on everything. Actually, Chadin himself barely had time to move into the house. He died there and it quickly became empty. And then the neighbors began to notice strange phenomena. At night, voices were heard from the abandoned building, the clinking of breaking dishes, knocks, groans, and heavy footsteps. Folkrumor quickly found an explanation for this. The spirits of the dead came into the house in search of their gravestones. The fire of 1842 provoked new rumors. After all, then the entire neighborhood burned down, but by some miracle this house survived. According to an old woman who was passing by during the fire, she saw a strange-looking figure leaning out of the window and waving the fire away from the building with a handkerchief. Thus was born a new legend about the Kikimora, the lord of local ghosts. In the 1880s, the house was demolished and in its place was built a women's gymnasium. But according to the rumors, the ghosts did not leave the beloved place and still walk the corridors of the new building. Sukhumi Experiment. Sukhumi Monkey Nursery is a real place. Officially, it was created in the USSR for the purpose of experiments on primates to study human diseases. Today it attracts tourists not only by the presence of monkeys, but also by the fact that there were allegedly serious experiments on obtaining a human-monkey hybrid conducted there. Such a being was to be the ideal builder of communism, a perfectly manageable worker, peasant or soldier, unburdened by superfluous thoughts. The author of this idea was 56-year-old professor of medicine Ilya Ivanovich Ivanov, who had been working in France for a long time. Back in 1910, Ivanov made a report at an international congress, proving that crossbreeding a monkey with a human being was a feasible task. He conducted the first such experiments in Africa, in French Guinea, but there, so to speak, the results were not achieved. We also don't really know how exactly the experiments were conducted, but according to his own memoirs, Ivanov decided that it will be incomparably easier to find women willing to be subjected to the experience in Europe than in Africa. It is enough to have 2-3 adult male anthropomorphic monkeys for this kind of experiments. As a result, Ivanov's charges, together with the experimenter, ended up in Sukhumi, where he wanted to continue his experiments. And here's where the data diverged. Some claim that all of the man's monkeys died during transportation and he did not have time to resume the experiments. Others, on the contrary, claim that in Abkhazia Ivanov continued with the same scheme. Here's an advertisement from the newspaper Sovetskaya Abkhazia of May 18, 1930. Women volunteers are invited who are ready to participate in experiments on crossbreeding with a monkey. At the same time, it is stipulated those ideologically motivated, not financially. It is said that the call was answered. Volunteers of both sexes came, all for the sake of science and the enlightenment of their religiously ignorant fellow citizens. After all, the professor's goal was to prove Darwin's theory in such an unusual way. It ended, of course, in failure. The experiment was stopped, Ivanov himself was accused of espionage and exiled to Almaty, where he died. But the book of the Belgian cryptozoologist Bernard Evelmans provides another option. Allegedly, Ilya Ivanov did not die, and already in the 1950s continued to work successfully in one of the Gulag Sharashki, where he managed to create a hybrid of monkey and man. According to Bernard, these tall, hairy creatures were used in Soviet mines. Zelensky is a Kremlin agent. I don't want to go deep into political conspiracies, but had to mention it. The theory here is that the current president of Ukraine had a long and successful career as an actor and showman on Russian TV, and was recruited by the Kremlin around that time. He then traveled to Ukraine, where he built a dizzying political career and became president. But he is still an agent of the Kremlin, a deep-cover Kremlin agent, and his goal is to ultimately ruin Ukraine, divide its resources between the US and Russia, and bankrupt Europe at the same time. The second option is that Zelensky was an agent of the Kremlin and was supposed to do all this, but then for some reason changed his mind. Who knows? Novocherkassk 62. The Novocherkassk shooting was an anti-Soviet riot that took place in 1962 in Rostov Oblast. A demonstration of many thousands of factory workers and citizens who joined them and came to the administration building demanding lower food prices was gunned down by KGB, army and police forces on the personal orders of Khrushchev. According to official figures, 24 people were killed and more than 70 wounded. About 100 more people were arrested and sentenced to various terms, up to and including execution. Information about the Novocherkassk events in the USSR was classified by decision of the Presidium of the USSR. So much so that even relatives of the murdered were told, "Why did you come here? There was no shooting here, go away." The dead were then buried in different cemeteries of Rostov region, and relatives were not informed about the place of burial. But naturally, the information leaked out and formed a lot of rumors. Russians learned the truth about the events of Novocherkassk only in the early 1990s, and there are still debates about who exactly was shooting at the crowd. For example, Major General of Justice Yuri Bagrayev, who investigated the case in the 1990s, believed that the military had only blank cartridges, and that the blood of the victims of the tragedy may lie on the hands of the employees of the 9th KGB Directorate, who were responsible for the security of high-ranking party and government officials. Allegedly, they shot at the crowd from above. There were even witnesses who saw people in civilian clothes and with Dragunov sniper rifles coming out of the city committee building after the shooting. At the same time, there were many injuries to limbs. Therefore, Bagrayev had the impression that the people were not intended to be killed, but simply maimed. They wanted to punish them in this way. Basayev was a GRU agent. If Zelensky can be an agent, why not Shamil Basayev too? The Chechen field commander, the organizer of the bloodiest terrorist acts in the history of the North Caucasus, who was once officially designated as terrorist number 1 in Russia. The version that the Chechen terrorist leader was closely connected with the GRU was put forward in the 1990s by many politicians and ex-members of the army and special services. Some even said that he was an officer of the GRU and he was trained specifically for operations in the Georgian-Abkhazian War, where Chechen formations fought on the side of Abkhazians. Basayev himself even received the star Hero of Abkhazia from Abkhazian President Vladislav Radzinba. And then Basayev for some reason decided to turn against Russia. Moreover, in 2020, former head of the Russian Federal Security Service, Sergei Stepashin, in one of his interviews called Basayev a professional terrorist, but admitted that apparently some of our comrades at that time, in 1992, worked with him, but not the FSB or the FSK. The Chechen terrorist himself and his supporters repeatedly rejected this version and called it a deliberate attempt to discredit Basayev in the eyes of his supporters. Gagarin hasn't been to space. There are several conspiracy theories associated with Yuri Gagarin. This one is that his flight into space never happened. This version appeared immediately in 1961. The fact that the USSR refused to publish the technical details of Gagarin's flight, there was no media, even Soviet media at the launch site, and therefore there was an immediate suspicion that the flight was faked. At the same time, the US authorities did not doubt Gagarin's flight thanks to their own objective control data. They intercepted the Vostok 1 ship's communications with Baikonur, but they did not prevent the theory from spreading. Actually, it is widespread even in our time. What are the arguments? First, many documents concerning the flight are still classified. Second, the footage of the flight preparation is a late reconstruction. The original footage has allegedly not been released yet. Third, there is not a single photo from space made by Gagarin himself. Fourth, the oddities with the landing. Yuri Gagarin landed outside the descent vehicle with a parachute. Maybe it was done to fake the flight itself, and Gagarin was simply thrown off the plane. Finally, some believe that cosmonaut Vladimir Ilyushin was the first person in space, but their flight was unsuccessful. Ilyushin himself after his flight and landing looked so bad that he was replaced by Gagarin, who was then eliminated in a plane crash to cover up this falsification. Young trees of Siberia. I already touched on this theory in the very first episode. The suspiciously low average age of trees in the vast forests of Siberia. It is claimed that practically all trees taken in different points of Russia are not older than 150 years. While in other places on Earth there are trees that are well over 1,000 years old. Just think of sequoias. Why are they not preserved in the taiga? Where are all the trees older than 200 years? Moreover, rare old photos from the development of Siberia often do not show any forests at all. So we have the fact that the forest rose simultaneously on a huge territory, and it turns out that there were no trees on this territory before the 19th century. Or what event could have happened to destroy so many forests? Various versions are given as the reason for this state of affairs, such as an asteroid attack, nuclear bombing, some serious climate change, etc. The official version claims that forests do not live to their maturity because of periodic fires that occur here and there throughout Siberia. But that's so boring. Katyn. The Katyn massacre is a mass murder of Polish citizens, mostly captured officers of the Polish army, carried out in the early 1940s, mostly in the Katyn forest in Smolensk region. The question is, by whom? For more than 50 years, the official view of the Soviet Union was that the Polish citizens were shot in Katyn in the fall of 1941 by German occupation troops. Only in 1990, already after Perestroika, the USSR authorities issued a statement that the identified archival materials in their totality allow us to conclude that Beria, Merkulov and their associates were directly responsible for the atrocities in the Katyn forest. That is, they put the responsibility on the NKVD and then handed over to Poland a package of previously classified documents on the tragedy called Package Number 1. On November 26, 2010, the Russian State Duma adopted a statement on the Katyn tragedy and its victims, in which it acknowledged that the mass shooting of Polish citizens at Katyn was carried out on the direct orders of Stalin and other Soviet leaders, and was a crime of the Stalinist regime. Nevertheless, there are still historians who adhere to the Soviet version of events. In their opinion, the key documents of the Katyn case, Package Number 1, are falsified in order to distort the role of Joseph Stalin and the USSR in the history of the 20th century. Moreover, recently the FSB periodically declassifies new documents that allegedly show that German-made shell casings were found at the site of the execution, or that the hands of the shot Polish officers were tied with paper twine, which was not produced in the USSR and was of foreign origin, and finally that the burials themselves were found in 1943, the territory was occupied by the Germans, but frankly speaking, it all sounds like political statements. Club Android. Let's start with some light, harmless local urban legend, this time from St. Petersburg. It is especially popular among local diggers. Allegedly, during the construction of the Admiralteyskaya metro station in the 1980s, the builders dug and built a whole station, but then for some reason the exit from it was moved almost a kilometer away, and the construction itself was mothballed. The new station did not open until 2011, before which it was a ghost station. In fact, there's nothing mystical in it. It was just hard to find a place for the exit to the surface among the historical buildings. But according to urban legend, in the late 1980s and in the late 1990s, this mothballed station was home to a super-secret underground techno club, where Western electronic music was played, and which could be accessed either by paying metro staff or through hidden passages from the surface. Slavina's self-immolation. Irina Slavina was a Russian journalist and public figure who committed an act of self-immolation in front of the Ministry of Internal Affairs building in Nizhny Novgorod in October 2020. Those close to her believe that the journalist took such a step due to years of pressure from local authorities. The night before the event, her house was searched. In her last post on social networks, Slavina blamed the Russian Federation for her death. Some local officials insisted that Slavina just had some form of mental illness. Anyway, the investigative committee of Russia has refused to initiate criminal proceedings under the article Incitement to Suicide 4 times already. Stalin's Samovars. Stalin's Samovars is a rather cynical nickname given to the armless and legless invalids who returned from World War II and found themselves on the streets of Soviet cities. Subsequently, they were all allegedly collected from the streets by the NKVD and taken to remote boarding houses and closed hospitals. I have already told you more about this phenomenon in this video. UNK Proton. The last great project of Soviet science is an unfinished proton-proton collider powered by superconducting magnets at the Institute of High Energy Physics in Protvino, Moscow region. It was excavated at a depth of 20 to 60 meters and mothballed in the 90s. Its size is similar to the Large Hadron Collider, but due to a lack of funding, the tunnel itself remained the only 100% completed part of the project. In 1994, the money completely dried up, and it became impossible to order equipment or pay salaries to workers. Nevertheless, the complex itself is still guarded, ventilation and lighting still work, and water is regularly pumped out of the tunnels. This has led to numerous rumors about the real purpose of the multi-kilometer tunnels. According to one report, there are spent nuclear fuel storage facilities somewhere. According to others, the project was still completed and the collider was launched, but then for some reason it was urgently abandoned and mothballed, and all the equipment was removed. They say that all the tunnel security is needed not to prevent someone from the outside from getting inside, but exactly the opposite. Gagarin's death. And here's the second portion of theories about Gagarin, this time about his death. Let me remind you that according to the official version, he tragically died on March 27, 1968, in a plane crash during a training flight. The materials of the official investigation of the crash were not published during the Soviet era, which gave rise to many rumors. I mentioned one version earlier. Allegedly, he was eliminated by the Soviet authorities to hide the fact that the real first cosmonaut was not him at all, and the flight was falsified. Another version is that Gagarin had a conflict with Leonid Brezhnev, who was annoyed by Gagarin's growing popularity. Moreover, it almost came to the point that Gagarin threw a shot of vodka in Brezhnev's face. Then the KGB decided to fake the death of a national hero and put him in a psychiatric hospital. Another version is that Gagarin died after his airplane lost control due to a meeting with a UFO. Allegedly, his last words were about meeting some kind of luminous disk. Finally, another theory. Gagarin himself was tired of popularity and asked to fake his death, and then lived under an alias in the Orenburg region until old age. In fact, the case is strange even without conspiracy. According to the official conclusions, Two experienced pilots completed the tests, were about to fly to the base, but then made a maneuver that led to a collision with the ground. How, why, because of what? It's unclear. Alexander Nevsky was a Muslim. Alexander Nevsky is another former prince of Novgorod and Kiev and at the same time a saint of the Russian Orthodox Church, who is suspected of being of a different faith. Only unlike Vladimir, he was not a Jew, but a Muslim. In general, he is an extremely contradictory person. On the one hand, a great ruler who protected Russia from the Livonian threat from the West, and on the other hand, it was under him that the Russian lands fell into more than 200 years of dependence on the Mongol horde. The prince himself went to Mongolia often and completely obeyed them. But okay, are there any reasons to believe that he professed Islam? First, the main means of payment during Alexander Nevsky rule were Arabian dirhams. Quite suspicious. Secondly, the so-called Yerihonskaya cap, according to the legend belonging to Nevsky, is kept in the Moscow Kremlin. On it, the inscription, "Rejoice faithful with the promise of the help from the Allah and the speedy victory," is printed in Arabic. Also, there are annals of John of Plano Carpini, the papal envoy at the court of Khan Batey, which indicate that the future prince was literally raised in the horde and was completely faithful to the Tatar Mongols. All this, however, is destroyed by one small detail. At the time of Alexander Nevsky, Islam was not the official religion of the horde. This happened only about 100 years later. So he could be a puppet of the horde, but not a Muslim. The Aviamatorная incident. The Aviamatorная tragedy, also known as 110 seconds of meat grinder, is the collapse of escalator number 4 at the Aviamatorная station of the Moscow Metro, which occurred on February 17, 1982, around 5 p.m. Due to the failure of the mechanism, the staircase cart lost its grip on the engine and the escalator began to pick up speed rapidly. People started falling off it, forming a huge heap at the bottom. 8 people died in the incident, 30 more were severely injured. Like many other stories from the Soviet era, this one got into the iceberg largely because under Soviet rule such tragedies were hushed up. As a result, the city was filled with rumors about hundreds of dead people who fell into the engine room under the escalator and were torn apart by the working mechanisms, about the station drenched in blood. Others told the story of a policeman who miraculously clung to the handrail, but so many people were hanging on to him that his arms were torn off. It should be noted that the floor of Aviamatorная is really paved with marble of reddish color, similar to blood, and many people consider these blood stains as a proof of the truthfulness of the most horrible gossip. There were also stories about saboteur designers who allegedly received the Stalin Prize for this escalator and then immediately went abroad. Panic was also supported by Western radio stations, which were happy to spread the craziest rumors about the incident. But all of this could have been avoided if the authorities had communicated honestly and openly about what happened right away. For once. Stalin created Israel. Joseph Vissarionovich Stalin created Israel. The Declaration of Independence of Israel was proclaimed 75 years ago, on May 14, 1948. And on May 18, 1948, the USSR became the first country to de jure recognize the Jewish state. Without Soviet diplomatic and military support, the plan to create Israel might not have materialized. There are many versions of why, with the end of World War II, the Soviet Union suddenly began to support the plan to create a Jewish state in Palestine. It is generally accepted that Stalin saw the creation of Israel as a counterweight to Britain in the Middle East. Perhaps Stalin simply empathized with the Jewish people, wanting to give them a state after the horrors of the Holocaust. Finally, there are conspiracy theories about what really drove Stalin. According to one of them, Stalin wanted to help create a Jewish state only to get the atomic bomb as soon as possible. Allegedly, in exchange for Soviet assistance in the creation of Israel, Jewish scientists who participated in the development of the US nuclear program promised to share secret documents with the Soviet Union. Allegedly, Stalin negotiated with the representatives of world Zionism through the famous Jewish figure Solomon Mikhoels, and negotiated successfully. The resolution to create Israel was adopted on November 29, 1947, and on January 12, 1948, a month and a half later, Mikhoels was killed. Killed, according to the testimony of Viktor Abakumov, on Stalin's personal orders. Radiation incident in Kramatorsk. This story begins in the 1970s in Kramatorsk, where workers in one of the quarries lost a small capsule from one of their devices. Okay, they lost a capsule, who cares? Except that the instrument was a radioisotope level gauge, and the capsule contained cesium-137. In 1980, a panel house was commissioned in Kramatorsk, one of hundreds of thousands of such houses built in the USSR. Except that this particular house had a surprise, a deadly capsule buried in the wall, which had gotten there together with the rubble from the quarry. As a result, an 18-year-old girl died in one of the apartments in the summer of 1981, followed a year later by her 16-year-old brother, then their mother. Another family moved into the apartment in which a teenage son died in 1987, and his younger brother became seriously ill. All the victims died of leukemia, with doctors citing bad heredity as the cause. You know who helped find the culprit? A simple Soviet carpet on the wall. Shortly before the last teenager died, a rug was hung on the wall in his room. When the young man had already passed away, his parents suddenly noticed a scorched spot on the carpet. The father of the deceased boy pushed for a thorough investigation. His apartment was tested for radiation background, which unexpectedly showed a huge excess of. The capsule in the wall was found and its owner was identified by its serial number. Fortunately, it killed only 6 people and disabled 17, but can you imagine the level of negligence? And what if this was not an isolated incident? Lomonosov is the son of Peter the Great. I've already told you about Mikhail Lomonosov, the genius of Russian science in the 18th century. He spoke 19 languages, was an expert in all sciences, and so on. His story is inspiring in that he was the son of simple peasants, but at the age of 19 he went to Moscow on his own to study, which was unheard of before him. But there is an alternative theory that explains his sudden rise from a simple peasant's son to a member of the Imperial Academy of Sciences in 15 years. Outwardly, Mikhail Vasilievich was quite similar to Peter. Tall stature, small feet and hands, round fleshy face. Let's add an inquisitive mind, friends in temperance, and a fondness for alcohol. Is that it? No. In fact, the author of the myth is an Arkhangelsk sailor Vasily Karelsky. In the 1950s, he published his memoirs in the newspaper Soviet Fisherman, in which he claimed he had seen a document that showed that Lomonosov was Peter's son. Allegedly, it was written that in January-February 1711, when the Tsar was resting in the village of Ust-Tosna, 35 kilometers from St. Petersburg, he was provided by some guy named Luka with a girl, Yelena Sivkova, an orphan for carnal pleasures. After Tsar Peter left, Yelena became pregnant, and Luka married her to his relative Vasily Lomonosov, in whose family Mikhail was born. According to many surviving documents on the movements of Tsar Peter, the entire fall of 1780 and early 1711 Peter spent in St. Petersburg, but he did not visit the lands to the north of the capital. No, of course, in theory, for the sake of carnal pleasures, he could go somewhere, but the evidence is not strong enough. Although it would explain why Russian Empress Yelizaveta Petrovna favored Lomonosov. A brother, after all, albeit an illegitimate one. Vlasov's Russian flag. A conspiracy theory that the current Russian flag was used by none other than Andrei Vlasov, a former Red Army lieutenant general who was captured by Hitler's Germany and then led the Russian Liberation Army, which was by then the main military force of Russian collaborationism. Although this is not a theory, it's the truth. Vlasov's soldiers did use this flag, at least in a number of separate occasions, although it was forbidden by the German command. The actual symbol of the Roa was the St. Andrew's flag, which today is the flag of the Navy. Still, until the late 1980s, the tricolor in the USSR was indeed called the Vlasov tricolor. The main question here is why modern Russia chose a flag that is so firmly associated with traitors. probably because the history of this flag begins long before the Second World War. The prototype of the tricolor was the flag of the Tsar of Moscow, first used by Peter the Great on his yacht Saint Peter in 1693. Then it became a symbol of the Russian merchant navy. And in 1896, this flag was established as the national flag of the Russian Empire. True, after that the Russian Empire lost 2 wars and disintegrated. This is, by the way, exactly what the supporters of communism use as an argument. They say that this damned flag is to blame and we should have kept the red one. It was the one that brought good luck, not the tricolor. Bering Strait Dam. The Bering Strait Dam was a project by Soviet scientists to close the channel between the Arctic and Pacific Oceans, with the goal of large-scale climate change to improve conditions in the Far East and Kamchatka. In the future, the areas were to be suitable for the agricultural industry. In fact, it could be compared to the creation of the artificial Gulf Stream. And the pleasant bonus would be a bridge connecting Asia and America, Chukotka and Alaska, a road from London to New York, high-speed trains from Europe to the US, a fairy tale. True, all these remained only in theory. With the support of the USA and Canada, the project was designed for 8 to 10 years. There were already schemes and projects of the dam. The most powerful pumps for pumping water from the North Seas to the Pacific Ocean were to be powered by a network of nuclear power plants, located on both sides of the Bering Strait. However, then relations between the countries deteriorated and the project was frozen. And it's a good thing, because according to more modern calculations, the construction of such a dam would have led to the freezing of Japan and Polynesia, as well as to the melting of glaciers, then the greenhouse effect, global warming, and then a sharp cooling and a new ice age. And that's not even talking about the new, actually very old viruses and diseases that would be introduced by melting permafrost. In general, life's better without such mega projects. Babi Yar and Drabitsky Yar. Babi Yar and Drabitsky Yar are 2 forested areas in Kiev and Kharkov, both infamous as the site of mass shootings of civilians carried out by Nazi occupation troops in 1941-1942. The victims were mostly Jews, gypsies and captured Red Army soldiers. Babi Yar is better known now, as more than 100,000 people were shot there, and it was actually the first known case where Jews were not driven to concentration camps, but were purposefully exterminated at once. About 20,000 people were shot in Drabitsky Yar too. So, what's the conspiracy? In fact, there are 2 theories here. The first one says that there were no mass shooting of Jews, and all this is a fabrication of world Zionism. The second one says that Babi and Drabitsky Yars are really mass graves of Jews, but only the shootings by Germans were not so large-scale, and it was mainly anti-Semitic-minded, conscientious citizens collaborationists who killed their former neighbors. The Devil from Labankyr. And again to cryptozoology, this time we move to the east of Yakutia. There is a lake Labankyr. It has a rectangular shape with dimensions of 14 by 4 kilometers. There is a strange crack at the bottom of the reservoir, due to which its greatest depth reaches almost 80 meters. Labankyr has several anomalous features. Firstly, its water temperature is almost constant, from 2 to 9 degrees Celsius. Even in the harshest winter frosts, the lake almost never freezes, and the scientists cannot yet establish the reason for this. At the same time, the lake itself is located in the coldest point of the northern hemisphere, in the Aimikonsky Ulus. Every winter temperatures reach minus 50 degrees Celsius there. The second mystery is 3 islets in the very center of the reservoir. According to local residents, they sometimes mysteriously disappear and then reappear above the water. At the same time, the water level in Labankyr does not change much. And finally, the local Yakut people believe that there is some huge animal in Lake Labankyr, Labankyrsky Chort, as they call him. It is believed that the monster itself came from a crevice at the bottom, that is, straight from hell. They describe it as a huge creature of dark grey color with a large mouth resembling a beak. The creature, according to the Yakuts, is very aggressive. It attacks fishermen, drags dogs, deer and small children underwater. In Soviet times, several expeditions were organized to the lake. They did observe and describe some kind of animal moving fast in the lake, and also found fishing nets with huge holes on the bottom, which are difficult to explain if we dismiss the possibility that they were left by some multi-meter long animal. Finally, with the help of Echo Sounder, they were able to identify several tunnels at the bottom of the reservoir, which for some reason were never approached by fish. It is believed that the monster could be moving through these passages. But who is it? According to one version, it is an ichthyosaur which miraculously survived the permafrost period and awakened due to warming. Another says it is a giant pike, and according to the third, it is a figment of Yakut imagination. Radioactive burial site in the Kara Sea. The Kara Sea in the Arctic Ocean is often called the Arctic Nuclear Burial Ground. In the Soviet years, thousands of containers with radioactive waste were sunk there, and ships of the Soviet nuclear fleet lie at its bottom. The Kara Sea washes the Novaya Zemlya archipelago, where the central nuclear test site of the USSR operated since 1954. After some data was declassified, it turned out that according to scientists' calculations, there were 5 reactor compartments of nuclear submarines, 19 ships with solid radioactive waste, 755 blocks and units of nuclear power plants contaminated with radioactive substances not protected by hermetic packaging, and about 17,000 containers with nuclear waste at the bottom in the western part of the Arctic. And you know what the most interesting thing is? We don't know where exactly. Want to know more? Join my Patreon, where I've made an exclusive video on this topic for my $5 plus patrons. Lake Karachay. Lake Karachay is another body of water that is infamous for the accident at the NPO Mayak in 1957. Only if the Techa River is still flowing and you can find it, then Karachay, this lake is just not there. Official information says that this lake does not exist. Although Karachay used to bear the proud title of the most dangerous body of water in Russia. Waste from Mayak operations has been poured into this lake since 1951. Remember, for a couple of years before that, it was simply poured into the Techa River. During the period of operation, about 100 million curies, equivalent to 6 Chernobyls, of long-lived radionuclides accumulated in the lake. Since 1986, work has been underway to backfill this body of water. They got scared after Chernobyl, and on November 26, 2015, the lake's conservation work was declared complete. It is believed that all these 6 Chernobyls are preserved in a special concrete lens and are safe. But who knows for sure where all this radioactive waste from the backfilled lake can go through underground waters. Kola super deep borehole. Soviet scientists drilled so deep into the earth that they could hear the screams of sinners from hell. You remember this story, don't you? If you don't, go watch my video about it. Romanov's gold. So, whose gold haven't we found yet? Of course, the gold of the Romanov family. Indeed, the royal family was shot in Yekaterinburg in 1918, and where is their gold? In August 1917, by order of the provisional government, Nicholas II was sent into exile in Tobolsk. They allegedly took many chests full of gold and jewelry with them. There is an assumption that in Tobolsk the Romanovs secretly transferred some of the jewels for safekeeping to local church ministers, nuns from the monastery and members of the retinue. When in April 1918 Nicholas II, together with Tsarina Alexandra and their daughter Maria, were sent to Yekaterinburg, the treasures were again divided. Some were taken to the capital of the Urals, and some remained in Tobolsk. Yes, in Yekaterinburg itself, before the shooting, some of the valuables were taken from the family by the Red Army, and some were plundered by the servants. But the Romanovs managed to save the bulk of the treasures. So where did it all disappear to? It's been more than 100 years, and there is still no answer. Some even believe that all the Romanovs' jewels are in Britain. Allegedly, Nicholas managed to send the family jewels there, but British bankers did not want to return such treasure. Therefore, they pressured George V, and because of them, cousin Georgie did not try to save his brother, and did not take him out of Russia, although such a proposal came from Alexander Kerensky, head of the provisional government. The British had the means. They were able to take out Nicholas' mother, Empress Maria Fedorovna, after all. There is an even crazier version, that Nicholas II spent most of the wealth of the Romanovs to contribute them to the authorized capital of the Federal Reserve System of the United States. And then Rothschilds allegedly demanded that Woodrow Wilson transfer the system into their private ownership, along with the gold. and allegedly the assassination of the Russian monarch allowed the Rothschilds not to hand over the gold or pay for its rent, and they arranged this through Lev Trotsky and Yakov Sverdlov. It was the latter who allegedly ordered the execution of the Romanovs, and the order to exterminate the entire royal family came from his brother, a banker in America with ties to the head of the Fed and the Rothschild clan. Sverdlov was closely connected with Yekaterinburg and the local branch of the Bolshevik Party. It is no coincidence that in Soviet times this city was called Sverdlovsk. MMM's financial apocalypse. MMM is the most famous pyramid scheme in Russian history, and its founder Sergei Mavrodi is a cult figure. In his time he had enormous influence, so it is not surprising that many people take his words seriously. In fact, in the notice when he launched a new pyramid, MMM 2011, he regularly talked about the fact that we were approaching the financial apocalypse, and called himself the Messiah. In his interviews, Mavrodi repeatedly said that the financial apocalypse, that is, the collapse of the existing global financial system, was inevitable. Actually, the ideology was based on the postulates of the Occupy Wall Street movement. MMM supposedly fights against an unjust financial system. Mavrodi propagandized that each person is able to exchange some equivalents, money, conventional units, whatever, independently, without the participation of any intermediaries, banks, and that if all people unite and destroy the current domination of banks, it would be better for everyone. Naturally, Mavrodi always offered his own currency, Mavro, as an alternative, as an equivalent to the dollar, gold and other things. Mavrodi stated that when the whole world gets into the pyramid and switches to the Mavro, other currencies will simply not be needed. All transactions will take place within the system. The dollar will collapse and the financial apocalypse will come. However, initially you still had to pay for these Mavros with real money, but that's just a small thing, isn't it? Rokhlin's murder. The assassination of General Lev Rokhlin is yet another in a string of mysterious murders of the 1990s, and perhaps the most confusing. So, Lev Rokhlin, one of the commanders of the Russian army in the First Chechen War, who later refused to be awarded the title of Hero of Russia for it, because he did not think that it was possible to gain glory in the civil war. For 2 years he was a member of the pro-government party Our Home Russia, and then he left it and organized his own political force. At the same time, he was quite popular with the people and was considered one of Yeltsin's main opponents. It is said that he wanted to take advantage of his popularity in the army and organize an armed coup. On May 12, 1998, he was dismissed from the post of chairman of the State Duma Defense Committee. On July 3, 1998, he was found murdered in his dacha. Would it seem that everything is simple? No. According to the official version, the sleeping Rokhlin was shot by his wife, Tamara Rokhlina, and the reason was given as a family quarrel. The general arrived late and without a present for his son's birthday, went upstairs and straight to bed. The wife got offended, was highly intoxicated, took her husband's gun, went upstairs and shot her husband in the temple. After that, she woke up the bodyguard, confessed to him and quietly waited for the police to arrive. She received an extremely mild sentence, 4 years of probation. Do I need to tell you why many people consider the official investigation to be extremely dubious? But still, let's talk about it. First, the sounds of gunshots. There were 4 people at the dacha at night. The Rokhlin spouses, their son Igor, and the security guard Alexander Pliskachev. Neither he nor their son heard the sounds. There was no silencer on the general's gun, and bullet marks were found on the first floor in the kitchen wall. Second, the murder took place in the middle of the night. An hour before, Tamara had called her friends, was in a good mood and spoke warmly of her husband. And an hour later she changed her mind and shot him. There are also completely insane versions. It is alleged that Rokhlin's political enemies, with the assistance of Israeli doctors, zombified Tamara in a certain way. When she was undergoing treatment in Israel, they somehow put the idea of killing her husband in her head. The trigger was to be a phrase or a word uttered, for example, during a telephone call. Finally, there is a version that the murder was accidentally committed by the disabled son, who was mentally handicapped and characterized by outbursts of aggression, and Tamara took the blame for him. Oh yes, she herself retracted her first confession after 3 days, and insisted that her husband was shot by unknown masked man, and she was forced to incriminate herself because of the threats to her son and daughter. And in her last statement before the verdict, she accused her husband's security guard of the murder. Some more oddities from the case. During the examination of Tamara Rokhlina's body, injuries of an unclear nature were found, which she could not have inflicted on herself. Incidentally, the day after the murder, 3 bodies were found in a charred car 500 meters from Rokhlin's dacha, shot in the head. They were identified as local bandits. According to the official version, they died 3 days before the murder of Rokhlin, had a disagreement with other bandits over taking control of construction material trading firms. Rokhlin's associates, however, believed that in fact they were the real killers, and that they had been liquidated, covering their tracks by the orderers of Rokhlin's murder. Soviet alien contact. In June 1979, in the vicinity of Derzhavinsk city of Turgay region in Kazakhstan, near the pioneer camp Berezka, located 20 kilometers from Derzhavinsk, an unknown object was observed by eyewitnesses for more than a day. An unknown flying object whose crew went outside and performed some actions similar to scientific research. According to the testimonies of children resting in the pioneer camp, these strange creatures were taller than 3 meters and differed only in the color of their belts. They were of frail build and moved with their arms stretched forward. Toward evening, a pioneer counselor was making her rounds of the camp and suddenly saw a 3-meter-tall giant on the path. He was sitting on the chair that had accidentally been left there. The alien looked at the counselor, who only managed to see his red eyes. The pioneer Svetlana Kvacheva told her father, a militia major, about this story. He raised a fuss, an investigation was conducted, thanks to which, for the first time in history, officially documented testimony of witnesses who saw aliens was obtained. Later, even the KGB became involved in the investigation. The same year, on June 26, there was information about a luminous object that was observed in the sky in the area. But no concrete conclusions about this incident could be made, or they are deeply classified. Relentless sentry. And we end this level with a legend from the First World War. It is believed that it happened in the fortress of Osovets. In 1915, the Russian army was retreating under the German onslaught. To prevent the enemy from obtaining weapons, food and ammunition, the warehouses which could not be taken out were destroyed. One of the intendant colonels assured the command that the Germans knew nothing about one of the warehouses and proposed to blow up its entrance in order to use its stocks again after the return. They agreed, but in their hurry they forgot to inform the sentry inside the warehouse about the retreat. When the First World War ended, the fortress became part of independent Poland. Poles rebuilt the barracks, repaired the walls and removed the rubble. Legend has it that in 1924, while clearing one of the forts, soldiers came across a well-preserved underground tunnel. Imagine their surprise when, while clearing the tunnel, they heard a shout in Russian from the darkness, "Stop! Who's coming?" When asked by the Polish officer who he was and what he was doing here, the man from the dungeon replied, "I am a sentry, assigned here to guard the warehouse." When the stunned officer asked if the Russian soldier knew how long he had been there, the man replied, "Yes, I know. I took up my post 9 years ago, in August of 1915. What struck the Poles most of all was that while continuing to obey the military regulation of a country that no longer existed, the Russian sentry did not agree to leave his post and replied to all entreaties that only his commander or the emperor himself could relieve him from his duties. The sentry surrendered only after it was explained to him that the country he served had long since disappeared. Greetings, comrades, and congratulations! You've made it to the next level of the iceberg, where the stories get stranger, the conspiracies darker, and the truth, well, it's up to you to decide what exactly the truth is. Rebirth Island. Возрождение, or Rebirth Island, is a former island, now largely a peninsula, in the southwestern part of the Aral Sea, now divided between Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. As the Aral Sea dries up, the island is rapidly expanding. But that's not what's interesting. From 1942 to 1992, a military biochemical testing ground, codenamed Barkhan, operated on the island. For 50 years, this top-secret facility, often known as Aralsk 7, tested bacteriological weapons on animals – rats, dogs, horses and monkeys. The location was perfect. Salt water on all sides, a natural barrier to viruses, and the ability to ensure complete secrecy. Were there any confirmed human casualties at the test site? Were there leaks of deadly viruses to the mainland? We can only speculate, as all information on this topic was strictly classified in the USSR. According to one account, a combat virus leak was recorded in 1971. At that time, the island was testing a weaponized smallpox. For this purpose, a small bomb weighing only 400 grams was detonated. But at the moment of the explosion, the wind direction suddenly changed, and the cloud traveled northward to the city of Aralsk. Only by a miracle was it possible to prevent the spread of the epidemic, but several people died. Following the USSR's collapse, the facility was abandoned in 1992. The military left, but the deadly legacy remained, attracting thrill-seekers despite the extreme risks. The experience is indeed thrilling. For example, it is believed that there are tons of Agent Anthrax 836, a combat version of anthrax buried in 11 burial grounds on the island. Scientists assure that over the years, any dangerous viruses have been destroyed by ultraviolet sunlight. After all, as the Aral Sea receded, the island turned into a desert, with summer temperatures reaching 60 degrees Celsius. Wanna visit and see for yourself? Dolmens are places of power. Dolmens are ancient megalithic structures typically used for funerary or ritual purposes. These mysterious stones are found on every continent except Australia. In Russia, most of them are located in the Western Caucasus. Traditionally considered tombs, many containing human remains, dolmens have also been theorized to be temples, sundials, dwellings built by giants for tiny humans, or even portals to other dimensions. Some believe ancient people used dolmens to enter deep meditation, allowing ancient priests to travel between realms or tap into internal knowledge. Now, these people from some ancient global civilization sometimes stored traces of their knowledge in dolmens for their descendants. Because of this, dolmens are now revered by many esotericists and are considered places of power. Sitskari. The Sitskari were a rather unique sub-ethnic group that lived in the lower reaches of the Sit River in the Yaroslavl region. Sitskari always distinguished themselves from the surrounding Russian population, whom they called Khamuns. Sitskari lived separately, marrying only among themselves. Anthropologically, they were shorter and had lighter hair and eye pigmentation than the surrounding Russian population. Some assume that the inhabitants of the Sit banks were the descendants of the Tatar-Mongol conquerors who broke away from the horde and stayed here forever. Others link them to the Karelians, who fled to Tver during the Swedish expansion. Some people, mainly on the basis of their dialect, believe that Sitskari came from the Baltic states and Belarus. Some even link them to extinct ancient people. Another difference between them and the Russian folk was that the Sitskari never had traditional Russian banyas in their villages. So how did they bathe? Simple, they used the stove. After cooking, a person would climb beside the cleaned-out stove on a special board, after water was splashed on the hot walls to create steam. A very peculiar ritual. And now the most interesting thing. According to genetic studies of small ethnic groups of the Yaroslavl region, it turned out that the genetics of Sitskari is radically different from all the neighbors. They are definitely not descendants of Mongol Tatars or Karelians. The haplogroup RM458, identified among the locals, is most characteristic of the peoples living in Central Asia and even southern Siberia. How and from where they have appeared as early as the 12th century in the middle of the lands of Slavic and Finno-Ugric tribes, it's a mystery. Today, however, they have almost completely assimilated with the surrounding population. Grabovoi. Grigory Grabovoi is a notorious Russian healer and cult leader who calls himself the second coming of Jesus Christ. His formal education is reportedly in aircraft mechanics. In the 1990s, he received contracts from the Uzbek government to develop non-traditional methods for diagnosing and predicting aviation malfunctions, as well as work on psychic diagnostics of airplanes used for flights of the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan and members of the government. After Uzbekistan, he decided to move to Russia. There, he claimed to be able to resurrect people, as well as teleport, cure AIDS and cancer at any stage, and diagnose malfunctions in electronic equipment from a distance. Grabovoi also created a kind of pyramid, only not a financial one. A cult pyramid. A healing pyramid. He trained other healers for money, and then offered to sign contracts with the trainees to organize further training in the regions of Russia using his methods. In addition, in 2005, Grigory Grabovoi announced his bid for the presidency of Russia and published a presidential program, the main point of which was the ban on death. However, widespread public outrage erupted after the 2004 Beslan terrorist attack, when Grabovoi allegedly offered grieving mothers resurrection of their murdered children for a fee, reportedly around 40,000 rubles, soon after which he was imprisoned for 6 years. Reportedly, he now lives in Serbia. He has opened his school there, the students of which are promised to learn technologies of eternal life and harmonious development. A year-long course costs 2,500 euros. Igor Grudsinov's expedition. A Russian contender for the Darwin Award and a big meme of the early 10s. In 2010, a Moscow student, after arguing with his girlfriend, decided to prove his masculinity in an unusual way. He quit his university studies and went to live in the forest. He chose the town of Kargat, 200 kilometers from Novosibirsk. Chose it, by the way, simply by pointing his finger at a spinning globe. Having studied forums on survival in the wilderness, Igor and his friend Kostya arrived to Kargat railway station by Moscow-Khabarovsk train, chose a random forest, made a tent from improvised means, and lit a fire. Igor and Kostya had a pack of noodles, a can of coffee, and cigarettes. It was late November, by the way. Kostya, however, quickly realized that the idea of living in the forest was a bad one, and bailed. That same evening, having compared the local climate worsening by every hour with his survival skills, Igor also suspected that the ultimate fuck-up was imminent. What did he do? Called 911? No. He posted a message on the survivalist forum. "Help please, I'm in the woods. The temperature is about -20 Celsius. I built a tent out of branches and oilcloth, but I can't heat it. What should I do?" Naturally, he was advised to get out of there as fast as he can, but Igor refused. In fact, that was his last message. A year later, Igor's body was found in the tent by a local hunter. Actually, this is a story about idiocy. Of Igor himself, who died in a tent literally a few kilometers from a busy highway to prove something to someone. Of Kostya, who tried to lead the police to his friend but couldn't find him in the dark forest. Well, and the police, who for a year walked within a kilometer of his tent and could never find him. Moral of the story: don't cosplay Bear Grylls with a plastic sheet in the Siberian winter. Masodov knew something. Ilya Masodov, sometimes dubbed the last Soviet writer, is the author of several extremely avant-garde novels published in the early 2000s. Masodov's fictional world blends bleak, decaying Soviet aesthetics with elements of deconstructed folklore, occultism, often satanic, and graphic violence to children and from children. In addition to this satanist communist aesthetic, many scenes are imbued with elements of necro-pedosadomasocophilia. One characteristic plot follows Sonia, a zombie-like girl walking through desolate industrial landscapes to Black Moscow to meet Lenin there, destroying all living things along the way. Another involves Soviet Spetsnaz hunting a monstrous undead version of the Snegurechka, Snow Maiden, in the frozen forest. No one has ever seen the writer in real life, and most assume Ilya Masodov is a pseudonym. A cult figure for the Russian internet of the 2000s, and many believe that some sacred meaning is hidden in his books. For example, that the scene of satanic ritual during which an old couple bewitched the murdered boy Petar a dog's head instead of a ton of human head, after which the boy comes to life as a bloodthirsty Soviet Anubis of the revolution, is an allusion to the acceptance of Soviet children into the pioneers, and so on. KGB Blue Bag. With the beginning of the era of glasnost, it became known that the most formidable agency of the USSR actively collected documents about UFOs. Key evidence is the Siniy Paket, or Blue Package, a collection of KGB documents reportedly declassified in October 1991, following inquiries by renowned cosmonaut Pavel Popovich. This bag contained 124 pages of printed text, reports, explanatory notes, and memos. The authors were mostly military personnel. If we believe the documents from this package, the existence of UFOs was allegedly witnessed by both Soviet servicemen and local residents. UFOs were observed from the ground and from the air, recorded on radar screens and witnessed by sailors. The contents largely mirrored typical UFO reports worldwide, basically luminous disks in the sky moving at high speed and so on. Whether to believe it or not is up to you. However, supporters of conspiracy theories still assure that the KGB have released only part of the truth, the tip of the iceberg. Suicidal Cantonists. The legend tells of teenage Jewish cantonists, child conscripts in the Tsarist army, who chose to drown themselves during a mass baptism ritual of the Volga River in order not to renounce Judaism. Allegedly, in the 1830s, several hundred young Jewish cantonists were gathered in Kazan for baptism. Emperor Nicholas I himself attended the ceremony, and he personally ordered the children to enter the water. Responding with cries of "We obey your Imperial Majesty," the boys purportedly leaped into the river. But not one of them came to the surface. All the children had voluntarily drowned themselves just to avoid accepting a foreign religion. Sounds believable. Desomorphine. Desomorphine is a synthetic drug that became known in Russia under the name crocodile. Despite the fact that it was synthesized in Germany, it became infamous globally in the 2000s as a Russian flesh-eating drug. Its widespread abuse surged in Russia in the late 1990s and 2000s, when desomorphine was considered heroin for the poor. It was 3 times stronger, 10 times cheaper, and killed users twice as fast. It was almost impossible to get off crocodile. Desomorphine was made at home from codeine-containing drugs, using gasoline, crystalline iodine, and red phosphorus. The result was a rather messy mixture that had to be injected intravenously. A nice feature of crocodile is that the impurities are often impossible to remove at home, but this did not stop the addicts. As the result, in addition to the usual side effects of the drug, destruction of the immune system, damage to the internal organs, and so on, crocodile users received characteristic external symptoms. Phlebitis, gangrene, tissue necrosis, literally falling apart alive piece by piece. I doubt YouTube would allow typical images of crocodile addicts, so if you are curious you can look them up yourself. I can only say that the name crocodile is often attributed to the green, scaly appearance of the damaged skin. Мясной Bor. Мясной Bor, literally meat forest, is a small village in the Novgorod region. Nearby there is a small forest, often grimly referred to as the Valley of Death, and I don't know which name suits this place better. The forest is a remote swamp-surrounded area about 2 by 2 kilometers in size. It is believed to be the largest place in the world completely covered with the remains of soldiers. During the brutal Lyubань offensive operation in 1942, tens, probably hundreds of thousands of Soviet, German and Spanish soldiers perished there. Battles in this tiny forest were fought for about 7 months straight. In May 1942, the Second Shock Army of the USSR, the one commanded by the legendary traitor General Vlasov, was encircled here. The situation with supplies was so bad that the soldiers ate dead horses, and even cases of cannibalism were described. According to survivors, the Soviet soldiers managed to break through a corridor only 300 to 400 meters wide. The ground was so littered with corpses that tanks drove right over them. After that, the Germans re-established the encirclement. From the 1980s to the present day, excavations of dead soldiers are still being carried out here, and there is no end in sight. So far, only about 40,000 remains have been found, and the number continues to grow. The rule among locals is not to stay in Death Valley after dark. They say that this place is so saturated with blood that at night one can hear German speech and groans of the unburied souls of Soviet soldiers. Vasily Rylev, a local resident who has been coming to Death Valley every summer for 10 years, said that every night dead soldiers came to him in dreams and pointed out the places of their death. Vasily would wake up, leave his tent, go to that spot and put a stick in the ground. In the morning, the first thing he did was to go to these sticks and began his search work there. And he found the remains of soldiers every single time. Not everyone believes in these legends, but everyone unanimously confirms that the atmosphere in Мясной Bor is terrifying and depressing, and it is felt even physically. For example, locals claim birds rarely sing or nest there. This place also attracts black diggers, illegal relic hunters. They also claim they've encountered ghosts and other anomalies in the forest. So in this place you need to be wary of literally everything, both living people and not so living. Урочище Шушмор. One of the most mysterious and bizarre places in the Moscow region, located in the Shatursky district. Local folklore and witness accounts describe a range of strange phenomena in the form of unusual atmospheric lights, oddly twisted trees, reports of gigantism in plants, and sightings of huge snakes. The radiation background here is elevated and the magnetic fields have a significant intensity. Also, among impenetrable woods and deadly swamps, there is a mysterious structure resembling a temple to pagan gods. The remains of stone pillars with carved mysterious signs were evenly spaced around this hemisphere. There is also a serpent stone not far from the village of Shatur. It was named so because it has a wavy surface resembling crawling snakes. Perhaps this stone was an altar, but now someone has put wooden idols around it. From the end of the 19th century to the present time, disappearances of not only groups of people, but also entire convoys have been recorded in the Урочище. From 1885 to 1921, there were 19 different traceless disappearances of group of people in this area. Nowadays, the disappearances of people in the area continue, even if much less frequently. The police of the Shatursky district has many unsolved cases. Oh, and every lake in this area is perfectly round or oval. Remember what I told you about them. Smolensk dungeons. Like many other old cities, Smolensk is famous for its underground passages. Local legends and tales describe unusual, mysterious dungeons under monasteries and fortress walls. Moreover, during the siege of the city by the Polish army in the 17th century, historians generally describe the first cases of underground fights there. It is known that the dungeons located in the Lopatinsky garden were once used as casemates for prisoners, but there are mystical legends about other places. Thus, people say that in the 18th century there were constantly some otherworldly sounds coming from under the ground, near one of the towers of the Smolensk Kremlin, and the townspeople tried to avoid it. However, there is an explanation. Apparently, for a long time, counterfeiters have been doing their evil deeds in the basement of the Veselucha Tower. To keep people away from this place, at night the criminals imitated the sound of witches' sabbaths from under the ground. Vadim Chernobrov. Vadim Chernobrov was a Russian ufologist and conspiracy theorist, best known as the leader of the Kosmopoisk organization. He was considered the main Russian UFO hunter. His fascination with the paranormal began in school, and during Perestroika he organized a student group to study unexplained phenomena. This group later expanded into a nationwide organization with branches in every major city. Upon returning from expeditions to anomalous zones, Chernobrov documented his findings in books, covering topics ranging from UFOs and time travel to the Loch Ness Monster and Bigfoot. However, his most ambitious project involved attempts to build a functional time machine, based on his theories about manipulating magnetic fields, a goal he never lived to see realized. He died of blood cancer at the age of 51. His followers believe that his illness was caused by exposure to UFO landing sites. Red Mercury. At the time of the USSR's collapse, as state secrets began to surface, reports of a mysterious substance called red mercury emerged in Western media. Allegedly, it was a top-secret Soviet military development, a powerful, dense, semi-liquid cherry-red substance, crucial for creating compact nuclear devices. Unsurprisingly, it sparked global interest. Allegedly, Saddam Hussein himself promised to pay $1 billion to anyone who will provide him with a sample of red mercury with the stated characteristics, and sent his emissaries to Europe in search of it. Officially, red mercury does not exist. Many believe it was a hoax created by intelligence agencies to entrap smugglers and arms dealers. Unofficially, the term red mercury may have been a cover for the illicit trade of gold dissolved in mercury and other precious metals illegally smuggled from the USSR. Beyond nuclear materials or precious metals, the red mercury label might have also disguised smuggled drugs, conventional military tech, or other contraband, with the superweapon myth serving as a useful smokescreen. The disappearance of a train with children in 1952. On June 7, 1952, train number 526 departed from Leningrad station, carrying a group of young pioneers on their way to summer camp in Vyborg. The journey was short, just 120 kilometers, with an expected arrival time of 2.5 hours. But the train never arrived. Along the route, checkpoint staff reported no sign of it. Only at one of the stations, Gorkovskaya, a railway attendant claimed she saw the train racing past at breakneck speed, ignoring all signals. It was only 10 kilometers away from Vyborg, yet somehow the train vanished without a trace. 200 policemen were dispatched from Moscow to search the Gorkovskaya-Kanelyarvi section, but the train seemed to have vanished into thin air. Then, 2 days later, on June 9, 1952, the missing train suddenly reappeared on the reserve track at Kanelyarvi station, a spot that had already been searched multiple times. The passengers were completely unharmed, but claimed to have seen the future. The head of the train, Natalia Pozdeyeva, explained that they themselves do not know anything. Just at a certain time they all got dizzy and some white mist surrounded everything around, and they do not remember anything. When they came to their senses, they saw that they were at some train station in some unknown city. An investigation group was set up to investigate the incident. This so-called Kanelyarvi case is still classified. And the most interesting thing in this story are newspaper clippings from the 90s, which say that on June 7, 1992, an old steam locomotive appeared at the Finland railway station in St. Petersburg. Witnesses say pale children in pioneer uniforms stepped out, bewildered to see the station labeled St. Petersburg instead of Leningrad, and stunned by the modern clothing of bystanders. However, no official records confirmed this version of events. Crush in Sokolniki. On March 10, 1975, Moscow witnessed a deadly crowd crush following an exhibition junior hockey game between the visiting Canadian team, Barrie Flyers, and the Soviet junior team at the Sokolniki Sports Palace. 21 people died and 25 were injured. But the strangest thing about this story is the cause of the crush. It was chewing gum. In the 70s it was seen as an exotic luxury, the ultimate dream of all Soviet children. And in 1975, the American gum manufacturer Wrigley's sponsored a promotional match. Every Canadian player supposedly got 15 kilograms of free gum for distribution among the spectators. The stands of the Sokolniki Palace on that fateful day were mostly filled with school children and students. After the final whistle, the fans rushed to one of the exits from the stadium, hoping to intercept the players near the bus and get some gum. But the exit doors were locked, and according to some accounts, the lights on the staircase were turned off prematurely. In the ensuing chaos, those at the front were crushed against the doors, while those who fell were trampled. Naturally, there was no mention of the tragedy in the newspapers after the game. A year later, in 1976, the USSR suddenly began to produce its own chewing gum. Coincidence? Pro-Stalin rallies in Tbilisi. While Joseph Stalin is widely viewed internationally as a brutal dictator, his legacy in his native Georgia is more complex. Can you believe that in March 1956, the residents of Tbilisi came out to rallies in defense of the good memory of Joseph Stalin, and soldiers opened fire on them and dispersed the demonstrations with tanks? The reason for the rallies were rumors about Nikita Khrushchev's speech on the cult of personality and its consequences at the 20th Congress of the CPSU. The very one where Stalin's personality cult was debunked. Many Georgians perceived Khrushchev's speech as an attack on Georgian national pride and took to the streets. Peaceful rallies were held for 5 days. On March 9th, they apparently became not so peaceful, and Soviet military intervened. Troops moved into Tbilisi, and that evening they opened fire on the crowd near the House of Communications. As a result, according to the Georgian Interior Ministry, 22 people were killed. According to unofficial data, from 80 to 150 people. Some eyewitnesses spoke about hundreds of dead and corpses that were just thrown into the river. R-16 missile explosion. On October 24, 1960, the Baikonur Cosmodrome witnessed one of the deadliest disasters in spaceflight history, often called the Nedelin catastrophe, during preparations for the first test launch of the new R-16 ICBM. Engineers, pressured by Soviet leadership to launch the rocket before the anniversary of the October Revolution, made last-minute modifications to the rocket while it was fully fueled. A fatal short circuit triggered the second-stage engine prematurely, causing a massive explosion. Flames engulfed the launch site, reaching temperatures of 3000 degrees Celsius, incinerating everyone in the vicinity. The very possibility to begin rescue operations appeared only 2 hours after the tragedy. The worst fate fell on those who were on the upper floors of the service platforms. People were thrown into the fire and burst into flames like candles during their flights. The investigation into the causes of the accident lasted several years, and upon the completion of the investigation, Leonid Brezhnev said, "We will not punish anyone. All the guilty have already punished themselves." Since then, no rocket launches have taken place at Baikonur on October 24th. Bailey's affair. The Bailey's case was the most high-profile trial in pre-revolutionary Russia. Menachem Mendel Baileys was a Jewish factory superintendent. Baileys was arrested on July 22, 1911, on suspicion of the ritual murder. The victim, a 13-year-old schoolboy named Andrei Yushchinsky, was found with 47 stab wounds, his body positioned in a cave outside Kiev. Baileys had no motive for killing a schoolboy he did not know at all. But the investigation suddenly remembered the blood libel, the name given to the medieval accusation that Jews used the blood of Christians for ritual purposes. An anonymous note on ritual murders published in the beginning of the 19th century was retrieved from the police archives, in which it was claimed that on the eve of the Pesach holiday, some Jewish sectarians liked to add drops of blood of innocent Christian babies to the matzah dough. There was also a witness, a certain Lenten man who allegedly saw how on the morning of the day of the murder Andrei Yushchinsky was chased by a clerk of the brick factory, a certain Menachem Mendel Baileys. Obviously, the case was absolutely idiotic, but it went to trial, as it was supported by a number of extreme right-wing politicians and officials, including Minister of Justice of the Russian Empire Ivan Shinglovitov. The trial took place in Kiev in the fall of 1913 and was accompanied on the one hand by an active anti-Semitic campaign and on the other hand by enormous public protests both in Russia and in Europe. In the end, Baileys was acquitted by the jury, and the real murderers of Andrei Yushchinsky were never found. Stolярov Commission. On October 18, 1967, something unprecedented happened on Soviet Central Television. A real Red Army Major General called upon citizens to report UFO sightings. It turns out that on October 18, 1967, at the Moscow House of Aviation and Cosmonautics, a commission for the study of UFOs was created. Its chairman was Major General of Aviation P.A. Stolярov. But already on February 29, 1968, the official Communist Party newspaper Pravda published a skeptical article. Flying saucers? Again? The authors of the article heavily criticized sensational reports about so-called unidentified flying objects. As a result, the Commission's activities were urgently shut down, and Stolярov was quietly retired. However, rumors persist that during its brief existence, the Commission received thousands of reports from across the USSR, creating a classified archive still hidden deep within the Ministry of Defense. Dostal. If you rode the Moscow metro between 2008 and 2012, especially in the evening, you may have seen this man. His name is Vladimir Andreevich Dostal. He would silently approach passengers, handing them an A4 sheet filled with rambling schizophrenic text. pleas for mercy, confessions of torture, musings on death, and the word please repeated over and over. Sometimes such leaflets were simply found at different stations and in subway cars. No one knows who this person is, what happened to him, why he was handing out these leaflets, and where he disappeared to. At one time, the Russian analog of 4chan tried to find Dostal and found out that the man with this name was a researcher specialized in extragalactic astronomy, but then disappeared from the scientific radar, only to reappear for a while in the Moscow metro. Creators Plate. In 1999, Professor Alexander Chuvyrov of Bashkir State University made a bizarre discovery. A massive stone slab bearing what appeared to be a detailed three-dimensional relief map of the southern Ural region. Dubbed the Dashka stone or the map of the creator, the artifact seemed to depict the region as it appeared millions of years ago. It was composed of three mysterious layers: a base layer of dolomite, a middle layer resembling diopside glass, claimed to be artificial, and a thin protective top layer of white calcium porcelain just 2 mm thick. The slab was reportedly housed initially at Bashkir State University, with conflicting accounts of its location over the years. The presumed age of the slab was determined by two shells of extinct mollusks who lived 50 million and 120 million years ago. The current whereabouts of the Dashka stone are unclear. Some claim it was destroyed by intelligence agencies. Others believe it was just one piece of a vast lost map created by an unknown force. Apparently, there is a story about 200 white stone slabs found by a Russian expedition on the territory of Bashkiria in the 18th century. This creator's plate may be one of them. Missing children in Kostroma. Between 1992 and 2001, a chilling pattern emerged in Kostroma. Young boys, all between the ages of 5 and 7, would vanish just before Easter. In 1999, 3 children disappeared. The next year, 2 more were taken. In 2001, despite heightened security, another boy vanished, this time right in front of his grandmother. According to her testimony, she turned away literally for 5 seconds to find gloves in her bag, and he was gone. Witnesses recall that around the same time, some religious organization had been actively recruiting in Kostroma. They used posters with a picture of Jesus and the inscription, "Give your life for Christ." This sect found quite a few members, mostly single mothers. So where am I going with this? The point is that according to local accounts, sect abruptly vanished from the city immediately following the last reported disappearance in 2001. In addition, the parents of some of the missing children were allegedly members of this very mysterious organization. And the very fact that the children went missing on Easter Eve suggested that there was some kind of religious motive. There were all sorts of theories, mostly satanic rituals. All the versions of the mysterious Kostroma organization only pretended to be a religious sect, and the children were sold for organs. And even the versions that children were kidnapped for sale to the Caucasus, as all the stolen children were boys aged 5 to 7, the most impressionable age. And in subsequent years, during special operations in the Caucasus, more and more Slavs were found among the terrorists. Princess Tarakanova. The true identity of Princess Tarakanova remains unknown, but she pretended to be the secret daughter of Empress Elizabeth Petrovna and her favorite, Count Alexei Razumovsky. While Empress Elizabeth was unmarried and recognized no official children, there were always rumors at court that she had children with both Razumovsky and Ivan Shuvalov. The impostor took advantage of these rumors. Her first mentions date back to the 1770s. She was living across Europe, Germany, Brussels, London and finally Paris, where she introduced herself as Princess de Volodymyr or Princess Elizabeth of Vladimir. Contemporaries described Princess Tarakanova as remarkably cultured, well-educated, fluent in several languages, skilled in the arts and possessing impeccable manners. This captivating combination of beauty, intelligence and a taste for extravagant luxury attracted numerous admirers. Tarakanova skillfully used their funds, often leaving them ruined or even imprisoned. Crucially, however, she didn't speak Russian. Her adventures were brought to an end by Count Alexei Orlov, acting on the orders from his lover, Empress Catherine the Great. Orlov seduced and kidnapped the impostor in the Italian city of Livorno and brought her to St. Petersburg. There, the Princess of Vladimir was placed in the Peter and Paul fortress and interrogated. Yet she never revealed her true origin, instead spinning another tale claiming Peter III had tried to poison her as a child. Catherine the Great even offered her a deal. If the impostor told the truth about her origins, she would be allowed to return to Europe and reunite with her last admirer, Count Limburg. However, Princess Tarakanova refused and died in the Peter and Paul fortress on December 4, 1775. Her legend was later immortalized in a famous, though historically inaccurate, 19th century painting by Konstantin Flavitsky, which depicted her drowning in a flood inside her prison cell. Actually, she died 2 years before that particular flood ever happened. Today, most historians believe that even Princess Tarakanova herself did not know about her true origins. Viktor Stalbun. Viktor Stalbun was a Soviet medic who became famous in the 1980s. He claimed to have developed revolutionary methods for curing ailments like alcoholism and schizophrenia, attracting a devoted following. He established a closed community known as the Kollektiv. In reality, Stalbun had created a totalitarian cult where members, including children, were reportedly subjected to humiliation, beatings and slave-like conditions. What's perhaps most shocking is that numerous high-ranking Soviet officials and famous artists willingly sent their own children into Stalbun's care. I actually have a whole separate video covering it in detail. Kirill tsunami. Let's talk about the North Kuril tsunami, one of the Soviet Union's worst natural disasters. However, for decades, only a few outside the region knew about it due to strict secrecy. After World War II, the Kuril island became Soviet territory, and in 1946 a new settlement, Severokurilsk, was established. The city grew rapidly, attracting thousands of military personnel and workers. But just 6 years later, it was completely wiped off the face of the earth. At around 5 o'clock in the morning on November 5, 1952, the residents of Severokurilsk were awakened by powerful tremors. The earthquake was measured at 8.3 on the Richter scale. Surprisingly, the immediate destruction was relatively minor, but the worst was yet to come. About 40 minutes later, a gigantic tsunami struck the city, with waves reaching 8 meters high. Those near the shore had no chance. The water then briefly receded, tragically luring some people back to the damaged homes to salvage belongings. Just 20 minutes later, a second, even more powerful wave, estimated at 10 to 12 meters, crashed ashore, killing many of those who had returned prematurely. The tsunami destroyed houses, factory equipment, and even carried massive ships inland like mere toys. However, this was not the end. A third and final wave followed, slightly weaker but still powerful enough to drag almost the entire settlement into the sea. When the waters calmed, only 2 concrete structures were left standing in Severokurilsk: the Ark of the Stadium Gate and the monument to Talalikhin, hero of the Soviet Union. Officially, 40 years later, the Sakhalin Oblast police reported 2,336 deaths, but few believe this number. Local historians estimate that at least 8,000 people died, including nearly 2,000 children. The official statistics did not include those whose bodies were never recovered, nor did they account for North Korean workers and military personnel stationed in the area. Information about the disaster was strictly classified, with casualty documents only declassified in the 2000s. This secrecy likely stemmed from strategic concerns. After the tsunami, the Kuril Islands were left virtually defenseless. The main goal was to prevent the US, Japan and others from learning the extent of the weakness of the Soviet Union. Severokurilsk was rebuilt relatively quickly, relocated further inland near the hills. Ironically, this did not necessarily make it safer. The new location sits closer to the active Ebeka volcano, presenting its own set of dangers. Sannikov Land. Sannikov Land is a so-called ghost island in the Arctic Ocean, a piece of land allegedly sighted by several explorers in the 19th century. The story began in 1811, when Yakov Sannikov, an experienced Arctic fox hunter, reported seeing land with high mountains north of the Novosibirsk Islands, noting that migratory birds flew towards it. The claim was met with skepticism, but at the time new islands were being discovered regularly. and Sannikov himself had already found several real ones. The idea of a hidden, perhaps even unusually warm landmass deep in the Arctic captured explorers' imaginations. For over a century, dozens of expeditions, both Russian and international, searched in vain for the island. Intriguingly, Soviet pilots in the mid-20th century even reported spotting it from the air during flights over the North Pole. By the way, Yakut folklore also contains stories of a mysterious warm land somewhere in the far north, where birds fly to escape the winter. Related is the legend of the Ankylons, a mythical people said to have abandoned Chukotka and traveled north seeking warmer shores. But today we know for certain, no island exists in the place where Sannikov reported his sighting. The most plausible explanation is that what Sannikov saw was a large mass of permafrost or drift ice, which gradually melted over time. The migrating birds? They weren't heading to a warm island, but simply flying across the pole towards their nesting grounds in Canada and Alaska. Or maybe, just maybe, was it the last glimpse of the legendary Hyperborea before it sank beneath the waves? Newtonium. Dmitry Mendeleev was a great Russian chemist who created the first periodic table of elements. In the first position of this table stands, of course, hydrogen, the lightest known element. But few realize that in some later versions of his table, Mendeleev included a zero row above hydrogen. This row housed a hypothetical element he called newtonium, proposed as the lightest possible element. Mendeleev hypothesized its existence primarily to explain the chemical nature of the world ether. The ether was a widely accepted 19th century theory of a subtle, all-pervasive substance filling space, responsible for transmitting light, heat, and gravity. Mendeleev theorized that this ether might be an ultra-rarefied gas or a new elemental state of matter, and tentatively named this element newtonium. Mendeleev was so confident in his idea that he once declared, "It seems to me impossible to deny the existence of elements lighter than hydrogen." Naturally, the further development of science showed that there was no superlight and all-pervasive Newtonian gas. But think about this. Today we know about neutrinos, elementary particles with almost no mass, no charge, capable of passing through virtually anything and permeating the entire universe. All-pervasive, fundamental, almost undetectable. Does that ring any bells? Dreams about orbs. There's a fascinating theory suggesting many people worldwide recall having very similar, deeply unsettling nightmares as children, often during fevers. These dreams typically involve stark geometric objects, mostly spheres or orbs. What makes this phenomenon so strange is how difficult it is to explain in conventional terms. It is as if you are observing something impossibly heavy yet incredibly light. Objects feel infinitely large and infinitely small at once. Some describe enormous spheres slowly rolling towards them, filling them with an overwhelming sense of fear and hopelessness, the dread growing with every moment as the sphere draws closer. Other times, tiny spheres might appear right at one's fingertips, or one might confront something infinitely massive, feeling utterly insignificant beside it. Sometimes, a small sphere is seen being slowly swallowed by a gigantic one. Many recall these visuals being accompanied by an unearthly voice, seeming to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The experience is often marked by intense emotions. A maddening longing, a profound sense of wrongness, deep anxiety and doom. Some even reported losing their sense of reality upon awakening. Some even describe it as experiencing extra senses, ones with no parallel in normal human perception. This isn't just a Russian phenomenon, it's discussed online internationally, often called geometric night terror. However, nothing is known about the nature of this phenomenon and the reasons for its widespread occurrence. Some shared memory or psychic intrusion, some unsolved scientific phenomenon, or perhaps a dormant fear of the universe's true shape. Neumovakin's therapeutic methods. Ivan Pavlovich Neumovakin presents a curious case. He was a respected Soviet physician involved in cosmic medicine, developing health systems for cosmonauts, and authored numerous scientific works early in his career. But after his retirement, Neumovakin's work took a strange turn. He began promoting the treatment of various diseases with baking soda, and even suggested that cancer could be treated with intravenous hydrogen peroxide. He also became known as the inventor of so-called living and dead water, water that had been electrically charged to be either positively or negatively ionized, which he claimed could heal numerous illnesses. Neumovakin was a frequent guest on Russian television programs about folk and alternative medicine. Over the years, he built a cult-like following with thousands of loyal fans who continue to practice self-treatment using his methods to this day. And in the end, he lived to be 89 years old. I wonder if he practiced his methods himself. Ryazan sugar. Perhaps the most famous conspiracy theory about modern Russia in the West. To understand it, let's recall the chronology. In September 1999, a wave of terrorist attacks swept across Russia. Several apartment buildings were blown up. Explosives had been planted in basements or in trucks parked nearby. Buynaksk on September 4th, Moscow on September 9th and 13th, and Volgodonsk on September 16th. More than 300 people were killed and over 1,700 injured. Panic gripped the entire country. Then, on the evening of September 22nd, in the city of Ryazan, a resident noticed suspicious man unloading sacks from a car with the taped-over license plates into his building's basement and called the police. The building was evacuated immediately. Bomb squad experts found bags of powder, along with a detonator made from a hunting cartridge case and a timer set for 5:30 a.m. On-site tests with a gas analyzer showed the presence of hexagen vapors, a powerful military-grade explosive. Local authorities promptly opened a criminal case for attempted terrorism. Just 2 days later, on September 24th, during a meeting at the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Minister Vladimir Rushaila proudly reported a successful prevention of a terrorist attack in Ryazan. But just minutes later, the head of the FSB, Nikolai Patrushev, dropped a bombshell. It was all just an FSB training exercise to test local vigilance. The bags, he claimed, contained sugar, no explosive substance. Ryazan residents subsequently received apologies, even from Patrushev himself, but no compensation, and the criminal case was closed. No one ever saw the bags with sugar or hexagen ever again. But the obvious inconsistencies in the story of Ryazan sugar left a lot of questions in the society, which instantly grew into conspiracy theories. The most popular theory, one that hardly needs explaining, is that the bags did contain real hexagen, and the house was supposed to be blown up. The September bombings, according to this theory, were orchestrated by the authorities themselves, in order to blame Chechen terrorists and justify the Second Chechen War. So basically it's just a Russian version of 9/11 was an inside job. This theory was heavily promoted by a number of former KGB and FSB defectors, including Alexander Litvinenko, who later died in London poisoned with radioactive polonium. The real question is whether we should believe a defector who had a public conflict with the FSB back in 1998, before all these events. The main driving force behind the theory was the exiled oligarch Boris Berezovsky, who was in open conflict with the Kremlin at the time. Berezovsky funded both Litvinenko's book and several documentaries about the Ryazan incident. Atmospheric electricity. So when did we start using electricity? In the 19th century, as we are told, or maybe much earlier. What if our ancestors could extract it directly from the air? This is what some alternative historians propose. They point to old photographs allegedly showing strange technological objects on buildings and streets, arguing these were parts of a forgotten system using atmospheric phenomena to generate wireless electricity. For example, in many 19th century Russian cities you can spot peculiar metal structures mounted on poles and rooftops. Their purpose is usually explained as lightning protection. But what if that's just a cover story? And what about spires? What if tall spires weren't just decorative or religious symbols, but devices designed for accumulating atmospheric electricity? Could landmarks like the spire of the Peter and Paul fortress, or even the Alexander Column, actually be relics of a technologically advanced civilization predating Peter the Great, repurposed or misunderstood artifacts of this lost science? If this atmospheric electricity technology existed, where did it go? Where are the plans, the documents, and crucially, why has humanity seemingly forgotten it ever existed? Proponents suggest that a massive catastrophe, perhaps around 200 years ago, wiped the state clean, destroying technologies and collective memory. What kind of catastrophe? Maybe the supposed atomic war of 1812. Mercury Man. A bizarre case that occurred in the early 1990s in Krasnoyarsk Krai. Nikolai Zhigachov was by all accounts a normal construction worker when he suddenly began suffering from leg pain and a strange, rapidly growing tumor. On March 30th, he was admitted to the hospital in Sosnovo-Borsk. The next day, doctors opened the tumor, and to their shock, metallic mercury began to seep along with pus. Just 2 days later, on April 2nd, several more tumors suddenly appeared elsewhere on Zhigachov's body. When these were opened, they also released mercury. An X-ray scan revealed even more clusters of mercury hidden deep inside his body, in his feet, in his tarsal bones, the ankle joints and other areas. Naturally, the doctors had questions, and so did the police. And the story Zhigachov told them was fascinating. He claimed that one day after work, he had dozed off at a streetcar stop. When he awoke, 2 strange men in shiny clothes with blue faces were standing over him. The moment he saw them, Zhigachov fainted, only to wake up hours later in a vacant lot miles away. Disoriented and barely able to walk, he made it home by midnight. Even if you believe the theory that aliens had injected mercury into his body, it still doesn't explain what happened afterward. For the next 5 years, Zhigachov lived with an agonizing and undiagnosed illness. Time after time, new pockets of mercury would appear in his body, even in places that had already been surgically opened and cleared. It was as if his own tissues had started producing liquid metal. In the spring of 1995, Nikolai Zhigachov died, taking the secret of this impossible biological anomaly with him. Was it UFO or just some secret government experiment gone wrong? Who knows? Miratorg bioterrorism. Miratorg is Russia's largest agricultural holding company and one of the country's main meat producers. In just 10 years, the company transformed from a small importer of Latin American meat into an industry giant, controlling massive pastures and food production chains across Russia. On the Russian internet, the company is often accused of producing what some call hidden genocide in packaging. The most persistent rumor is that many of Miratorg's cattle pastures are located on lands contaminated by radionuclides after the Chernobyl disaster. And that's not the only red flag. There are numerous reports from consumers claiming to have found strange foreign objects in Miratorg meat products, including in some cases fragments of lead, which raises even more questions. Adding to the intrigue is the fact that the last name of the company's founding family just so happens to match the maiden name of the wife of a former Russian president. What a coincidence. Blavatsky. Helena Blavatsky was a 19th century Russian writer, philosopher, esotericist, occultist, and spiritualist. She founded her own movement in the United States called Theosophy, or rather some version of it. Blavatsky's theosophy taught that the world is secretly overseen by an ancient brotherhood of enlightened beings known as the teachers or Mahatmas. These hidden masters were said to dwell in Tibet, guiding the evolution of human consciousness from behind the scenes. According to Blavatsky, they had chosen her as their messenger, and her task was to deliver fragments of this forbidden knowledge to the public. Her magnum opus, The Secret Doctrine, aimed to synthesize science, religion, and philosophy. Yet, debate rages about Blavatsky herself. Some hail her as a genuine seer. Others dismiss her as a brilliant fraud, while some considered her just crazy. She was widely reported by followers to possess paranormal abilities, allegedly performing telekinesis, materializing objects, and creating phantom sounds and smells. Blavatsky became a cult figure whose ideas undeniably influenced minds of some notable figures of the 19th and 20th century. Leo Tolstoy knew her personally and kept a signed copy of The Secret Doctrine. Mahatma Gandhi wrote in his diaries that he would be more than satisfied if he could only touch the edge of Blavatsky's robes. But the strangest link was to Adolf Hitler. Through her student, Dietrich Eckart, an early mentor of Hitler, Blavatsky's mystical theories about Aryan supremacy and ancient races took root in the emerging Nazi ideology. Even the swastika, which the Nazis adopted as their symbol, was prominently featured in the theosophical texts long before the Third Reich. It's even believed that the SS expeditions sent to Tibet in the late 1930s were partially motivated by a search for these hidden theosophical masters. Library of Yaroslav the Wise. Moving deeper into lost treasures, we encounter the Library of Yaroslav the Wise, a legendary collection perhaps even more mysterious than the famed Library of Ivan the Terrible. The first and only mention of the library comes from the Tale of Bygone Years, dated 1037, which stated that the Grand Duke Yaroslav loved books and placed many written works in the Church of Saint Sophia, which he created himself. Most historians agree that Yaroslav must have possessed some sort of collection. Evidence suggests that the books weren't just for the prince and his family, they were also accessed by monks, chronicles and scribes. For its time, the scale of the collection would have been extraordinary. Estimates range from 500 to 900 volumes, in an era when owning even a dozen books was considered a sign of immense wealth. However, the fate of this library remains a mystery. Kiev endured catastrophe after catastrophe. A terrible fire in 1124, second in 1203, and utter destruction by Khan Batey in 1240. In such conditions, fragile parchment manuscripts had almost no chance of survival. The main hope rests on the possibility that some books were hidden deep within the catacombs of the Kiev Pechersk Lavra, one of the oldest monasteries in the region. For centuries, urban legends have circulated in Kiev about construction workers and explorers who stumbled upon sealed dungeons filled with ancient books, only for the tunnels to be sealed up or forgotten once again. White-Eyed Chud. The White-Eyed Chud is an ancient and mysterious people featured in Russian and Finno-Ugric folklore. Legends typically describe them as short in stature but fabulously wealthy. After some event, these people went underground, hiding there with their riches. According to the legends, when happy times return, the Chud will emerge to share their accumulated treasures with all of us. However, there is a darker version where the Chud transformed into evil spirits lurking in shadowy places. They are invisible to the human eye, but leave behind odd tracks that look like either bird claws or the footprints of a child. These spirits were believed to cause harm to humans and sometimes even steal children, replacing them with their own. Crucially, legends always portray the Chud as pagans, citing their fierce refusal to accept Christianity as the primary reason for vanishing underground. Folktales claim that during the spread of Christianity, the Chud chose to die rather than convert. Intriguingly, there was a historical people known as the Chud of Zavolozh, who lived in Russia, especially in Zavolozhye near the northern Dvina and Onega rivers, thousands of years ago, evidenced by archaeological finds. Excavations have unearthed tools, household items and jewelry, proof that the Chud were not just a myth. But what happened to them and whether they are connected to the legends of the White-Eyed Chud remains unknown. And perhaps the strangest part, most of the stories about the White-Eyed Chud are told far from Zavolozhye, deep in the Urals, more than 1,000 kilometers away. The most logical explanation suggests that stories about the historical Chud were carried to the Urals by settlers from the Novgorod region, and over time, these original accounts likely became embellished with numerous mystical details. Explosions in Sasovo. On April 12, 1991, the quiet town of Sasovo, Ryazan Oblast was rocked by a mysterious explosion so powerful it shattered windows across half the town. Witnesses reported hearing a powerful growing rumble and seeing two bright bluish flashes just before the blast. Immediately after, the strange rumbling sound seemed to fade away. Officials downplayed the incident, stating there were no serious consequences or casualties. But what was it? Shortly after the explosion, a large crater 28 meters wide and 4 meters deep was discovered near the town. For 2 nights, locals claimed the bottom of the crater gave off a faint bright red glow, as if something beneath the earth was still burning. One theory suggested that a military aircraft had accidentally dropped a powerful aerial bomb, possibly a vacuum bomb, but the military denied any exercises or accidents in the area. No shrapnel or fragments were ever found, and the crater was mysteriously clean. Officially, the explosion was blamed on ammonium nitrate stored nearby. But the story doesn't end there. Just over a year later, on May 28th, around 2 AM, a second explosion occurred near the first site, carving out another crater, this one 11.5 meters wide. Again, no traces of explosives were found, and this time there weren't even any nitrate bags nearby to blame. And allegedly, 4 hours before the incident occurred, huge and glowing balls of white color were seen in the area. As a result, there's still no official consensus on the source of explosions. Theories range from secret military activities and localized earthquakes to meteorite impacts or even UFO involvement. Kingavey Village. The village of Kingavey is a settlement that, according to some accounts, once existed on the coast of Alaska, long before the official discovery of the region by Russian explorers. Officially, Mikhail Gvozdev's 1732 expedition marks the first Russian landing on American shores. But early Russian explorers who reached Alaska were surprised to hear strange stories from the native peoples. These stories described white, bearded men who reportedly prayed before decorated boards featuring human images, perhaps icons. Some later explorers even claimed they managed to exchange letters with the inhabitants of the mysterious village. The villagers described themselves as living comfortably, trading with the local Eskimos, but they constantly complained about a lack of iron. Where could they have come from? One prominent theory links Kingavey to Semyon Dezhnev, the explorer who navigated the Bering Strait 80 years before the Bering himself. It's believed that part of his crew was caught in a violent storm, swept away and never seen again. Perhaps it was they who founded the very semi-mythical Russian settlement in Alaska. However, modern archaeologists have found no definitive traces of Kingavey in the location that was given by local population, near the Koyuk River. Its exact whereabouts and indeed its very existence remains a tantalizing historical mystery. Crash near Asha. The deadliest railroad disaster in Russian history claimed the lives of 575 people. The most powerful volumetric gas explosion happened in a lowland near the railroad tracks exactly at the second when not one, but 2 trains were passing there. And the very presence of a gas leak in this place and the meeting of these trains in it, both of them were behind schedule, were the result of a horrible coincidence of circumstances. Or was it? More about this story in this video. Incident with train number 1908. The incident with the train number 1908, also known as Train to Nowhere or Devil's Train, occurred in January 2004 under very strange circumstances. The heavy freight train number 1908, consisting of an electric locomotive and 58 cars, ran uncontrollably for about an hour from the town of Velkov towards the town of Tikhvin. The machinist Eduard Gorchakov did not react to the forbidden signals of traffic lights and disconnected communications. It was only by a miracle that the disaster was averted. The railway's emergency teams managed to shut down the power supply across the entire line, forcing the train to a halt just 2 minutes before a catastrophic collision. The machinist was known in the town as a quiet and calm man, but in the months leading up to the incident his life had changed. He left his wife, became deeply religious, and spent more and more time at the Church of the Nativity of St. John the Baptist. On the day of the incident, Gorchakov arrived at work wearing a suit and tie, not his usual work clothes, but his best, as if he was preparing for a farewell, not just another shift. When police confronted him after the incident, his explanation was chillingly simple. God spoke to me. He said the time had come to take me away. So Gorchakov got ready, he put on his best clothes and went to work, to make his last journey. He was diagnosed with acute delusional psychosis with aggressive tendencies. However, after waking up in a hospital bed, Gorchakov assured the doctors that he did not remember anything. Moreover, just months before, during a routine medical checkup, psychiatrists had found no signs of mental illness. Was it an isolated psychotic break? Some form of mind control? A strange variant of attempted religious terrorism? We will never know. Years later, in 2015, local social media began spreading rumors that Gorchakov was still living quietly in Velkov, working as a taxi driver, as if nothing had ever happened. Dwarf Nose screen adaptation. How about a mysterious and possibly non-existent film? A chilling adaptation of Wilhelm Hauff's fairy tale Dwarf Nose, known widely in Russia as Karlik Nose or Midget Nose. It was supposedly shown on Soviet Central Television sometime in the 1980s. The problem is, no one can prove this movie ever existed. Yet, far too many people remember it. The search began around 2007, becoming one of the largest hunts in the Russian-speaking lost media community, but it never led to a definite result. To illustrate, one major torrent tracker hosts 4 threads dedicated to it, spanning over 300 pages and 10,000 messages. Recollections paint a picture of a film blending gothic style with realism. Gloomy, dim-colored, but not black and white. The title potentially included Jakob or Enchanted, and might have featured letters with diacritics, hinting at a Central European origin. The film was slow, almost dreamlike, and focused heavily on the main character's internal world. According to those who claim to have seen it, the protagonist, Jakob, was ugly to the point of disgust, and yet what left the deepest impression wasn't his appearance, but his emotional state. Depression, hopelessness, quiet resignation. Finally, in 2021, a potential candidate emerged, a lost high-budget 1975 Bulgarian production titled Gigeta Dolgonosk. Its style matched many details in the sought-after film. It had human heads in baskets, a detail often recalled by viewers, and the dwarf was played by an adult actor with not the most handsome appearance. And yet, not everyone is convinced. Some insist that the Bulgarian film isn't the one they remember. The search for the true Jakob movie continues. Bryukhanenko Experiment. Next we have Experiment and the Revival of Organisms, a 1940s Soviet popular science film directed by David Yashin. It showcases experimental medicine, specifically attempts to revitalize organisms after clinical death. The experiments, conducted by physiologist Sergei Bryukhanenko, who also wrote the script at Moscow's Institute of Experimental Physiology and Therapy, are deeply unsettling. Its most infamous sequence features the severed head of a dog, kept alive by an artificial heart and lung machine, a device known as the autojector. The head, connected to the machine by rubber tubes, appeared fully conscious. It would blink, move its ears, and even react to external stimuli, including eating a piece of cheese when offered. The film also depicts the resurrection of a dog after its blood was completely drained and it remained clinically dead for 10 minutes. Using the artificial circulation machine, its heart and lungs are restarted. The film boldly claims these revived animals lived full lives afterward, growing, gaining weight, and even reproducing. Unsurprisingly, it was met with widespread skepticism. Many believe the film was entirely staged, a piece of propaganda designed to showcase astounding Soviet scientific breakthroughs that, particularly in this area, likely didn't exist in reality. The film was probably propaganda, but the experiments themselves were well documented and the autojector did work. It's just, the dogs didn't really live happily afterwards. Greetings, comrades! We are finishing the 5th level of our Russian Conspiracy Iceberg. Today we have a lot of political conspiracy theories. Was there really a nationalist-minded Russian party hiding within the Soviet government? Who is Alexander Dugin, often called the ideological mastermind of modern Kremlin politics, and how were his views influenced by an underground club from 1960s Moscow? Finally, we will talk about something that seems almost impossible. The story of how Belarusian leader Alexander Lukashenko almost became the president of Russia. So, without further ado, let's jump into it. Russian party in the USSR. It is well known that during the Soviet era, there could not be any political parties other than the CPSU in the USSR. Nevertheless, some historians identify a shadowy group known as the Russian Party. It is notably described in historian Nikolai Mitrokhin's monograph The Russian Party, the movement of Russian nationalists in the USSR, 1953-1985. It was an informal nationalist movement whose ideology included Russian ethnic nationalism, xenophobia and anti-Semitism. Rumors suggested the Russian Party drew members from various levels of society, including party officials, artists, writers and dissident nationalists. Following the Slavophiles of the 19th century and Dostoevsky, they defended the idea of the special path of Russia and Russian people on the basis of national traditions, state, cultural and religious. They attributed most of the Russian people's woes, including their oppression in the USSR, to alleged Jewish dominance in Soviet leadership. By the early 1980s, their ideology offered a vague alternative to the stagnant Soviet system. Therefore, the activities of the Russian Party were seen as traitorous and anti-Soviet. Their existence as a formal entity was never confirmed. However, even KGB head Yuri Andropov reportedly identified them as a major threat in secret memos. By the time Gorbachev came to power, the Russian Party was driven underground, from which it managed to emerge only after the collapse of the USSR. So their real influence on Soviet policies, especially on some policies towards the Jews, remains unknown. Dugin's fourth political theory. Alexander Dugin is a Russian philosopher who has become quite popular outside of Russia in recent years. He is often portrayed as a grey cardinal of the Kremlin, its main ideologist, with claims that all Russian foreign policy is based on Dugin's books. I don't know how much influence he actually holds inside the Kremlin, but from the outside it seems that nowadays he spends his days shitposting on Twitter and appearing on various, sometimes far from popular platforms. Fourth political theory is a concept introduced by Dugin in his book of the same name. The main idea was to propose a new ideological model for a world that in the 20th century witnessed the emergence of three major ideologies: fascism, communism and liberalism, that have now outlived themselves. The subject of fascism was the state, communism was the class, and liberalism was the individual. These three distinct political theories had one thing in common: belonging to the modern era, an era defined by progress and novelty. However, Dugin asserts that humanity has entered a new postmodern era, which means that a new political theory is needed, and a new subject. Dugin proposes the German concept of Dasein as this subject, roughly meaning being there, or human existence understood within a specific cultural and historical context. That is, the subject of Dugin's fourth political theory is something metaphysical, fundamentally alien to Western liberal pragmatism and rationality, some special path for Russia. However, it should be noted that despite the existence of the concept of the fourth political theory, there are no clear specifics about its essence. Apparently, we are waiting for it in Alexander Gelievich's future works. Penza Hermits. The Penza Hermits were a group of people led by Peter Kuznetsov, who called himself Schema Monk Maxim. In October 2007, 35 people from this group, including 4 children, entered voluntary seclusion, moving into a dugout shelter they had constructed near the village of Nikolskoye. Inside, they prepared to await the end of the world, which Kuznetsov predicted would occur in 2012 when a comet named Armageddon would strike the Earth. Kuznetsov was also convinced that tax IDs, passports, barcodes and other official documents contained the seal of the devil and had to be rejected. They gained notoriety when they refused to go to the surface, threatening to detonate the gas cylinders they brought underground if authorities attempted a forced evacuation. Ironically, 43-year-old Kuznetsov never went underground himself, instead preaching to his followers from the surface. He explained that someone had to communicate with God and clear the snow from the vent. When his 2012 prophecy inevitably failed, he tried to commit suicide and later was placed in the Penza Regional Psychiatric Hospital. Rumor has it that he is still there. Most of his followers eventually surfaced, though 2 died underground and were buried there. The survivors reportedly moved to Belarus, still clinging to their beliefs, insisting that the end has come, we just don't see it yet. Spherolites of the Champ Island. Champ is an island located in the central part of the Franz Joseph Land archipelago in the Arctic Ocean. It is known for its strange, perfectly round stones, the origin of which is still debated. Some seem to be partly buried in the ground, while others stand exposed to the winds. Some stones have lost their original shape, probably due to winds and low temperatures. Some spheres have been split open and their cross-sections clearly show a substance of organic origin at the center. Some people see these orbs as echoes of a lost civilization, some as a trace of aliens, and some simply as a miracle of nature. There is even a hypothesis that the mysterious spherulites are fossilized dinosaur eggs. Scientists, of course, have explanations. The deposition of carbonites around some shell fragment followed by erosion or constant friction underwater, but looking at the 3-meter spheres you begin to doubt. After all, similar formations exist elsewhere, for example in Costa Rica, and nobody knows for sure where they really are. Protocols of the Elders of Zion. This part concerns a document published in Russia in 1903, presented as a report on secret meetings of Zionists in Basel. It allegedly outlines the plans by Jews to establish world domination and destroy the Christian world. The essence of the 24 Protocols is a conspiracy to create a world monarchy centered in Europe, headed by a king-despot of Zion's blood. The main enemies of the coming Jewish monarchy were announced to be Russian autocracy and papacy. An abridged version first surfaced in December 1901 in Mikhail Menchikov's article Plots Against Humanity in Novaya Vremya newspaper, reaching full form by 1903. In 1920, the first foreign-language edition of the Protocols was published in Germany. Shortly thereafter, the Protocols were published in Poland, France, England, and the United States. These editions often blamed the October Revolution of 1917 on Jewish conspirators and warned of Bolshevism spreading west. The most accepted version today, well, excluding the claim that it's all pure truth, is that the Protocols are a plagiarism of a little-known mid-19th century pamphlet attacking Napoleon III, written by the French satirist Maurice Joly. Despite being debunked as a forgery, the Protocols remain influential in far-right circles even today, and are classified as extremist material in Russia. Pyramid over the Kremlin. On December 9, 2009, a dark, presumably metallic tetrahedron about 100 meters per side reportedly hovered 500 meters above the Moscow Kremlin, spinning for several hours. Over the next few months, similar sightings popped up in Berlin, Tokyo, Los Angeles, and many other major cities, all widely covered by the media. Some even speculated it was some viral marketing campaign. The event occurred just hours apart from the appearance of the so-called Norwegian spiral anomaly, observed on the same day, which consisted of a blue beam of light with a grayish spiral emanating from one end of it. That anomaly was later linked to tests of the new Bulava missile conducted by the Russian Ministry of Defense somewhere in the White Sea. Therefore, many analysts, both Russian and foreign, suggested that the simultaneous appearance of such unique anomalies as a spiral and pyramid is proof that the events were staged or simulated by Russian authorities as a demonstration of force or new military technology. Whether this is true and what exactly the obscure pyramid in the sky was meant to demonstrate remains unknown. Zmyov Ionosphere Center. Just before the Soviet Union's collapse, an ionospheric research station was built near Zmyov, 50 kilometers from Kharkov. It was modeled after the US's still active HAARP facility in Alaska. The station complex consisted of several antenna fields and a giant parabolic antenna, 25 meters in diameter, capable of radiating power of about 25 megawatts. It was designed for all kinds of ionospheric research, including artificially influencing the Earth ionosphere. So, where's the conspiracy? In modern times, of course. Many people believe that the US HAARP facility is used as a climate weapon to inflict cataclysms on geopolitical opponents. The theory goes that the USSR was well aware of this potential, which is why it rushed to create its own counterpart. But after the collapse of the USSR, the Zmyov complex ended up on the territory of Ukraine. It remained in a semi-abandoned state there for a long time, until recently. Since January 2022, the International Geophysical Network has reportedly detected heightened ionospheric activity over Zmyov. As a result, some now speculate that the Ukrainian site might have conducted scientific experiments of the ionosphere for military purposes. And the concern of Russia was that these experiments could pose a threat to its national security by potentially damaging missile defense systems, communications or power grids. Zoya's Standing. Zoya's Standing is a folk Orthodox legend telling how in the city of Kuybyshev, now Samara, during the winter of 1955-1956, a girl named Zoya Karnaukhova allegedly became petrified after dancing with an icon of St. Nicholas the Wonder Worker. Yet she remained alive, breathing, her heart beating. It was impossible to move her. People even tried cutting the floorboards beneath her feet. Doctors attempted to give Zoya an injection, but the needles broke against her skin. Policemen who witnessed the petrified girl supposedly had their hair turned grey with horror. At night, the girl reportedly screamed terribly, calling for prayers and repentance. Finally, a certain elder named Seraphim appeared, predicting that Zoya's stand-in would last until Easter. Then, on the Feast of the Annunciation, Zoya was visited by a dignified old man who subsequently vanished mysteriously. Believers are convinced that this was Saint Nicholas the Wonder Worker himself. And indeed, after 128 days, a white bird supposedly flew to the house and Zoya began to revive. What happened next differs depending on the version. One claims Zoya died 3 days later, another that she was sent to a psychiatric hospital. Official representatives of the Russian Orthodox Church in the Samara region acknowledge this legend, claiming a miracle occurred. One Samara temple even has an icon depicting the story of Zoya's stand-in. What's more surprising is that the existence of rumors about a petrified girl is confirmed by official minutes of the 13th Regional CPSU Conference held on January 19 to 21, 1956. However, most police documents concerning Zoya's stand-in were reportedly lost in a fire at the Samara Regional Internal Affairs Archive in 1999. So, what was it? A miracle? Other explanations exist. Psychiatrists suggest the girl might have suffered from schizophrenia and entered a catatonic stupor, characteristic of the late stages of this disease. A third version proposes it was a case of mass psychosis among the religious and impressionable babushkas of Samara. ROA. ROA, or the Russian Liberation Army, is the name of the majority of collaborationist Russian anti-Soviet units within the Wehrmacht, created by Nazi German leadership primarily from Soviet prisoners of war between 1942 and 1944 during World War II. Frankly, even 10 episodes dedicated just to the ROA wouldn't be enough to fully cover its complex history. In the USSR, ROA and all its members were discussed exclusively in negative terms. Traitors, Hitler's bootlickers, collaborators. In Russian emigration, the narrative about the ROA was different, sometimes bordering on admiration for what was framed as a national liberation Christian movement against communism. So, which one is closer to the truth? Let's talk about it in my exclusive Patreon video. Yesenin's death. Sergei Yesenin is one of Russia's most popular poets of the 20th century. On December 24, 1925, Yesenin arrived in Leningrad, met with a few friends, and then rented a room at the Angleterre Hotel. Over the next few days, many friends and comrades visited him there. Then, on the morning of December 28th, in the same room, Sergei Yesenin was found hanging from a noose tied to a central heating pipe. The version now generally accepted among academic researchers is that the poet suffering from depression took his own life. However, according to an unofficial but persistent theory, the suicide was staged and Yesenin was actually removed by officers of the OGPU, the Soviet secret police. So, based on the autopsy data, Yesenin's death was caused by asphyxiation, but the suicide scene presents inconsistencies. One key point is that it was an almost impossible task. Yesenin was short, 168 centimeters, while the ceiling height was nearly 4 meters. To reach the pipe, he would have needed to stand on something at least 2 meters tall, yet no suitable object like a tall table or chair was found near the pipe, only a suitcase and a small cabinet. At the same time, cuts were found on the body, on the right and left hand, and a white dent on the forehead which some forensic experts suggested could have resulted from a blow. Adding to the mystery, shortly before his death, the poet reportedly asked the hotel porter not to let anyone in his room. Why? The conspiracy theory about Yesenin's murder was officially refuted in 1989 by a special Yesenin commission. After conducting several examinations, they concluded the suicide was not staged and dismissed the murder claims as a vulgar, incompetent interpretation of specific information. However, critics point out that the commission largely consisted of people connected to the Communist Party, the very apparatus conspiracy theorists accused of eliminating the poet. Could they truly have reached any other conclusion? The Matir monster. And one more local Loch Ness monster, this time from Lipetsk. In the mid-2010s, local press reported sightings of what some claimed was an ichthyosaur or plesiosaur in the Matei reservoir. Allegedly, the beast eats swimming dogs and waterfowl, and once even dragged away a piglet in front of a 50-year-old local resident. I have just one question: what was the piglet doing on the shore of the reservoir? Alexander Salonik. Alexander Salonik, aka Sasha Makedonsky, is a true legend of the Russian criminal world and law enforcement agencies of the 1990s. He was born in Kurgan in 1960, according to the available information. Served in the army, then briefly in the police, but then he was accused of rape and convicted. However, he managed to escape directly from the courtroom, pushing away his escorts and jumping out of a window. He went underground in Tyumen, but was caught again, receiving an additional 4 years for the escape. In the penal colony, the former policeman and convicted rapist was reportedly beaten constantly, but he escaped again in 1990, crawling to freedom through a sewer pipe. He hid once more in Tyumen, where he committed his first known murder, shooting a local crime boss. From there he fled to Moscow and, with associates, created one of the most brutal organized crime groups of the 1990s, the Kurgansky one. Within this group he became a prolific hitman. Some reports credit him with dozens of murders, including those of several rival crime group leaders. In 1994 he was caught quite by chance by police officers at a Moscow market, after which he apparently willingly confessed to more than 20 murders. And then, that's right, he escaped again, this time from the Matroskaya Tishina pre-trial detention center, a feat no one had ever managed before. A bribed detention center employee, Sergei Menshikov, smuggled in a 25-meter climbing cord, a pistol and ammunition. The two escaped by unlocking 5 doors with keys, rappelling down from the roof and fleeing to Greece. Sergei Menshikov was killed in early November 1995 in the suburbs of Athens. His killers were never found. Then, on February 2, 1997, the strangled body of Salonik was reportedly found on a garbage dump in Varimboli, another Athens suburb. Allegedly, he was killed by members of the rival Orekhovskaya OCG. However, 3 years later, arrested criminal gang leader Vladimir Tatarenkov told Greek police that Makedonsky was still alive. Complicating matters, someone later destroyed Salonik's grave in the Athens cemetery, making it impossible to exhume any remains to verify or refute Tatarenkov's claim. Findings in Simsa Bay. In 1940-1941, an expedition on the Soviet hydrographic ship Nord traveled to the Fadey Islands and Simsa Bay on the eastern coast of the Taimyr Peninsula. They have discovered the remains of a winter camp of Russian explorers and items from the early 17th century: chess, elegant rings and earrings, many animal skins, expensive fabrics and many coins, and most importantly, human remains, some of which were inside the hut and some outside near the hut. 2 male Pomors and 1 indigenous woman. It is a mystery who these people were and how they got there, because the place was absolutely uninhabited, and there is no information about such campaigns in any chronicles. It was frankly almost impossible to get there by sea. Judging by the competent construction of the hut and the tools available in it, its owners were clearly not novices in survival. But the gender composition raises a question. There was no room for a native woman in an uninhabited winter house, so she somehow arrived by ship. But where would a woman come from on a ship in an Arctic Ocean in the 17th century? Hence a bold assumption. They were fugitives from Mangazeyski Ostrog who had troubles with the law, and that is why there were many valuables and a woman with them. Finally, how did they die? During Soviet times, the simple answer was that they succumbed to hunger and scurvy while trying to survive the harsh winter. However, a human bone reportedly found near or in their cauldron hints at darker survival methods. Judging by the analysis of the bones, the last to die was an Aboriginal woman, so she was a potential cannibal. All in all, there are more questions than answers in this story. Yuzhensky Club. The Yuzhensky Club, aka Mamliev's Circle, was a literary and occult underground gathering that emerged in the 1960s. It convened at writer Yuri Mamleyev's communal apartment, located in a barrack and a courtyard of Yuzhensky Lane in Moscow. Its participants were representatives of Moscow underground elite, whose spiritual quest and ideas were in stark opposition to Soviet ideology. Initially, the group focused mainly on esoteric mysticism, but gradually their ideas shifted closer to those of the European New Right. These gatherings were sometimes dubbed the schizoid intellectual underground. The mild insanity of their participants was considered highly desirable for gaining metaphysical catharsis. The Yuzhensky club sought to look beyond the line, attempting to cross the boundary between life and death, between different worlds. Almost all participants adopted a stance of denying the material, the human, the mundane, urging followers to transcend ordinary human existence. There are practically no materials documenting the club besides interviews with former participants. No photos or videos exist. Some claimed that circle members practiced neo-occultism and even satanism, performing rituals in an attempt to break through the limits of human reality. Others simply called the apartment a den for alcoholics and drug addicts. Most likely it was a combination of all these things. After all, one member, Igor Dudinsky, later recalled they drank literally 24/7 there, ostensibly to dull the fear of the ubiquitous KGB, but also he claimed to open the brain to cosmic ideas and energies. Despite its obscurity, it is believed that the Yuzhensky club significantly influenced the ideology and views of later prominent Russian intellectuals, including Alexander Prokhanov and Alexander Dugin, whose political theory we discussed earlier, and through them perhaps influenced contemporary Russian ideology itself. Menshikov bankrupted Russia. Alexander Menshikov was a prominent Russian statesman, the closest associate and favorite of Peter the Great. After Peter the Great's death in 1725, Menshikov effectively became the ruler of Russia by placing Peter's wife Catherine I on the throne. However, he did not last long in this role. On September 8, 1727, he was disgraced, deprived of property, titles, ranks and awards, and then exiled with his family to Siberia, where he died about a year and a half later. Now, the theory goes that during his 2 years effectively ruling Russia, combined with his nearly 30 years of association with Peter, Menshikov somehow managed to literally bankrupt the Russian Empire. Supporting this theory is the fact that even during Peter's lifetime, Menshikov was repeatedly found guilty of embezzling public funds and forced to pay large fines, though Peter personally forgave him each time. Peter was apparently well aware of Menshikov's tendencies. When his mentor, Franz Lefort, died, Peter famously remarked, "I have only one hand left, and even that one is thieving," referring to Menshikov. Over a quarter of a century, Menshikov amassed a fortune estimated at 13 million rubles, while the entire state budget of the empire at the time was only about 6.5 million. Menshikov owned 90,000 serfs, 99 villages, built 6 palaces, and reportedly had 200 poods of gold and silver, much of which he allegedly stole from the treasury. The legend claims that when Menshikov himself became the de facto head of state, the budget was empty, because he had stolen everything. However, it's most likely that this story is a legend, or at least a significant exaggeration of the true scale of Menshikov's theft from the treasury. Love and Worldview. Love and Worldview was a community created on the social network of Vkontakte by Yakov Burov. It primarily published videos of rather psychedelic content made by Yakov himself. I'm not sure how best to describe them, better just show them. In his animations, the creator allegedly showed scenes from the impending end of the world. The community is now closed and invite only. Yakov is arguably quite a talented artist, just a very unique one. Цаrebozhye. Цаrebozhye, or Tsar Godliness, is a doctrine according to which the last Russian emperor Nicholas II is seen as the redeemer for the sins of infidelity of his people. The belief holds that Nicholas offered himself to God as a sacrifice for these sins. In response to his sacrifice, a nationwide repentance is required from the Russian people, followed by the restoration of the monarchy and Russia's role as a great Orthodox state. Again, the idea originated among Russian immigrants and is now popular among nationalists and monarchies. However, mainstream Orthodox clergy strongly oppose identifying the Tsar as a redeemer, emphasizing that there is only one redeemer, Jesus Christ. They consider the Tsaribozhia doctrine blasphemous, even though Nicholas II and his family have been canonized by the church as passion bearers, similar to martyrs. Tamara Samsonova. Tamara Samsonova, also known as Babushka Ripper, Tamara the Ripper, and Baba Yaga. She gained notoriety after her arrest in 2015 on suspicion of committing 2 murders with extreme cruelty. During a search of her apartment, authorities found a witchcraft book and a diary in which Samsonova had apparently detailed in 3 languages the murders of possibly 10 victims. It remains unknown why this seemingly ordinary St. Petersburg granny suddenly began killing. What is known is that back in 2000, Tamara's husband disappeared without a trace. His fate is still unknown. It is possible that he was her first victim. This wasn't her only reported oddity. After her husband vanished, neighbors claimed she sometimes liked to sit naked with her back to the window. She rented out one of her 2 rooms and frequently complained about her tenants, disliking when they used the bathroom or kitchen. Few tenants stayed long with such a landlady, so their frequent turnover didn't raise suspicion at first. Despite the diary entries, authorities could only definitely prove Samsonova's involvement in one prior murder, that of a tenant in 2003. She reportedly killed a 32-year-old man from Norilsk who rented a room from her, then dismembered his corpse and disposed of the parts. Her favorite method was poisoning the victims before dismembering them with a hacksaw. Neighbors never reported hearing screams or unusual noises from her apartment. Some of the recovered bodies were missing internal organs, and the final victim was also missing her head. What the Babushka Ripper did with these missing parts is unknown. Samsonova committed her last known murder outside her own apartment. She had asked to stay temporarily with her neighbor, 79-year-old Valentina Ulanova. Apparently deciding she liked the apartment and wanted it for herself, Samsonova allegedly poisoned Ulanova by adding sleeping pills to an Olivier salad, fed it to her friend, and then dismembered the body. A few days later, Ulanova's headless body, missing limbs and wrapped in a shower curtain, was found near a local pond. Samsonova was soon arrested. Declared legally insane, she was sent to a specialized psychiatric hospital in Kazan, where she remains today. Tisul Princess. This legend begins in early September 1969 in the village of Rzhavchik, Kemerovo region. Deep in a coal mine at a depth of 70 meters, a miner reportedly struck a large monolithic stone object. Once the strange find was brought to the surface, it was revealed to be a 2-meter marble sarcophagus. Inside was the perfectly preserved body of a beautiful woman appearing to be in her 30s, with regular European features, gorgeous, slightly curly dark hair, and wide open blue eyes. She was about 180 centimeters tall and dressed in a light translucent dress adorned with a fine floral pattern. The body was immersed in a pinkish blue liquid which seemed responsible for its pristine preservation. Eyewitness accounts claim one worker secretly tasted this liquid. This curiosity supposedly cost him his life. Weeks later, he allegedly went insane and that winter was found frozen dead on his own doorstep. Then KGB officers arrived, confiscated the sarcophagus, loaded it onto a helicopter, and the mysterious woman, dubbed the Tisul Princess by locals, was never seen again. However, a couple of years later, a professor from Novosibirsk supposedly gave a lecture in Rzhavchik, claiming further research placed the find's age at an astounding 800 million years, older than the dinosaurs. He also stated her clothes were made of an unknown material, perhaps crystal scales, using technology unknown to modern science. Most incredibly, the professor claimed genetic analysis showed the Sleeping Beauty was genetically identical to modern humans. But then the KGB supposedly intervened again, dispersed the lecture, covered up the original dig site, and classified all research. Furthermore, persistent rumors circulated in the village that the Tisul Princess had begun to kill those who disturbed her rest. People genuinely feared for their lives. Within a year, 7 men involved in the original discovery reportedly died under mysterious circumstances. The legend expands further, suggesting dozens of similar finds. Between 1969 and 1973, dates vary. Supposedly near Rzhavchik alone, the military unearthed another 8 sarcophagi, containing similarly preserved ancient bodies of men and women. Reports mention other alleged finds: 2 in Mongolia, 4 in China, 1 in Montenegro, and 4 in North America. Based on this supposed geography, believers speculate these beings inhabited Earth during the time of a single supercontinent. Of course, the proponents claim that the level of modern science doesn't allow us to appreciate the true value of these finds, assuming they exist at all. Lukashenko wanted to rule Russia. There is an interesting theory suggesting that back in the mid to late 1990s, the current eternal president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, seriously harbored ambitions of becoming the president of Russia. Stanislav Shushkevich, the first post-Soviet head of Belarus, recalled that during this period Lukashenko seemed to visit Russian regions almost more often than Belarusian ones. Against the backdrop of an alien and weakening Boris Yeltsin, the younger, more robust Lukashenko looked quite appealing. His populist rhetoric resonated with the residents of the Russian provinces and parts of the military, many of whom still held nostalgic views of the Soviet Union. For example, oligarch Boris Berezovsky recalled that the Belarusian leader was genuinely considered within some Kremlin circles as a possible successor to Yeltsin, potentially as a head of a new union state of Russia and Belarus. Moreover, in 1997, Belarus sent Russia a draft treaty proposing a union that could have made Lukashenko its head. But forced political integration did not happen. Minsk refused federation, Moscow refused unification, and Lukashenko never became president of the United Russia. Vaygach Island. Vaygach is a virtually uninhabited island on the border of the Barents and Kara Seas in the Arctic Ocean. The island is known as a place where in the 1930s hundreds of Gulag prisoners were sent. It was planned to mine gold and other minerals. Members of the expedition studied the local soil and sent samples of local ore to Moscow. The analysis showed that there were deposits of gold, silver and platinum on the island. However, in practice they were not found. Instead, lead zinc ores and hundreds of ancient Nenets idols were discovered. The Nenets called this island a land of idols, and the modern name is based on the Nenets name Vaygach, which translates as Island of Terrible Demise. It was on Vaygach that the Nenets conducted sacrifices and mysterious rites. In the island sanctuaries, hundreds of wooden idols were a place for contact with the world of the dead. However, there is an opinion that some of the idols on the island are much older than the Nenets themselves, and we don't know who they belong to and what they mean. Today, Vaygach holds a kind of a cult status among seekers of the mythical Hyperborea. They sometimes view it as a uniquely sacred place, an island historically uninhabited, yet serving as a major sanctuary complex for the peoples of the north, possibly preserving echoes of a far older civilization. Greetings, comrades! We return to our beloved icebergs. This is essentially the final third, where there will be hardly any well-known topics. Moreover, some of the stories will seem completely illogical and could be dismissed as the product of someone's twisted imagination. But is it really that simple? Welcome to Level 6. Sweden spoke Russian. We've all heard that 200 years ago the Russian nobility spoke French better than Russian. But what about an even crazier theory? What if I told you that 300 years ago Russian was widely spoken in Sweden? It all started with this document, which at first glance looks like a mixture of Polish and Russian. It is a solemn speech on the occasion of the death of Swedish King Karl XI in 1697. The document, by the way, is authentic, not a forgery. This is where alternative history enthusiasts come into play. To them, the existence of such a text is proof that official history is lying to us. Their theories range from one extreme to another. What does this mean? Does it mean that Russia secretly ruled half of Europe and imposed its language? Or that there were so many Russians in Sweden that the king had to give a speech in their language? Or does it go even deeper, suggesting that Russians and Swedes were once one people? But let's be logical. If Swedes really spoke Russian back then, there would be tons of documents like this, not just one. The official author of the speech was Johann Gabriel Sparvenfeld, a Swedish master of ceremonies. He spoke 14 languages and served as a diplomat in Moscow. But let's address the main point. Of all the languages he spoke, why did Sparrenfeld choose Russian for his official speech rather than Swedish, the official language? Modern science still has no clear answer to this question. Do you know which version, absurd as it may seem, is considered the most likely? He did it just because. Simply because he could. Slavo-Chinese War. When talking about the Slavo-Chinese War, you probably imagine skirmishes on the Amur River in the 17th century. Forget about that. Those are child's play. I'm talking about a war that has been erased from the pages of textbooks. About a battle of titans that took place 7,534 years ago. Back then, Great Rassenia won over ancient China, Armenia. The victory was so important and difficult that our ancestors chose the day of the creation of the world, the conclusion of a peace treaty, as the new turning point in their history. Therefore, according to the Slavic calendar, it is now summer, the year 7534 since the creation of the world. Need more proofs? Why do you think Ivan Tsarevich defeats the 3, 6 and 9-headed serpent dragon Gorinich one by one to rescue Vasilisa the Beautiful in Russian folktales? It was not just a conflict between two empires, but between two superpowers. China was a technological power that knew how to clone hundreds of thousands of warriors, like the famous Terracotta Army. Russia, on the other hand, developed along a spiritual path. Our ancestors lived in harmony with nature and had the ability to create alternative worlds in the Star Temple. They could also change the planet's biorhythms, causing cataclysms, floods, thunderstorms and poisoned rains. As a result, Russia won and China agreed to build the Great Wall of China to isolate itself from the rest of the world and protect everyone else from itself. White Brotherhood. In fact, there are two White Brotherhoods. First, it was the name given to the teachers of humanity in Helena Blavatsky's Theosophy, which I discussed in the previous section. However, we are interested in the very real organization created in 1991 in Kiev by former scientists Yuri Krivanogov and Maria Tsvigun, not a mythical one. Krivanogov became John the Baptist and Tsvigun became Mary Devi Christ, declaring herself to be the living incarnation of Christ, his mother the Virgin Mary, and his bride, 3 in 1, so to speak. The essence of the doctrine was simple. God is mother, and this mother is Marina. Like any self-respecting cult, they had a date set for the end of the world, November 24th, 1993. Thousands believed Marina, gave away their possessions, abandoned their families and were ready to die for the promised paradise. On November 10th, 1993, the last day of the announced 10 days of repentance, Tsvigun and several dozen White Brotherhood members attempted to seize St. Sophia Cathedral in Kiev. They planned to hold a 2-week prayer service there and then commit mass self-immolation. The police stormed the cathedral and prevented the tragedy. According to some sources, 666 people were detained. Tsvigun reportedly wanted this number to destroy the devil. It would seem that the story is over. Maria Devi was sentenced to 4 years in prison and immediately declared Krivanogov a traitor and divorced him. The most surprising thing, however, is that she was released after serving only 1 year, and then she disappeared, only to reappear in Moscow in the mid-2000s under a new name, Victoria Preobrazhenskaya. She is no longer a messiah, but an artist, thinker and founder of cosmic poly art. She paints abstract pictures, wears bright clothes, and apparently still considers herself a goddess, an Egyptian one this time. You can visit her website and be enlightened, but be careful. Phantom Girl from Krasnoyarsk. Imagine you work in a city archive sorting through old photographs from the early 20th century. You come across a picture of a street, a gymnasium, and a bridge across the Yenisei River. Suddenly, you notice something strange. The same little girl appears in dozens of photographs taken at different times and in different places. But she's not even in the center of the frame most of the time. She's just there. Thus, one of the most chilling urban legends of Krasnoyarsk was born in 2015. The local history museum even posted a message on its website asking anyone with any info about this girl or the photographer to reach out. They only had the initials, FEA, to go on. While they were trying to figure it out, people came up with their own, way more interesting explanation. This girl is a ghost. and there was plenty of evidence to prove it. First, her frightening appearance. A heavy, angry gaze from under her eyebrows. Second, it's as if no one can see her. The other people in the frame simply walk past her, paying no attention. And third, the most terrifying thing. The photos are dated 1906, 1907 and 1908. In 3 years, any child aged 7 to 10 would change noticeably, but not her. She doesn't grow. She always wears the same clothes and has the same face. A ghost forever frozen in time. However, a new discovery was made in 2022 that unfortunately put an end to the story. Another artifact was found in the museum archives. A large photo album containing pictures of Krasnoyarsk, and the girl was there again. This time though, the photographer's signature was on the cover. Photographer Yevgeny Arkhipov, F.E.A. And the ghost girl, she was his daughter, Galia. He simply took her with him to photo shoots and included her in the frame as his personal Easter egg or living signature. I mean, I like the ghost version more than some touching story about a father and daughter. Filipov's race. June 25, 1903. Renowned scientist Mikhail Filipov is found dead in his St. Petersburg laboratory. The official verdict: apoplectic stroke. His heart couldn't withstand the strain. The police seize all his papers and drawings, and the case is closed. End of story. However, a week later, the newspaper St. Petersburgские Ведомости published a letter written by Filipov, which he sent to the editorial office literally on the eve of his death. In it, Filipov wrote that since his youth he had been thinking about how to stop wars and make them almost impossible. Surprising as it may seem, the scientist reported, I have recently made a discovery whose practical application will effectively abolish war. I invented a method for the electrical transmission of shock waves over long distances, and it appears that the shock wave is transmitted in its entirety along the carrier electromagnetic wave. Thus, a dynamite charge detonated in Moscow could transmit its impact to Constantinople. However, with warfare at such distances, war becomes madness and must be abolished. I will publish the details in the fall in the Academy of Sciences proceedings. However, he was not able to publish anything. What exactly did the scientist invent back in 1903? Some researchers suggest that Filipov's idea was based on a powerful light beam. In other words, the idea of a laser weapon originated in his mind, and he was conducting experiments in this area. Others argue that, of course, the professor did not know about lasers, but he studied ultra-short waves which he obtained using a spark generator. The most daring theory, however, is not about what he invented, but about who killed him. According to this theory, the Tsarist secret police had him killed. The personal order was given by Emperor Nicholas II, the initiator of the Hague Convention on the Laws and Customs of War. He did it not to destroy a dangerous revolutionary, Filipov was a Marxist, but to save the planet from a weapon too terrible for war. Filipov's confiscated documents and devices are still considered lost. But is it really the case? Juna. This story is kind of personal to me. Back in the day, I actually worked at the same research institute where the Soviet Academy of Sciences was studying the phenomenon of the USSR's main healer. I'm talking about Juna. She first displayed her healing abilities in Tbilisi, where she lived with her first husband after college. There she was known as a healer among influential people, including artists, painters and poets. Rumors of her miraculous abilities reached Moscow. In 1980 she was brought to Moscow for an almost hopeless case, to save the wife of the head of the USSR State Planning Committee, whom doctors had given up on. Juna arrived, conducted her sessions, and the woman began to recover. Newspapers throughout the Soviet Union wrote about Juna, a healer who could cure seriously ill patients with a single movement of her hands. Rumor had it that she had even helped Leonid Brezhnev, the general secretary. The country's leadership tasked the Academy of Sciences with studying Juna's abilities. Juna was hired as a senior researcher at the Kotelnikov Institute of Radio Engineering and Electronics of the Russian Academy of Sciences. The institute created a laboratory called Physical Fields of Biological Objects to study the Juno effect. However, the results of the research were never made public, and the exact method by which Juno treated people remains a mystery to the general public to this day. It is known only that during treatment sessions the healer's hands became very hot. It was believed that she transferred energy and heat to diseased organs this way, facilitating recovery. Or maybe she was just a good masseuse. Juno herself was not known for her modesty. In her interviews she claimed that she did more than just heal people. She said that she was capable of reducing the radiation background after Chernobyl and altering the structure of heavy water for nuclear physicists. She even treated her colleagues. She helped Vanga overcome hypertension and Alan Chumak overcome alcoholism. It is said that the healer clearly foresaw her own death in 2015. Even after successful carotid artery surgery, she knew her days were numbered and told everyone so. She died 5 days after the surgery. Grebennikov's anti-gravitation. Meet Viktor Grebennikov. Officially, he was a respected entomologist from Novosibirsk, a specialist in bees. Unofficially, he was a self-taught man without a higher education, who had always looked at the world a little differently. It was precisely this unconventional perspective that may have enabled him to make a discovery that official science considers impossible. It all began in the summer of 1988, when Grebennikov was examining the chitinous coverings of a maybug under a microscope. He was struck by the pattern on the inside of the wing. It was an orderly stamp-like composition reminiscent of a honeycomb. He tried to figure out why nature would come up with such an exquisite structure if it wasn't an accident. The researcher, without any particular purpose, placed one such plate with unusual cells on top of another. Then something strange happened. The small parts slipped out of the tweezers and hung in the air for a few seconds before falling smoothly onto the table. Grebennikov realized he had stumbled upon something incredible. An anti-gravity effect created by a natural structure. He called this phenomenon the cavity structure effect and spent the next 2 years creating a device capable of lifting a person into the air. It wasn't some kind of futuristic shape. Grebennikov, who was also an artist, assembled the flying platform from scrap materials. His own easel formed the basis. Grebennikov made his first flight on the night of March 17th-18th, 1990 near Novosibirsk. He described this flight in an article for the 1993 magazine Youth Technology. However, the scientist's attitude towards his invention soon changed dramatically. The unknown field created by the device had a devastating effect on Grebennikov himself. His health began to deteriorate rapidly. Grebennikov realized that his brainchild was killing him. Did he encounter something even more frightening during his flights? What other properties did he discover about this effect? We don't know. From the late 1990s, he flatly refused to talk about his platform with anyone. In 2001, Viktor Grebennikov died, taking the blueprints and the main secret of his gravitalyot with him to the grave. Lermontov predicted the revolution. Predictions by great writers and poets are a topic for a separate video, but we will discuss the most notable one. Mikhail Yurievich Lermontov is one of the most famous Russian poets whose works remain relevant even today. But what if he was something greater? A prophet who saw Russia's future 100 years ahead. Some people believe that Lermontov's name is associated with the mystical code that influences the fate of Russia. In his 1830 poem Prediction, the poet accurately describes the overthrow of the Tsarist regime and the bloody events of the 1917 revolution, which ended in a fratricidal civil war marked by repression, murders and famines. How could a 16-year-old poet have known about these upcoming events? But the poem itself is only the beginning. It is as if some sort of fatal pattern accompanies all the anniversary dates associated with the poet. Judge for yourself. Lermontov's 100th birthday coincided with the start of World War I in July 1914. In 1946, when Lermontov's 150th birthday was celebrated, a political coup took place in the USSR and Nikita Khrushchev was removed from power. What about the poet's 200th anniversary? The revolution in Ukraine, Crimea, and the beginning of events that continue to shape our lives today. What will happen next? Crash in Luzhniki. Some tragedies strike us with their randomness. Others frighten us with their mystical coincidences. 1971 Scotland Ibrox Stadium. 1982 USSR Luzhniki Stadium. In both cases there was a stampede at the exit in the final minutes of a football match. In both cases an unexpected goal was scored in the final seconds. In both cases the official death toll was exactly 66 people. As usual, the Soviet authorities chose to conceal information about what happened, so the whole truth about the incident remains unknown to this day. Many believe that the actual number of victims was around 300. Now let's go back to that cold evening. Moscow, October 20th, 1922. The match between Spartak and Haarlem. Thousands of frozen fans begin to leave the stadium early. Suddenly, in the final seconds, Spartak scores another goal. Those who were leaving turned around and tried to return, colliding with the main flow of people. On the icy stairs, a girl slips and falls. Several people try to help her, but they cannot stay on their feet under the pressure of the crowd and fall, forming a huge pile. People scream, but those in the back rows continue to push forward. At some point, the metal railings give way under the tremendous pressure and break. People fall from a height onto the concrete. But why did so many people die? Eyewitnesses claim that the police opened only one narrow exit for thousands of people. But that's not all. The gate to this exit was not even fully open, creating a deadly bottleneck. Why? Because of resentment. Allegedly, during the match, fans threw snowballs at the police, and they decided to teach the crowd a lesson in this way. Moreover, when the crash happened, according to witnesses, the police did not let people back in to help those who had fallen. They just stood there and drove away those who could have saved someone. And that's when the number 66 takes on a new meaning. Perhaps it was not chosen by chance. It allowed everything to be written off as a tragic accident, as in Scotland, and to hide the true scale and main cause of the tragedy, not ice, but human cruelty and negligence. Krychalov's experiment. A hallucination is an image, sound, or other sensation that arises in a sick person's mind without any external stimulus. But what if I told you that hallucinations can be photographed? What if the images seen by a sick person are actually real? This seemingly crazy idea was conceived in the 1970s by Perm psychiatrist Gennady Krychalov. His hypothesis was simple yet frightening. The brain not only sees hallucinations, but also projects them outward through the eyes like a small movie projector. If so, then these rays could be captured on film. To test his theory, Krychalov built an eerie-looking device. Imagine a regular diving mask with a movie camera lens in place of the glass. The mask was placed over the face of a mentally ill person, and photographs were taken in complete darkness. In more than 100 cases, there was something on the film. The images were blurry and vague, but occasionally faces, snakes, and strange creatures could be made out. Everything that the patients described. Krychalov wrote 10 books, which are now stored at the Russian Academy of Sciences, as well as at least 100 scientific articles. The world media wrote about him as a living psychiatric legend, and he was waiting for his Nobel Prize. However, in April 1998, Gennady Krychalov was found dead. The official cause of death was suicide. The strangest thing is that all his archives, books, and most importantly photographs disappeared without a trace. Did he see something in his photographs that he shouldn't have? Or was he eliminated? After all, a man who can photograph thoughts is one step away from creating psychotronic weapons. Someone decided that the world was not ready for that. Поле чудес Division 08. Поле чудес, Field of Miracles, is a popular TV program that has been broadcast on Russian television for over 30 years. It's a loose adaptation of the US Wheel of Fortune. In 1993, Russian programmer Vadim Bashurov developed a computer game of the same name, which became very popular among Russian gamers. The essence of the game was that participants, characters from Soyuz Multfilm, take turns spinning the wheel and naming a letter or word. You are not asked specific questions, only the theme to which the guessed word relates in some way is announced. But what if I told you that this innocent children's game concealed a real state secret? You guessed words on ordinary topics. animals, cities, food, but sometimes, among all these, there were two strange incomprehensible categories: employees of Department 08 and heads of Department 08. The players wondered what kind of department this was and who these people were. They put forward all sorts of theories, but the reality turned out to be even more surprising. Department 08 was the code name for Department 03 of the Russian nuclear center in the closed city of Sarov, or Arzamas-16. The names in the game were the real names of actual nuclear scientists. How could this have happened? Very simple. Vadim Bashurov worked at this center. He was told that this particular department was about to be declassified. Seeing nothing wrong with this, Vadim decided to use the almost public data to fill in the categories in the game. Then the declassification was cancelled. Bashurov was summoned by the authorities, who pressured him to delete all the secret data, but the game had already spread. All department employees had to change their legal last names. The department itself was renamed and reorganized. What an unusual story for a trivial old computer game. City. Imagine walking through the misty forests of Karelia. Suddenly you see a giant multi-ton boulder balancing on three tiny pebbles. This is a Seid. Seids are often found on mountain slopes, and it's unclear how nature or humans could have placed such large stones on such unstable supports in such a place. Seids are surrounded by many legends and myths. For the indigenous Sami people of the north, these were not just stones but sacred objects. The word Seid itself comes from the Sami language and means sacred. The Sami believed that spirits lived in the Seids. They brought them sacrifices of fish oil and animal blood and asked for good luck in hunting. However, conspiracy theories are not always satisfied with this explanation. They claim that Seids appeared in Karelia long before the Sami settled there. Thus, some proclaim Seids to be traces of the Proto-Sami civilization, which disappeared about 3000 years ago after coming to Lapland from the north. Where from? Hyperborea, of course. In this view, the Seids are not just sacred stones, they are remnants of ancient technology. Perhaps they were navigational beacons for travelers through the northern lands. They may have even been elements of a massive astronomical observatory, the purpose of which we will never know. Psychotronic weapons. Are you sure your thoughts are your own? That your fears, decisions and emotions belong to you? Or could it be that you are being influenced by psychotronic weapons? According to psychotronics enthusiasts, these weapons can penetrate your brain and influence the human psyche to modify consciousness, behavior and health. They take some of the information stored in the person's brain, send it to a computer, process it to the required level and feed the modified information back into the brain. All that's needed is to select the appropriate wavelength in the electromagnetic or sound spectrum. These weapons can implant desired emotions in you, such as fear, panic and despair. Fortunately, protecting yourself is easy. All you need is a Faraday cage that blocks electromagnetic radiation from entering the brain. Do you know what the simplest Faraday cage is? It's a tinfoil hat, of course. But does this weapon really exist? Psychotronics originated in Czechoslovakia in the late 1960s. It was there that inventor Robert Pavlita demonstrated his strange devices, psychotronic generators. His death generator was particularly frightening. It was a prism with a sharp cone on one side and a sphere on the other. During the experiment, Pavlita repeatedly moved the generator closer to and then away from the fly's body. After about 10 minutes of these manipulations, the fly died. Naturally, the KGB became interested in such developments. Two Soviet scientists were sent to Prague, where they not only confirmed all of Pavlita's experiments, but also found rational explanations for them. They even repeated the experiments in laboratory. This brings us to the most disturbing part. In 2012, the official journal of the Russian Ministry of Internal Affairs Research Institute published an article. The author is a doctor of law and a leading researcher. And she writes in black and white that psychotronic terror is a reality. This term refers to a set of illegal activities carried out by an organized group using torsion, electromagnetic and sound technology to quickly or slowly destroy one or more individuals through complete or partial destruction of his personality. The author points out that this weapon has been used in the 1990s for contract killings, torture and apartment racketeering. She emphasizes the need for an urgent international treaty banning it. This information comes from the official journal of the Russian Ministry of Internal Affairs, not a conspiracy theories blog. So maybe psychotronic weapons are not just a fiction after all. Velkov and Zhdanov are FSB agents. First, a disclaimer. All the individuals and organizations discussed here, Navalny, FBK, Velkov and Zhdanov, are recognized by the Russian Federation as foreign agents, terrorists and extremists. When Mr. Navalny was alive and his supporters were considered a serious political force, many people asked themselves the same paradoxical question. How did Alexei Navalny, whom even his opponents acknowledge as a talented politician, manage to surround himself with people whose actions often appear to be outright sabotage? Scandals, unfortunate statements and strange decisions all seemed to play into the hands of his opponents. But what if these were not mistakes or incompetence? What if they were deliberate? Some people theorized that there were moles recruited by the authorities at the heart of his team. Specifically, his closest associates, Leonid Volkov and Ivan Zhdanov, were mentioned. Now, fast forward to today. Navalny is dead, and his entire political machine has been inherited by Volkov and Zhdanov. The result? The movement is fading. Its popularity is plummeting even among its core audience of Russian emigres. So, are Volkov and Zhdanov just spectacularly incompetent leaders? Or are they spectacularly successful agents completing their mission flawlessly? Turgenev and Bigfoot. The public would never have known about this harrowing story if not for Guy de Maupassant. Here is an excerpt from his short story Fear, published in Le Figaro on July 25, 1884. And suddenly I remembered a story Turgenev told us one Sunday at Gustave Flaubert's house. When he was young, he went hunting in the Russian forest. He wandered around all day and in the evening came to the bank of a quiet river. Overcome by an irresistible desire to plunge into the clear water, the hunter undressed and threw himself in. He surrendered himself calmly to the current, which carried him away quietly. Suddenly he felt a hand touch his shoulder. He quickly turned around and saw a terrifying creature staring at him with greedy curiosity. It looked like a woman or a monkey. It had a wide, wrinkled, grimacing, laughing face. Two indescribable bags, obviously breasts, dangled in front, and long, tangled, sun-reddened head framed her face and floated behind the back. Turgenev felt a wild, chilling fear of the supernatural. He swam with all his might towards the shore, but the monster swam faster and with a joyful squeal touched his neck, back and legs repeatedly. Finally, the young man, mad with fear, reached the shore and ran through the forest as fast as he could, leaving his clothes and gun behind. The terrifying creature followed him, running just as fast and still squealing. Turgenev was about to collapse when a boy herding goats and armed with a whip came running up. He began lashing the repulsive humanoid beast with his whip, and it ran away screaming in pain. Soon, the creature, which resembled a female gorilla, disappeared into the thickets. Thus, the great Russian writer almost fell victim to a lustful female yeti. However, some literary critics believe that Maupassant actually ended his story and Turgenev's with different lines. It turned out that she was a mad woman who had been living in the forest for over 30 years. She was fed by shepherds. She spent half her life swimming in the river. Taras Shugayev. Early on January 9, 2002, a young man called the Moscow's emergency services and said that he was inside a garbage truck. The unfortunate man begged for help. "Help me! The press is going to crush me! Stop, driver!"
Пожалуйста, дозвонитесь в ГАИ или в милицию, чтобы остановили мусорную машину.
From the victim's fragmented account, the rescuers determined that Taras Shugayev, a student, had fallen to the garbage truck with the waste. They could hear the man banging on the truck's wall and begging the driver to stop over the phone. The caller managed to give his phone number before the connection was suddenly lost. It took investigators a day to realize that the call was not a prank when they found the mother of the man who had fallen into the garbage truck by using the phone number. The distraught woman reported that her son had not been home for 2 days. They also learned that the missing man's father was an inspector at the Russian audit chamber. The high-ranking official listened to the call recording and recognized his son's voice. Investigators reconstructed the last hours of Taras's life. He was leaving a billiards club with his friends. Then they were walking to the subway. There, just 10 meters from the entrance, is the only trash can in the neighborhood. Then, everything remains a mystery. There are 2 possible explanations. Either the drunk group played a prank on the drunken Shugayev and put him in a trash can, or a fight broke out and Taras still ended up in a trash can. The workers did not see the man in the bin, but simply hooked it up and loaded it onto the garbage truck. Taras was also unlucky with timing. The garbage truck arrived at the bin just a few minutes after his friend's joke. In any case, Taras was unable to escape the truck. His body was never found. It simply disappeared among tons of Moscow garbage. Caravan shooting. Ukraine, 2012. A man ruthlessly shoots 4 security guards in a supermarket named Caravan. Why? Because he was caught stealing a flash drive. The whole thing is caught on video and spreads across the internet. Descriptions of the shooter's appearance and the photograph were distributed throughout Ukraine, and a reward was offered for information leading to his identity. Within a few hours of the shooting, Yaroslav Mazurok was identified as the shooter. He disappeared from his home on September 27th and did not return to his apartment in Kiev or his mother's house in the Lvov region. Mazurok's whereabouts during the following 6 weeks are unknown. On November 7, 2020, the body of a man resembling Mazurok was found in Syretsky Park in Kiev. His passport, driver's license and identification code certificate were found with him. The preliminary cause of death was ruled to be suicide. A Nagant Yad 165P revolver with 1 spent cartridge in the cylinder was found next to the body. The criminal case of the shooting at the Caravan shopping center was closed due to the death of the suspect. Now, here are some interesting facts. As you may have noticed from the video, the entire massacre lasted 16 seconds. 4 people were killed in 16 seconds with no misses. All because of a stolen flash drive. Why even go through the trouble of committing petty theft with a gun, especially one with a shell catcher? Who was the official suspect, Yaroslav Mazurok? He was an ordinary worker who had never even served in the army and had no firearms training. It doesn't add up. Why would a man wanted by the entire Ukrainian police force carry all his documents with him? Why did he decide to end his life after successfully hiding for a month and a half? These obvious inconsistencies led to 2 different versions of the case. The first is that Mazurok was a serial killer and robber who may have committed more than 20 crimes, as reported by the Ukrainian Ministry of Internal Affairs. High-profile murders involving homemade bullets occurred repeatedly in Ukraine almost every year, and they may have been the work of Mazurok. However, this does not explain why he killed himself. Perhaps he is alive, found someone who looks similar to him and staged his own death. The second theory is that the killer was not Mazurok, but rather a professional hitman. The police needed to solve the case quickly and found a man who looked like the killer on social media. They pinned the supermarket murder and a bunch of others on him. Finally, look at these 3 photos. The first is of the shooter from Caravan. The second is Yaroslav Mazurok himself. The third is the bodyguard of an influential Ukrainian politician from the Party of Regions. The resemblance is striking, isn't it? Maybe that's the answer. Another possibility is that the supermarket security guards were involved in some shady business or saw something they shouldn't have, and they were taken out. Or maybe someone started a war with the owners of Caravan, but we'll probably never know the truth. Princess of Ukok. The Princess of Ukok is the name given by journalists and residents of the Altai Republic to the mummy of a young woman, aged 28 to 30, found during an archaeological excavation at the Arkalakha burial ground in the Ukok region in 1993. The woman's body was found in a wooden block completely filled with ice. It is assumed that the mummy's burial was damaged during the looting of the upper burial mound. Water seeped into the grave, forming an ice lens. This allowed the 2,500-year-old mummy to be preserved to this day. The mummy was taken to Novosibirsk for study. In 2003, the region was shaken by the powerful Chuy earthquake. Locals believe it was the anger of the disturbed princess, because the epicenter of the earthquake was located on the plateau where the mummy rested. According to the indigenous Altai population, the princess, also called Akkadin or the White Mistress, is a guardian of peace who stands guard over the gates of the underworld to prevent evil from entering from the lower worlds. Since she was disturbed, nothing good awaits us. Due to public pressure, the mummy was returned to Altai in 2012 and placed in a specially built mausoleum in the National Museum. However, you can't just come and look at it. The sarcophagus is open to visitors for only 3 hours on days determined by the phase of the moon. The Altaic people divide the month into 2 periods, the new and old moon. Days from the 3rd to the 15th of the new moon are considered favorable, but the last days, the so-called days of the black moon, are considered especially negative. According to tradition, this is when dark forces and evil spirits are active, so the sarcophagus is closed on these days. Interesting mode of operation, isn't it? Golosov Ravine. In the heart of Kolomenskaya, one of Moscow's most picturesque parks, there is a place that residents have been avoiding for centuries. It is the Golosov Ravine. According to residents of the surrounding villages, people have disappeared there, and some have even traveled through time. Supposedly, this portal is a thick greenish fog. If you enter it, you will emerge on a different date, though it will seem as if you were in the fog for only a few minutes or half an hour. Delusions? Maybe. But one of the largest faults on the so-called Russian platform runs under the Golosov Ravine, and some people consider this place to be a gateway to the underground kingdom. Powerful energy fields break through this fault to the surface, and the ravine's west-east orientation cuts across the Earth's natural magnetic field. Powerful electromagnetic fields exceeding normal levels by dozens of times have been recorded there. Phone batteries die, compasses go haywire. They point not to the north but to the center of the ravine. In the heart of the anomaly, at the very center, you can find them. 2 huge, bizarre boulders. People of all kinds go there today. Esotericists for energy, neo-pagans for ancient altars, students for good luck on exams, and women for healing infertility. But where did these stones come from? According to one epic legend, there is where Saint George the Victorious fought the serpent, or dragon. The stones are all that remains of his faithful horse which fell in battle. One stone, the Goose Stone, is considered masculine. It is said to provide strength and good fortune in battle. The other stone, the Devon Stone, is said to be feminine. It is believed to promote love and fertility. So, what is Golosov Ravine? Is it a geological anomaly, an ancient sanctuary, or just a place with a rich history? You decide. PRC soldiers in Chechnya. Everyone knows that mercenaries from Arab countries and ideological volunteers from the former USSR fought on the side of Ichkeria during Chechen wars. But what if among them there were soldiers from a country no one expected to be there? China. It all started in the year 2000. Russian intelligence intercepts strange conversations between militants. They mention certain Tajik, Azerbaijani, and especially Kazakh battalions. At first it was written off as disinformation, but after the storming of Grozny it became clear these units were real, existed quite autonomously, and were subordinate to Khattab, or rather to his representative in Grozny. It was the Kazakh battalion that raised the biggest question. Where did the many fighters from secular Kazakhstan come from in Chechnya? An investigation began to unravel the mystery. It turned out that the commander of the Kazakh battalion was Kurban Abulaik. But he's not Kazakh, he's a Uyghur, a Chinese citizen. 2 more men from his unit were soon captured. They too turned out to be Uyghurs with Chinese passports. A quiet diplomatic scandal breaks out. The Chinese ambassador to Russia was forced to officially declare that his country was not involved. However, not everyone believed him. Many believed that China was assessing the possibility of a future clash with Russia and for this purpose sent its fighters to participate in combat operations against Russia to study their tactics and capabilities. The Uyghurs were the perfect cover, Muslims who could easily pass as locals. According to some estimates, the total number of such volunteers from China could number in the hundreds. Concept of public security. We have already mentioned a little bit about some of the things that make up the concept of public security, such as the global predictor, but it is time to talk about the phenomenon itself. In a nutshell, the CPS or COP is an alternative picture of the world. In it, everything is ruled by a secret Masonic conspiracy which leads the planet to destruction in 2035. Orthodoxy, by the way, also a part of conspiracy of Jews, Orthodoxy, by the way, is also a part of a conspiracy of Jews, realizing, for example, alcoholic genocide of Russian people through a ritual of wine communion. So, therefore, only one thing can save our country: a Stalinist super-state. According to the KLB, there are 4 types of people, which are ranked based on the 4 stages of development, depending on what dominates in human behavior. The first is animals, driven by instinct. The second are zombies, brainwashed Philistines. The third are demons who have embraced their will. And the highest, the 4th type, men with a capital letter, who live according to conscience and hear God's guidance. The main goal of CPS supporters is not only to save Russia from the conspiracy of the world government, but also to help everyone to become a man with a capital letter. Sounds like a ravings of crazy Stalinists, doesn't it? But here's what's interesting. The authors of this concept are not just some lunatics. According to many sources, they are an anonymous group of high-ranking Soviet military officers and scientists who had access to classified information. But that's not the main point either. In 2013, Vladimir Putin signed an official decree called The Concept of Public Security in the Russian Federation. Coincidence? Perhaps. Bernard Kaczynski. We've already discussed psychotronic weapons. Now let's go back to their origins. In the early 1920s, a Soviet engineer claimed that he could read minds from a distance. His name was Bernard Kaczynski. His theory was simple. The brain is a radio station. Thought is an electromagnetic wave. If that's true, then thoughts can be received and blocked. To prove his theory, Kaczynski set up an ingenious experiment. He built a metal cage that blocked radio waves. Inside the cage, he placed the renowned animal trainer Vladimir Durov. His dog, Mars, stayed outside. When he closed the door, Durov mentally ordered the dog to do something, and nothing happened. However, when Durov opened the door, Mars immediately ran out and fetched the desired object. They continued. Durov mentally ordered Kaczynski to scratch his ear, and he unconsciously did so. The resulting discovery frightened them both. Durov wrote, "Dear Bernard Bernardovich, it seems to me that your invention crosses the boundaries of rationality and reasonableness. I fear for your future." He was right. The Soviet secret services immediately became interested in the invention. They saw it as the perfect weapon. It was an apparatus that could be used for strategic or military purposes, inspire a large group of people with a common idea, or turning them into fearless fighters. Some say they even succeeded. They supposedly created a device that in test turned 1,000 soldiers into obedient zombies. However, it never went into mass production because manufacturing the machine was too expensive. Additionally, in the 1930s, Stalin realized that there was an easier and cheaper way to control the masses that did not require some zombifying machine. A repression machine was enough. Kadykchan. I mentioned the town of Kadykchan in my video about ghost towns. The official version of its demise is simple. In 1996, a mine exploded, the town's main enterprise was shut down, and people left. Now Kadykchan looks like a Magadan version of Pripyat. But what if everything is not so simple? Especially since the very sight of the city suggests such thoughts. Kadykchan is quite gloomy and scary, even on a sunny summer day. Walking along the streets of the town, in some places you can almost feel someone's invisible presence. And when you look at the abandoned landscape of the once crowded mining village of about 8,000 people, it's getting creepy. Those who sometimes wander into these godforsaken lands tell that in many apartments you can still find things left behind – dishes, books, even cars in garages. Did the inhabitants evacuate in such a hurry? And then we remember that the very name Kadykchan from Ivank translates as Valley of Death. And that's not just a catchy name. This was one of the most terrible gulag camps in the last century. The city was literally built on the bones of tens of thousands of prisoners. It is one huge mass grave. Many believe the tortured souls of these people never left this place. They consider this land their own. The living were simply kicked out. It is said that the night before the explosion, one of the miners dreamed of a man in a black prison robe who said that from that point on, only prisoners would mine coal here, and the living must leave. The next day, there was an explosion at the mine that killed 6 miners. Another legend about Kadakchan concerns a peak called White Worm's Lair, located near the town. The nomadic Evanks told Soviet geologists that their reindeer avoid the area, and they themselves avoid it because they see strange mirages, herds of mammoths, caravans of wagons pulled by oxen, and battle scenes with warriors dressed in medieval armor. Unexplained lights are often seen above the summit, and the ground is strewn with dead birds. It is said that whoever dares to spend the night on this mountain will gain the gift of clairvoyance. However, the place should not be disrespected, especially not with alcohol. If you go there drunk, you will die or go mad. Perhaps Kadakchan died not because of the explosion or the prisoner's curse, but because the town was built too close to something ancient and powerful, in a place where no human being should ever live. White Arrow. Imagine Russia in the 90s. Bandits ruled the cities, the police were powerless, and the courts were corrupt. But when the law fails, the White Arrow comes to the rescue. They were believed to be a group of current and former law enforcers who have received an unofficial license to kill from the state. They targeted criminal authorities who could not be reached by the law. Rumors about the White Arrow were fueled by high-profile criminal cases in the early and mid-90s, connected with the murders and mysterious disappearances of underworld leaders, criminal authorities and thieves in law. Among the victims were those who had somehow escaped criminal responsibility or received relatively light sentences. Usually only the perpetrators or their associates were convicted, not the organizers. By the way, remember Sasha Salonik from the past Iceberg? Killer number 1. One of the theories says that he was not just a bandit, but a secret agent of the White Arrow. As a rule, two arguments are cited. First, his former service in the Soviet police, and second, the circumstances of his escape from Matroskaya Tishina, in which almost half of the staff of the detention center participated. Of course, the official version says that there was no White Arrow, and all these murders are just gangster squabbles. And yet there is no smoke without fire. In the early 2000s, a real criminal case surfaced in Smolensk. A group of active policemen were accused of a series of murders of local criminal authorities from Tigran Petrosyan's group. The legend came to life. The investigation lasted almost 2 years, but it was not possible to collect a more or less weighty body of evidence. Why is that? Lack of evidence? Or because someone really didn't want the truth about the White Arrow to come out? Deaths of children in Krasnoyarsk. Perhaps the most frightening case of missing children in Russian history, and still unsolved. On April 16, 2005, 5 boys from 10 to 12 went missing in Krasnoyarsk. The unprecedented search for the boys lasted 3 weeks, until their remains were found burned right in the sewer outside their houses. The case was written off as an accident and closed, but there are more questions than answers. How could 5 boys fit in there? Why was adult DNA found in the ashes? Is it true that they were seen getting into suspicious vehicles? Finally, why were the bodies of some of the victims exsanguinated? And why did the date of the disappearance fall on a religious holiday? You will find out in this exclusive video on my Patreon. Occultism in the NKVD. In the early 1920s, the leaders of the young Soviet state, preachers of the ideas of atheism, were in dire need of a miracle. To keep power in their hands, the new rulers of the great country used all possible ways, including the occult. In 1921, by personal order of Lenin, a secret laboratory was created in the Cheka. Gleb Boki was appointed as its head. A hereditary nobleman and a very educated guy, he perfectly combined devotion to the revolution and the craving for occult knowledge. The project was personally overseen by Felix Dzerzhinsky, the Iron Felix. The main scientific advisor was Alexander Barchenko, perhaps the most famous occultist and paranormal researcher of that time. The experiments were conducted on the basis of the Moscow Energy Institute. Sorcerers, psychics, shamans, and fortune-tellers were brought there from all over the country, and their abilities were thoroughly studied, especially everything that concerned the possibility of reading and transmitting thoughts. All this was planned to be used in the interest of the secret services, and in the long run, for the cause of world revolution. It is believed that Lenin even commanded to prepare a special expedition to Tibet in search of Shambhala, where all the secrets of human abilities could be hidden. However, Lenin died and Joseph Stalin became the head of state. Nevertheless, skeptical and pragmatic Stalin for some reason did not hurry to curtail the activities of the occult special department. According to rumors, he himself actively used their workings. The most famous legend is that it was on the advice of the occultist he changed his official date of birth, so that no astrologer or sorcerer in the world could make an accurate horoscope for him and harm him. It ended somewhat predictably with the execution of Boki and the entire top brass of the department in 1937. However, all the developments could have still been used by other people in the NKVD. Karelia incident of 1978. 1978. A Korean Boeing with 97 passengers flies from Paris to Alaska. But instead of Alaska, it ends up in Karelia. How did this happen? According to popular legend, something went wrong with the navigational instruments during the flight. The gyro compass malfunctioned. But could one instrument have caused such an abrupt course change? Besides, not all the instruments of the Boeing failed. The weather radar, which showed the terrain below, worked perfectly well. Korean Airlines later claimed that the crew had used the wrong magnetic declination values in their calculations. Well, anyway, at 20:54 on April 20th, Boeing 707 was detected by Soviet radars on the approach to the Kola Peninsula, but they at first for a long time could not understand what kind of plane it was. They even mistook it for their Tu-95 returning from a mission. At 21:19, Boeing 707 invaded the airspace of the USSR, and it became clear that the plane was definitely not their own. Keep in mind that this is the height of the Cold War. To the Soviet air defense system, any unidentified object flying from the North Pole could be a B-52 bomber carrying nuclear weapons from the United States. About 2 hours after invading our airspace, the Boeing crashed in a Karelian forest. 2 were dead and 13 were wounded after a hard landing on the ice of a Karelian lake. Strangely enough, a full-fledged scandal did not follow. Was it an accident or a provocation? There is still no answer. Many believe the flight was reconnaissance to test the Soviet air defense's readiness to protect the sky from unexpected objects. The crew commander Kim Chang-koo turned out to be a former military pilot. A few years later, he died in a strange car crash. How could a combat pilot slip through compass readings with a bunch of duplicating systems and not know what course he was on for so long? Why did he not contact the Soviet fighters after seeing them? For 1.5 hours he tried to get away from them, even though he should have known exactly how to behave in such cases. There were even rumors that a powerful secret radio station was found in the cockpit during the inspection, and that perhaps the airliner managed to drop other equipment before landing. Of course, this is all speculation. Moskvin's dolls. Meet Anatoly Moskvin, a genius. A polyglot who knows dozens of languages. He was a respected local historian and a lecturer of Celtic studies at Nizhny Novgorod Linguistic University. His specialty was rather narrow. He wrote articles about cemeteries and pagosts in Nizhny Novgorod and the surrounding area, both active and abandoned. Moskvin published almanacs on the internet devoted to the customs of ancient peoples such as Celts, Yakuts, Evenks and North American Indians, mainly focusing on funeral rites and legends about post-mortem life. One could conclude that he was interested in everything related to death and burial. All in all, an unusual hobby, but nothing criminal, right? Everything was fine until Moskvin came to the attention of the local police for minor cemetery vandalism. The operatives were in for a surprise when they got to his apartment. His apartment was crammed with books, he had more than 30,000. Another strange element of the furnishings were huge dolls, each about 1.5 meters high. Most of them were in Anatoly's room, except for one, which was placed on the closet in his parents' bedroom. There were 28 dolls in total. They looked strange. Their faces and hands were hidden by rags. When asked, "What are these?" Moskvin's mother replied that her son was researching the history of Russian toys, and that the dolls in their apartment were rare exhibits. The faces and hands were covered with rags to avoid dust accumulation. but when one of the dolls was moved, it made a sound similar to a child's cry, revealing that there was a sound device somewhere inside. To examine the toy, the searchers began to remove the racks, and that's when they got a shock. The doll was not a doll at all, but rather the mummified of a girl. They rushed to examine the other dolls, and it became clear that they were all children's dressed in dresses and skirts. There were 28 children's in one apartment and one more in the garage. It quickly became clear that all the bodies belonged to girls between 3 and 13 years old. Some had injuries that appeared to be criminal in nature, but all the bodies had already undergone autopsies. So Anatoly Moskvin didn't kill them. Moskvin was quickly detained and confessed to everything. When asked about the origin of the bodies, he said that he had dug them up from cemeteries in Nizhny Novgorod, Moscow and the surrounding regions. During interrogation, Moskvin provided detailed accounts of what happened to each girl he dug out of a grave. He remembered their names and knew details about their lives. In addition to the 29 corpses found in his apartment and garage, Moskvin removed the bodies of 4 other girls from their graves, but later returned them. When asked why he returned the bodies, Moskvin answered simply, "I just didn't like them anymore." It turned out that Anatoly Yurievich had developed a whole process for finding and preparing the right body. First, he slept on the grave of a recently buried girl to make spiritual contact with her. After establishing a spiritual connection with the deceased girl and deciding that he liked her, Moskvin dug up the corpse, mummified it near the cemetery, and then the freshly obtained doll had to be delivered to the parents' apartment. Do you know how he did it? By hitchhiking. He never got caught. How did the parents feel about mummified corpses appearing in their house for almost 10 years? The investigation never answered this question, but the parents claimed that they knew nothing about their son's hobby. Yes, it's hard to notice 28 mummies in your apartment. The only thing that confused them was that for some time their son had made it a rule to sit with one or another favorite girl at the table during family celebrations and talk to her as if she were a member of the family. They thought he was just passionate about his hobby. What was his motive? Moskvin recounted a childhood trauma. At a classmate's funeral, he was allegedly forced to participate in a strange wedding ritual with the deceased. The girl's relative allegedly made Anatoly kiss the body in the coffin. Since then, he has had visions of dead girls who ask him to revive them. He tried to do so. However, no Russian sect, let alone an official religion, has a tradition of crowning the dead, so this explanation is hard to believe. Moskvin may have had other, far more despicable motives. He underwent a forensic psychiatric examination that recognized him as suffering from paranoid schizophrenia. Based on this diagnosis, a court decision in May 2012 sent Anatoly Yurievich for compulsory treatment in a specialized institution, where he remains to this day. Criminal bosses are KGB agents. We used to think of the 90s as a time of chaos, a time of lawlessness that sprang up on its own. But what if it wasn't? What if all this chaos was actually controlled, and behind it were those who were supposed to fight it, the special services? Everything is clear with the police. They simply turned a blind eye for a long time to the surge of organized crime that began in the mid-80s and then could no longer cope with it. The main question here is to the all-powerful KGB. How could the structure that controlled every breath in the country simply slip through the emergence of thousands of armed gangs? The conspiracy theory gives a simple and terrifying answer. They didn't slip through it, they masterminded it. The KGB has always had an extensive underworld agency. By recruiting influential members of the underworld, it tried to control it, just as it controlled all spheres of life in the Soviet state. But it also worked in the opposite direction. Against the backdrop of the growing economic crisis, KGB officers began to actively seek additional sources of income. And they found them, by leaving the KGB for the criminal world. But what if they were not defectors, but puppeteers? What if by the hands of bandits they were solving the main task of the era, the great redistribution of state property? Plants, enterprises, resources, all this was transferred to the right hands under the rumble of gunshots and explosions. And when this transfer was completed and capitalism reigned, the KGB, using the same agents, quickly brought the situation back under control. Most of the organized crime groups were liquidated, and the rest went into the shadows. Black Pox of 1960. Some estimates suggest that smallpox has killed 500 million people worldwide throughout history. The disease had a mortality rate ranging from 20 to 40%. But we have a vaccine. Smallpox was actually completely eliminated in the USSR by the 1930s, right? However, on December 23, 1959, a plane from India landed at Vnukovo airport. Aboard was the famous poster artist Alexei Kakarekin. The 53-year-old artist was supposed to receive the necessary vaccinations before traveling to India, but he likely convinced the doctors to simply mark him as vaccinated. He was coughing slightly when he landed, but it was December. Who doesn't cough in winter? The trip to India was interesting. The artist had many meetings, conversations, lectures and interviews. Kakarekin even attended the cremation of an Indian Brahmin who had died of smallpox. More precisely, he died of black pox, hemorrhagic smallpox, the most severe form of the disease. You see where I'm going with this. On December 27th, Kakarekin was hospitalized with a suspected complicated form of influenza. However, the patient's condition deteriorated rapidly. The rash that appeared was interpreted as an allergic reaction, and by the morning of December 29th, Kakarekin had passed away. Kakarekin's death was the first in a chain of terrible events caused by the disease. On the second day, the disease was detected in the hospital receptionist who received the artist, the doctor who examined him, and even the boy who was on another floor of the hospital, but near the vent from Kakarekin's room. The worst part is that immediately after his arrival, Kakarekin went home and handed out gifts to numerous relatives and friends. Everyone who flew with him on the airplane, who met him after, who simply talked to him was at risk. But it gets worse. It turned out that both his wife and his mistress had managed to sell some of the gifts to consignment shops already, so KGB and police had to track each buyer to seize infected things. The authorities realized the city was on the verge of an epidemic. In the early days of the new year of 1960, Moscow was under complete quarantine. All trains and planes were cancelled. The city was surrounded by police cordons. Medical teams worked non-stop, visiting households and hospitalizing new carriers of the infection. Over the course of a month, an unprecedented operation was carried out. Doctors vaccinated almost 10 million people in Moscow and the surrounding region. The disaster was averted, with the number of victims stopping at 46. But for several weeks, one of the world's largest cities was on the brink of an epidemic that could have claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. Ural Tungsten Springs. 22 years ago, during a geological survey in Siberia, scientists came across an unusual piece of rock in the permafrost layer. Somehow, a tungsten spring had found its way into an ancient rock. And this is not an isolated case. Dozens of similar artifacts have been found in the circumpolar Urals. The age of the rocks containing the samples is estimated about 100,000 years. These springs are composed of tungsten and molybdenum. These are metals that we use today in space and rocket technology. However, it is unclear how exactly they ended up in ancient rocks. If the parts were scattered as a result of some kind of modern spaceship crash, then why were there no traces of a space disaster at the site where they were found, such as a crater from a satellite crash, broken treetops, or pieces of hull? This led to the idea that the artifacts didn't appear out of nowhere in the last 50 years. Someone or something scattered them on the ground about 100,000 years ago. Considering that the Urals region is rich with minerals, we can hypothesize that many millennia ago there was a metallurgical complex or a spaceport connected with rocket technology in these places. In other words, the springs are either evidence of an ancient, forgotten and high-tech civilization, or evidence of alien life that once visited our planet. In any case, official science prefers to simply not talk about these findings. Yakutian folklore. Russia is home to more than 130 ethnic groups, and each has its own special myths and legends. Sometimes educational, sometimes amusing, and sometimes downright frightening. But since all these people have lived near each other for thousands of years, the characters and themes of their myths and legends are often overlapped. Богатырь, Леший, Водяной. But there is one people whose legends seem to have come from another, darker and older world. The Yakuts. Yakut folklore is an absolutely terrifying and unexplored phenomenon, sharply contrasting with the mythology of almost all other ethnic groups in Russia. And when you look at the map of Yakutia, you begin to understand why. It is an endless primeval ocean of taiga, 90% of which has never seen a human being. The perfect place for the birth of true primal horror. Let's start with ghosts. The bulk of Yakutia's ghostly population is made up of Ichi, nature spirits. They can live in any object, in a tree, in a swamp, in a river, and they collect a small tribute from people. It can be a souvenir, a coin, or a sip of kumis. The tribute is paid not for using their land, but simply for entering their territory. They are not evil themselves, but they take offense if someone uses nature not for its intended purpose. The real evil spirits of the Yakut expanses are their other ghosts, Abasses. Classic Abasses have an Irish Fomori-like appearance. They are one-legged, one-armed and one-eyed giants. They can manipulate gravity, making weapons or clothes incredibly heavy or even crushing people to the ground. The most dangerous thing is that Abasses can drink your soul. People who encounter those evil spirits in the forest or in an abandoned house die without any visible injuries. However, the consequence for the victim can be worse than death. Sometimes an evil spirit enters the devastated body, and a Eternick or Yakut zombie appears. According to belief, a person can also become a Eternick within 24 hours of death if they are not buried according to special rules. Unlike traditional zombies, a Eternick is fast as lightning. However, even a fast zombie is not the worst thing you can encounter in a Yakut forest. There are also Yuyors. They're a mixture of vampires and werewolves and are reborn from suicides and criminals buried without proper funeral rites. During the day, the Yuyor lives underwater, out of reach. At night, they take on human forms and can easily persuade their victims to let them spend the night, only to dismantle them. Of course, in this folklore, there are also good gods who try to help people. Usually they take the form of horses. But the most surprising thing is that there are often no ways to deal with Yakut evil. There is no holy water, no silver bullets. In Yakut folklore, evil is not just a threat, it is part of the landscape, as real as the permafrost, and you can't really escape it. Controlled opposition. The best way to control the opposition is to lead it yourself. This phrase is attributed to Vladimir Lenin. However, there was no opposition in the Soviet Union, so it was unnecessary to lead it. However, many believe that after the Soviet Union's collapse and the emergence of competition in Russian politics, the country's current authorities used Lenin's tactics. I mean, let's be honest, does anyone really think there is any opposition in Russia that is not controlled by a central authority? Even if we are talking about opposition outside the country, it doesn't change anything. It just means the puppetry has changed. Underground people in the Urals. I have already touched on this topic a little in the legend of the White-Eyed Chute, a people who supposedly went underground. This story is very popular in the Urals, and this region as a whole is famous for its large number of different stories about underground people. A suspiciously large number. It's as if there really is a whole world hiding under the Ural Mountains. Who are they? Legends describe them in different ways, but the essence is the same. They are an ancient people living in darkness, great masters and magicians. Just think of one of the most famous Russian fairy tales about the mistress of the Copper Mountain. It is based on Ural myths. There are also Divyi people, tall and beautiful like elves. They also live underground in the territory of the modern Urals, but can come to the surface of the earth if they wish. Not everyone can see them, because the inhabitants of the earthly depths, aliens or earthly scenes, show themselves only to pure-hearted people, to whom they can tell about the future. The first mention of Divyas is found in the Book of Kaleda, which describes the confrontation between Svarog and his brother Di, a struggle between the divine forces of the earth and sky. After Di lost, both the Divya people and the White-Eyed Chute were imprisoned under the Ural Mountains. Even now, 27,000 years later, one can still hear the ringing of their bells from under the ground. Mount Taganai in the Urals is famous for encounters with underground dwellers. Once every 100 years, the earth there opens up one night and releases its inhabitants. Once every 3,000 years, the gates to other worlds open there, and the ancient priests of the legendary city of Archaim performed their rites there. Tales about some ancient little people have been preserved by many northern peoples too. For example, the Komi folklore has little people who can perform miracles and predict the future. The priests of these people were called Pami. These magicians possessed secret knowledge and untold treasures extracted from mines. The priests' treasures were hidden in sacred places and protected by the strongest of spells. To this day, anyone who ventures near them either dies or goes mad. Of course, all of this may just be legends, but why are they so similar among different cultures in this particular area? Rastёs village. Urals once again. There was a place called Rastёs in the Urals. Once it was a busy village on the Babinovsky Tract, the main road to Siberia. In the 17th century, the village was considered one of the largest settlements in the region in terms of population. Now there is not a single living soul to be found here. The inhabitants of Rastёs simply evaporated overnight, leaving only a pile of riddles and questions behind them. For the last 60 years, travelers and hunters have been avoiding the area. Legend has it that it all happened literally in one night. Neighbors concerned about the silence sent scouts. The villagers returned pale and frightened. There is not a single inhabitant left in the village, they said. At the same time, all things were lying in their places. Furniture and even icons were untouched, there were dishes on the tables, and on one porch there was a book lying open as if its owner had gone away and was about to return. The next day it became known that not only the living had left their dwelling, the Rastёs cemetery was dug up and the graves were empty. There were many myths and legends, stories about the bright glowing lights above the village, and about the traces of Bigfoot, and about mermaids who lured the villagers into the swamps with their singing, and even about the appearance of the living dead in these places. But the most widespread was the legend that sorcerers had always lived near Rastёs. They settled there in the 15th century, before the Babinovsky Tract was constructed. The sorcerers always disliked the newcomers who settled in their territory, and one day their patience ran out. Travelers who dared to spend the night in the already deserted Rastёs told stories of strange oppressive feeling, mysterious creaks at night, and ominous dark figures at the edge of the forest. It would seem to be just another scary story. However, a few years ago, a former Rastёs resident came forward with a more believable one. After the communists came to power, they built a penal colony near the village. Bandits used to escape all the time. And there were rumors that there was gold in Rastёs, old mines nearby. The first thing fugitives did was go to Rastёs, trying to rob someone and start a new life. Many families left because of the prisoners, some remained. But there was a rumor among the convicts that the locals put gold in coffins when burying people because there was just so much gold there. One day, a gang of escaped convicts dug up the entire cemetery in search of gold. When the villagers saw this, they panicked and fled. Is that the answer? Maybe. But what if this rational explanation was fabricated, so that everyone would blame the convicts and never look for the real reason the entire village disappeared? Old believers do not know about civilization. What if I told you that even in the 21st century there are people in Russia for whom it is still the 17th, who have never heard of the internet, electricity, or even Soviets? This theory is about the old believers. They are a diverse religious group within the Russian Orthodox Church. The movement emerged in the mid-17th century after Moscow Patriarch Nikon reformed the church. This reform was sharply opposed by some members of society who refused to follow the new rites. Hated and persecuted by the official church, the old believers were forced to choose isolation to hide from the authorities and preserve the purity of their faith. They settled in remote places where the authorities could not reach them, often in Siberia. Even now, according to various estimates, there are between 400,000 and 700,000 old believers of various branches living in Russia, and under the Tsar the number was even higher. Remember what I said about Yakutia? 90% of the territory is covered with forests where no one ever goes or has ever been. And it's not only Yakutia, but half of Siberia is the same. That's why there is a theory that there are many communities of old believers living in Siberia who don't even know about the existence of any civilization at all after the 17th, 18th centuries. They left Tsarist persecution for the most remote places they could find and stayed there, generation after generation. We know this is possible because of the story of the Lykov family who lived in isolation for 40 years. But we know of the Lykovs only because they didn't get that far. What about those who have gone to the deepest depths of the taiga? The world capital of old believers is the Dubchos river in Krasnoyarsk Krai. There, in the taiga on the banks of the river, there are several closed monasteries and hermitages where ordinary people are not allowed to enter. And that is no exaggeration. One day a helicopter with journalists flew up to one of these monasteries. When they saw it, all the inhabitants of the hermitage simply stood up silently and went into the forest. Only the initiated know what is going on there. No one from outside has been there for the last dozens or even hundreds of years and will not be. They are not allowed. And I am talking about a well-known place, which is at least marked on the map. How many other such communities are scattered across the vast taiga, completely cut off from the world for 300 years? What kind of society have they built? What do they believe in? What rituals do they perform? We don't know, and we may never know. Kursha 2. It is a tragic story about a settlement that disappeared overnight due to a forest fire in the 1930s. According to eyewitnesses, about 2,000 people died in the fire. The last train from Kursha was supposed to carry people, but instead took valuable timber for the construction of the young Soviet state. Learn more about this story in my video about ghost towns in Russia. Sigismund Livanevsky. In the 1930s, the Soviet Union had its own Amelia Earhart. Sigismund Livanevsky was one of the first 7 heroes of the Soviet Union. He participated in the 1933 rescue of the steamer Chelutkin expedition and was one of Stalin's favorites. In 1937, he simply disappeared. But not in the way you might think when you hear 1937. He disappeared while flying over the North Pole, and to this day no one knows what happened to him. In 1937, Soviet pilots made the first transpolar flight to the United States. First Valery Chkalov and his crew did it, then Mikhail Gromov's crew did it, and then it was Livanevsky's turn. But there was more than just a crew of 6 people on board his plane. There was valuable cargo on board, fur and caviar for American partners. According to rumors, there was also gold. On August 13th, after crossing the North Pole, Livanevsky reported engine problems and planned to land, after which there was silence. The plane with 6 heroes and valuable cargo simply disappeared into the Arctic sky. Specialists offered various theories. Some believe the plane made a forced landing on uneven ice, breaking the landing gear and both radio stations in the nose of the plane. The crew may have survived for a long time and even spent the winter there. Others believe that the plane sank during the crash or was carried by currents to Greenland and then into the Atlantic Ocean. However, some believe that Livanevsky actually reached the northern coast of America. There are records of radiograms received by radio amateur FM Pilyasov in the Soviet far north around 10 p.m. on August 13th. One radiogram read, "We are going on 3 descended. I see icy mountains." On August 13th, 1937, residents of Butter Island in the Beaufort Sea heard a noise they described as like a motorboat flying over the water. The next day, August 14th, Anchorage radio stations intercepted a message that said "no orientation, difficulty with transmitter." The search in that area also failed. Another theory is that the plane turned around and crashed in the remote Yakut taiga. Local residents later allegedly found wreckage bearing Russian names and a body in a flight suit near Lake Sibyan-Kuyol. By the way, Ernst Moldashev, whom I mentioned earlier, participated in the expedition to this lake in search of Livanevsky. He believed that 5 tons of gold in ingots could be found. He believed that the plane really did go down in Yakutia and that it was possible to find 5 tons of gold in ingots which were presumably taken on board to pay for US supplies. He theorized that the surviving crew was met not by rescuers but by escaped convicts from the Gulag. The convicts killed the pilots, took the gold and hid it somewhere in the taiga. There are many treasures in Russia, so maybe there's another one. The rolling ball phenomenon. If you've ever lived in a Khrushchevka or a Brezhnevka, then you are familiar with this sound. It's a nighttime and silent, and suddenly you hear that. It sounds like someone dropped a metal ball on the floor and it rolls and rolls and rolls. What is it? Who is it? Why? This is a universal phenomenon experienced by millions of people in Russia. Yes, even me. There are many theories about what it is. Maybe something is falling off the shelves and cabinets at your neighbor's apartments. The problem is that the sound comes from above, even if you live on the top floor. Is it the old elevator mechanism? But there is no elevator in these apartments. Kids or animals upstairs playing with something that's rolling around. But why only at night? Could it be the pipes, the garbage chute or mice in the ceiling? Could it be a poltergeist or a domovoi? Locked in a concrete box it may weaken but it will not disappear, and this is how it makes itself known. Many residents of Khrushchevkas admit that despite their familiarity with these sounds, they are sometimes overwhelmed by panic when they hear them. It's especially creepy to wake up to these noises at night. Okay, just so you won't be afraid of Khrushchevkas, I'll give you the most realistic version. It's about the air voids and the construction of panel houses. During the day, when the ambient temperature is higher, the structure heats up. In the evening and at night, when the temperature drops, the materials release heat and the voids produce a sound resembling a rolling ball. This explains why these sounds are usually heard at night. But next time you hear this sound at 3 AM, try convincing yourself that it's just the rebar cooling down. See if it works. White tides. Every war has its legends and myths, and in the 90s such a legend emerged in the former Soviet Union. The White Tides were an elusive squad of female snipers, mostly from the Baltics. They were former biathletes who hated Russians and came to fight them. They were seen everywhere, in Abkhazia, Karabakh and, of course, Chechnya. These women always fight for money, sometimes for as little as $30 a month and sometimes for 30,000. They are particularly cruel and always try to shoot soldiers in the groin or inflict the most painful wounds possible. Once, these elusive ghosts almost showed their faces. After the Beslan terrorist attack, one of the investigators officially stated that a female sniper of Slavic appearance was among the terrorists and left the school disguised in a white robe. However, in all the years of wars and conflicts, not a single criminal case has been opened, not a single credible arrest has been made, and there has not been a single prisoner, not a single body, not a single passport, absolutely nothing. Perhaps it's just a soldier's tale. Hereditary cannibalism. We used to think that cannibalism was either a desperate act of survival or a ritual of long-extinct tribes. For example, some tribes believed that eating human flesh would give them the power of the person they ate. Others believed that eating the dead would pass on their soul to their descendants. But what if such a tradition existed in Russia? Take a look at this 19th century German map. The pink marked territories are where the authors claimed cannibalism was practiced in recent times. Green, some time ago. And here it is, a huge green spot in the heart of Siberia. This spot arose from legends about the Samoyed people's traditions, which allegedly included cannibalism. In his 16th century book Journey to Russia, Richard Johnson writes, "They eat deer and fish meat, and sometimes eat each other. If merchants come to them, they kill one of their children to feed them. If a merchant dies among them, they do not bury him, but eat him. They also eat their own dead." There are still scary stories in Siberia about hospitable hosts who lure travelers to their homes in order to eat them. After all, why hunt if food comes knocking at your door? And families live by this principle for generations. That's what hereditary cannibalism is. Some believe that such tradition could also exist among peoples in southern Russia. For example, the infamous serial killer Andrei Chikatilo claimed that his older brother was eaten by a relative during the Holodomor famine of 1933, which he believed awakened the monster within him. Here we see a strange and frightening pattern. Cases of family cannibalism arise time and time again. Consider the Spesivtsev family, in which the mother and sister helped the maniac lure girls home. There was a family from the Rostov region, a mother and two sons aged 16 and 19 who ate a drinking body. And of course, there are the infamous Krasnodar cannibals of 2017, a married couple rumored to have killed up to 30 people. Although the investigation could only prove one victim, are these really just coincidences? Could the mechanism of cannibalism be hereditary? Could some people be genetically predisposed to it due to genetic mutations? And why is there such a strange concentration of these cases in southern Russia? Perhaps the ancient horror has not disappeared, but lurks in some families, passed down from generation to generation. The cursed Moskva pool. Here's a wonderful masterpiece of engineering, the Moskva swimming pool. Built in the very center of Moscow in 1958-1960, the pool was open all year round, even in winter. The water temperature was maintained by artificial heating. Everything was great, except for one thing. The pool was considered cursed. To understand where the curse came from, you have to dig a little deeper. Literally. There used to be a cemetery on this site a long time ago. Both ordinary citizens and those who died during the plague epidemic in Moscow were buried there. Later, a monastery was built here, and nuns spent decades trying to pray this land clean. In the 19th century, they decided to build the Cathedral of Christ the Savior here. To do so, the monastery had to be demolished. According to legend, when the monastery was demolished, the abbess threw a curse. This place will never be empty. It will be a puddle of filth. Nothing will remain in this place for more than 50 years. The Bolsheviks blew up the cathedral in 1931, 48 years later, and so it came to pass. The plan was to build a palace of Soviets on this site that would be 415 meters tall, with a 100-meter tall statue of Lenin on top. This plan was regularly discussed and work was started, but the palace could not even be completed. Prophecy or coincidence? For a long time, only the half-submerged foundation of the palace remained on the site. Just a puddle of filth. Then Khrushchev decided to build a swimming pool there. Construction was even completed, but even after opening, the pool had a bad reputation. First, a rumor started that residents of nearby houses could see the outlines of the blown-up temple and the vapors from the water surface at night. Then, rumors began to spread that people were drowning in the pool. Supposedly, a group of religious fanatics was avenging the shrine by pulling swimmers to the bottom. In any case, the pool was demolished in 1994, and construction of the temple began again. It opened in 1999 and is still operating today. It's been 26 years out of 50. Let's see what happens next. Barge of Corpses, 1993. In 1993, there was a confrontation between Boris Yeltsin and the government. We all know how it ended, with tanks shelling the White House and Yeltsin's victory. But at what cost? The official death toll for the duration of the clashes was 158. Unofficially, it was much higher. No one even knows for sure how many bodies were in the House of Soviets building. On the first day, various sources reported between 200 and 600 deaths during the storming. Later, some sources began reporting up to 6,000 deaths. Yeltsin's main opponent, Vice President Alexander Rudskoy, later said, not 150, but 1,500 people died. Their corpses were taken by barge down the Moskva River at night. According to Rudskoy, drunken OMON officers also grabbed people and shot them in the stadium near the Supreme Soviet building at the time. Is this true? No one knows. However, let's examine the statement from the Russian General Prosecutor's Office itself. According to the investigation, no bodies were found in the House of Soviets after the event of October 3rd. At the same time, the investigative team was only allowed into the House of Soviets in the morning of October 7th, 1993, after the building has been cleaned up and the corpses possibly removed. Currently, it is impossible to accurately estimate the number of deaths inside the House of Soviets. That is, the prosecutor's office itself admits that the military had 3 days to cover up any traces. According to the testimony of retired Interior Ministry Major Pavel Artyomenko, for 3 nights his daughter observed through binoculars on the Moskva River vessels with white hulls, probably barges and a motor ship, into which the military were carrying something in bags and on white cloths from the building of the House of Soviets. A senior investigator of the investigative committee would later tell how he saw a Kamaz filled to the top with the bodies of young men. These bodies never appeared in any of the official morgues. According to eyewitnesses, huge tanker trucks were also approaching the White House. There is a version that they contained acid to destroy the remains. For several days, thick smoke billowed from the windows of the building. Something was being burned there. So, how many people actually died in those days in the center of Moscow? And what do the waters of the Moskva River hide? We will probably never know. Vilui Cauldrons. There is a place in Yakutia that the locals call Death Valley. Yes, another Death Valley. But this time we actually kinda know what exactly kills people there. According to legend, giant metal cauldrons lie deep in the permafrost near the Vilui River. Geographer Richard Mark first wrote about them in 1853. Local residents described cauldrons of unknown purpose buried in the ground, measuring 6 to 10 meters in diameter. They were also impressed by the enormous size of the plants surrounding the anomalous cauldrons. But most importantly, this place was truly deadly. Hunters who dared to spend the night inside the cauldrons soon fell ill with a strange disease and died. Therefore, the locals declared the area cursed. However, travelers continued to stumble upon the cauldron. The National Library of the Republic of Sakha, Yakutia, still has a letter from Mikhail Koretsky of Vladivostok, who repeatedly visited the Valley of Death and slept in one of the cauldrons with his companions. After 3 months, one of them lost all his hair, and Koretsky himself developed ulcers on the left side of his head, which he unsuccessfully treated for the rest of his life. In 1971, scientists recorded the words of an Evang who claimed that thin, black, one-eyed people in metal clothing were lying in metal holes in the eyes. Thanks to such stories, one of the most common theories about the origin of the cauldrons is that they are parts of a spaceship, and the one-eyed people are the bodies of its pilots. In fact, according to modern concepts, the effect of the cauldrons on the human body is very similar to the effect of radiation: invisible contamination, mutations, hair loss. Perhaps the cauldrons are the wreckage of an alien spacecraft that crashed here thousands of years ago, and its reactors are still poisoning the Yakutian land. Causal mechanics. The question, what is time, philosophical in essence, occupied the minds of the 20th century scientists. In the middle of the century, the renowned Soviet astrophysicist Nikolai Kozyrev attempted to describe the specific physical nature of time. He argued that time is as real as matter, energy or fields, that it can accelerate and decelerate, arrive and depart, and transport energy. Kozyrev said that time is what turns cause into effect. He envisioned time as 2 spinning wheels. The cause spins one way and the effect spins the other. This movement connects objects to each other, and the speed of information transfer through time is instantaneous. Time is an active, male force that creates and moves. Space, on the other hand, is passive and feminine, the arena where everything happens. Their eternal interaction is what drives our universe. Kozyrev's experiments sparked heated debate among scientists. Some consider the theoretical calculation of causal mechanics quackery and unscientific nonsense, while others say it is the physics of tomorrow. If the Kozyrev theory is correct, the implications are unbelievable. This would mean that instantaneous communication with any point in space is possible. It means that a perpetual motion machine could be created that draws energy from time itself. Perhaps the Soviet genius was simply ahead of his time. Cosmonaut Zero. This is a legend that you've probably heard of. In brief, Yuri Gagarin was not the first man in space. Before him, there were other unsuccessful launches of spacecraft carrying people. They either died on launch or already in orbit, or were left forever in space by the cruel Soviet authorities. These poor souls received the codename Cosmonauts Zero. The stage for this legend was perfect: the absolute secrecy of the Soviet space program. The USSR's ironclad rule was to never talk about its failures. On December 13, 1959, the Italian news agency Continental published a sensational report claiming that the Soviet Union had launched several manned space expeditions from the Kapustin Yar missile range, all of which ended tragically. The agency even provided the names of 4 deceased cosmonauts, including one woman, Maria Gromova. Then radio amateurs around the world started picking up strange signals from space, scraps of Russian speech, sounds of heartbeats, and sometimes just the sound of dying moans. Newspapers published heartbreaking transcripts of the final moments of the lost cosmonauts' lives. The last Zero cosmonaut who flew on April 7, 1961, less than a week before Gagarin, was Vladimir Ilyushin, the son of a famous Russian aircraft designer. According to the Moscow correspondent of the British newspaper Daily Worker, Ilyushin completed 3 orbits around the Earth and landed safely. The official announcement of the mission's success was expected the following day. However, on April 12, Levitan reported the unexpected. The cosmonaut had not landed anywhere and was still flying. He was launched not on the 7th, but 5 days later. In fact, he was not even Ilyushin, he was Gagarin. There was an immediate logical hypothesis that something had happened to Ilyushin during the flight, and that's why they did not show him to the public. Instead, they hastily brought out a healthy, smiling understudy. Even now, searching for lost cosmonauts on YouTube will yield dozens of audio recordings of alleged communications between lost Soviet cosmonauts and Earth. They sound creepy, but to the best of our knowledge, they are all falsifications. But what if we someday learn the eerie truth? Demichov's dog. Vladimir Demichov was a Soviet surgeon and experimental scientist, one of the pioneers of transplantology. In 1954, he shocked the world by demonstrating his surgically created monster, a living, breathing, 2-headed dog. He made the creature in a laboratory on the outskirts of Moscow by transplanting the head, shoulders and front legs of a puppy onto the neck of an adult German shepherd. Demichov demonstrated the dog in front of journalists from around the world. Both heads reacted to the world, played and licked meal from the bowls at the same time. The second head tried to bite the first one by the ears. But why? Demichov wasn't a mad villain. The main goal of Demichov's experiments with dogs was to learn how to transplant human heart and lungs, and thus he tried to study and solve the problem of tissue rejection, but failed. In 1967, another surgeon, Dr. Christian Barnard, achieved this goal. However, many acknowledge that Demichov paved the way for the accomplishment. In all, he created 20 double-headed dogs. None of them lived long, a month was the record time. And since the Ministry of Health forbade him to conduct this research after the first ones came out, the animals had nowhere to live. No medical or scientific institute would accept them. So they all lived in the scientist's ordinary Moscow apartment. Undoubtedly, they were unique pets. Extinction of Russian dialects. A linguistic mystery. Take a man from Kaliningrad and a man from Vladivostok. They are 10,000 kilometers apart, but they'll speak almost exactly the same. Now take 2 Englishmen living 300 kilometers apart and they can barely understand each other. How did that happen? Huge distances, dozens of different cultures, they must have completely different vocabularies. That used to be true, but now if there are still speakers of pure regional dialects somewhere in Russia, their number is estimated to be in the hundreds. And the theory says that this is no coincidence. Of course, such pushing of dialects out of the seas of life can be explained by a number of objective reasons: urbanization, standardization. In the Soviet Union, everyone had to be the same, Soviet, and speak the same Soviet-Russian language. But this is still happening today. In the public consciousness, the attitude towards normal speech is clear. Only the linguistic norms of large cities can exist. If your speech is slightly different, with a flavor of regional provinces, at the very least it will cause people to give you a condescending, mocking attitude. Nevertheless, such a situation is alarming. After all, a dialect is more than just funny words. It's a way of thinking and a historical memory embedded in the language. It is a trace of how our ancestors lived and thought in a particular region. The disappearance of dialects means the loss of a part of the memory that carries traces of the history of the people who lived in diverse Russia. Without dialects, there is only a unified nation, one with the same memory and thoughts. I realize that doesn't sound as scary or mysterious as many other stories in this collection, but what if we take a broader view and consider who might want to erase a significant part of our cultural and ancestral knowledge, and why? Are identical standardized people easier to control? Irkutsk молоточники. In 2011, a series of brutal murders shocked Irkutsk. Artem Anufriev and Nikita Lyudkin, two 18-year-olds nicknamed Molotochniki, the Hammerers, terrorized the entire city. Between November 2010 and April 2011, they carried out 15 attacks in Irkutsk Akademgorodok district, including 6 murders. In search of victims, Lyudkin and Anufriev walked the same route, from the Gosuniversitet bus stop to Akademgorodok, every day for several months, from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. They would walk past 5, 10 or 20 people looking for the perfect victim. Then they would attack and kill their target. They were apprehended only because of their own stupidity. Lyudkin had borrowed a video camera from his uncle and left a flash drive containing footage of them torturing one of their victims in it. There has been a lot of speculation about this story. For example, it is known that the maniacs created many groups on social networks and openly distributed their videos to like-minded people. Therefore, many believe that the network involved in these murders is much wider than it seems, and there were far more than 15 victims. But I will tell you about a detail that I personally find very interesting, about the strange dynamic that this pair of killers had. Anufriev was the brain, leader and mastermind. Lyudkin was the hands, the obedient executor who delivered most of the blows. At the trial, one of the surviving victims of the maniacs even sympathized with Lyudkin, saying that he was just unlucky to have this friend. After the verdict, investigator Maxim Khomyak said, "These teenagers closed in on each other because they suited each other perfectly. Anufriev was a leader who wanted to be understood at a glance. Lyudkin was an executor who dreamed of approval and recognition. Lyudkin had a strange, even manic attraction to his accomplice. During the investigation, he hindered the process at every turn, refused to defend himself, and ultimately took the blame, claiming that Anufriev wasn't present for most of the murders. During meetings at the pre-trial detention center, Lyudkin told his mother that they made a devil out of Artyom, while he, Lyudkin, was so white and fluffy. On the other hand, Anufriev tried to portray himself as having fallen under the influence of Lyudkin. He claimed that Nikita had a need to kill. Interestingly, Anufriev was sentenced to life in prison, while Lyudkin, who delivered the fatal blows, was sentenced to only 24 years. And then the most incredible thing happens. Already in prison, Lyudkin commits serious crime. Why? He was hoping that for this he would also be sentenced to life imprisonment and sent to the same colony where Anufriev is serving his sentence, Volогодsky Pitak. Think about it. He was ready to voluntarily go to the worst hell on earth, to a colony for life convicts, just to be close to his idol again. But he was denied. On November 28, 2021, during the morning rounds, he was found in his unit's dormitory with his veins cut on his arms. Anufriev, however, never admitted his guilt, learned law at the University of Latvia, and even promised to publish a book about his adventures. Yes, in a special regime colony. Victims in the Mikhasevich case. 54 years ago, Gennady Mikhasevich, a serial killer nicknamed the Vitebsk Monster, committed his first murder. Over the next 14 years, he strangled 36 women. However, this story is not about him. He was a monster, but quite an unremarkable one. It is about the 14 innocent people convicted of his crimes. One of them was executed and another was blinded in prison. Among them was a girl who allegedly helped her accomplice kill. How did this happen? The local police were under enormous pressure. When they couldn't find the real killer, they began to appoint them. 3 friends out for a walk with their dog. Under torture, they confessed to the murder. A man goes on a date and finds his girlfriend dead. 10 years in a prison camp. He definitely killed her. In order to obtain a confession from the next suspect in the Vitebsk maniac case, investigators stopped at nothing, sometimes simply planting evidence. Furthermore, while the innocent people were in jail, Mikhasevich tried to play with the investigation. He wrote a letter to the newspaper on behalf of a fictitious anti-Soviet organization called the Patriots of Vitebsk, taking responsibility for all the murders. The Patriots of Vitebsk fought against the hated Soviet regime. Not only was the police interested in this letter, but the KGB was as well. After all, it threatened the entire Soviet system. Satisfied with himself, Mikhasevich went on the last hunt of his life. He strangled his 36th victim and put a note in her mouth with a short message: for treason, death. Fight against the cops and the communists. This was his mistake. The KGB compared the handwriting in the two letters and studied the handwriting of individuals who had already come to the attention of operatives. Mikhasevich was among them. His red Zaporozhets was very noticeable. But if he just hadn't written that letter to the newspaper, the KGB wouldn't have taken an interest in the case. The local police would have continued to imprison innocent people, and he could have avoided punishment for decades to come. Incidentally, he was actually guarded by the KGB at the trial, not from the relatives of the victims, however. The police officers who had broken the law trying to solve the murders could have tried to eliminate Mikhasevich, who was living proof of their crimes. Of all the investigators who falsified cases and imprisoned innocent people, only one received a real sentence. Buryat Mankurt. It is a word that came to us from somewhere in Central Asia. Mankurt, a man who has had his memory taken away. A perfect slave who does not remember who he is, where he comes from, and knows nothing but the will of his master. How were Mankurts created? This method, described by the writer Chingiz Aytmatov, is based on ancient legends. The captive's head was shaved. A piece of raw camel skin, shiri, was put on it. Under the scorching sun, the skin dried out, squeezing the skull like a steel hoop. And the victim's hair, finding no way out, began to grow back into the head. The pain was unbearable. After a while, the victim either died or lost the memory of his past life and became an ideal slave, devoid of his own will and infinitely obedient to his master. Mankurt slaves were valued much higher than ordinary slaves, because a slave who does not remember freedom will not try to escape. Now this word is used in the same Buryatia in a figurative sense. A Mankurt is a person who does not recognize his roots, who despises ties with the past, with his land, homeland, relatives. Someone who, in their opinion, has betrayed national interests. This insult is especially popular in nationalist circles, which aim to decolonize Russia, which we, of course, condemn. Girl with a timer. On May 29, 2017, users of the image boards 4chan and Dvaj found an unusual broadcast on Periscope. In the frame there was a girl tied to a chair. On her knees was an iPad with a timer counting down to midnight. Speculation about a maniac immediately began. The broadcast was originally titled like this. Then, after it ended, broadcasts with different titles made of random characters started appearing on the app every 15 minutes. Many initially thought there was some kind of an encrypted code in those names, but couldn't crack it. On the 8th hour of the broadcast, the light in the frame went out. The girl in the frame did nothing, only occasionally moving and sniffing. In the background, footsteps and the sounds of passing cars could sometimes be heard. Additionally, a live broadcast of the radio station Говорит Москва was playing in the background. The recordings of the live broadcast were constantly deleted, and the broadcasts themselves were banned. Finally, Говорит Москва radio mentioned a stream in which Говорит Москва sounds. After that, the live broadcast was cut off once again. The radio host of Говорит Москва started following the broadcast and tried to contact the girl. She nodded in response to their words. She confirmed that she had been kidnapped and was in southern Moscow. The radio station's general director went on air. The girl indicated that she could not stand and said that she did not know what would happen to her at the end of the broadcast. When she was brought into the building, she was unconscious. 11 hours into the broadcast, something broke near the girl that looked like a bottle of glass. After that, the words "Are you ready?" appeared on screen. The radio host began guessing the phone number, but the broadcast was interrupted again. The next part of the stream was short and was named "Time to Kill," in which an unknown person shot the girl and then the monitor screen. After that, the screen cuts off again. The host tried to call the police but were unsuccessful. The day after the broadcast, all the details became known. It turned out that the live broadcast was a social experiment by the Black Elephant community. The captive girl recorded a video in which she expressed her concern that no one was making a serious attempt to rescue her. An interesting social experiment. Self-immolation of old believers. We have already talked about the old believers who went into the deep forest to save their faith. However, some chose a more radical approach. For example, they engaged in collective self-immolation. They also practiced self-burial, self-slaughter, zashyivание, voluntary death by starvation, and self-drowning. This phenomenon was pretty widespread. What could have made thousands of people voluntarily go into the fire? Two factors. First, the church schism, which they perceived as the coming of the Antichrist. The second factor was a sign from heaven. In 1680, a giant comet appeared in the sky. To them, it was the fifth angel of the apocalypse. The end of the world was near. Under these circumstances, the old believers decided it was better to die by fire and began preparing for mass self-immolations. Spiritual leaders, elders, gathered people for this event. Over time, they developed a gruesome system for preparing for self-immolation. They built a special burnt house, a huge hut with tiny windows from which it was impossible to escape. There was a fence around it with armed guards. The weapons were obtained by robbing people on major roads. Because the end of the world was coming, no one cared about sins and such anymore. Leaders and elders persuaded people to walk into the fire. Some went voluntarily. Others, especially children, were brought by force under the threat of terrible parental curses. The pinnacle of this madness was the self-immolation at the Polyastrovsky monastery in 1687. As Tsarist troops approached, nearly 3,000 people, led by Ignatius, a former deacon of the Sovietsky monastery, locked themselves inside and set themselves on fire. Such acts occurred not only at the end of the world, but also a couple hundred years later. For example, from 1896 to 1897, Fyodor Kovalyov, a peasant elder, buried 25 people alive, including his 2 young children, wife, brother, sister, and 60-year-old mother, to avoid the old Russian census of 1897. One of the last known self-immolations of old believers occurred in Tver in 1941. This time, the German attack on the Soviet Union was mistaken for the coming of the Antichrist. By the way, remember the Penza hermits who went to live in caves in 2008. It was roughly the same scenario, but this time police managed to interrupt them before the fire came out. Jewish soap funeral. At the end of 1945, the Jewish community of Chernovtsi, Ukraine, organized a funeral. But they weren't burying a man. They were burying German soap. Like millions of people around the world, they believed one of the most horrific rumors of World War II, that people, specifically Jews, were being processed into soap in concentration camps. Where did this legend come from? From the concentration camps themselves. Prisoners saw bars of soap bearing the mysterious acronym RIF. The transcription was born: Rein Jüdisches Fett, pure Jewish fat. During the war, this story became widely known. Moreover, the charge of producing such soap was officially brought by the chief prosecutor of the Soviet Union, Alan Smirnov, during the Nuremberg trials. The story seems so plausible that from 1944 to 1947, soap funerals similar to those held for the men were held in several countries. Today, however, most historians, including those at the most respected Holocaust studies institutions, agree that the mass production of soap from human bodies probably never happened. It was recycled propaganda from World War I, when the British and French accused the Germans of the same thing. In 1990, Israel's Yad Vashem Institute, the most respected institute for Holocaust research, put the matter to rest by declaring that recycling juice for soap was a myth. But why was it so easily believed? Perhaps because given the other known horrors of the concentration camps, the idea didn't seem so implausible. A crush on Trubny Square. The death of a tyrant should bring relief. But when Stalin died in 1953, his death brought just some more deaths. Unlike the other crushes in Luzhniki and Sokolniki, official figures on the number of victims in this case are missing or classified to this day. Millions of people poured into the center of Moscow to bid farewell to the leader. However, fearing riots, the authorities blocked the streets with trucks, turning the city center into a giant trap. The flow of people became an uncontrollable river trapped in narrow alleys. Those who fell were trampled. Others died standing up, crushed by the pressure of the crowd. Later, thousands of pairs of torn shoes were strewn across the entire Trubny Square. So, how many people did the leader take with him to the grave? We don't know. There is no official figure. It's as if the event never happened. But there are unofficial estimates. Estimates range from a few hundred to 3,000 people. Historian Edward Radzinsky, who was in the crowd that day, called it Stalin's bloody farewell to the people. On the same day, the head of the operational staff, Ivan Serov, wrote in his diary that there were at least 127 deaths and hundreds of injuries. This tragedy has an almost absurd epilogue. The last victim of Stalin's funeral was not an ordinary Muscovite, but the president of Czechoslovakia, Klement Gottwald. He attended the funeral and stood in the cold for several hours. He caught a cold and died suddenly upon returning to Prague on March 14th. Riots in Kondopoga. On the night of August 29, 2006, a drunken brawl broke out in a restaurant in the Karelian town of Kondopoga. It ended in pogroms, the evacuation of an entire diaspora, and the deployment of troops. Anyway, a couple of people allegedly insulted the bartender of the restaurant. 3 other natives of the Caucasus stood up for the restaurant's Caucasian bartender. They went for help, armed themselves with rebars and baseball bats, returned and attacked a group of locals outside the restaurant, shouting Allah Akbar and "Kill the Russians." As a result, 2 people were stabbed to death and 9 were hospitalized. Subsequently, 2 more died in intensive care. The next night, a wave of pogroms swept through the city. Cars and shops belonging to Caucasians were burned. The immediate cause was a careless remark made by a policeman who said that they did not know who had slaughtered the locals, although the whole city knew where the tracks led. A lynching began. The Caucasian diaspora was forced to flee the city, abandoning their property and businesses. A few dozen people, mostly women and children, were even accommodated at one of the Karelian campgrounds under the protection of Sobor. Mass riots occurred again the following night. The Chaiko restaurant where the conflict had begun was burned down as well. Reinforced police units including OMON were brought into the city. On September 2nd, local residents gathered for a rally demanding that all Chechens be evicted from Kondopoga within 24 hours. In response, Ramzan Kadyrov, the newly appointed president of Chechnya, promised to protect his fellow Chechens by sending a Chechen battalion to Karelia. Radical nationalists from all over the country began arriving in the town too. Kondopoga found itself on the verge of a real war. Nevertheless, by some miracle, the authorities managed to take control of the situation and defuse the conflict. But, you know, the conspiracy part. After the end of the Second Chechen War, Russia did not need another conflict involving Chechens. The investigation into the case lasted several years, and many are convinced that the real killers have not been punished. The chairman of the Federation Council, Sergei Mironov, said, "The FSB slept through it, and the Interior Ministry simply sold out the interests of the Republic and the people of Kondopoga." Decide for yourself what he meant. Passport slavery. Was there slavery in the USSR? Officially, of course, no. Unofficially, however, a third of the country's population lived under conditions similar to serfdom for 40 years. Judge for yourself. It all began in 1932 with the introduction of a unified passport system. Passports were issued to everyone. Townspeople and workers were included, but peasants working on the newly created collective farms were not. Collectivization, the policy of uniting single-person peasant farms into collective farms, had just been carried out. I have a video about that too. So, passports were given to everyone except the peasants who had recently been robbed of their land. Of the tens of millions of peasants, only those living within a 100-kilometer radius of the western border of the Union, near Moscow and Leningrad, or within 50 kilometers of Kharkov could obtain a passport. Others could not. What did it mean to live without a passport in the Soviet Union? It meant that you couldn't legally leave your village. To go to the city you had to ask the chairman of the collective farm for permission. He could refuse for any reason. What if you left without permission? The first time you would receive a huge fine. The second time you could be imprisoned for up to 3 years. The system was simple. You were tied to your land. To leave the collective farm, adult peasants had only a few options. To enlist for hard labor such as logging, to go to the city to study before the age of 16, or to join the army. In 1967, according to the USSR Ministry of Public Order Protection, nearly 58 million people, or about 37% of the population, lived without passports. Of course, admirers of the USSR find excuses for this. That passports in cities were necessary for control, so that criminal elements did not stretch to the cities, that passports was not so important in the USSR, but the fact remains. For 40 years, 1/3 of the country's population was chained to their collective farms, having no right to free movement, and at the same time was obliged to work under the threat of the article for social parasitism. Isn't that slavery? Lenin and Zinoviev were lovers. My favorite topic, the passionate love of politician. Yes, the LGBTQ community is an extremist organization, we condemn it. Today, let's discuss the secret affair between Vladimir Lenin and his loyal associate Grigory Zinoviev. Where did the rumors about Grandpa Lenin's orientation come from? Strangely enough, they came from Lenin's official biography. Everyone knows about the famous shalash in Razliv, where Lenin hid from the provisional government. But we often forget that he wasn't alone, Zinoviev was with him. Trotsky recalls that they slept under the same code. Furthermore, there are more details. There are memoirs that claim Krupskaya caught them in Geneva and Lenin was forced to confess everything to her. As a faithful companion, she accepted his choice. There is even an entire correspondence between Lenin and Zinoviev, full of phrases like "join me and we will spend 2 wonderful days away from everything" and "come quickly, I'm waiting for you, my flower," and of course the immortal "I'm kissing your Marxist booty." Okay, let's be serious. All of what I said about Krupskaya and the Marxist booty is a modern fake that has been on the internet for the last 10-15 years. It has nothing to do with reality. But the story about the hut is true. You decide for yourself what 2 grown men could do for weeks in complete isolation in a tiny hut. Shinrikyo in Russia. Shinrikyo, a banned terrorist organization, is a Japanese cult that became infamous for the 1995 Zarin attack on the Tokyo subway system, which killed at least 14 people. Members of the cult believe that merging with God could be achieved by reaching a state of samadhi, nirvana. However, few people know that Russia welcomed this cult a few years earlier. At the peak of its popularity, experts estimated there were tens of thousands of Shinrikyo supporters in Russia. In the early 1990s, the cult's leader, Serko Asahara, was a welcome guest in Russia. He met with the mayor of Moscow and the speaker of parliament. He gave lectures at Moscow State University and MGIMO. For a small investment, cult members received a spot on the TV channel's network, an hour-long program on Radio Mayak, and the right to hold their ceremonies at the Olympic Stadium. Russians did not yet know that the guests' plans included the purchase of weapons and a gas attack on the Tokyo subway aimed at exterminating all sinners. Thus, the activities of the Russian branch of Shinrikyo were not restricted until March 20, 1995. Later, during searches of the cult's facilities in Japan, a Soviet Mi-8 helicopter was found, among other things. Documents show that the group was interested in buying tanks and even nuclear weapons from Russia. The Japanese even accused Oleg Lobov, secretary of the Russian Security Council, of helping Asahara purchase weapons. After the Tokyo attack, it would seem that everything should have ended. The cult was officially banned in Russia. However, none of its leaders were arrested. Instead, it changed its name to Aleph. Formally, they renounced their leader and changed their goals, even established a special compensation fund to pay the victims of incidents related to the activities of Shinrikyo. But in 2000, they showed their face. In June, as a result of a special FSB operation in Vladivostok, 3 members of the cult were detained, who were preparing a series of terrorist attacks and hostage-taking in Japan. An arsenal of weapons was discovered, including Kalashnikov assault rifles, explosive devices, TT pistols, boxes of explosives, and numerous maps and plans of crowded places in Tokyo and Osaka. An unsent letter to the Japanese Prime Minister was also found, demanding the release of Shoko Asahara and threatening more terrorist attacks. However, even after that, Aleph continued to exist. Only in 2016 it was recognized as a terrorist organization and banned. But is the threat over? According to the Japanese intelligence services, the cult didn't disappear anywhere. It just went back into the shadows, continuing to recruit supporters at yoga classes and on social networks. And why did one of the world's most dangerous cults feel at home in Russia for decades? The question remains open. Greetings, comrades! So, are you ready to dive deep into the depths of conspiracy theories about Russia? We are already at the lowest levels, which means the stories here are becoming more and more fascinating and unbelievable. Today we'll be discussing miners' folklore, underground private prisons, Lenin's secret will, and of course, how your own house could have killed you in the USSR. Phenolic houses. What if I told you that some 9-story prefabricated buildings constructed during the Soviet era are literally killing their residents? I'm talking about the standard 249p buildings that were erected in many large Soviet cities in the early 1970s. Soviet engineers were constantly working to speed up construction. And so, in one of their experiments, builders used a new additive to strengthen the concrete in the walls – phenol formaldehyde resin. This was supposed to speed up the hardening process and thus bring forward the completion date of the buildings. To reduce production costs, the same resin was also added to the insulation, which was made of ordinary technical wool. A total of around 250 houses were built in Moscow using this technology. But for some reason no one took into account that both phenol and formaldehyde are extremely toxic to humans, with phenol being carcinogenic. They also failed to consider that as the concrete ages and begins to crack, toxic fumes would escape into the street and people's apartments. In 1991, independent experts declared buildings number 24/1, 24/2 and 24/42 on Открытое шоссе and buildings number 3/1, 3/2 and 3/3 on Nikolai Himushin Street unfit for habitation. Some residents of the upper floors were relocated, but those who remained continued to experience the harmful effects of the toxic substance. Smelling its characteristic slightly sweet pharmacy or gouache odor, which intensified in warm weather. Allergies, coughs, complications following colds, eye disease and high blood pressure were familiar symptoms to almost everyone here. After many years of rallies and protests, residents finally achieved their goal in the mid-2000s, when the phenolic houses of the 249p project were demolished. But here's the catch. The authorities officially recognized only a few houses as dangerous and demolished them, mainly in the Metrogorodok district of Moscow. Not even all of the houses in the 249p series were demolished. For example, it was believed that phenol formaldehyde had only been added to the standard grey-painted houses, not the beige ones. and that everything was fine in the remaining 200 houses in this series, with no exceedance of permissible standards, but the residents do not believe this. And then there is the 249D series. According to official data, phenyl formaldehyde was not added to these buildings, but in fact, such a decision could well have been made by local engineers in order to speed up construction. Buildings from these two projects were constructed throughout the Soviet Union, and virtually no official data on them exists outside of Moscow. Instead, there are only rumors and horror stories about the terrible deformities of children born in such phenolic houses. Phenolic houses remained an urban legend throughout most of the country for a long time. But in 2022, the Russian Ministry of Construction suddenly proposed to include houses with excessive concentration of phenyl and formaldehyde located in the Khanty-Mansiysk Autonomous Okrug in the state housing program in order to organize their resettlement. So it suddenly turned out that phenolic houses are not just a few experimental buildings in Moscow. At the end of 2021, there were 235 phenolic residential buildings in the Okrug, and this is only one region of the country out of 90. Moreover, it can take decades from the moment of inclusion in the state program to the moment of resettlement. So, just in case if you live in such a house, order a test to check the concentrations of phenyl and formaldehyde in the air. I mean, what if your own apartment has been slowly killing you for years? Böse. In 1973, the pride of Soviet aircraft manufacturing, the first supersonic passenger airliner, the Tu-144, crashed at the Böse air show in France. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the prestige of the USSR, as the Tu-144 crashed in front of the whole world immediately after attempting to repeat the stunt of its main competitor, the Franco-British Concorde. After performing several maneuvers and flying over the runway at low altitude, the Soviet airliner suddenly dived and literally fell apart in the air in front of 250,000 spectators. The burning wreckage crashed into the town of Gouzaville below, killing 6 pilots and 8 people on the ground. A Soviet-French commission spent a year investigating the disaster and concluded that everything was fine. There was no sabotage. All the equipment was working properly. However, while climbing, the pilot of the airliner was startled by the Mirage 3 fighter jet flying overhead. He fell and jerked the control column, causing the plane to dive. It then broke apart due to overload. However, as there is no material evidence to support this, the cause of the crash must be declared undetermined and the case closed. Naturally, few people were satisfied with this official report, and alternative versions of events began to emerge. Firstly, what was the French Mirage doing in the demonstration flight zone? Officially, it was filming the number of spectators at the air show. Or was it there to spy on the Soviet airliner? Something about its unique front retractable wings. According to another version of events, the pilots had agreed to bring a French television camera into the cockpit and film the flight. However, when the plane turned away from the Mirage, the engineer lost his balance and dropped the heavy camera. This blocked the steering column and prevented the pilot from pulling the plane out of its dive. There are also versions related to human factors. According to the first one, the Soviet authorities sent an unfinished airline to the air show, which simply could not repeat all the tricks of the Concorde. But in order to maintain the prestige of the USSR, the pilot was given an order to repeat them at all costs. In the second version, the pilots decided to perform a zoom climb maneuver to surpass the Concorde, but the aircraft could not withstand such high G-forces. Furthermore, examination of the wreckage and flight recorders revealed that the main voice recorder had not been activated prior to takeoff, and the test oscilloscope recorders had been destroyed. The emergency voice recorder was also destroyed. Supporters of the theory that the pilots performed an unplanned maneuver believe that the recordings did exist, but that Soviet representatives secretly removed the tapes and took them to the USSR to hide the true cause of the tragedy. Zatvarka. There is a conspiracy theory popularized by the LiveJournal blogger Barnaul City Dweller. It is more of a mega theory combining many others at once. It claims that certain monsters who control the world are poisoning people with certain chemicals, polluting the air, adding substance to the water and so on, in order to stupefy them and change their human nature. This process is called zatvaривание. The word zatvarka comes from the word твари, which means something between a creature and a beast, that is, not a human being. So zatvaривание is something like creaturing or beastification. And to be creatured means to become dehumanized, to turn into an obedient monster. According to this theory, certain inhuman parasites are preparing to emerge from the shadows and are poisoning humanity for this purpose. Their goal is to turn as many people as possible into creatures and bring about an apocalypse on the planet. Who is responsible for this zatvaривание? All world leaders and heads of state have long served the creatures and undergone horrific cannibalistic initiation rites. Who's assisting them? Everyone. Scientific and medical centers, transnational food corporations, pharmacists, religious leaders, the media, scientists, they are all in cahoots. Their task is to get the zatvarka, which consists of parts of the blood and internal organs of already infected people, into our bodies. How? In any way they can. Chemtrails in the sky, vaccine components, Coca-Cola, gluten additives in food, HAARP, all means are fair game. Even religion is a tool of zatvaривание. Have you ever wondered why many religions worship the relics of saints or visit tombs? It's because it's the easiest way to spread infected biomaterial to the masses. But that's not all. To conceal this terrible plan, global spectacles are periodically staged. They claim that all major terrorist attacks, wars and disasters never happened, and the video footage features actors. All top bloggers, astronauts, famous actors and athletes are required to support the official version in order to intimidate us and distract us from the real threat. So you will be creatured by them if you don't defend yourself. How to? Oh, the list is huge. Keep your umbilical cord blood from birth, drink only breast milk, never get vaccinated, avoid holy places. Don't eat products from corporations, don't use a microwave, give up drugs and alcohol. An interesting fact, smoking natural tobacco is okay, it supposedly protects you from creaturing. But cigarettes are not okay because they are pseudo-tobacco, saturated with zatvarka. In short, no matter how hard you try, they have almost won. And soon there will be only creatures left on the planet. Too sad. Rostov Oblast serial killers. In the last episode I talked about the theory that cannibals are suspiciously common in southern Russia. Do you know who else is common there? Serial killers. Not just in the south, but in a specific region of Russia, Rostov. There is indeed an anomalous number of them there, so many that by the end of 20th century the term Rostov Triangle of Death had emerged. The area between Rostov, Taganrog and Shakhty saw at least 37 serial killers active over a 30-year period from the 1970s to the 2000s. An absolute record for Russia. The most famous of these maniacs is Chikatilo, but others such as Yuri Tsuman, nicknamed the Black Tides Killer, Zaven Almazyan and Vladimir Mukhankin were no less terrifying, and together they killed more than 150 people. While Rostov is indeed a large transport hub with many potential victims and is easy for a killer to hide there, this alone cannot explain such a monstrous concentration of evil in one place. Criminologists, psychiatrists and scientists have been trying to solve the mystery of the Rostov Triangle of Death for decades, and they cannot. The only thing that doctors studying Rostov serial killers were able to determine was that most of them had an average of 15 to 17% less gray matter in their frontal lobes than normal people. This region of the brain is believed to be responsible for empathy. In addition, all of them had difficult childhoods and/or had injuries during their early years. But this explains how they became maniacs, not why they became maniacs here. The theory of geopathogenic zones has gained great popularity. It is said that the Rostov region, characterized by faults in the Earth's crust, a large volume of groundwater and a huge number of springs, represents a unique site with favorable conditions for committing crimes of a sexual nature. Another theory is that electrical discharges have a negative impact on people and their psyche. The Rostov region is typical of southern Russia, characterized by powerful thunderstorms, and such natural phenomena often provoke exacerbation even in healthy people, not to mention those with deviations. Another version suggests that certain dark forces dwell underground and control these murderers. The fact that the Rostov region is a network of little-studied underground labyrinths, some of which are vast and multi-level. It is said that a certain dark energy originated there. Incidentally, Chikatilo himself once confirmed this theory when he stated that he felt the support of dark forces during his crimes. If I had to choose the most plausible explanation from all these versions, I would lean towards the water theory. Some believe that the increased aggression and viciousness of criminals was influenced by the region's unfavorable environmental conditions. The water supply in Rostov in the 1980s and the 1990s contained high levels of heavy metals and pesticides. Coal slag heaps and mining waste could have had a destructive effect on the criminal's psyche. Furthermore, some of the Rostov maniacs had a connection to poisons. One lived near the Kamensk chemical plant and another's mothers came into daily contact with toxic chemicals. However, there is a much more mundane explanation for the triangle of death phenomenon, which has to do with statistics. Researchers suggest that the Rostov region took murder statistics very seriously, partly due to the high-profile Chikatilo case, which reverberated throughout the Soviet Union. Additionally, the local police force gained extensive experience in tracking down serial killers. In other regions, some crimes were not recorded in order to avoid spoiling the statistics, or the killers could not be caught. So the number of serial killers in Russia is roughly the same everywhere, but they were most effectively tracked down in this triangle. Mayakovsky was murdered. In the last video, I quoted Vladimir Mayakovsky's poem about a Soviet passport. He was one of the main heralds of the young Soviet state, its poetic star, but at the age of 36 he shot himself in the heart. According to the official version, he had an unsuccessful 1930, was denied a visa to France, experienced a creative crisis, fell out of favor with the authorities, was plagued by quarrels and scandals, and his mental state became increasingly unstable. The man just couldn't take it anymore. He wrote about this several times in his diaries and prepared a suicide note. Moreover, there is even a witness to how he shot himself in the heart, his last love, actress Veronika Polonskaya. So where do the theories about murder come from? In fact, several things cast doubt on the idea that the mouthpiece of the dictatorship of the proletariat took his own life. Actually, Polonskaya did not witness the gunshot, she heard it from the front hall of the house. When she ran to the poet's room, she found him lying there with a bloody stain on his chest. The investigator's report stated that Mayakovsky had shot himself in the chest with a Mauser, but it was later established that the bullet had come from a different pistol. The suicide note was dated April 12th, not April 14th, and was written with a pencil for some reason. Most importantly of all, there was the poet's shirt. When it was examined decades later, no traces of gunpowder were found on it. This suggests that the shot was fired from a distance rather than at point-blank range, as is usually the case with suicide. The OGPU conducted the investigation and closed the case too quickly. It was overseen by the prominent Chekist Yakov Agranov, who was having an affair with Lilia Brick, Mayakovsky's lifelong muse. Agranov was known as the executioner of the Russian intelligentsia. He was already responsible for the murder of the great poet Nikolai Gumilev. There is a theory that some Chekists shot Mayakovsky in the heart and left through the back door, while Agranov planted the suicide note. But why kill the poet of the revolution? Precisely because of the disagreements that had begun with the Soviet authorities. Or maybe the murder was ordered by Brick herself and her husband Osip, who were afraid that Mayakovsky would break up with them for Polonskaya and they would lose his money and fame. They had just left Russia to secure an alibi, and they were connected to the secret services. They even had their own Chekist ID numbers, 15,073 for Lilia and 25,541 for Osip. Or could Polonskaya herself, with whom the poet had quarreled that morning and refused to let her go to rehearsal, have shot him accidentally or intentionally? Of course, we will never know the answers. Shubin. Kind Shubin, or simply Shubin, is a very interesting character in Donbass folklore. The owner of the mine, lord of the local underground riches, and patron of miners. He looks like a cross between an old miner and a gnome, and is known for his waywardness. He can help a miner who has lost his way in the tunnel or warn of a collapse, but he can also lead people astray, scare them by banging a pickaxe on an empty wall, or even harm those he dislikes. There are many versions of the origin of this character. One says that when the first mines appeared, a young worker named Shubin worked in one of them. One day, a tragedy happened to him. There was a collapse in the tunnel where Shubin and several other miners were working. Everyone died except Shubin, whom the mine owner blamed for everything that had happened. Fleeing from the angry and unjust cries of the relatives of the deceased, he hid in the mine. Either he hanged himself or blew up the mine with himself inside. Since then, the ghost of the young man, now greatly aged, has been wandering the mines of Donbass. Another version of the story tells of a mining engineer named Shubin who worked at one of the Donetsk mines at the end of the 19th century. He had a supernatural ability to predict accidents. Before each shift, he would descend into the mine to listen for any signs of danger. One day, however, he failed to return from such a trip, and since then, the ghost of the aging mining foreman has been said to wander the Donbass mines. In Kryvyi Rog, there is a legend about a machinist named Shubin. At exactly 12 p.m. and 12 a.m. in many Kryvyi Rog mines, a noise of unknown origin echoes throughout the mine. It is similar to the sound of an electric locomotive and can be heard in even the most distant and forgotten working phase. It is said that a machinist named Shubin disappeared without a trace in one of the mines along with his electric locomotive. Consequently, when miners hear the noise and look at their watches at 12 o'clock, they often exclaim, "Shubin has come." They know that at this time they cannot be alone in the mine, otherwise Shubin may take them away with him. In any case, at some point the Donbass underground mines acquire their own master. Miners are not particularly afraid of Shubin, but they respect him. There's a whole ritual. When descending to the mine, you must share part of your lunch with the master, leaving him either a piece of bread with lard or a cigarette. Seeing Shubin means receiving either fabulous help or a black mark, a warning that death awaits you. Beletsky's notes. Imagine the height of the atheist Soviet Union. A prominent academic and literary specialist receives an assignment from the Communist Party to evaluate anti-religious propaganda materials produced by the Soviet government. In response, he secretly writes a memorandum asserting that, for any historian with even a modicum of knowledge, the fact of Christ's resurrection is indisputable. This document, known as the Memorandum of Academician A.I. Beletsky, is one of the strangest literary mysteries of the Soviet era. Spanning dozens of pages and citing a vast array of ancient sources, the respected scholar proves that Jesus Christ did indeed rise from the dead. First appearing in Samizdat in the 1960s, it gained enormous popularity in the 1990s after being published in various Orthodox materials. One indisputable fact added to its credibility. Academician Beletsky was open about his faith and was even a church warden in the 1920s in Kharkov. However, in all other respects, this document is clearly a fake. Not only could Beletsky not have written anything like this, it would have caused a huge scandal, but none of his 230 sources of evidence for the resurrection are properly cited, and the academic's arguments simply do not stand up to scientific scrutiny. The only questions left are who wrote this forgery, why they did so, and how it came to be so widely believed. Experiments at Butugachak. Butugachak is perhaps the most terrifying of all the Gulag camps. Located on the Klimuk River at the edge of the earth, it is surrounded by the most horrific conditions imaginable. A uranium mine, piercing winds, bare rocks, and eternal frost. However, in the late 1980s, the world was shaken by even more terrible news. In addition to the uranium mines filled with corpses, there is allegedly a much more frightening secret in Butugachak: the findings at the local cemetery. Skulls dug out of graves were scattered randomly across the cemetery. They all had one strange feature in common. The upper part of their skulls had been neatly sawed off. The first publications on this subject appeared in the late 1980s, when a photo exhibition by the controversial émigré photographer Sergei Melnikov, entitled Accusations Against the USSR for Experiments on Humans, was held in Khabarovsk. The photographs presented at the exhibition gave rise to the terrifying hypothesis that a special laboratory existed in Butugachak in the 1940s, where inhumane experiments were carried out on prisoners. According to Melnikov, a former camp employee told him about a certain object number 14, a former laboratory building next to the main camp. The employee did not know what happened there, but he knew that the facility was guarded with unprecedented security. 9 checkpoints, guards with dogs, machine gun nests on the hills, and even its own airfield. Melnikov even claimed that under an agreement with the KPB, Hitler's special brigades were trained and gained experience there in the mid-1930s. However, even if we dismiss this part of the theory as fiction, the sawed-off skulls remain. Valery Kuzmin, a Khabarovsk forensic expert who studied the Butugachak skulls, stated in his 1989 report that the saw cuts were the result of anatomical examination of the skull and brain. Former Klimuk prisoner Hassan Niyazova also said that doctors dissected the prisoners' bodies. The most harmless explanation for all this is that the sawing of the skulls was perhaps a standard post-mortem examination of the cranial cavity, and that the pathologists from the object number 14 were studying the effects of radioactive exposure on the camp prisoners. But again, these are all guesses. Perhaps someday the declassified archives will reveal the autopsy reports of the Butugachak prisoners, and then one more mystery of the Soviet Gulag will be solved. Russia is a catacomb. What is catacomb? In Greek it means the one who holds back. In Christian theology it is the final power, whether a state or a ruler, whose mission is to prevent the coming of the Antichrist and delay the end of the world. It is the final barrier preventing the world from the triumph of ultimate evil. Throughout history, the Roman Empire and then Byzantium were considered the catacomb. After the fall of Constantinople, the concept of Moscow the Third Rome emerged. The idea was that Russia had become the last stronghold of the true faith and the restrainer, the catacomb. Incidentally, this theme was also raised in the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which we discussed earlier. In that text, the Russian monarchy is named as the only restrainer against the global Jewish Masonic conspiracy. Following the 1917 revolution, Russian émigrés believed that the restrainer had fallen and that the Antichrist was near. They thought that only the restoration of the Orthodox monarchy in Russia could save the world. After the collapse of the USSR, this idea returned to Russia. For example, Alexander Dugin, a philosopher you probably know, embraced this term. Over the years, this concept has found its way into the official text of the Russian Orthodox Church, the speeches of Kremlin political analysts, and the rhetoric of some traditionalist politicians. Recently, it has essentially reached the state level to explain foreign policy. Russia is now fighting not just the West or liberalism, but the forces of hell itself. Former President Dmitry Medvedev explicitly wrote that Russia's sacred goal is to stop the supreme ruler of hell, whatever name he uses, Satan, Lucifer or Iblis. Thus, the notion that Russia is the catacomb is no longer a fringe conspiracy theory, but rather an integral part of state rhetoric and ideology. Why? It transforms geopolitical confrontation into a holy war, giving the state's action a higher sacred meaning. Very useful. Copenhagen Bunker. It is one of the most mysterious stories of recent years. Imagine, 44 kilometers from St. Petersburg, somewhere in the forest, there is a semi-abandoned cottage settlement. Then, one day, a looter who has been scavenging in these abandoned buildings calls the local newspaper 47 News. He said that he had found something so shocking in one of the houses that he couldn't keep quiet about this. Journalists arrived at the scene and were stunned. The concrete garage floor of one of the houses was actually a hydraulic-powered structure that lowered the slab and opened a passageway to the basement. The passageway ended at the iron gate, bearing the inscription Copenhagen above it. But the most interesting part was yet to come. Inside was a security post with the remains of a video surveillance system in a corridor. Further on were 3 prison cells. The cells looked as if they had been cut out of a detention center, complete with bunk beds, toilets and wash basins. There were also strange drawings on the walls, one of which referred to a criminal organization called Manonera, which was involved in extortion and kidnapping. There was also a banya on the side with a hatch leading to a furnace the size of a person. Journalists suggested that it looked eerily like a crematorium. The article about the prison was published at 10 AM. Exactly 1 hour later, at 11 AM, heavy machinery arrived and blocked the entrance to the bunker completely. The police's official comment was even more shocking. They claimed to have known about the prison 2 years before the journalists did. However, despite a year and a half of investigation, they never found anyone who could have been held there. They also failed to determine who owned the private prison. Numerous expert examinations did not reveal any traces of people having been in the bunker. The owner of the site swore that he had bought the house as is and knew nothing about the underground facility. However, the journalists decided to investigate further and discovered something. According to their information, the first owners of the facility, which appeared between 2010 and 2012, were a deceased former FSIN employee and a businessman. Until 2010, the businessman's surname was Makarchan, but then he changed it to Escobar. He was tried for kidnapping in 2001 but was acquitted. The funny thing is that building a private prison on your property isn't illegal. Who knows how people like to entertain themselves? Therefore, the investigative committee found no grounds for a criminal case. However, it's clear that such structures aren't built and then abandoned on a whim. Who was kept there and why? The problem is that if you really want to kidnap and hold someone, you don't need to recreate a Russian prison for them. A dark basement is enough. Here, however, everything, including the reception room and the numbering of the cells, numbers 20, 21 and 22, despite there being only 3 cells, was designed to make the prisoners believe that they were in the real Christie detention center. One theory is that this was necessary so that people who found themselves in this room would believe they were in prison. Frightened by this situation, they would agree to fulfill some condition. Various theories have been put forward, ranging from it being a training base for private military companies or a way to intimidate drug couriers, to the most exotic theory, a private correctional facility for the children of wealthy parents. However, the main mystery in this story is not who built this prison and why. Rather, it is why the police, who had known about it for 2 years, were so quick to cover up all traces as soon as the story became public. Local residents are convinced that investigators know perfectly well who owned the prison, but for some reason decided that others should not know that. Lenin's Will 2024. Officially, Vladimir Lenin's will refers to the document Letter to the Congress, which Lenin dictated at the end of 1922 while he was ill. There was nothing sensational in it, only a series of harsh, almost venomous characterizations of his comrades. The most famous one was about Stalin, who concentrated immense power in his hands, and Lenin was not sure whether he would always be able to use this power with sufficient caution. But the main thing is that Lenin did not name a successor in the letter. The subsequent power struggle between Trotsky, Stalin and other figures led to serious political repression and internal strife within the party. For decades, a legend about another, real wheel lived on in conspiracy circles. Allegedly, this document was sealed with an order to open it exactly 100 years after Lenin's death, in 2024. Supposedly, Lenin named his successor in this document, which his entourage disliked so much that they hid it. Stalin, after coming to power, did everything to ensure that it was forgotten. Supporters of this theory believe that once the true will was opened in 2024, the process of restoring the USSR based on correct Leninist principle would begin. The only problem is that by the time I reached this level of the iceberg, 2024 had already come and gone, and of course we never saw any secret will. Post-Soviet genocide of Russians and Ukrainians. The theory states that after the collapse of the USSR, the secret Jewish Masonic world government, represented by its vassals, the US and Israel, decided to crush the last pockets of resistance in the form of the two largest Slavic peoples, the Russians and Ukrainians, by pitting them against each other and carrying out other insidious actions to destroy them. That's about it. Funeral superstitions. Have you ever wondered why mirrors are covered in a house where someone has died? Or why a glass of vodka is placed at a memorial service that no one drinks? Because that's the way it should be. Since ancient times, different regions of Russia have had hundreds of superstitions and customs related to funerals and commemorative rituals, some of which are truly terrifying. In the Bryansk region, for example, there was a tradition called spending the night over the deceased. All the women in the family had to sit around the coffin and read prayers until 6 in the morning. In the Smolensk region, people used to tell fortunes using the deceased body. The body was placed on a bench covered with straw. On the day of the funeral, the straw was burned. If the smoke went toward the house, it was a good sign. However, if the smoke went toward the field, trouble was expected because the deceased would start taking relatives with them. Other fortune-telling methods included measuring the deceased's feet. If the left foot was longer, it was believed that death would come for a woman next, if the right, for a man. In the Voronezh region, the deceased's hands and feet were tied the night before the funeral and only untied when the body was carried out. The meaning is obvious. Our ancestors were terrified that the deceased might rise and disturb the living. In general, death was not sudden for our ancestors. There was a tradition of preparing one's own funeral in advance. Feeling the end approaching, the elderly would wash themselves in the banya, put on clean clothes, lie down on a special bench and spend their last hours there, sparing their loved ones unnecessary hassle and fuss. Many of these rituals seem strange to us today, but some have become firmly established in modern life. Everyone knows that mirrors must be covered in a house where there is a deceased person, so that the soul of the deceased does not get trapped in the mirror. After the coffin is carried out, it is customary to wash the floors, symbolically washing death out of the house and erasing the deceased's path back. At the memorial service, a glass of vodka and a piece of bread are placed on the table for the deceased. It is not customary to clean glasses because the memorial service is not a celebration. Spoons are used instead of forks so as not to accidentally prick the soul of the deceased, which according to popular belief is still nearby. Even the cemetery has its own rules. After the funeral, you must leave through a different gate to confuse death and prevent it from returning home. Pregnant women are not allowed in the cemetery because it was believed that a restless soul could enter an unborn child. And of course, the main prohibition: never take anything from the cemetery. No flowers, no objects, otherwise you will bring death into your home. Central bank is the part of the Fed. There are many conspiracy theories surrounding the Federal Reserve. Even in the US, many people do not understand what it actually is. A strange semi-public, semi-private structure that influences the lives of every American but is not elected by anyone. The same can be said for the Russian Central Bank. People find it hard to understand why the country's main bank is legally independent and not required to coordinate its decisions with the president or the government. If an organization is not accountable to the government or the people, then to whom is it accountable? The official answer is boring. The central bank is independent, so the government can't force it to print money non-stop, driving up inflation. This is a global practice, not just Russian. However, some believe that no organization is completely independent. Independence from one's own authorities means dependence on others, namely on the US Federal Reserve and Western financial elites. At first glance, their evidence seems convincing. At one time, the Central Bank of Russia transferred a significant portion of the country's gold and foreign exchange reserves into US government bonds. It appeared as if Russia were voluntarily giving away its savings to support its main geopolitical adversary's economy. Why? It's simple. The Central Bank of Russia is not a sovereign body, but rather an extraterritorial institution, much like the US military bases in Europe. It's essentially a branch of the Federal Reserve, which is controlled by Western oligarchs. Its goal is not to develop the Russian economy, but rather to purchase American debt and ensure the dominance of the dollar, and to do so at the expense of us, ordinary Russians. But then why did the West rob its own branch in 2022, taking $300 billion from it? Weird. The Multan case. On May 5, 1892, 12-year-old Marfa Goloviznina left her native village of Chulya and headed to the village of Ilic, located 3 kilometers away, where her grandmother lived. Along the way, she found a lifeless body in the forest with its head severed. It turned out to be Konon Matyunin, a local homeless man. The doctor determined that the victim was missing not only his head but also his heart and lungs, which had been removed through cutting the upper part of his body. Bailiff Timofeyev arrived at the scene and overheard local Russian peasants discussing the crime. They believed that residents of the Udmurt village of Stary Multan, located about 5 kilometers from Chulya, had been responsible. One of the Chulya residents hinted to the bailiff that the Udmurts practiced human sacrifices for their pagan gods. You see, the country had just suffered a terrible famine and epidemics were raging, so the mood was tense. Eager to do something, the police officer acted on this information and arrested 10 Udmurt peasants from Stary Multan the very next day. Over the next 2 years, the investigation blatantly fabricated the case. The protocol included rumors, testimonies from anonymous eyewitnesses who constantly contradicted themselves, and references to similar cases from other provinces. All of this was supposed to prove that the Udmurts got a beggar drunk, hung him upside down, and extracted his entrails and blood for a communal sacrifice. Some witnesses claimed that once every 40 years, especially during times of hardship, special shamans performed a great sacrifice. In between, the Udmurt gods were satisfied with small livestock and poultry. Ethnographer Nikolai Blinov suggested that the murder was committed as a ritual to purify the water and rid the region of the raging cholera epidemic. According to Blinov, the Udmurts believed that placing a head in a spring would purify the water. Konor Matyunin became a sacrificial victim. In 1894, a trial was held. Most of the jury were Russian peasants who readily accepted the wild rituals and found the 7 Udmurts guilty. They were sentenced to 8 to 10 years of hard labor and exile to Siberia. However, news of the high-profile case reached Moscow, catching the attention of the famous right and human rights activist Vladimir Korolenko. Determined to restore justice, he personally visited the scene of the crime and drew public attention with his newspaper articles. Finally, during the 3rd trial, he proved that the accusations of ritual murder were based on completely fabricated information and falsified evidence. As you may have noticed, this case is very similar to the Bailey's case of 1913, only this time the victim was not a schoolboy and the defendants were not Jews but Udmurts. The names of the real killers were announced in 1932 by Mikhail Khudikov, a famous historian of the Volga region. In 1927, Khudikov traveled to Stary Multan and discovered that 2 peasants from Ilic were behind the murder. They wanted to take revenge on the people of Multan and, more importantly, evict them from the fertile land so they could divide them among themselves. Slivko Films. For more than 20 years, Anatoly Slivko, a deputy, honored teacher of the RSFSR and head of the Chergit Tourist Club, enjoyed the love and respect of parents and school children in the city of Nevinnamysk. In 1963, he became a pioneer leader at school number 15. 3 years later, he founded his own tourist club. He had always wanted to work with children and knew how to communicate with them and understand their psychology. Slivko was passionate about his work. He taught school children about flowers and trees and how to treat nature with care. He also taught them how to set up tents and build fires. In short, everything pioneers going on a hike should know. The children simply adored him. He not only took them on trips to the countryside, but also came up with various interesting contests. For instance, he invited them to participate in press shoots and even act in adventure films. These homemade films usually had the same plot. The bad guys, fascists, capture the good guys, pioneers, and torture them. He called these films experiments. In reality, these experiments were just a cover for him to act out his darkest obsessions. He dressed the boys in pioneer uniforms, stretched them out on ropes, and hung them from trees. He observed them as they lost consciousness and then performed resuscitation measures. Eventually, one of these horrific experiments went too far, and 15-year-old Nikolai Dobryshev lost his life. Slivko cut him into pieces and drowned him in the river. Yet, he did not stop the experiments. The surviving victims either could not remember what had happened or were afraid to talk about it. As for those who did not survive, Slivko buried the next teenager in the forest. He then decided to act more boldly. If the experiment ended tragically, Slivko would cut up the body, severing the limbs and collecting the blood for future use. Sometimes he arranged the body parts into grotesque figures and placed them near a pair of shiny, polished shoes, which he particularly liked. Slivko also tried to preserve parts of his victims' bodies by salting them in regular canning jars as trophies. The experiments continued for more than 20 years, and the maniac could not be identified, even though he killed 7 people in the process. As Slivko later admitted, one day in 1961, he witnessed a terrible road accident in which a young boy was killed. At the sight of the bloodied boy dressed in black trousers, a white shirt with red tie and shiny new shoes, Slivko experienced something inside him for the first time. Then, for many years, Slivko sought a way to recreate that sensation, and he found it. But what about Slivko's films? Where are they? I wish I could tell you they don't exist, but they do. Slivko meticulously documented his horrific acts on film and in photographs. He kept these documents right in the Chergit Club, in an electrical panel, and reviewed them constantly before classes. During the search, investigators found not only the films and photographs, but also Slivko's notebooks and diaries, which he had kept for many years. In them, he described the murders and his experience related to them in details. According to investigators, some judges fainted during the trial because the footage was so graphic. Oh, yes, but what is so mysterious about this story? The most disturbing mystery of this case is that these horrific recordings were not all destroyed. Somehow, this evidence from the trial leaked onto the internet, where it exists to this day. Obviously, do not recommend searching for it. Book of Deaths. The Book of Deaths is a Russian spiritual poem from the late 15th to the early 16th century. Written in the form of questions and answers, it provides information about the origin of the world, humanity, social classes, and everything else. It is an intriguing piece of folklore that was apparently studied by a young man named Vladimir Petibrat, who was so inspired by it that he decided to write his own book with the same title, but a slightly different interpretation. The most intriguing aspect is that aside from the Book of Deaths, Petibrat left his followers virtually nothing. The man appeared in the Russian-speaking esoteric community, gathered a circle of like-minded people around him, and in 2005 created a monumental work on the organization of life on our planet. called himself a messiah, and then disappeared for 20 years. It is intriguing, and it is no surprise that a devoted community was formed around this book on internet forums. So, what does the book say? Scientists from Stanford University have discovered that the female gender is at least 59,000 years older than the male gender. So, Adam is not Eve's husband, but her descendant. In fact, not Eve's. Her real name was Pandora. She was not created by God, but by lunar engineers led by the angel Gabriel. Gabriel was not an angel, but a titan. Actually, Pandora is a genetically modified alien hybrid, a succubus with the ability to reproduce. Her task was to exterminate the ancient inhabitants of Earth, the so-called men. These ideal beings were asexual, immortal, and blue-eyed blondes. The creature created by the Selenites seduced them and gave birth to offspring with altered genes, thus degenerating the planet's population. The man became we men. Therefore, Pandora is our exterminator, not the progenitor. Accordingly, modern women are descended from Pandora and possess the same seductive and deadly vices. They are killer bio-robots in disguise, draining men of their life force, intoxicating them and depriving them of their will. A true man must avoid contact with women at all costs, and find a way to return to his original asexual existence. Really makes you think, doesn't it? Ruins of Neftegorsk. I already talked about the tragic fate of Neftegorsk in this video. It was destroyed by a powerful earthquake in just 17 seconds. Of the 3,200 people living there, 2,040 died. Some were burned alive under the rubble of Khrushchevkas, while others spent days trapped beneath it without ever receiving help. There are many horrific facts surrounding this tragedy. For example, almost all of the town's high school graduates were celebrating the end of the school year at a club that night, and almost all of them died together. Then there's the story of the policeman who miraculously survived and managed to get hold of a functioning telephone. He called the district center in Aha to ask for urgent help. He explained that helicopters, cranes, ropes, and as many people as possible needed to be sent to Neftegorsk urgently before it was too late, to try to find survivors under the collapsed buildings. However, the person on the other end of the line responded in an unexpected manner. Go fuck yourself, man. You know what? Go get some sleep. The officials decided it was a prank call. The policeman had to call for hours, and after a while he annoyed the city administration so much that they sent a helicopter to the Neftegorsk area to investigate, just in case. Only then, once they were convicted that the policeman was not delusional, did they begin to gather all the local rescues and contact Moscow. The rescue operation officially began 18 hours after the disaster, which meant that precious time had been lost. But the most terrifying urban legend from that time is the story of several corpses that were allegedly found under a concrete wall by police officers. Apparently, severed human fingers with wedding rings were discovered in their pockets. So, someone decided to profit from the tragedy by cutting off fingers with gold rings from corpses that were sticking out of the rubble. In fact, it is quite possible that the fingers were not taken from corpses, but from people who were still alive, trapped under the ruins. It is unclear how these scavengers ended up under the concrete wall, but it is likely that the locals caught them in the act and decided to take matters into their own hands. On October 6, 1995, 4 months after the tragedy, Neftegorsk was officially removed from the map of Russia. The remains of the buildings were covered with earth, and now only slabs bearing numbers remain on the site of the town. Angels singing on Mount Athos. This story will take us beyond Russia to the holy Mount Athos in Greece. It is one of the holiest places for Orthodox Christians. According to legend, the Blessed Virgin Mary herself preached the Christian faith here and was given this land by God as her inheritance. There are 20 monasteries on Mount Athos, and for many centuries monks, people who have left worldly vanity behind in order to communicate with God, have been praying here incessantly. Furthermore, women have been forbidden from entering Mount Athos for over 1,000 years, making it a truly unique place. Some believe that the apocalyptic prophecies of the end times will begin to come true on Athos. There is an online legend about this island. Allegedly, a young pilgrim stayed at a hotel in one of the Athos monasteries. In the middle of the night, he woke up to the sound of extraordinary beautiful church singing. Thinking he had missed the start of the service, the young man hurried to the temple. To his surprise, however, the temple door was locked. Looking through the window, he saw light inside, although the source was unclear. Not a single candle was burning. He recorded the singing and posted it on YouTube. You could find it by searching the Singing of Angels on Mount Athos. The singing is truly otherworldly and puts listeners into a kind of trance. Are they angels? Who knows? Cursed house in Rязань. And now back to local legends. The former Malshinsky almhouse on Mayakovsky Street in Rязань has stood there for over 200 years. It was one of the first private almhouses in Russia, an event so important that Emperor Alexander I himself celebrated it. However, Petar Alexeyevich Malshin, the merchant who built it, was rumored to be a Freemason who practiced Kabbalah, so the house had its own secrets. Shortly after its completion, Malshin's young wife died unexpectedly, with many speculating that it was self-inflicted. Then, in 1812, wounded Russian and French officers were being treated at the almshouse when a quarrel broke out between two of them. A duel ensued, and both duelists were killed by simultaneous gunshots. According to legend, the Russian lieutenant was buried in the almshouse courtyard, and when his mother came to the funeral, she cursed the place. After that, people began to die in this house in strange circumstances. Over the next 100 years, the whole city became aware that this place should be avoided at all costs, that it was cursed. During the Soviet era, this building housed a police morgue. As it was clearly not suited for forensic medical examinations, a refrigerator containing corpses was placed in the courtyard instead. Then an equally mysterious institution arrived, the KGB archives. From the dissolution of the USSR until 2007, the building stood abandoned, but this did nothing to diminish the number of terrifying legends surrounding it. People said that strange sounds could be heard coming from the building at night, and that bright lights could be seen through the windows. It was believed that the house was literally swarming with ghosts. In 2003, 3 homeless people died when a staircase collapsed, after which even they began to avoid it. This story has a unique ending. The cursed house was bought by the Russian Orthodox Church, which restored it to its original appearance and opened an Orthodox bookstore there. After that, all the supernatural activity ceased. A miracle. Krupskaya was killed by Stalin. Nadezhda Krupskaya, the faithful companion of revolutionary leader Vladimir Lenin, outlived her husband by 15 years. She remained an important figure in the party until her death and was one of the creators of the Soviet system of public education. Her influence was quite significant, so when she suddenly died at the age of 70 from acute appendicitis that turned into peritonitis, there was speculation that Joseph Stalin might have been behind her death. As is well known, he did not tolerate competitors and gradually eliminated almost all of his former allies and comrades in the party. He had had a very strained relationship with Krupskaya since the 1920s, when she had supported Zinoviev, Kamenev and later Trotsky, Stalin's main enemies and rivals. It is said that during party disputes, Stalin once unambiguously hinted to Krupskaya, "If you object, we will appoint another woman as Lenin's widow." Following her sudden death, rumors circulated that Krupskaya had intended to deliver a speech at the 18th Party Congress, heavily criticizing Stalin, something he could not allow. Furthermore, Nadezhda Konstantinovna died exactly 1 day after her birthday, after eating a cake sent by the head of state for her birthday celebrations. But in reality, it is much more likely that she died due to the delayed provision of medical care, not poisoning. It took the ambulance 3.5 hours to reach her, and she was only taken to hospital at 4:30 in the morning, 9.5 hours after her appendicitis had started. While the doctors argued about whether to operate in such a case, Krupskaya died. Coincidence? Perhaps. She was not a young woman and was not in the best of health. But then, the same fate befell Colonel Sergei Muromtsev of the State Security Service, who developed new incurable infectious diseases during the Stalin era. After Stalin's death, Muromtsev went from being a valuable specialist to an inconvenient witness, and he subsequently died of peritonitis. As in the case of Krupskaya, a council of medical experts debated whether to operate on him until it was too late. Similarly, during the Khrushchev era, the former People's Commissar of the Internal Affairs of the Communist SSR died because he knew too much about the Gulag's affairs and prisoners. Peritonitis. It is believed that undesirable people were disposed of in this way both before and after Krupskaya. Such deaths looked quite natural and did not cast a clear shadow on the high leadership of the Soviet country. Ivan the Terrible was killed by the British. I briefly mentioned this story here already. So, when the remains of Ivan the Terrible were exhumed in 1963, the anthropologist Mikhail Gerasimov discovered that the levels of mercury and arsenic in them exceeded the norm by 32 times. Was the Tsar poisoned? But by whom? By the nasty British, of course. It was under Ivan the Terrible that Russia first established contact with England. The Tsar himself corresponded extensively with Queen Elizabeth I, and relations between the two countries began to develop. Ivan the Terrible even considered marrying the Queen's niece, but it didn't work out for some reason. In September 1557, it is also known that English doctors led by Dr. Standish were brought to Moscow to treat the Tsar. Then, in 1558, a Cambridge graduate named Eliezer Bomelius arrived from London. He was a doctor, alchemist and astrologer, as well as apparently being a spy for the British Crown. He became Ivan the Terrible's favorite and personal physician for many years. After Bomelius was dismissed, Elizabeth sent the Tsar a new personal physician, Robert Jacobi. Thus, until his death, the Russian sovereign was surrounded by English doctors. He died quite unexpectedly at the age of only 53, which is not so much for a ruler. Let's recall the mercury content. The conclusion is obvious. English doctor spies had been poisoning the Russian Tsar on Elizabeth's orders for a long time. Along with him, they destroyed the entire Rurik dynasty, which led to the brutal and bloody time of troubles in Russia. There were, of course, other suspects. Boya Boris Godunov, for example, who stood to gain a great deal from the Tsar's death. However, there is another theory, that the English doctors tried to cure Ivan the Terrible of syphilis. In the 16th century, the go-to treatment for this devastating disease was, you guessed it, mercury. Suddenly, other pieces of the puzzle click into place. The Tsar's infamous uncontrollable fits of rage, a known neurological symptom of late-stage syphilis. The bone growths or osteophytes found on his skeleton, another classic sign. The fact that he struggled to produce healthy heirs despite having 4 or even 8 wives, entirely consistent with the disease being passed from parent to child. So it's possible the English really did poison Ivan the Terrible, just not on purpose. Deadly yeast. The theory of deadly yeast is interesting for me as a biologist. It suggests that someone is trying to kill us all through the bread sold in stores. Our bodies supposedly have one wonderful property, the ability to regenerate tissue. The entire intestinal epithelium is renewed in about a week, and the skin's epidermis changes even faster. Our wise ancestors had perfect control over these processes, giving them the ability to live for hundreds of years. However, everything has changed today because the main condition for successful tissue regeneration is an absence of fermentation processes in the body. The yeast we consume with food causes active fermentation process in our intestines, literally poisoning us from within. Proponents of this theory contrast the live natural leaven used by our ancestors with modern industrial yeast. This yeast is not just yeast, they are special genetically modified heat-resistant fungi. Why was all this done? To destroy the Russian people, of course. It was invented in Nazi Germany, where this yeast was grown on the remains of dead soldiers. Yes, I'm absolutely serious. There are a huge number of arguments about yeast on the internet. There's even an anti-yeast movement, similar to the anti-vaxxers, but against bread and beer. Great Flood in Siberia. It's easy to understand why conspiracy theorists love Siberia. Its vast unexplored spaces provide the perfect breeding ground for all kinds of wild theories. According to one, when Yermak arrived in 1581, his army encountered huge hairy elephants in the dense taiga forest. The locals told them that these creatures could provide an excellent source of food when other game animals were scarce. And here's what Peter the Great's envoy to China, Evert Isbrand-Eitz, who was sent to Beijing in 1692, wrote. So, not only some hairy elephants, obviously mammoths, lived in Siberia 400 years ago, but in the 17th century people also survived a giant flood. Maybe it wasn't the biblical flood, but it still affected huge areas. But why is official history silent about this? This catastrophe occurred somewhere between 1581 and 1692. This huge tsunami swept from the Arctic Ocean to the Caspian Sea and could have washed away the great cities of Siberia that can be seen on old maps. Whose cities? Tartaria's, of course. Perhaps it was part of a global mud flood that covered the ground floors of cities across the planet. Need more proof? Here's the largest lake in western Siberia, Chany Lake. Do you know what makes it unique? It's salty. Could this be because salty ocean water swept across Siberia and remains in the lowlands to this day? The absence of all trees in Siberia, which I mentioned in one of the first levels of the iceberg, also fits perfectly into this theory. They were simply washed away. Jewish snipers of 1993. The power struggle between Yeltsin and the Supreme Soviet in 1993 also spawned many conspiracy theories. The most prominent of these concerns the intervention of the Third Force, a group of professional snipers who shot indiscriminately at people near the White House in an attempt to provoke a massacre. Let's examine this legend step by step. Firstly, according to all evidence, unknown snipers did indeed exist. On October 3rd at around 3 PM, an OMON officer was killed by a shot to the neck from a Dragunov sniper rifle, fired from a position no lower than the 15th floor. It was after this that the police opened fire on demonstrators defending the House of Soviets. Also, according to the Russian State Duma Commission, several people, including defenders of the House of Soviets, military personnel and bystanders, were killed by snipers during the storming of the White House on October 4th. There are dozens of testimonies from both sides about shots being fired from neighboring buildings, people with rifle covers emerging from them, and tracer bullets being used for some reason. But whose snipers were they? To answer this question, let's turn to the memoirs of the two leaders of the confrontation, Boris Yeltsin and Alexander Rudskoy. So, in his memoirs, Yeltsin wrote that on October 4th, the Alfy and Wimpel special forces refused to obey his order to storm the White House. It took a great deal of effort to convince them to approach the building at all, in order to psychologically influence the defenders. Then, suddenly, 2nd Lieutenant Sergeyev was killed by a sniper's bullet. After the Alpha fighters learned that their comrade had been killed, Yeltsin writes, many of them did not need to be persuaded. Almost the entire team went to liberate the White House. According to Yeltsin's logic, the snipers were shooting from the White House, supporters of the Supreme Soviet. However, Rudskoy claims that in 1994 a high-ranking security service officer approached him anonymously and revealed how it had been organized. He estimated that there were 100 to 110 professional snipers operating in Moscow at that time. However, neither his own people, who he claims numbered no more than 10, nor the snipers from Yeltsin's security detail were involved in the provocations. Rudskoy offers his own interpretation of events, stating that on September 7th, several groups of male tourists flew in from Cyprus to Sheremetyevo airport. For some reason, the documents relating to their arrival have not been preserved. The Russian president's security chief, Alexander Korzhakov, personally met them. Rodskoy also claims that the snipers fired from the attic of a building opposite Parliament and from a technical room belonging to the Kapranov factory. The KGB had used this room to monitor the American embassy for a long time, and had been equipped with everything necessary for snipers to take turns on duty as early as September 27th. Some even provided a more detailed version, claiming that the snipers were allegedly provided by Israel under a special agreement. They were said to be snipers from the Israeli Special Forces Unit Jericho and fighters from Petar, a Jewish youth sports and military organization, dressed in civilian clothes. Allegedly, these snipers specially targeted the backs of both OMON officers and White House defenders, in an attempt to prevent the parties from reaching an agreement, to incite hatred between the two groups and provoke further bloodshed. But officially, of course, the presence of any third party in the conflict, especially a foreign one, has never been confirmed. Nor has the exact number of their victims. Leonid Proshkin, head of the investigation team from the Russian Federation Prosecutor General's office looking into the events of September-October 1993, described the snipers who participated in the events as a question to which the investigation team could not find an answer. Stalin is the son of Przhevalsky. Nikolai Przhevalsky is rightly considered a great geographer and explorer. He was the first European to venture into inaccessible Central Asia, traveling more than 30,000 kilometers and mapping the region over the course of 9 years. He died suddenly of typhus at the age of 49 without ever having started a family or having children. When his relatives expressed concern about this, he explained that his profession did not give him the opportunity to do so. However, there is a legend that during a break between expeditions, Przhevalsky was once resting in Gori with a friend of his, a Georgian prince named Maminashvili. There he met Yekaterina, a relative of the prince, who was unhappily married to a drunkard shoemaker. A romance blossomed. A baby boy, Joseph, was born. The explorer sent money for his son's upbringing up until his death. Joseph grew up and became Stalin. This fact was, of course, carefully concealed in the official biographies of both father and son, and all references to Przhevalsky's trip to Gori were destroyed. The main evidence for this theory comes from the account of geographer Andrei Kapitsa, the son of Nobel Prize winner Sergei Kapitsa. He stated that he once found a letter from Przhevalsky to his great-grandfather in the family archives, which read, "If the events you know about happen in Gori, you must help him until the end of your life, because I will no longer have the means to do so." Andrei Kapitsa realized that his great-grandfather, Yeronim Ivanovich Stebnitsky, born 1832, died 1897, must have helped Przhevalsky's illegitimate son. According to some information from 1896, he indeed provided financial assistance to Joseph Vissarionovich's mother. Even the year of Stalin's departure from the seminary coincides with the year of Stebnitsky's death. Did he run out of money for his education and therefore join the revolutionaries? Finally, let's compare the portraits of the alleged father and son. What do you think? Is there a resemblance? However, this beautiful legend has one huge problem. Most historians and biographers claim that there is no documentary evidence that Przhevalsky was ever in Gori, let alone during the period necessary for Stalin's conception. Furthermore, foreign biographers of the explorer claim that he had no wives and children for an entirely different reason. They also claim that he kept various young men close to him on all his expeditions. Think for yourself what that means. Blue Orchid Case. Today, news of an international network of pedophiles using the internet for their crimes sounds almost routine, so often do we hear such reports. But in the late 1990s, the internet was something new, so the Blue Orchid case caused a huge stir. In 2000, American intelligence agencies sent a request to Russia to investigate a website called Blue Orchid, which was gaining popularity among some people. According to the Americans, the survey and its authors were located in Russia. The website offered video cassettes featuring adult men and young boys. The buyers were foreigners from the US, Germany and the Netherlands. Gradually, the site's creators became so confident in their impunity that they began inviting regular customers to visit them for shootings. It was at this point that they were caught. In just one of the Blue Orchid studio apartments in Moscow, law enforcement found and seized a total of 588 videotapes containing, well, you know what. As a result of the operation, 64 criminal cases were opened in 24 countries. But would a routine law enforcement operation, even an international one, be considered a conspiracy theory? So what's the mystery? Meet Vladimir Timofeyev, also known as Timocha, a photographer from the city of Novokuybышevsk in the Samara region. His hobby was photography and his subjects were exclusively young boys. He was well known in Novokuybышevsk, appearing in newspapers and proudly calling himself an artist. His models were mainly street children or boys from dysfunctional families, of which were there many in the remote town. Some agreed to pose in exchange for a modest fee in the form of a meal, drinks or a pack of cigarettes, while others were forced. In 1998, a delegation arrived from the capital consisting of Sergei Gorshko, Vsevolod Solntsev-Elbe and Dmitry Kuznetsov, who were well known in pornographic business circles. They offered Timofeyev a deal to sell his videos to a wide range of buyers. Soon afterwards, Timofeyev's employer, Dmitry Kuznetsov, admitted on camera, "Timocha is a man who has subjugated an entire city. He provided access to local boys to such important people." It seems that Vladimir Timofeyev really did have serious patrons, not just in Novokuybышevsk or Samara, but much higher up. After all, the owner of the porn studio was only arrested when Interpol and the FBI began investigating the Blue Orchid case. According to the most conservative estimates, at least 500 boys passed through Timocha's studio to be exploited. In total, his colleagues at Blue Orchid attracted several thousand children to the business through persuasion, gifts or force. The consumers of Timofeyev's content, again, I'm not accusing anyone, but according to rumors, included well-known people from all over Russia. For example, one world-famous conductor who would be caught in Thailand on similar charges 10 years later. However, watching such content was not a criminal offense in Russia at the time, and most of those involved were not convicted. Most surprising and disgusting of all, however, is that some deputies, human rights activists and well-known public figures immediately rushed to defend child abusers from legal lawlessness and signed petitions in their defense. Or perhaps it was not surprising. One of the website owners, Vsevolod Solntsev-Elbe, was a very respectable man, an assistant to State Duma deputy Darya Mitina. He even used her ID for his courier activities between Moscow and Novokuybышevsk. Well, the end of the story was prison sentences for everyone involved in this terrible affair. For abusing hundreds of children, the website's authors and photographer received sentences ranging from 2 to 4 years. The Moscow organizers did not even serve their sentences. In the same year that they were charged, they were released immediately in connection with an amnesty timed to coincide with the 55th anniversary of the Great Victory. You see, at that time, the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation did not yet have separate articles providing for severe punishment for the production of child exploitation materials, only an article on adult materials that carried a punishment for up to 2 years. And that was it. Furthermore, following the amnesty, some of the defendants resumed their activities, creating a new project called Omega, which targeted users in the US, Canada and Western Europe. Of course, law enforcement formally identified 2 more men who directly participated in the Blue Orchid videos, and they have been charged with multiple counts of violence against minors. However, one fell from a window of an infectious diseases hospital, and the second from the 7th floor of his own house. Some people speculated that the lenient sentences in this horrific case and the mysterious deaths of the main suspects were not due to imperfections in Russian law, but rather because the defendants had powerful protection and an extensive circle of high-ranking individuals who could consume the content they created, or interact with them in some other way. Buran Curse. Buran, the Soviet reusable spacecraft, and the country's response to the space shuttle should have been the crowning achievement of Soviet cosmonautics. Instead, however, the giant made only one flight in 1988, and now its remains are living out their days in the Kazakh desert. How did this happen? Many believe that this project literally drained the Soviet space program and became one of the most painful blows to the country's economy at the time. The Energia Buran program cost the budget a colossal amount of money, according to various estimates between 14 and 16.5 billion Soviet rubles. But who needs economic and political reasons when there are more interesting ones? It's simple. The Buran spacecraft was cursed. In July 1977, 8 test pilots were selected for a top-secret mission. They were named the Wolf Pack, after their leader Igor Volk. No one could have imagined at the time that Volk would be the only one from the first group to live to a ripe old age. The first victims appeared even before the squadron was officially formed. Viktor Bukreev burned alive in his MiG-25 PU. The second victim was Alexander Lysenko, who died on June 23, 1977, when he and his partner crashed in a MiG-23. The pilot, who had no connection to Buran, survived and continued to fly, but Alexander died. On September 8, 1980, Oleg Kononenko's plane crashed into the sea. After his death, rumors of the Buran curse spread among superstitious pilots. Of course, the profession of a test pilot has always been extremely dangerous, but even against this backdrop, the series of tragedies in the elite squadron seemed ominous. A new recruitment drive for the squadron was announced, but there were fewer applicants than usual. They say that at Kononenko's wake, one of the candidates, Vladimir Turovets, wrote a poem on a napkin that ended with the words, "Who's next?" On February 8, 1981, he himself became the next. The fact that members of the Wolf Pack were dying one after another seemed strange not only to their colleagues. The KGB and GRU took up the case. They did not believe in mysticism, but they did believe in the work of enemy intelligence services. However, thorough investigations repeatedly concluded that all the disasters were tragic accidents. The project continued. There was even a brief pause in the mysterious deaths, during which 2 cosmonauts from the team, Igor Volk and Anatoly Levchenko, managed to fly into space on a regular Soyuz spacecraft, and even returned alive. However, Levchenko presumably developed a brain tumor during a hard landing. 6 months after the flight, on August 6, 1988, he died. The first flight of the Buran had not even taken place yet, but 5 of its test pilots had already died. The 6th was Alexander Shukin, who crashed in Su-26M sports plane in Zhukovsky on August 18, 1988. During his funeral, Reimata Stankevičius flew over him in the sky, following an old Air Force tradition. 2 years later, on September 9, 1990, Stankevičius crashed in a Su-27 during an exhibition performance at the Salgareda Air Show in Italy, becoming the 7th victim. Ultimately, it was decided that the first Buran flight on November 15, 1988 would be conducted in automatic mode without pilots, and it went perfectly. The next flight of the Buran, already with cosmonauts on board, was planned for 1991, but then, as you know, the curse decided to play big and destroyed an entire country, just to prevent the giant with people on board from going to space. However, the death did not end there. Nikolai Sadovnikov, who had left the program, died from injuries sustained during 2 ejections in 1994. In 2001, Yuri Sheffer died suddenly from a blood clot. A month and a half later, Yuri Prihodko died of cancer. The end of the story was tragic and symbolic. On May 12, 2002, the only Buran spacecraft that had flown into space met its end at the Baikonur Cosmodrome. Sadly, not alone. The concrete roof of the assembly and test complex collapsed, burying both the shuttle and 8 repair crew members. With the disappearance of the most powerful and expensive Soviet spacecraft, its curse disappeared as well. With the death of Buran, the unexpected death of its testers ceased. Cameras in my eyes. Dystopian stories have taught us to fear total surveillance. But what if governments, secret organizations or even aliens are watching us not with the cameras on the streets or smartphones, but by implanting cameras directly into people's eyes? And at least one Russian blogger believes so. Meet Alem Kulahmetov. He ran a YouTube channel for 7 years, and every video was titled the same: Video Cameras in the Eyes. Alem lives in Perm and works, or rather worked, as an auto electrician, a bus assembler, until the summer of 2014, when he decided to tell the whole world the truth. By that point, he had known for a year and a half that he was being followed. It began when he started dating a girl named Oksana. He believes that his relationship with Oksana was just a cover for a sinister experiment on him. He was convinced that a chip had been implanted in his head and that video cameras had been inserted directly into his eyes. This allows the observers to see everything he sees without his consent. Of course, Alem was not going to take this lightly. He tried to fight back throughout many videos, literally removing the cameras from his eyes with tweezers and forks. He also cut and removed the upper layer of his cornea without anesthesia, recording the entire process on camera, but it didn't make him feel any better. Fortunately, YouTube protected you from this spectacle in time, and Alem's new videos of his experiments are blocked immediately. His last video was 2 months ago. It's clear that his illness hasn't improved, and he still believes in surveillance and cameras. But at least his eyes are still in place, which is good news, I guess. An-24 kindergarten crash. In the Soviet Union, they loved to hide disasters. But how do you hide a military transport plane crashing into a kindergarten in broad daylight? As it turns out, you can try. On May 16, 1972, at noon, in the resort town of Svetlogorsk located in the Kaliningrad region, an An-24T aircraft belonging to the Baltic Fleet crashed into a local kindergarten. As a result, 35 people were killed, 8 crew members and passengers on board, as well as 27 people on the ground, including 24 children. Authorities reacted immediately by sending the military, the KGB and the police to the scene of the disaster. To avoid publicity, a state of emergency was declared in the city. Telephone communications were cut off, the telegraph stopped working and electricity was shut down in homes. Residents of Svetlogorsk were strongly advised not to leave their apartments. KGB officers walked around the city, convincing everyone that no disaster had occurred. Of course, the whole city knew about the tragedy. In just 9 hours, all the wreckage from the plane and the destroyed building was removed from the scene of the tragedy. By the morning of May 17th, a small garden square had been laid out on the site of the former kindergarten. The very next day. To minimize publicity on the day of the victim's funeral, commuter trains were cancelled, and traffic was restricted on roads connecting the regional center to Svetlogorsk. The Soviet media remained silent about the tragedy, but information leaked to the West. On the same day, Radio Free Europe reported on what had happened. But what had happened on board that day? Officially, the cause was classified, blaming it all on unsatisfactory training and flight management. But the crew commander, Vilor Gutnik, was a top-class pilot with nearly 5,000 hours of flight time. By the way, no criminal case was opened, only an internal investigation which resulted in the dismissal of about 40 military personnel. Today, many experts believe that negligence on the part of the Army command was the main cause of the tragedy. The night before the flight, the Soviet Navy Air Force decided to replace the altimeters on the An-24s with those from Il-14. However, they forgot to check that the new altimeters were working properly. As a result, the crew of Flight 05 flew at minimum altitude but believed they had an additional 60 to 70 meters of reserve below them. So the main blame for the tragedy lay with those who ordered such an urgent replacement and sent the plane on its flight. But of course, they did not suffer any serious punishment. To finally close the issue, rumors were started that alcohol had been found in the blood of the deceased pilots. a cynical lie to shift all the blame onto the dead. Dnipropetrovsk maniacs. Remember when I told you about the Irkutsk hammer killers? If you think their story is the epitome of cruelty, you are mistaken. They had predecessors who may have inspired them. The Dnipropetrovsk maniacs claimed 21 victims in just a couple of months. Viktor Sayenko, Igor Suprunyuk and Alexander Ganja. The latter, however, did not kill anyone as he was afraid of blood, and only performed ancillary duties, so there were two main characters in this story, Sayenko and Suprunyuk. As in the Irkutsk case, they were very young, just over 19 years old. As in that case, they recorded everything on video. And even the strange leader-follower relationship is present here too. Viktor Sayenko's school nickname was Boy Girl because he was very attached to Suprunyuk and did whatever his friend wanted. The boys first got into trouble with the law in 5th grade when they were caught for hooliganism. Then came animal abuse and brutal beatings of their peers. They basically disfigured two classmates for life. But they got away with it every time. Why is that? Because Sayenko and Suprunyuk's parents were important people in Dnipropetrovsk. Sayenko's father worked in the prosecutor's office. Suprunyuk's mother was a high-ranking official, and his father was a former pilot for Ukrainian President Leonid Kuchma. This impunity gave them a sense of absolute permissiveness. In the summer of 2007, they went on a killing spree in Dnipropetrovsk and its surroundings. In a short period of time, they committed 21 murders, all in the same way. They attacked random passers-by suddenly and for no apparent reason, beating their victims to death with hammers, metal rods and other heavy objects. Many of the victims were mutilated and tortured, some had their eyes gouged out while still alive. Suprunyuk and Sayenko were so confident in their ability to avoid capture that they knocked a girl off her scooter with a hammer and stole it in broad daylight in front of numerous witnesses, but the police refused to open a criminal case. It was only once they began finding 2 bodies a day that the police had to admit a maniac was on the loose at Dnipropetrovsk. The killers were so cocky that they didn't even try to hide. In fact, they once tried to pawn the victim's phone using their real passports. It was this mistake that led investigators to them. They were caught, and the phones containing dozens of video files became the main evidence in court. Nevertheless, the killers insisted on their innocence until the end. Their lawyers and parents tried to prove that the case was fabricated and the videos had been edited. It didn't work. The pair received life sentences. But the main question remained unanswered. Why? The court was unable to establish a clear motive. There are several versions of the events. First, the press reported that Vladimir Shuba, the prosecutor of the Dnipropetrovsk region at the time, was subjected to tremendous pressure during the investigation to conceal the names of other accomplices in the case. Rumors circulated that other suspects had initially been detained in connection with the case, including the son of a high-ranking police officer and the nephew of the former governor. However, they were allegedly released, and all the blame was pinned on Sayenko and Suprunyuk. The name of their fourth friend is known for certain, Danilo Kozlov, whom the police released in exchange for testimony against Sayenko and Suprunyuk, although he was definitely aware of all their activities and may even have gone out hunting with them. There were also rumors that the crimes could be linked to larger shadow structures such as organized criminal groups, which would explain the initial inaction of the police and the inability to quickly bring the killers to justice. The second theory is that the murders were not just sadistic entertainment, but a kind of ritual associated with a neo-Nazi or Satanist cult. When studying the correspondence of the maniacs, it was discovered that they referred to their targets as slaves and believed that the victims would serve them in the afterlife. Finally, the third version is the most terrifying. Viktor Sayenko and Igor Suprunyuk did not commit the murders for pleasure. They were fulfilling an order to create so-called snuff films, video recordings of real murders sold on the black market. Allegedly, the ex-girlfriend of one of the criminals and their former classmate claimed that the guys had received an order from a wealthy foreign client for 40 videos in exchange for a huge reward. This at least explains why they carefully recorded all their crimes. Whether this is true or not, we will never know, but some of these videos did indeed end up on the internet. If you've ever heard of the video 3 Guys 1 Hammer, yes, it was them. USSR lost the war to Germany. Perhaps one of the most global conspiracy theories, because how can the outcome of an entire world war be concealed, and one that is so well documented? But some believe that the real outcome of World War II was the Soviet Union's defeat and Germany's victory. How is this possible? Vladimir Rizun, a former GRU legal residency employee in Geneva who fled to the UK in 1978, promotes this theory. There he adopted the pseudonym Viktor Suvorov and became the author of numerous books describing his unusual perspective on World War II. In his opinion, the main cause of the war was Stalin's dictatorial policy, which aimed to seize European states. According to Suvorov, in the summer of 1941, the Red Army was preparing to attack Germany and subsequently capture the rest of Europe. However, German troops thwarted these plans by attacking first. He cites the huge concentration of Soviet troops on the western border in 1941, the mass production of offensive weapons and the lack of defensive ones as evidence. No defensive lines were built deep inside the country. In his opinion, all of this is uncharacteristic of a country preparing for defense. Suvorov also interpreted Stalin's May 5th speech to military academies graduates as a direct call for offensive warfare. In other words, Hitler was merely defending himself against the USSR, according to Suvorov. Therefore, even after winning the Great Patriotic War, the USSR did not achieve its ultimate goals in World War II, such as establishing complete control over Europe and sparking a world revolution. The subsequent Cold War and the Soviet Union's economic exhaustion are seen as evidence of a strategic defeat. Of course, it's crucial to state that the vast majority of professional historians around the world reject this theory. In 1941, the Red Army was in extremely poor condition due to repression and reorganization, was completely unprepared for a large-scale offensive, and Stalin was clearly trying to delay entering the war at any cost. Anatoly Bugorsky. Do you think it's possible to survive being exposed to a beam of energy 300 times greater than a lethal dose of radiation? Yes, if you are Anatoly Bugorsky, a physicist from Protvino. On July 13, 1978, something went wrong with the U-70, the USSR's largest particle accelerator at the Institute of High Energy Physics. The safety system activated and Bugorsky looked into the accelerator channel to find the malfunction. At that moment, the safety mechanism failed, and the silent, invisible beam of protons flying at nearly the speed of light pierced his head. Bugorsky received about 2,000 grays at the entrance and 3,000 grays at the exit. A lethal dose is about 5 grays. He was urgently taken to a special clinic in Moscow, where doctors were prepared only to witness his inevitable and painful death. The incident itself was immediately classified. But Bugorsky survived, and according to him, he didn't feel any pain, just a bright flash. Due to nerve damage, the left side of his face was paralyzed, his left ear was deaf, and he now suffers from epileptic seizures from time to time. In all other respects, however, Anatoly was completely healthy. How is this possible? He was incredibly lucky. The proton beam was only 2 by 3 mm in size and passed through his brain without touching any critical areas. If the beam had been slightly wider and affected more cells, he certainly would have died. He returned to scientific work and 2 years later defended his candidate of sciences dissertation on that very particle accelerator. And judging by what I found in Russian scientific databases, he continued to publish articles until at least 2018. Truly, it was the work of a lifetime. Gogol was buried alive. Nikolai Gogol, the great Russian or Ukrainian writer, had a rather peculiar phobia. He was terrified of being buried alive. So much so that he sent his will to all his friends in advance, writing, "Do not bury my body until there are clear signs of decomposition." The thing is, in 1839, the writer suffered from malaria encephalitis, a disease accompanied by fainting spells and prolonged sleep, which made the writer fear being mistaken for dead. Gogol died in 1852, less than a month before his 43rd birthday, after effectively starving himself to death during a religious fast. 3 days later, he was buried in the Danilov Monastery Cemetery in Moscow. Almost 80 years later, the monastery grounds were converted into a shelter for homeless children by the Soviet power. It was then decided to exhume the writer's remains and transfer them to Novodevichy Cemetery. Not only specialists, but also a delegation of Soviet writers were present at the exhumation on May 31, 1931. Vladimir Lidin, a writer and one of the eyewitnesses, later claimed that the interior lining of the coffin was scratched when it was opened. Gogol's body was in an unnatural position with his head turned to the side. It was as if Gogol has regained consciousness in the coffin and spent his final hours desperately trying to escape. However, that was not the most gruesome discovery. According to the most widely accepted version of the legend, the skull of Gogol was missing from the coffin. Where did it go? Rumors spread that the skull had been stolen long before, commissioned by theater collector Alexei Bakhrushin, who sought out such gruesome artifacts. However, some do not believe these stories at all. Gogol spent his last days under the constant supervision of Moscow's best doctors, who would not have overlooked his lethargic sleep. Sculptor Nikolai Ramazanov, who made Gogol's death mask, was also certain that Gogol was dead. In his notes, Ramazanov said the writer's fears were unfounded and that it was just an eternal, unending sleep. The rotation of the body in the grave is explained by natural causes, the destruction of the coffin boards and the pressure of the soil. But then, where did the skull go? Who disturbed the writer's eternal sleep? Was it really eternal initially? American authors of the Russian Constitution. And here's another conspiracy theory about the events of 1993, or more precisely what followed them. Let me remind you that the political crisis in Russia ended with President Yeltsin's victory. Shortly thereafter, the country hastily adopted a new constitution, which gave the head of state virtually unlimited powers. Officially, its authors are considered to be Russian lawyers Sergei Alexeyev, Anatoly Sobchak, and Sergei Shahrai. But what if this is just a smokescreen? Some believe that the real think tank that wrote the main law of the new Russia was located overseas, in the United States. According to this theory, American lawyers from the Czech consulting firm working on the behalf of the US government played a huge role in drafting the Russian constitution. They developed the main provisions of Russia's fundamental law, then the document was only slightly edited. I usually present arguments for and against, but remember the US aid agency whose funding was recently cut by Donald Trump. For a long time, there was a page on the agency's official website dedicated to its work in Russia. It stated in black and white that US aid participated in the development of the Constitution of the Russian Federation, as well as the civil and tax codes. One could argue at length about whether their contributions were in the country's best interest and how significant they were. But if the question is, did the Russian Constitution have American authors? The answer is yes, it did. Mother Ukraine. The Motherland Monument in Kiev is the younger brother, or rather sister, of a similar monument in Volgograd. Initially, the monument was to be built by the same sculptor, Yevgeny Vuchetich. But in 1974, shortly after work began, he died suddenly. Rumors spread that Vuchetich had modeled the statue's face after his daughter, who also died shortly thereafter, giving the monument an ominous aura. Due to this negative reputation, many renowned sculptors declined to take on the cursed project until Vasily Brodai accepted. First the curse of the spaceship, now the curse of the monument, what's next? However, the locals believe that the monument itself was not cursed, but rather the land on which it stood. The monument was erected on a historic hill called Black Mountain, which had long had a bad reputation in Kiev. Legend had it that birds did not fly over it, animals avoided it, and any buildings erected there burned down or sank into the ground. Many believe that building a giant idol with a sword in such an unclean place would bring misfortune to the city and country. Perhaps this is why after its construction was completed, the statue took on a life of its own in urban legends. According to old-timers and tour guides, at exactly midnight the monument's arms would move and the statue would strike its sword against its shield, producing a hollow ringing sound. Others claim that as night fell, the statue would make a full turn around its axis. But let's end with the most harmless and plausible mystery about the monument. Take a closer look at the sword. It looks disproportionately short for such a massive figure. Why? According to a Kiev legend, the sword was shortened at the Kiev Metropolitan's urgent request. He said the sword should not be taller than the bell tower's cross at the nearby Kiev-Pechersk Lavra. Strangely enough, the Soviet authorities agreed to this concession but justified it on the grounds of architectural balance. Treasures of Stepan Razin. Stepan Razin. To some, he is a folk hero and protector. To others, he is a cruel robber and rebel. Regardless of who he was, his name is associated with one of Russia's greatest mysteries, the secret of his untold treasures. Razin's treasure was based on the fabulous loot from his famous campaign in Persia. According to eyewitness accounts, the Cossacks plundered the richest cities, and the Ottoman's treasury overflowed with gold, silver and precious stones. Further military successes, including the capture of Astrakhan, Tsaritsyn, Samara and Saratov, significantly replenished the treasury. However, in 1671, Razin was captured and executed, and his wealth suddenly vanished. So, where could it be? The ataman's younger brother, Frol Razin, confessed under torture that he knew the treasure's location. He promised to reveal it in exchange for his life. According to legend, he dragged the Tsar's servants around the Don and Volga rivers for 5 years. Eventually, the authorities lost their patience and Frol was executed too. Did he take the secret with him to his grave? Or was there no treasure at all? Most people believe that it does exist. However, finding it is hindered by, that's right, the curse again. According to legend, Razin's treasures are enchanted and can be only obtained by those who sprinkle them with the blood of an innocent person. For 3.5 centuries, hundreds of treasure hunters have tried their luck, focusing on 3 main search locations. The first is a cave located in the Zhiguli Mountains near Samara. Every year, dozens of people come with metal detectors and find coins and bullets from that period, but no one has ever found the main treasure. The second site is the town of Kogalnitsky on the Don River, where Stepan was captured and handed over to the Tsarist troops. It would make sense for him to have hidden the riches somewhere nearby. The third is the numerous high cliffs along the Volga River, especially Devichi Cliff. Such places were traditionally considered reliable hiding places for loot. However, there are more than 100 potential locations where the treasure could be, as riverbeds have changed over the centuries, ravines have crumbled and cave entrances may have been blocked. Finally, artificial reservoirs were built. So a hiding place that could have been discovered in the 17th century is now probably hidden under a thick layer of soil or water. False Dmitry I was real. False Dmitry I, who ascended the Russian throne in 1605, was… no, not cursed, you guessed wrong. He was just not false, but the real Tsarevich Dmitry, son of Ivan the Terrible, who allegedly miraculously escaped Uglich in 1591. During the murder of the prince, which was orchestrated by Boris Godunov, another boy replaced Dmitry and became the victim while he was secretly taken abroad. Today, official history believes that the name False Dmitry was used to conceal Grigory Otrepyev, a monk and deacon of the Chudov monastery who fled to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in 1601 and declared himself the heir to the throne who had miraculously survived. But history is written by the victors. What if the real legitimate Tsar had ascended the Russian throne in 1605? The most compelling argument is his mother's recognition of him. In July 1605, Ivan the Terrible's last wife, Maria Nagaya, publicly met with the young man and recognized him as her son. For Moscow, this was decisive proof. Why would a mother lie by sending an impostor to the throne? Many boyars and members of the royal family also recognized him as Dmitry, noting the royal bearing, education and confidence of the false Dmitry in his origins. He behaved not like an impostor, but like a man who firmly believed in his own righteousness. Where could a simple monk have acquired such manners? However, after ascending the throne, this true prince began to behave very strangely. He violated centuries-old church and palace customs, wore European clothes, and surrounded himself with Polish Catholics. Most importantly, he never had any epileptic seizures, from which the real Tsarevich Dmitry was known to suffer. For all these suspicious antics, he was deposed, killed, and his body was loaded into a cannon and fired toward the Polish border. Killer Doctor's Plot. The Doctor's Plot, also known as the case of the murderous doctors, was one of the last major political repressions in the Soviet Union under Stalin. It began with a Pravda article entitled "Despicable Spies and Murderers in the Guise of Professors and Doctors." The article reported on the arrest of a group of Kremlin doctors, most of whom were Jewish. The doctors were accused of conspiracy, working for American and British intelligence, and murdering party leaders. Among the accused were 37 leading Soviet medical specialists and their family members. A key moment came with the death of Andrei Zhdanov, secretary of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks in 1948. Dr. Lydia Timashuk wrote a denunciation claiming that Zhdanov died due to improper treatment. Although initially ignored, this denunciation was retrieved from the archives several years later, and became one of the reasons for the start of the repressions. Mikhail Rumin was the main initiator of the case, but Minister of State Security Abakumov initially held back the process. After Abakumov's arrest, however, the case gained momentum. A wave of anti-Semitic hysteria swept across the country. People were afraid to go to clinics, and neighbors wrote denunciation against doctors with suspicious last names. But at the height of the campaign, a bombshell exploded. On March 5, 1953, Joseph Stalin, the leader of the peoples, died. By April 1st, everyone arrested in connection with the case had been released. The next day, April 4th, the newspaper Pravda published an official statement from the USSR Ministry of Internal Affairs. The statement acknowledged that the charges were false, and that the testimony had been obtained through unacceptable investigative methods. All surviving defendants in the case were fully rehabilitated and reinstated at work. But what would have happened if Stalin had not died? According to one theory, Stalin was planning to deport all Jews in the Soviet Union to Siberia and the Far East. The Doctor's Plot was supposed to provoke public anger, under the pretext of protecting the people from which the evacuation was planned. There is evidence that barracks were already being built and trains were being prepared for this purpose, and only Stalin's timely death prevented this horrific plan from being carried out. Lyudmila Putina's interview. It's been a while since we've had any wild conspiracy theories about Vladimir Putin, hasn't it? In 2015, the internet was rocked by one such theory. Allegedly, Russia's former First Lady, Lyudmila Putina, gave a candid interview to the German newspaper Die Welt. In the interview, she claimed that her ex-husband had been dead for a long time and had been replaced by body doubles in public. She also described her family life with Putin in vivid detail, calling him a very cruel man who beat her. Some versions of the story claim that Lyudmila now lives abroad under a different surname, is under the protection of foreign special services, or has been eliminated. This sounds like an information bomb capable of changing the world. But there is one problem. This interview with Die Welt never happened. All of the screenshots circulated on the internet have been revealed to be crude fakes. The main question, however, is not whether it is true, but rather why this fabrication has proved so enduring and why millions believed it. It is because after her divorce in 2013, Lyudmila Putina, the person who has been so close to the president, simply disappeared from view. Where did she go? What happened to her? No one knew, and this void was filled with conjecture. So much so that they were ready to believe even the most insane theories. The doctrine of Earth's lost moons. Theories about Earth's lost moons tell us that our planet may have had not one, but several moons in the past which were eventually destroyed or fell to Earth. Incidentally, Helena Blavatsky, whom I mentioned in previous episodes, actively promoted a similar theory. In her Theosophy, she introduced the concept of the lunar chain. The moon was the remnant of an earlier incarnation of Earth that gave birth to a new planet. However, modern followers have slightly modified this legend, resulting in the doctrine of the lost moons of Earth. Since the 1990s, this doctrine has been promoted within Slavic neo-paganism, Radnaveria. According to this doctrine, the Earth, called Midgard, originally had 3 satellites with different orbital periods: Lelia, 7 days, Fata, 13 days, and the Moon, 29 days. Each satellite was a sort of a protector for a great race that inhabited the Earth. More than 110,000 years ago, Lelia was destroyed by the god Tarch-Dashbog in order to demolish the bases of the dark forces located on it that were preparing to conquer the Earth. The fall of its fragments caused the first Great Flood and the destruction of the mythical northern continent of Daria, which was inhabited by the first great race. About 13,000 years ago, the second satellite, Fata, was also destroyed, leading to the second flood and the destruction of Atlantis and the second race, the Atlanteans. Accordingly, the current moon patronizes the human race, or more precisely, the great Slavic Aryans, but no one knows when its cycle will end or if it will repeat the fate of its sisters. Tax power vertical. The next theory concerns a term we hear every day in the news about Russian politics: vertical of power. The phrase strengthening the vertical of power usually refers to, I quote, measures that improve the manageability and accountability of the authorities of the constituent entities of the Russian Federation to the federal center, of local self-government bodies to the constituent entities, and so on. Boring. This theory, however, asserts that this entire vertical structure was invented solely to siphon funds from the regions to the insatiable capital. Thus, in the early 2000s, a tax reform was carried out that significantly increased the dependence of the constituent entities of the Russian Federation on the federal center. Now, all regions of the Russian Federation receive funds not directly from their own taxpayers, but through an intermediary, the federal center. On the one hand, this keeps local elites from having too much influence on tax control, which reduces the chance of corruption at the local level. On the other hand, the federal center now gets about 65 to 70% of tax revenues. Even wealthy oil and gas producing regions can't really do much on their own when it comes to handling their money, which makes them more likely to follow the rules. If the region even so much as shows any sign of political disobedience, it can supposedly be punished by having its finances cut off. Supporters of this theory are convinced that Moscow is effectively parasitizing on the body of a huge country, sucking all the juices out of it and establishing total control over the population and business. Some even believe that at the top of this vertical structure is not Moscow, but rather a kind of shadow government, which, according to the classic theory, is located somewhere to the west. Through complex financial mechanisms and budget rules, money from Russia goes straight to Western financial institutions such as the IMF or the US Federal Reserve. So this entire vertical structure is built solely for the purpose of collecting tribute from the colony that Russia has become. Mental impact of panel housing. Since you are my subscribers, you probably all love Khrushchevkas, Stalinkas and Brezhnevkas. But there has long been a theory circulating on the internet that living in prefabricated buildings, characteristic of many post-Soviet cities, can have a significant psychological impact on their residents. Negative impact, of course. According to the theory, the mass construction of identical prefabricated buildings during the Soviet and post-Soviet periods was part of an experiment or conspiracy aimed at completely erasing individual differences and creating an average Soviet citizen. Conspiracy theorists claim that identical apartments in identical buildings in identical neighborhoods were designed to eradicate feelings of ownership and personal space. This would make people more dependent on the collective and the state. The grayness, straight lines, and lack of architectural embellishments were deliberately designed to create an oppressive atmosphere. The excellent acoustic of Khrushchevkas constantly reminds you that you are never alone. All this suppresses creativity, reduces critical thinking, and drives people into apathy, making them more passive and controllable. The standardized layout of apartments and neighborhoods also made the special services work much easier. Knowing the layout of a building made it easier to conduct surveillance, eavesdrop, and monitor residents' movements. Some argue that the shape and proportions of paneled buildings create negative energy fields that suck the energy out of the people living in them. And if that wasn't enough to break someone, certain substances were added to the concrete panels or reinforcing frame, or special elements were built in, designed to have a psychotronic effect or suppress the will. This fits well with the theory about the phenolic houses, don't you agree? They added something dangerous to the concrete to reduce costs, so why not add something else to control us? Rum Babas for Zhdanov. The 872-day blockade of Leningrad is one of the most horrific chapters of World War II. Mass starvation led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people in the city. According to one theory, while ordinary citizens starved and died from the blockade, lavish feasts were held in besieged Leningrad, specifically in Smolny, where Andrei Zhdanov, the first secretary of the Leningrad Regional Committee, lived and worked. These feasts featured exquisite dishes, including caviar, crab, ham, fish, and peaches, which were brought in by special planes. Of course, the legendary rum babas were also present. Writer Daniil Granin first reported this in his book The Man Who Was Not From Here. Granin recounts being shown a photograph of confectioners in white caps bustling about a large baking sheet covered with rum babas. The cakes were allegedly intended for Smolny, the military council, and Zhdanov personally, who loved them very much. He noted that the photograph was taken in December 1941, when factory workers received 250 grams of bread per day, and other employees and children received only 125 grams. The party leadership's lack of hunger during the blockade is confirmed by the absence of any mention of starvation deaths among representatives of the district, city, or regional committees of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks in the archives. Additionally, archive evidence suggests that in December 1941, one of Leningrad's confectionery factories really was producing rum cakes, Viennese pastries, and chocolate. However, some diaries of people who experienced the blockade confirm that rum cakes could be bought with Russian cards at theater buffets, not just for the party elite. Furthermore, the claim that the rum babas or peaches were intended for Zhdanov personally seems doubtful, since he was known to suffer from diabetes. There is also a theory that the photographs at the confectionery factory were taken for propaganda purposes, to show that the situation in Leningrad is not so bad. Alternatively, the products may have been intended for hospitals and pilots who were entitled to extra rations. But in any case, even if there really was no feast, the diet of the party elite in Smolny certainly differed from that of ordinary citizens dying in cold apartments. Novodvorskaya's hellish ordeal. Valeria Novodvorskaya, a politician, was a very controversial figure and the subject of thousands of memes. Some consider her a freedom fighter, while others see her as extremely eccentric, bordering on crazy. But the fact is that both descriptions may be accurate. Take a look at these photos. On the left is Valeria Ilyinichna in her youth. On the right is the same woman just 10 years later. What could have changed a person beyond recognition? Perhaps Soviet punitive psychiatry. Novodvorskaya began her dissident activities in her youth. At the age of 19, she was arrested by the KGB for anti-Soviet agitation, specifically distributing leaflets. In 1970s, she was placed in Kazan psychiatric hospital with a diagnosis of sluggish schizophrenia and paranoid personality disorder. This was a classic method of dealing with dissidents. She was forcibly sent to psychiatric hospitals several more times with fabricated diagnoses. Patients in such hospitals found themselves completely powerless and totally dependent on doctors and guards, with fewer rights than prisoners in penal colonies. Novodvorskaya recalled that patients in the hospital were beaten, tied up, tortured with a dental drill and injected with sulfazine, gaseous oxygen and haloperidol. Electroshock therapy and induced insulin shock were also used. A zombie emerges from the special prison, just the outer shell of a former human being, burned out from within by boundless hatred, extreme humiliation and suffering beyond the comprehension of a rational being. But this zombie is also forced to lead an afterlife. Death in Lefortovo was an unattainable blessing, an exquisite rarity, a fairy tale dream. It could only be dreamed of. Later, Valeria Novodvorskaya was often called a freak, for her strange voice, for her bluntness and for her overly direct wording, for her very amusing personal style after all. But her excess weight can easily be explained by hormonal imbalance after horse doses of drugs, her eccentricity by a broken psyche after 10 years of hell. What if she wasn't born that way, but made that way? Hell icons. Adopisные icons, also known as black icons, are legendary icons beneath whose visible layer of paint lies an image of the devil or demons. That is, the word literally means icons painted in hell, or for hell. The first mentions of them date back to the life of Basil the Blessed in the 16th century. According to legend, one day, the saint suddenly threw a stone at the revered icon of the Mother of God at the Varvarsky gates in Moscow. When the outraged crowd pounced on him, Basil shouted, "The devil is painted there." He claimed that evil forces had replaced the icon long ago, and ordered the top layer of paint to be scraped off. Underneath, an image of the devil was indeed found. Rumors and legends about corrupted icons became particularly widespread in the 19th century during a period of heightened religious prejudice against the backdrop of industrialization. Newspapers of the time were full of reports of unclean images being found in various regions. According to folk legends, such icons were spread by enemies of the church, Freemasons, Jews or sectarians, to undermine Orthodox dogma. The creation of adopisные icons was considered a form of black magic. The technique was described as follows. First, the icon painter painted the devil on the board and let it dry. Then they covered it with a new layer of primer and painted the canonical saint on top. The result was a spiritual changeling. A person prays to God, but in reality his prayer goes to the devil hidden under the paint. It was believed that such icons were given to enemies to bring misfortune or drive an entire family mad. However, despite numerous references in historical sources and folk legends, not a single authentic example of such an icon has survived, causing many researchers to doubt their existence. Some consider all this to be a tale invented by cunning merchants. Allegedly, they could secretly scratch the paint of the buyer's icon, discover horns there, and immediately sell a new clean icon at triple the price to the frightened peasant. State of prisons in the 19th century Russia. If you want to see something as close to hell on earth as possible, take a look at 19th century Russian prisons. Some believe that the horrors of the Gulag were the first of their kind. However, historical records tell a different story. Most Tsarist prisons were rotten, dilapidated barracks. Prisoners suffered from overcrowded cells and were not separated by gender, age or the severity of their crimes. The sick were kept with the healthy, leading to frequent epidemics. Typhus, typhoid fever, scurvy and tuberculosis decimated the population. The state provided prisoners with almost no food. They survived only on the charity of compassionate citizens, known as alms. There was virtually no medical staff in prisons. Prisoners slept on dirty floors, in corridors or even in the yard, often in chains, which exacerbated injuries and infections. Conditions in Siberian katorgas were terrible too. Hundreds of people, including women and children, were forced to walk thousands of kilometers under guard. They suffered from cold, hunger and filth. Many died along the way. In his book about Russian prisons, Englishman Arthur Griffiths wrote that only a handful of the 2,561 children in 1881 survived the Siberian road to katorga. Some modern conspiracy theories suggest that Tsarist prisons were testing grounds for secret psychological experiments or drug trials, foreshadowing the methods of the NKVD. However, this is a case where conspiracy theories are not particularly necessary. The reality is already horrific enough. There is, however, an interesting detail. Some claim that in order to survive this horror, the prisoners created their own state within a state with brutal rules. These rules have come down to us today as a thieves' code, which all prisoners in Russian prisons still obey. Russians are not Slavs. I discussed this pseudoscientific myth invented by the Pole Franciszek Duchinsky in detail in this video. Take some time to watch it. You can also participate in the massive shitstorm in the comments. 4,500 is no joke. Lenin's ziggurat. Lenin's mausoleum, designed by architect Alexei Shushev, was built in 1924. Take a closer look at its shape. It is neither Russian nor classical in style. Rather, it is a stepped pyramid. For some reason, it looks like an exact copy of the ziggurats of ancient Mesopotamia, where some bloody rituals were performed. I mean, the emphasized connection with pagan rituals and the symbolism of ancient civilizations align pretty well with the Soviet government's anti-church ideology. But conspiracy theorists claim that in their struggle against the church, the Bolsheviks did not just reject religion, rather they created their own dark cult. They believe the mausoleum serves as both a monument and an energy object that influences the surrounding space. Some believe that Shushev based his design on the Pergamon altar, which the Bible directly refers to as the throne of Satan. Why is this ziggurat still in the middle of Red Square? Some believe that it emits negative energy affecting the Russian people. Others believe that the mausoleum controls the minds of the masses. Finally, some say that the mausoleum was built as a sacrificial altar. Who was sacrificed? The pioneers, of course, who were brought in droves from all over the country to see grandfather Lenin's body. I was there too, on a school trip. I was lucky, I wasn't chosen as a sacrifice and escaped unscathed and unchanged. Or was I? Soros's plan. And what discussion of global conspiracies would be complete without him? The world's chief villain. You all know George Soros, the financier, investor and philanthropist whose name has become a household word. Officially, he has donated a total of $32 billion to charity, but unofficially he has spent this money for his own hidden political purposes. Many believe he played an important role in the fall of communist regimes in Eastern Europe during the Velvet Revolutions of 1989. As for Russia, some believe that George had a separate, mega cunning plan in store. The Soros Foundation operated officially in Russia from 1995 to 2015, when it was banned and declared an undesirable organization. It has supported science, education and NGOs, but as it later turned out, its activities resulted in a large-scale brain drain from the country. It literally vacuumed up talented personnel and pulled them out of the country with grants. These are not my words, they're a quote from Vladimir Putin. After the 1998 crisis in Russia, it is believed that Soros did not forgive the country for failing to return his investments. In retaliation, he launched a campaign to destabilize Russia. In 2023, Nikolai Patrushev, secretary of the Russian Security Council, stated outright that Soros's American funds had developed a full manual for dismantling Russia. The Soros's plan, for example, included creating numerous organizations that would infiltrate Russian society and organize protests or even a velvet revolution at the right moment. I mean, back in the day, Soros allocated money for things like writing Russian history textbooks for children, and it's obvious what worldview prevailed in them. But don't think this is just purely Russian paranoia. George Soros is hated by conservatives all around the world. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan once said that Soros is the linchpin of a Jewish conspiracy to divide and destabilize Turkey and other countries. Nigel Farage, the leader of the British Brexit Party, claims that Soros is actively encouraging migrants to flood Europe and is in many ways the main threat to the entire Western world. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban has declared war on Soros altogether, passing a package of Stop Soros laws. Orban claims that the billionaire has a secret plan to destroy nation-states by mixing their population in the melting pot of globalism. Navalny is the Kremlin's Mandela. To avoid straying too far from the topic at hand, let us conclude our discussion of contemporary politics for today. For the record, Alexei Navalny is recognized by the Russian Federation as an extremist and a terrorist, as are all organizations and individuals associated with him. So, for some time there was a theory in Russia that this terrorist and extremist was not a fierce oppositionist, nor a puppet of the West, but rather a Kremlin project, a so-called Plan B, and that his popularity was deliberately cultivated in the image of Nelson Mandela, including his imprisonment. The idea was that in the event of unrest or revolution, Russia would be led by a popular figure who, at first glance, could not be associated with the previous regime. In reality, however, he would be completely loyal to the previous regime. The supporters of the theory cited his rapid rise to popularity in the early 2010s, he seemingly appeared out of nowhere, and the fact that he was allowed to participate in the Moscow mayoral election. Pro-government structures even shared the necessary signatures of municipal deputies with him for election admission. Finally, his supporters' investigations were based on documents impossible for ordinary people to obtain, such as billing records and closed registers. It was believed that one Kremlin tower, for example, the special services, was leaking compromising information about another tower, officials or oligarchs, through the opposition. This theory was great, but unfortunately has not been relevant since 2024. Kozyrev mirrors. At the previous level I told you about Soviet astrophysicist Nikolai Kozyrev, who believed that time was a physical quantity. Academician Vlail Kaznachev and his colleagues in Novosibirsk decided to test Kozyrev's theories in practice and created devices called Kozyrev mirrors. These mirrors are special structures usually made of aluminum alloys and often in the form of spirals or cylinders. What happens inside these mirrors? It is believed that Kozyrev mirrors can reflect and focus not only light, but also time and various types of radiation, including bioinformation fields. If a person is placed inside the Kozyrev mirror, they may gain access to the Earth's information field and develop clairvoyant abilities. These mirrors affect human consciousness and mental state. Test subjects experienced altered states of consciousness, feelings of leaving the body, visions of historical events, dizziness and fear. Supporters of Kozyrev's mirrors claim that because time flows differently inside the devices, they can be used to treat psychosomatic illnesses and balance the human biofield. The most unexplainable thing about them happened in the early 90s. During an experiment on telepathic transmission of symbols between Novosibirsk and Dixon, a glow similar to the northern lights appeared around the laboratory, and an unidentified flying object was seen hovering in the sky. Kaznachev and his supporters patented these objects, though only the designs and not their effects. Official science claims that aluminum can reflect heat and light, but not time. Battle Mode. The battle mole is not what you might imagine when you picture a heavily armed, furry creature. Think of a nuclear submarine that doesn't float in water, but rather burrows its way underground through thick granite behind enemy lines. That's a battle mole. It is theorized that such a device was developed in the Soviet Union in the mid-20th century. The concept was borrowed from the Germans and their Midgard serpent, then refined. Thanks to its nuclear reactor, the mole could literally dig into the ground and move at a speed of about 7 km per hour. The most interesting thing is that this is entirely conceivable. For example, open US patents describe nuclear machines that melt rock from heat from a reactor, leaving smooth tunnel walls. Why not militarize such a machine? Yes, the problem remains that it can only be used on its own continent, therefore it would be useless for the US in a war against the USSR, but quite useful for the USSR against Europe. It could penetrate enemy territory underground and destroy communications and command posts. It could even cause earthquakes with nuclear charges. According to one of the most daring theories, underground moles were planned to be secretly delivered by ships to the US coast to lay nuclear charges in seismically active areas. The goal was to provoke destructive earthquakes that would be attributed to natural disasters. The moles could also transport paratroopers who would jump out at the right moment at the enemy's most vulnerable points. According to some accounts, the tests ended in disaster when the underground vehicle exploded near Mount Blagodat in the Urals. The entire crew, including Commander Colonel Semyon Budnikov, died instantly. The machine itself, which had a nuclear reactor on board, was walled up in the rock. Following this disaster, the project was shut down and all related materials were destroyed or classified. Mavrodi's stock generation. You surely remember Sergei Mavrodi, the creator of the largest financial pyramid scheme in Russian history. Few people know, however, that his most daring project took place in the West, where he defrauded hundreds of thousands of Americans and Europeans. We are talking about the Stock Generation project, launched in 1998. Mavrodi registered it under the name of his 18-year-old sister-in-law Oksana Pavlyuchenko. For the late 1990s, it was extraordinary. A virtual stock exchange where shares of non-existent companies were traded. Players were promised returns of up to 200% per year. Mavrodi was no fool. He immediately posted a warning on his website stating that these shares were not real but simply fiction, a game of chance. Apparently, however, the visitors to the site were fools. The number of people deceived in the US and Western Europe officially amounted to 250,000 and unofficially to several million. The website operated on the principle of a classic pyramid scheme, where payments to old investors were provided by the influx of new ones. In 2000, it collapsed after the US Securities and Exchange Commission accused it of fraud and intervened. The most interesting part began in court. The SEC filed a lawsuit but lost in the first round. The Boston court ruled that since users had been warned that it was all a game, there was no fraud. The decision was later overturned, but it was too late. The money had disappeared and Mavrodi was out of the FBI's reach in Russia. However, not everyone is willing to accept that they are fools who have fallen for Mavrodi's scam once again. Many supporters believe that the US government and special services deliberately destroyed the project. Sergei allegedly discovered a vulnerability in the global banking system, and the American authorities destroyed the fair distribution project, fearing competition from an uncontrolled flow of money. An even crazier theory is that Stock Generation was allowed to register and operate in Western markets for several years because it was a special services experiment, perhaps the CIA or NSA. The internet was just emerging, and someone needed to study the psychology of crowds online. How do people part with their money online? How trusting are they? That is why, despite the obvious fraud and hundreds of thousands of victims, Mavrodi was never convicted in the US. Where exactly all the money Mavrodi stole from Western users ended up is unknown. Who was really behind Mavrodi is also unknown. Classic. Satanists in the USSR. The international satanic movement is recognized as extremist and banned in Russia. But in the Soviet Union, it is believed that Satanists not only existed, but were based right in the Kremlin. The USSR was said to be the state of the Antichrist. What are the arguments? First, the October Revolution of 1917 and the creation of the USSR are linked to a secret satanic plan by Freemasons and Jews, as described in the protocols of the Elders of Zion at the beginning of the 20th century. After the revolution, the Nazis accused the Bolsheviks of Jewish Bolshevism, claiming that Lenin and Trotsky were Freemasons and Jews, and that Karl Marx created communism at the behest of the Jewish Lodge. Russian nationalists have a different interpretation. The USSR's power is satanic because its leaders killed God's anointed one and destroyed the Third Rome. They consider the mass terror organized by the Soviet Union in the first years of its rule a rehearsal for the apocalypse and part of bloody satanic rituals. The anthem, the Internationale, also contains many questionable references. For example, the lines "Arise, ye cursed ones" are interpreted as a call to fallen angels. Similarly, the phrase "No one will give us salvation, neither God nor the Tsar" is seen as a direct declaration of war on heaven. The construction of a new world without God by our own hands is an exact copy of the Antichrist program. The words "those who are nothing will become all" are a typical satanic trick, similar to "you will be like gods." People also recall the monument to Judas who betrayed Christ. It was allegedly erected in Sviazhsk in 1918. There was also a magazine called Red Devil, published briefly as part of Pravda, the main newspaper of the Bolsheviks. Finally, recall what the Bolsheviks placed on the Kremlin towers: 5 pointed stars. Does that remind you of anything? The second part of the legend takes us to a more recent era. It is believed that since the 1970s the Order of Satan, or Unisat, has been operating in Moscow, Leningrad and Odessa. It included the Golden Youth, Bohemians and intellectuals who were tired of materialism. Inspired by the Western occultist Aleister Crowley, they held black masses in apartments. There were all sorts of rumors about them. Soviet patriots believed that this was a CIA plot to morally corrupt young people, along with rock music and jeans. A more daring version claims that these circles were supervised by the KGB itself, or even members of the Politburo who were seeking mystical protection for their declining power. There was talk of human sacrifices and connections with the party nomenclature, but of course these files are still kept under lock and key at Lubyanka. The Drowned of Maloga. Maloga is often called Russian Atlantis, a symbol of a vanished world. The ancient city once stood where the waters of the vast Rybinsk reservoir now splash. The Soviets built it in 1941, flooding Maloga with its population of about 5,000 to 7,000 people, as well as hundreds of villages, monasteries and settlements. In total, about 2,500 settlements of more than 130,000 people were flooded. Residents were forced to dismantle their houses log by log, float them down the river and reassemble them in a new location in exchange for meager compensation. It is believed that approximately 300 Maloga residents, mostly elderly, refused to leave their homeland. They allegedly locked themselves in their homes and chained themselves to heavy objects to die with their beloved city. This account is often supported by a reference to an NKVD report by Lieutenant Sklarov that allegedly mentioned citizens who wished to leave this life with their belongings. However, skeptics fiercely dispute this theory. They say that the reservoir did not fill up in an hour like in a disaster movie, but rather over the course of more than a month. They also claim that it was possible to simply walk away from the rising water. Sitting in the water for a week or more, waiting to be drowned by the slowly rising water level, is an odd and painful way to commit suicide. Secondly, the NKVD would hardly have allowed such a thing. The saboteurs would have been forcibly removed, possibly directly to the camps. Citizens of Maloga who survived the resettlement called it a tragedy in their memoirs, but also denied that people drowned themselves voluntarily. Maloga still sometimes partially emerges from under the water when the reservoir's level drop, and eyewitnesses claim that they not only see the remains of crosses in the water, but also sometimes hear inhuman moans. What if these are the voices of those very martyrs of Maloga? Chikatilo was performing a ritual. I already mentioned Andrei Chikatilo in this level, but just in case, let me remind you that he was the bloodiest serial killer in the history of the USSR, operating in the Rostov region. He killed between 43 and 56 people, including women, teenagers and children. He was officially found sane, and his motive was said to be sexual pleasure from committing murders. However, some believe that there is more to the story. Many of his crimes included sexual violence, dismemberment and cannibalism, which gave rise to speculation about the ritual nature of his actions. Who was he? Was he a member of a satanic cult? Or a victim of a KGB experiment to create a super killer? What ritual did he want to complete? My Patreon subscribers will find out in an exclusive video made just for them. The Silence of Gorbachev. There are hundreds of conspiracy theories associated with perestroika and the collapse of the USSR. These theories range from the existence of a fifth column within the Communist Party and secret agreements with American intelligence agencies to alien intervention. Today, however, we will examine the most puzzling event of that period. What was Mikhail Gorbachev doing from August 19th to 21st, 1991, while tanks were rolling through Moscow? During this time, Gorbachev was said to be isolated at his residence in Faros, Crimea. According to him, he was under house arrest for 3 days, with no connection to the outside world except an old shortwave radio. However, his silence, the lack of resistance, statements or immediate return to Moscow fueled many conspiracy theories. One common idea is that Gorbachev staged the coup to expose disloyal officials, present himself as a hero and delay signing a new Union treaty that would have weakened his position. Another version of this theory claims that Gorbachev knew about the conspiracy in advance, allowed it to begin and did not intervene so that the conservatives could restore order. Upon returning to power, he could maintain his image as a democratic leader. Suspicions intensified due to inconsistencies in his stories after his return. For example, how could he have known the details of the coup leader's press conference, including Yanaev's shaking hands, if he allegedly only had access to the radio? What happened to all the special communications equipment in his cars? Why did he allow himself to be placed under house arrest in the first place? For some reason, his 32 armed personal security detail members did not engage in conflict with the GKChP delegation. Another version comes from the coup participants themselves. At the 1993 trial, some defendants, including Vice President Gennady Yanaev and Politburo member Oleg Shenin, claimed that Gorbachev had pressured them to declare a state of emergency to avoid unpopular measures but then backed out, leaving them to take the blame. During their last meeting, allegedly he told them, "To hell with you, do whatever you want." According to Yanaev, Gorbachev personally drafted all documents concerning the GKChP prototype in March 1991. However, when they informed Gorbachev of the coup's start in August and suggested he declare a state of emergency, he refused, saying he would wait 3 days and then join them. A more complex conspiracy theory suggests secret alliance between Gorbachev and Yeltsin. Supposedly, Gorbachev and Yeltsin staged the coup together to discredit the Communist Party, destroy the old system and divide power. 20 years after the events, Gorbachev admitted that he had received warnings about the impending coup. He explained his inaction by his desire to avoid bloodshed and civil war. But who knows if that was his only motivation. Greetings, comrades! The day has come. We have reached the 8th and final level of our Russian Conspiracy Theory Iceberg. It took me more than 2 years to finish it, which is undoubtedly too long. Some theories weren't just conspiratorial enough. Some lost their relevance, and some seem to be more true with each passing day. Ahead lies the 8th level, which contains only the strangest and least known stories. At first, each one will seem like complete nonsense, but take a closer look. So, what do we have today? How did the Red Marshal propose to adopt paganism in the USSR? Why does the Russian elite hire psychics? Who do powerful crime bosses really worship? And why did human life actually originate in a small village near Voronezh? Let's find out. Pharaoh's brown ear. Let's start with some YouTube lunatics. So, what is the Pharaoh's brown ear? It's a phrase that became a meme thanks to this audio clip by Andrei Dьяченко.
Коричневое ухо фараонов, китовых борозд, на грифах оснащения НЛО с подопрекой зрелости.
In his 8-minute video, Andrei speaks complete nonsense in a drolling voice. It looks like a textbook case of schizophrenia. Grammatically, the sentences are more or less correct and use complex scientific and technical terms, but they're completely devoid of actual meaning. The text itself became a meme, being substituted for the words of famous announcers and personalities. However, the author's story is more interesting. For almost 10 years, Andrei ran several YouTube channels filled with similar monologues that sometimes lasted 2 to 3 hours straight, and were always accompanied by illustrations like this. Photos from movies, some patterns and collages. Imagine how much time he spent trying to get his message across to us. But the most puzzling thing is the text itself. The fact is that it all sounds almost meaningful. It seems that at any moment you will begin to understand it all, realize how our universe works. There is even a theory that Dьяченко is an AI or an alien whose language we cannot yet decipher. But if you tune your brain to this frequency correctly, you will understand how UFOs control our DNA and the very structure of reality. You will decipher this message from a higher intelligence. Want to try? Череп Spiridovich. So, why are we interested in this general of the Russian Imperial Army, a part of his last name, Череп, literally skull? Artur Ivanovich Череп Spiridovich was a major general in the Navy, the owner of a substantial fortune and a member of the monarchist organization Russian Assembly. In short, he was a wealthy and influential man in Tsarist Russia. He wasn't a nobleman, but he could have been well informed. In 1912, however, he was for some reason stripped of his right to wear a uniform. After the revolution, he immigrated to the United States, eventually passing away in 1926 under unclear circumstances from gas poisoning. Coincidentally, this happened just a couple of months after the publication of what is probably his most famous book with the telling title The Secret World Government or the Hidden Hand. So, according to Череп Spiridovich, all power in the world is concentrated in the hands of about 300 families. Jewish, of course, but with a mixture of Mongolian blood. The demise of Russia is part of this family's 1000-year plan to seize global power. In fact, almost all wars, revolutions and assassinations of monarchs, from Julius Caesar to Franz Ferdinand and Nicholas II, were the work of the same organization. Needless to say, Череп Spiridovich modestly considered himself the savior of the world. He wanted to unite 200 million Slavs and save the white race. He claimed to have a gift of clairvoyance, predicting World War I and warning of World War II in the 1920s. He claimed to have personally warned the Serbian king, Grand Duke Sergei Alexandrovich and Nicholas II about their impending murders in letters, but no one listened to him. Therefore, he decided to write the work of his life and reveal the truth to a wide audience, not just rulers. On October 22, 1926, Череп Spiridovich was found dead in a hotel room on Staten Island. Initially, the New York Times reported that his death was caused by accidental suffocation from a gas leak. However, after a 9-day investigation, the authorities concluded that his death was most likely a suicide. Naturally, this version was immediately picked up and published by almost all the newspapers of the time. What nationality were the owners of all these newspapers? You can guess for yourself. Yazidi Satanist thieves-in-law. The Yazidis, the indigenous population of Kurdistan, are one of the most closed ethno-religious groups in the world. Unlike many other religions, one cannot convert to Yazidism, one must be born into it. Traditions and customs are passed down by word of mouth, which is why little documentation about them exists. Naturally, such a large and closed group with an estimated 1.5 million members attracts all kinds of legends and myths. Okay, but why Satanists? It's simple. The Yazidis believe in one god and 7 angels, the chief of whom is Melek Taus, who is depicted as a peacock. According to one legend, Melek turned away from God out of pride, refusing to obey the created man. Do you know who did the same in the Abrahamic religions? Lucifer. Muslim and Christian critics of Yazidism often equate Malak-Ta with the fallen angel Iblis, aka Shaitan, aka Satan. In Old Russian, the Yazidis were called devil worshippers. But these are religious details, let's not get into them. I'm not going to argue about who is faithful and who is unfaithful. We are interested in a peculiar statistical anomaly, a disproportionately high number of ethnic Yazidis among the elite of the Russian criminal underworld, known as the thieves-in-law. This trend began during the Soviet era. If you look up the names of the most powerful modern thieves-in-law in Russia, you will find 2 main figures: Ded Hassan, Aslan Asayan, and Shakro Molodoi, Zakhar Kalashov. They control the criminal underworld of the post-Soviet region for decades. Both are Kurdish Yazidis. Of course, this could be a mere coincidence. Acquaintances born in the same city and from the same social background somehow managed to take over the post-Soviet criminal world and began surrounding themselves with people from their own clan. But what if the Russian criminal world is actually a secret Satanist religious order? According to this theory, the thieves-in-law rules, renunciation of family, asceticism and strict hierarchy are copied from ancient Yazidi priest caste laws. The coronation of a thief is not just an opportunity to extort money from those who want to join the prison mafia. It is a mystical initiation and the sale of one's soul to the egregore. The constant collection of money for thieves' affairs among prisoners is not just a tribute, but a ritual gathering of energy and material goods to appease the master, Melek Taus. This order's mystical nature explains why Hassan survived numerous assassination attempts and ruled the empire until old age. Aslan Usoev's life was cut short by a sniper's bullet in 2013. Perhaps this meant that his contract with the Dark Forces had expired. The death of the High Priest marked a change of era, not only in crime, but also on a metaphysical level in Russia. Rose of the World. In your opinion, can Soviet prisons inspire creativity? I mean, Alexander Solzhenitsyn was inspired to write the Gulag Archipelago, for which he won the Nobel Prize, but he wrote the book after his release. In contrast, writer Danil Andreev wrote his life's work within the walls of Vladimir Central Prison, perhaps Russia's most legendary penal institution. Andreev was a unique writer. He came from a very creative family and was the son of writer Leonid Andreev. Maxim Gorky was his godfather, and Ivan Bunin, Alexander Scriabin and Fyodor Shalyapin were frequent visitors to his home during his childhood. However, none of Andreev's works were published before his death. 0. First he studied, then worked as a proofreader and a graphic designer, then the war. There was no time for literature. He became famous precisely because of his imprisonment. In 1947, on the basis of a tip-off, he was accused of forming an anti-Soviet group, engaging in anti-Soviet agitation, and harboring terrorist intentions. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison. 19 of his relatives and close friends were also imprisoned, and the Ministry of State Security destroyed all of his written works. What possibly could this creative young man have written that was so horrible? Perhaps precisely what he would describe in The Rose of the World while already in prison. Experts define The Rose of the World as a meta-philosophical treatise, emphasizing that the book is unique and has no exact counterparts in mystical and visionary literature. Its closest analogues are Dante's Divine Comedy and The Birth Giver of God Walk Through Torment. However, Andreev's mythological, cultural and philosophical system is not limited to a single doctrine. While in prison, he allegedly gained spiritual vision and began to travel through the layers of reality, of which there are hundreds, communicating with higher beings. According to this theory, our Earth, in Rov, is just one layer of the Brahmatura, or system of worlds, called Shadhanakar. Everything that happens in our history, such as wars and revolutions, is merely a shadow of the immense battles occurring in other dimensions between the forces of light and demons. He also coined the term Gavach, which refers to the energy of suffering that serves as food for numerous demons. Andreev introduced the concept of Vitzraors, giant demonic monsters that feed on the energy of human suffering and rule over states. The Russian Vitzraors are called Zhrugar. There were 3 Zhrugar. The first was born in the first half of the 14th century. His victory over the Mongolian Vitzraor was expressed in Rov by the victory of Dmitry Donskoy in the Battle of Kulikova and resulted in the Mongols being repelled. The second Zhrugar is associated with the Romanov dynasty. He devoured his father's heart at the beginning of the 17th century. In our world, this event corresponded with the change of dynasties and the time of troubles. The third Zhrugar is associated with the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the USSR. He devoured his father's heart in 1917. In the rules of the world system, Stalin was not just a tyrant, but an imprint of Zhrugar, his instrument. Andreev described how Stalin would fall into a trance during his famous night vigils until 5 AM in order to communicate directly with the demon and receive power and orders from him. Allegedly, the mass executions and repression since the 1930s were not politically motivated, but rather to feed Zhrugar with Gavach. When there was not enough, World War II began. After it, repressions continued. The Cold War was a battle between Zhrugar and Stabbing, the demon of the United States. Andreev describes hundreds of hellish worlds beneath us, ranging from a world where souls preoccupied with everyday matters end up, to a black analog of St. Petersburg in another dimension where black suns shine. But what is the rose of the world? Andreev predicted that after the era of tyranny falls, all religions and states would unite into one spiritual brotherhood to prevent the coming of the Antichrist. That brotherhood would be called the Rose of the World. However, before that happens, humanity will face the rule of the Prince of Darkness. We just need to be patient a little longer. How soon do you think that will be? Neo-paganism and Tukhachevsky's reforms. Let's continue with strange religious theories. I have already mentioned Radnoverie, a neo-pagan movement that gained popularity in Russia in the 1990s. You might wonder what a Red Army marshal shot in 1937 has to do with this. Marshal Mikhail Tukhachevsky went down in history as a champion of innovative methods of warfare. He initiated the development of the first radio-controlled tanks, unmanned aircraft, and homing missiles in the USSR. However, some believe that he was an innovator not only in military affairs, but also religious matters. The fact is that, according to some recollections, the future Marshal of the USSR was an ardent pagan. In fact, during World War I, he was a prisoner of war in Germany, sharing a cell with French journalist Rémy Roure. This journalist wrote that Tukhachevsky once made an ugly idol of the Slavic god Perun out of colored cardboard and breadcrumbs and prayed to it, burned candles in front of it, and talked about how Christianity and Judaism were religions of weakness imposed on Russia and needed to be destroyed. Tukhachevsky admitted that he hated Prince Vladimir the Great, who was allegedly responsible for Russia falling under the influence of Western civilization after its baptism. Okay, maybe the Frenchman misunderstood something and exaggerated it. But one of Tukhachevsky's acquaintances, Leonid Sabaneyev, also recalled that after the revolution in 1919, already a commander of the army, Tukhachevsky prepared a memorandum for the Council of People's Commissars. In it, the member of the Revolutionary Military Council tried to convince the Bolsheviks that paganism should be made the state religion of the RSFSR. We must preserve our crude paganism, our barbarism, Tukhachevsky said. But this idea was rejected as most Bolshevik leaders formally adhered to atheism. Tukhachevsky resigned himself to this and began moving up the army career ladder, setting a course to reform the Red Army. Tukhachevsky biographer Yulia Kantor dismisses this episode as a joke, believing that Tukhachevsky did not mean it seriously. But there is another version. It is known that in all of his positions, Tukhachevsky considered his main task to be preparing the Red Army for a future war, encouraging the militarization of the Soviet economy. While many believe he foresaw a confrontation with Germany and wanted to prepare the country, conspiracy theories claim his true goal was to transform the Red Army into not just a military machine, but an order of new barbarians. Tukhachevsky allegedly planned to overthrow Stalin, whom he saw as a seminarian representing a distorted orthodox biblical matrix of power, and build an aggressive pagan empire focused on war and the cult of power, completely devoid of morality. However, Stalin recognized the threat in time and destroyed the rival cult. This explains Tukhachevsky's cruelty, evident in his suppression of domestic rebellions such as the Tambov uprising, using horrific methods including chemical weapons. He was not a mere punisher, he was a priest of an ancient cult of violence. Psychics in Russia's top elite. I have already mentioned that shortly before and after the fall of the USSR, the Kremlin allegedly sometimes resorted to the services of psychics. Suffice it to recall military unit number 10,003, responsible for working with the paranormal. Then there's Georgy Rogozin, Yeltsin's advisor, who was also part of level 1 of my iceberg. Another example is Boris Ratnikov, a retired FSB Major General who was part of the president's inner circle in the late 1990s. These are not just some local lunatics, but people with access to the nuclear button. They claim to have developed methods for entering the information field of the Earth, the noosphere. Sitting in their offices in the Kremlin, they allegedly connected to the subconscious of world leaders. In 2006, Ratnikov claimed in an interview with the Russian newspaper Rossiyskaya Gazeta, incidentally the official newspaper of the Russian government, that they had entered the astral plane, scanned the brain of the US Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, and found a pathological hatred of Slavs, and the idea that Siberia is too rich to belong to Russia alone. Whether this is true, no one knows, but rumors about the Kremlin's love of mystical rituals have circulated for years. Until recently, Sergei Shoigu was considered the primary psychic who introduced Tuvan traditions such as rejuvenating baths made from boiled marl antlers and trips by leaders to the taiga for spiritist seances. Incidentally, there was a Yakut shaman who recently decided to walk from Yakutsk to Moscow to cleanse the Kremlin of evil forces and turned it into a public campaign. He was intercepted, declared insane, and is still being held in psychiatric hospital. But what if the Yakut shaman knew something about what the Tuvan shamans do in the Kremlin? What if the elite are mostly afraid of magic and react so painfully to it precisely because they practice it themselves? Kremlin sleepers. And let's continue with people possessing supernatural abilities inside the Kremlin. Allegedly, other, even more secretive units worked alongside the soldiers of military unit number 10,003. The Kremlin had an entire squad of so-called sleepers at its disposal. A sleeper is someone who can read another person's thoughts by entering their consciousness. But not just penetrating, they can hack into one's memory, finding even what the person has forgotten, and perform hard coding. Unlike hypnosis, which can be reversed, a sleeper's code completely reprograms the personality. Battalion 14 made of sleepers was first used in the wars in Afghanistan and Chechnya. Its fighters did not shoot. Rather, they disabled the will of enemy commanders and forced them to surrender or make mistakes. All this was described by the very same Boris Ratnikov. Allegedly, sleepers were trained in special laboratories. They took people who were predisposed to the paranormal and pushed their abilities to the limit, teaching them to control their gifts. There was a huge global system in place to search for people with paranormal abilities throughout the Soviet Union and turn them into weapons. The training process itself could take decades. On average, a sleeper agent could carry out about 6 operations before their consciousness was reset, rendering them useless. However, it would be wrong to think that only the KGB had those sleepers. The first sleeper agent was reportedly obtained by the German Secret Service in the 1930s and first used in 1943. He was captured by British troops, and information about this phenomenon then reached the KGB and the CIA. There is evidence that terrorist organizations use them as well. Some articles cite the Boston Marathon bombings as a specific example of sleepers at work. The theory is that the Tsarnaev brothers were ordinary individuals who were activated remotely. Their strange behavior and lack of logic can be explained by the fact that they were bio-robots controlled by an operator sitting far away. They didn't understand what they were doing. They were just following the code programmed into them. Voronezh-Kostenki, the birthplace of mankind. Alright, enough with the psychics in the Kremlin. Now let's move on to a more global issue. Where did humanity originate? Africa? Or perhaps in the beautiful village of Kostenki in Russia's Voronezh region? Okay, maybe not humanity, but European civilization. This is precisely the claim made in 2007 by American archaeology professor John Hoffaker. Why? Ancient human settlements dating back approximately 40 to 45,000 years have been discovered in the village of Kostenki. This makes them the oldest known habitation sites of modern humans in Europe. Based on these findings, Mr. Hoffaker theorized that humans arrived in Europe from the Caucasus via the right bank of the Don River, rather than from Turkey via the Balkans as was previously believed. There is reason to believe that the Kostenki area was home to one of the earliest proto-cities with a population of 200 to 300 people. Moreover, it was there that valuable new abilities of consciousness and practice were acquired, marking the beginning of human civilization. The local Homo sapiens, who lived mainly by hunting and gathering, had already mastered many crafts and showed elements of artistic creativity. This is an interesting fact, not a conspiracy theory, but rather a subject for scientific debate about how modern humans settled in Europe. But what if we take it a step further and assume that this is where all of humanity originated? This is the view held, for example, by Anatoly Klosov, a biochemist and author of the concept of DNA genealogy. In his publications, Klosov traces the origins of the Slavs or Russians back 700,000 years, and asserts that they are the progenitors of all humanity. According to Klosov, the farther ancient people moved from the Russian plain, the more they degenerated. According to Klosov's concept, he traces the R1a haplogroup, claiming it is the mark of the true Aryan Slavs. Kostenki, the Russian Eden and capital of the ancient Russian plain, is where the ancestors of all Indo-Europeans came from. It is worth noting that along with traces of humans, mammoth bones have also been found in Kostenki. Supporters of this theory believe that the ancient Rus did not hunt mammoths for food, but bred them as livestock. Their giant bones were used as building materials for ancient megacities. Some researchers claim to find microscopic inscriptions in Russian, such as Mara, Temple of Yara, and Rus on the Paleolithic stones of Kostenki. They argue that this proves the Cyrillic alphabet existed tens or thousands of years before Cyril and Methodius. Some associate Kostenki with Hyperborea. Allegedly, after a climatic catastrophe at the North Pole, the surviving Hyperboreans descended to Voronezh and founded a new civilization there. In essence, however, it all boils down to this: we are the Great Rus, and you are merely there to follow our lead. Lenin is Saoshyan. If you are unfamiliar with the concept of Saoshyan, don't worry, I wasn't either. It comes from Zoroastrianism, where it refers to the savior who will save all of humanity. More precisely, there will be 3 Saoshyans. The first 2 must restore the teachings given by Zarathustra. The third has not yet to come. He will come at the end of time, resurrect the dead, and perform the Frasha Kireti, marking the final victory of good over evil. I can't tell you who the third Saoshyan will be, but I can tell you the name of the second, Vladimir Lenin. And the first is a combination of Marx and Engels. This is how a small group of Zoroastrian communists sees the world. They believe that communist doctrine emerged 2,500 years ago, when Zarathustra brought it to the people. The final battle between good and evil, according to them, is the world revolution that Lenin so eagerly sought. The forces of evil are the forces of capitalism, they say, poisoning humanity with their venom. Additionally, there is a widespread legend that during his lifetime Vladimir Lenin was referred to as Mahatma in Tibet, a title given only to superhuman personalities. Supposedly, local monks recognized Vladimir Ilych's extraterrestrial origin this way. Well, his body is still waiting. Perhaps one day he will rise for the final battle with evil. Super soldiers of the Soviet army. Who will help Vladimir Ilyich in his final battle? Of course, the super soldiers that the Soviet Union has been training in secret laboratories for decades. And they didn't use just one method to do this, but a combination of several. First, let's review the attempts you already know about. For example, the Sukhumi experiment, in which the mad scientist Ilya Ivanov attempted to crossbreed a monkey and a human. Imagine if he had succeeded in creating a new invincible human race, one that is insensitive to pain, unpretentious about food, and physically super strong. But this was not the only attempt. According to American historian Jeff Strasberg, the USSR had a program from 1936 to 1941 to create cyborgs. Allegedly, in 1945, the Americans raided a Nazi laboratory in Germany, where they discovered the mutilated corpses of Soviet soldiers. Titanium bones and mechanisms replacing joints had been implanted in their bodies. Initially, the Americans thought these were results of horrific experiments conducted by German scientists. However, during interrogations, they discovered that the scientists were merely studying samples captured from the USSR. About 300 volunteers reportedly participated in the Soviet program, in which their limb bones were partially replaced with titanium prostheses that were virtually invulnerable to bullets. Electrodes were also implanted in their brains to block pain centers. However, such an operation had a side effect: numerous mental disorders that caused the cyborgs to periodically become completely uncontrollable. Most of the soldiers were concentrated in the Brest fortress, which was besieged at the beginning of World War II. It was thanks to these soldiers that the fortress was defended so successfully. After June 1941, the scientists involved in the project were transferred to other facilities, and almost all of them died in combat. Some believe that this was no accident. The fate of the surviving titanium soldiers is unknown. All information about the project was seized and classified at the end of the war. Need more proof? In 1994, Sergei Konovalenko, a doctor from Vitebsk, discovered human remains in an old cemetery on the city outskirts. One of the graves had been washed away by the river, exposing its contents. Sergei was surprised to see that the skeletal remains were connected to metal prostheses with hinges. The prostheses clearly replaced human bones, not just arms and legs, but others as well. Each prosthesis bore a star with a hammer and sickle beneath it, along with the inscription Kharkov 0539 RSC. But even this was not the last attempt. Allegedly, in the 1960s, the special services realized the futility of crossbreeding and implantation and abandoned them, turning instead to experiments with psychotropic substances that increase the endurance and performance of the human body. According to some sources, during the war in Afghanistan, certain soldiers were doped with special psychotropic substances. They were intended to enhance the soldiers' endurance, increase their aggression, and eliminate their need for sleep and food. According to the same rumors, however, the drugs had a predominantly negative effect. But what if that's just what we were told? The Shamahan Queen was the queen of the castrati. It's been a while since we've looked for hidden messages in children's fairy tales. Let's do that now. At first glance, Alexander Pushkin's fairy tale The Golden Cockerel seems primitive, a parable about an ungrateful Tsar, wise man, and broken promises. The sage offers the Tsar protection from his enemies in the form of a rooster, and in exchange the Tsar promises him anything he desires. I would like to draw your attention to the ending of the tale. A fairy tale is a lie, but there's a hint in it, a lesson for good fellows. What hint or lesson is being referred to here? Perhaps the key figure is the Queen of Shamahan, the seductress who leads King Dadon and his sons to their doom. The key to unraveling this mystery is the sage's demand that the king give him the mysterious Queen of Shamahan in exchange for the magic cockerel. In Pushkin's original, the king declared that there was a limit to everything and that he was ready to give many things, but he would not give the girl, especially since the old Skapets had no use for her. Wait, a Skapets? So the sage was a eunuch. But why would he need a young beauty? This amazes even Devon. In his anger, he kills the old man and then himself meets his death from the golden cockerel for breaking the promise. Psychologist and cultural expert Alexander Etkind offered an explanation for all this. According to his analysis, the Queen of Shamahan hailed from Shamahi, an ancient city in the Caucasus region of modern-day Azerbaijan, which was a common exile destination for Russian sectarians. Do you remember the largest sect in the 19th century Russia? That's right, the Skaptsy, literally the castrati, very powerful, extremely influential. Now look at how Tsar Dadon refers to the old man in his address. He calls him a Skapets. In other words, the wise old man was a subject of the cunning queen who lured the Tsar into her trap. It was all her plot from the very beginning. So that was the hint lesson in this fairy tale. Perhaps Pushkin wanted to send a coded message to the upper class that their fascination with the Skaptsy, the sect was very fashionable at the time Pushkin wrote this fairy tale, would lead to a disaster. The sage's death at the king's hands is Pushkin's hope that the monarchy will crush the dangerous sect. However, in the end, the sect, symbolically represented by the rooster and the queen, kills the monarchy. Word bearers. No, this is not an iceberg of the Warhammer universe. It is still a Russian Conspiracy Theory Iceberg. In July 2008, 4 teenagers disappeared in Yaroslavl. They all knew each other and were part of an informal community of goths. The entire region followed the case for almost 2 months, and the governor took personal control of the search. It was believed that they might have gone to the Nashestvie rock festival, but on August 12, dismembered remains were found in a vacant lot called Krasny Perikop. It later turned out that the teenagers had fallen victim to perhaps the most high-profile and brutal ritual murder in Russia's recent history. Meet Konstantin Baranov. At 15 years old, he founded a community based on shared interests. His interests were Satanism and human sacrifices. His first follower and deputy was his friend Alexei Chistikov, and together they began recruiting new members to the group they called Word Bearers. The initiation rite for new members was the ritual murder of a cat or dog, whose blood the new recruit would use to wash his face. By 2008, the group had grown to 8 members. On June 28, 2008, the Satanists decided to initiate a new member, Ksenia Kovaleva. She caught the leader's eye so much that he decided to modify the initiation ritual just to impress her. Instead of sacrificing an animal, they decided to kill a human. Unfortunately for them, that night 2 teenage girls, 15-year-old Olga Pukhova and 16-year-old Anna Gorokhova, decided to visit Nikolai Agolobyak, a cult member, and became the first victims. The teenagers went together to a special clearing behind an abandoned church where an inverted cross had been erected. They arranged themselves in the shape of a pentagram and, at the leader's signal, attacked the victims. Agolobyak beheaded the victims with machete while the others stabbed them with knives. Gorokhova's body had at least 50 stab and chop wounds, while Pukhova had more than 100. Then the bodies were dismembered, scalped, one had her heart cut out and the other had her left breast cut out, roasted on a fire and partially eaten. They read a prayer to Satan, took photos with the victim's head and washed Kovaleva in blood. Then they casually returned home. The group liked the new initiation ritual so much that they decided to do it again the very next evening. The next victims were Andrei Sorokin, a 16-year-old friend who had previously refused to join the cult, and Varvara Kuzmina, a 16-year-old who had come with Sorokin by chance. The method of murder was the same, but this time the cult leader counted aloud to 666 while the girl was stabbed. They also cut a piece of skin from Sorokin's body for the satanic book, the cult's diary in which they plan to record the names of their victims. They managed to keep everything secret for more than a month, but since the killers and victims came from the same community, the truth came to light. The 16-year-old leader was the first to crack, followed by everyone else. They recounted in detail where, when and how they had committed their crimes. It turned out that even cannibalism was not their first act. They once dug up a girl's grave in Rybinsk South Cemetery, cut out her heart and kidneys, ate them, cut off her arms and legs and threw her remains into a forest. The investigation lasted 2 years, and the trial was repeatedly postponed due to strange incidents. For example, one of the lawyers representing Satanist Karpenko hanged himself in the middle of the trial. None of the 8 suspects showed any remorse, neither during the investigation nor in court. Anton Makovkin even appeared in court with a bare chest, makeup and a hairstyle, for which he was deemed insane, placed in a mental hospital and released after a year. The other 6 members of the cult received short sentences ranging from 2 to 10 years. Remember, all of them were minors at the time of the murders. Only Agolobyak, who was 18, was sentenced to 20 years. Still, he was released in 2022 and ended up in the Storm Z battalion. He was wounded and by 2023 he was walking the streets of Yaroslavl again. Not for long though, a year later he received another 10 years for drug trafficking. The other members have been free for a long time. They changed their names, scattered throughout Russia and started new lives. Or did they? Many believe that the Yaroslavl story was not an isolated case. Word bearers were suspected of being a cell of the Order of Nine Angles, a global neo-Nazi satanic network, but police was unable to prove it. Also, it may seem like a separate story, but in 2016, members of the Satanist organization Church of Darkness, Andrei Trigubenko and Olga Bolshakova, committed high-profile ritual murders in Karelia and the Leningrad region. But do you know where most of the members of this church came from? From the Yaroslavl region. Perhaps in 2008, law enforcement agencies uncovered only the tip of the iceberg and the cult survived. But let's not scare you unnecessarily. Instead, here's an interesting fact to end this story. Before becoming the Yaroslavl cult's chief executioner, Nikolai Agolobyak sang in the Yaroslavl Pizza and Pol Cathedral Choir for several years. That's quite the biography. Knight of Svarog. Do you know who Svarog is? He is the Slavic god of blacksmithing, similar to the Greek god Hephaestus. However, in modern neo-paganism, Svarog is considered the god of the sky, light, heavenly fire, and the father of all things, including the Slavs. Many followers believe that our entire planet operates according to cycles called the days and nights of Svarog. We are interested in the nights, when Svarog leaves his heavenly throne and neglects his duty to protect the Slavs. Instead, Chernobog, literally Black God, reigns during this time. As you might guess from his name, he is not a benevolent character. For people, Svarog's night is an era of total degradation, continuous severe suffering and slavery. The concept is similar to the Hindu concept of Kali Yuga. The main proponent of this theory is Nikolai Levashov, an old acquaintance of ours, who even named the exact date of the beginning of the latest night, year 988. Yes, the baptism of Rus was part of a conspiracy to destroy Aryan civilization, and all the events of the following 1000 years were trials sent to the Slavs by dark forces. All of Russia's suffering, all its wars and revolutions were not the results of mistakes made by rulers or geopolitics, but simply because Svarog grew tired and decided to take a nap. But rejoice, the night is over. When, opinions differ. Some say in 1996, others say 2012, linking to the Mayan calendar. The morning of Svarog is coming, an era of awakening genetic memory, rebirth and triumph of Aryan or Slavic civilization. And why were the 90s and early 2000s so bloody? It's all classic. The night is darkest before the dawn, and darkness does not give up its domain so easily. Kalpashevsky Yar. In 1979, the Opi River washed away a high bank in the town of Kalpashovo in the Tomsk region during the spring flood. Such things happen, don't they? The problem was that hundreds of corpses fell from the bank into the river right before the astonished residents' eyes. The remains, dressed in white and pink underwear, floated down the river, shocking the locals. Some of the bodies had bullet holes in their skulls. This is not a mystical phenomenon. In the 1930s and 1940s, this site was home to an NKVD prison for the Narymsky district. Many of the executed enemies of the people were buried in the prison's backyard. It was one of these graves that was exposed by the waters of the Obi. Due to the soil's peculiarities, the bodies were mummified and preserved almost perfectly. The mystery begins later, when instead of retrieving and reburying the bodies, the authorities took unprecedented action. At the direction of V.N. Shutov, the first secretary of the Kolpashevsky City Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, a sturdy fence was erected on the eroded riverbank near the burial ground. A cordon was also established to prevent people from bringing flowers and candles. Teams were formed from Ministry of Internal Affairs and KGB employees, and volunteer squads were created and put on motorboats to block the river. Factories began delivering scrap metal to the teams. These teams' task was to swim up to the corpse, tie a load to it, and drown it. They did this right in the river, in the middle of the city. Vladimir Cherepanov, the captain of a passing barge, testified that he saw the KGB photographing the bodies and then drowning them with waves. The undestroyed part of the grave was also eliminated by washing away the shore with the propeller flow of motor ships. The remains of the corpses were literally crushed by the propellers and drowned in the river. All of this was done based on the personal instructions of Yuri Andropov, the head of the KGB at the time. The authorities told local residents that those buried in Kolpashevo were not victims of repression, but rather deserters who had been shot during the Great Patriotic War. But why all that? What is so surprising about this whole story apart from its monstrous cynicism? The timing. It's been a long time since the campaign to rehabilitate the repressed in the USSR began. The excesses of the Stalin era have long been recognized and recorded. Nothing prevented the authorities from telling the truth and placing the responsibility for the terror on Stalin. Yet, for some reason, they chose to swiftly destroy everything and erase their physical existence, to kill them after death in such a barbaric manner. There is a certain ritualistic aspect to this action. Secondly, the collapse supposedly occurred during the May Day demonstration, one of the two main Soviet holidays. Some see symbolism in this. The earth itself tore the victims away to spoil the holiday of the bloody regime. Some even believe that the dead did not want to leave and resurfaced repeatedly, looking into the eyes of those who tried to kill them a second time. But these are just legends. Halogenated water suppresses the mind. I don't think I need to explain to you why water is fluoridated. Not to protect teeth from cavities, but rather to suppress emotions and turn people into zombies. This is a fundamental belief of every Western conspiracy theorist. It supposedly works like this. Fluoride ions are very strong oxidants, which allows them to displace iodine from the body's cells. The thyroid gland and brain need iodine to function properly, and the deficiency can lead to intellectual disability. Water fluoridation and chlorination were introduced not for disinfection or to protect teeth, but to keep the population artificially in a state of sluggish mental dullness. Conspiracy theorists also claim that fluoride accumulates in the pineal gland, or epiphysis, calcifying it and blocking the third eye, supposedly the center of intuition and resistance to manipulation. This, they say, turns people into zombies incapable of critical thinking. Water fluoridation is particularly prevalent in the United States, where 194 million people in 43 of the 37 largest cities drink fluoridated water, accounting for 70% of the population. Some claim that the Nazis were the first to add fluoride to the water supply in prisoner of war camps. However, there is another version of events. Of course, all this is also the work of the NKVD, which conducted inhuman experiments in the Siberian gulags to suppress the will of prisoners, making them obedient and passive. And then, after the success of these experiments, it successfully pushed through the idea of mandatory water fluoridation in the US through its agents. Interestingly, historically, water in Russia and the USSR was not fluoridated. Less potent chlorine was used instead. However, between 1960 and 1990, for unknown reasons, chlorine was replaced with fluoride, and then chlorine was reinstated. But don't breathe a sign of relief just yet. There is a belief that Western corporations add fluoridated water to products entering the Russian market in an attempt to implement their plan to degenerate the Russian nation. The apocalypse will begin in Moscow. This is a prophecy that was uttered, nobody actually knows by whom. Various elders are mentioned from Abel to Matrona of Moscow. I have also read about a certain elder schema monk Ioan, who lived in the church of Saint Nicholas the Wonder Worker in the village of Nikolskoye in the Yaroslavl diocese of the Russian Orthodox Church. The text of this prophecy first appeared on the internet in 2011 and has been very popular ever since. The prophecy states, in April, when the Bold One is taken out of the mausoleum, Moscow will sink into salty waters and little will remain. The sinners will float in the salty water for a long time, but no one will come to save them. They will all perish. The Bold One, as you may have guessed, is Lenin. This prophecy by schema monk Ioan also describes a monstrous famine, during which those who have received the mark of the Antichrist will eat the dead, as well as a lack of water, gas and electricity. Additionally, it describes the Chinese and Japanese occupation of the Far East and Siberia up to the Urals. However, according to the prophecy, the global cataclysm will end with the restoration of the monarchy in Russia. The Reverend Seraphim of Sarov will come and will unite all Slavic peoples and states and bring the Tsar with him. Why will this all happen in Moscow? Well, as you know, it is the Third Rome, the last bastion of Christianity and civilization. Russia is the catacomb after all. I have also talked about the underground sea under Moscow that was allegedly discovered by Soviet scientists. Its waters will flood the capital and engulf all sinners. Okay, fine, but what does Lenin have to do with it? His mausoleum is a ziggurat and the center of dark forces. Remove it and everything will collapse. Only a new Tsar can rid us of the Antichrist and lead us to a bright future. As other famous bold men once said, everything is intertwined. Devil's Cemetery. The Devil's Cemetery in the Krasnoyarsk region has been included in the list of Russia's most terrifying places. The first mentions of this mysterious site on the border between the Krasnoyarsk region and the Irkutsk region date back to 1920. At that time, a local peasant witnessed an elk he had hunted suddenly sink into the ground in an unusual round clearing in the middle of the taiga. However, the area did not resemble a swamp or bog. Rather, smoke was coming from the ground and heat could be felt. Similar events were subsequently described by other residents of the area, animals and people disappearing in some unusual clearing. Witnesses said the clearing was strewn with bones and skulls and that heat and smoke emanated from the ground as if something were burning beneath it. The first studies and documentary descriptions of the anomalous zone were conducted by exiled agronomist Valentin Salyagin. His article, The Devil's Cemetery, was published in the Soviet Pre-Hungarian newspaper in 1940. However, no further research of the site was conducted because the war began and there was no time for it. Stories about missing animals and people faded away for a while. A new wave of interest in the anomalous zone arose in the 1980s. By that time, several dozen people were listed as missing in those areas. However, no one knew the exact location of the clearing because the residents of the surrounding areas were resettled almost immediately after the war. Several serious expeditions were organized in the 1980s and 1990s to search for the cemetery. Some claim to have found it, but their instruments went haywire. It is believed to be a perfectly round clearing in the middle of dense taiga somewhere in the Kava River Valley. Nothing grows there, not even moss. In summer, the soil is black and loose, like ash. In winter, snow does not lie on the clearing, it melts as soon as it touches the ground. The clearing is littered with the bones of taiga animals that accidentally ran into it. But that's not the scariest part. Eyewitnesses claim that the animals that died in the clearing do not decompose in the usual way. Instead, their flesh turns bright red. Some try to explain this by an instantaneous change in the structure of blood and tissues under the influence of unknown radiation. When people approach Devil's Cemetery, they begin to feel emotionally depressed, overwhelmed by a sense of anxiety and the inevitability of something bad happening. They feel muscle pain and chronic diseases worsen. The most interesting thing is that the zone may be developing or mutating. In the 2010s, new evidence emerged when local residents described a black patch covered with a soft grey substance resembling ash that absorbed anything that fell on it. No bones, no animal remains, only emptiness. Interestingly, the first stories about this strange clearing appeared shortly after the Tunguska explosion, leading to a theory that the two phenomena are linked. Perhaps a fragment of mysterious celestial body caused the formation of this clearing. Maybe the meteorite fall ignited the coal, causing electromagnetic anomalies. Or maybe this area conducts electromagnetic vibrations from the Earth's core to the surface, which have a harmful effect on all living things. Skeptics blame underground gases such as methane and hydrogen sulfide, or radiation from uranium deposits. Conspiracy theories agree, but add that it could be the result of Soviet experiments, such as nuclear tests or chemical weapons. Scientists do not know the exact origin of this deadly place, nor do they know exactly where it is located and what it looks like today. Post-war demographic catastrophe. The Great Patriotic War was the worst tragedy in Soviet history. However, even the inhabitants of the USSR did not immediately understand the full extent of this tragedy in the post-war years. The Soviet Union did not rush to acknowledge the scale of its own losses. The official estimate of human deaths grew in direct proportion to the passage of time, from 7 million under Stalin to 26.6 million under Gorbachev, and will most likely be revised in the future. Not only did many men and women of childbearing age die, but also children, which caused a terrible demographic gap. Additionally, hundreds of thousands of frontline soldiers returned wounded and died in the first post-war years without having the opportunity to start families. According to the 1959 census, there were 641 men for every 1,000 women. The birth rate fell by half. The problem is that even after 80 years, these effects are still being felt. Demographically speaking, the Great Patriotic War is still not over. And it is felt everywhere. The turbulent 1990s and prosperous 2000s can all be explained by the echoes of the demographic catastrophe of the war, the waves of which have been coming at us since the 1940s. These waves have seriously complicated the economy and social programs, for example, the pension system. So far, Russia has not managed to break out of this loop. And I'm not even talking about more radical theories, such as the idea that the entire golden gene pool of the USSR republics, the strongest, bravest and best, was lost in the war. Those who survived among the main population were either just lucky or managed to avoid being drafted. Not the best foundation for rebuilding a nation. Another theory is that the official figure of 27 million casualties was greatly underestimated, and that the real consequences, including gender imbalance, declining birth rates and long-term demographic gaps, were planned by elites, the West, Freemasons or internal enemies, to weaken Russia. Then there's the dullest plan and the theories about a planned genocide of the Slavs. What if the war itself and post-war policies were tools of planned depopulation that the world's elites have always desired? Silicon civilizations. Do you think you are looking at a forest? Are those 30-meter-tall green trees around you a forest? No. All of our current forests that we are used to seeing are just mold or small shrubs. The fact is that real trees reached tens of thousands of meters in height, and their trunks were simply enormous. Oh yes, I forgot to mention, they were also made of silicon. Yes, adherents of this theory believe that in the past, before some cataclysm, flood or nuclear war, there was giant silicon flora on Earth. The trees reached heights of tens and hundreds of kilometers. This was not carbon-based life like us, but silicon-based life. After all, silicon, like carbon, can theoretically form complex branched molecules analogous to hydrocarbons necessary for life. Silicon is the second most abundant element on Earth after oxygen. Why? Because in the past, the entire Earth was populated by silicon-based life forms. What we now call stones, rocks and minerals are the remains and corpses of those giant plants and creatures. The most famous example is Devil Tower in the United States. Contrary to what Wikipedia tells us, it is not a table mountain that formed from magmatic melt that rose from the Earth's depths and solidified about 200 million years ago. Rather, it is simply the stump of a giant silicon tree. But who cut it down? That's the main question. Some ufologists suggest that a parasitic civilization invaded Earth and used giant city-sized saws to cut down these trees to extract energy. They also killed all the fauna for the same purpose. These aliens who brought destruction to the silicon civilization also brought something else with them on Earth. Some hydrocarbons, and thanks to them, carbon-based life, us, arose from the ashes of the great silicon world to finish off its organic matter. We are merely recycling the planet's corpse. Russians are the mental successors of the deivites. Finally, a crossover between SCP and Russian conspiracy theories. For those unfamiliar with it, the SCP Foundation is a secret international organization dedicated to collecting, safely containing, and researching various anomalous objects and phenomena. Thousands of videos and millions of pages on the internet are dedicated to cataloging these objects and exploring the lore of the organization itself. We are interested in one of these objects, SCP-140, also known as an incomplete chronicle. It is a Petar class object, the most dangerous category. This object is a book containing a detailed account of the Deivites, an ancient civilization that emerged around the 10th century in what is now south-central Siberia. Their culture included cannibalism, bloody rituals, and expansion leading to the creation of an empire of evil, where sacrifices were necessary to maintain power. The key feature of this object number 140 is that when it comes into contact with ink, blood or any writing fluid, the book continues its chronicle and literally rewrites reality in reverse order. The more blood or ink spilled, the closer the Deivite Empire gets to our time, altering history. Initially, their history ended in rebellion and defeat. However, with each drop of ink, their chronicle becomes more successful. What was once a war loss becomes a temporary setback, and new personalities and events appear. They have not yet reached our reality, but some SCP researchers know that echoes of their culture may have influenced later civilizations in the region. For example, the Russians. They inherited the mental code of the Deivites, a collective readiness for suffering, a loyalty to the leader, who was their god, the Scarlet King, and a thirst to expand the empire. The purpose of the state is to spill blood. Wars, revolutions, gulags and repression were not necessary for politics, but to repeat rituals from the distant past. Want proof? First, geography, Siberia. Second, the Deivites were ruled by immortal matriarchs. What is the symbol of the USSR and Russia? The motherland that calls. The Deivites also use genetically modified animals. What about the famous Russian bear? It is a reminder of the Deivites' war chimeras, which kept the surrounding peoples in fear. Quite a few coincidences, don't you think? Fictional millennium. Do you know how dates were recorded in the Middle Ages? After the adoption of the Christian calendar, the letter He, the first letter in the Greek word for Christ, was placed before dates written in Roman numerals. The letter meant from Christ, such and such a century. If the date was written in Arabic numerals, the Latin letter E, first letter in the word Jesus, was placed before it, meaning from Jesus, such and such a century. It all makes sense. However, people forgot about this, and today the letters He and E before dates are not read as letters, but as the number 10, meaning the 10th century. Historians are racking their brains over an unanswered question. Why have so few medieval monuments survived while so many ancient ones have? It would be more logical if it were the other way around. The answer is simple. There was no degradation or decline after the heyday. There were no dark ages. Our civilization developed steadily and consistently. Someone just added 1,000 years to it for some reason. Thus, the chronology of civilization was artificially made older by 1,000 years, and then historians fill this non-existent millennium with phantom events and characters. Why? To rewrite history and hide the truth. About what? For example, about the Great Slavic Empire, or about reptiloids, or about something else. Holy Grail in Ukraine. Where should we look for the Holy Grail, the legendary Christian relic from which Jesus drank at the Last Supper and into which his blood was collected? In Ukraine, of course, or somewhere nearby. According to one theory, the Knights Templar brought the Grail to Europe in the 13th century after finding it in Jerusalem. They fled eastward to escape the persecution of Philip IV the Fair. They allegedly passed through the Caucasus Mountains and settled in Kievan Rus, where Christianity was pure and close to Byzantine traditions. Researchers point to findings in the village of Novoselki in the Lvov region, where ancient stones with carved Latin letters and poppy and thorn wreaths were discovered. These stones are considered the key code of the Knights Templar. There is also a legend that the Holy Grail was brought to Crimea. In ancient times, this area was a place where Greek, Scythian and Christian cultures and beliefs intersected. And do you know who believed in this legend? Hitler. The Nazis actively searched for the Holy Grail in the Black Sea region. The Ahnenerbe, a Nazi research organization, conducted expeditions in Nikopol, Melitopol and Crimea. They saw the Slavic lands as the Aryan heritage, the sacred land of the ancient Germanic Goths. Hitler also allegedly believed that the Grail would grant him immortality or superpowers. Do you think he was the only one? From 1926 to 1927, a group of employees from the Special Cryptography Department of the USSR NKVD, led by Alexander Barchenko, also operated in Crimea. According to official account, the group was exploring Crimea's cave cities. However, the group also included astrophysicist Alexander Kandiain, who revealed that the Chekist expedition had a secret goal – to search for a powerful artifact. Whether or not they found it is still unknown. So too is the question of whether the Grail was ever in the area of modern Ukraine. Similar theories exist in Poland. The crypt under the Templar chapel in Khvarshani allegedly leads to the Holy Grail. Perhaps the Templars did go east in search of refuge, just not that far. Belove's theory of involution. Everyone knows about Darwin's theory of evolution, which states that humans evolved from apes. But what if the famous scientist got it all wrong? Evolution from simple to complex does not exist. Rather, a process of simplification and degradation is at work here on Earth. Humans did not evolve from apes. In fact, apes are degraded humans. Alexander Belov, a paleoanthropologist and writer of books about animals, is the author of this theory. He believes that evolution is a doctrine imposed to hide the true history and that there's only involution. According to Belov, if a person does not fulfill his purpose, he begins to mentally degenerate. After losing the remnants of human reason, social thinking and behavior, their brains and thinking are restructured, and they begin to turn into animals. They adapt their bodies to a particular ecological niche, way of existence, reproduction and nutrition. According to his hypothesis, the ancestors of modern animals were intelligent beings, proto-humans or giants, who due to a catastrophe, climatic, karmic or energetic, lost their intelligence and physical perfection, turning into monkeys, bears and other animals. For example, the human foot supposedly tramples on the theory of evolution. Animals have human features, claws like nails, grasping paws, which indicates a regression rather than progress. Belov also uses embryology, the embryos of all animals are similar to humans in the early stages, as proof that man is a basic matrix that is then distorted, involuted into a specific animal. He refers to paleontological findings, human skeletons in layers with dinosaurs or giant bones that scientists ignore. Moreover, he believes that involution explains all the processes we observe in the modern world. The increase in diseases, the decline in intelligence, and the entire biosphere of the Earth is a dumping ground for former civilizations that succumbed to carnal temptations and were therefore deprived of their full intellect. Cemetery of Tagil Brides. The Tagil Brides Cemetery is the name given by the media to a mass grave accidentally discovered by a local resident near the city of Nizhny Tagil in the fall of 2006. The local resident went to walk his dog in a forest belt, and the dog returned to its owner with remains in its mouth. As it turned out, the remains of girls whose relatives had been searching for them for years were lying there. They were poorly buried, sometimes the bodies were simply covered with branches. A total of 14 girls' bodies were found in the grave. The oldest was 26 at the time of her death, and the youngest was only 13. Among them was the 14-year-old daughter of local businessman Eduard Chudinov. Investigators decided to check Chudinov's activities, and rightfully so. They discovered that he was involved in the trade of stolen metal. At some point he wanted to try something new, so he opened a company called Prestige that supposedly delivered non-alcoholic beverages. However, instead of delivering beverages, the company served as a brothel. There were not many people willing to work in an illegal brothel in Nizhny Tagil, so Chudinov came up with a brilliant idea. He put together a gang of 8 people and simply began kidnapping workers for his business. The criminals lured young women and teenage girls to a rented apartment under various pretexts. However, the outcome was always the same: violence and coercion to work in an underground brothel. Those who agreed to engage in prostitution were forced to write letters to their relatives saying that they were fine. Those girls who refused or resisted were killed. They were raped, strangled, and taken to the forest near Chudinov's native village of Lyovicha, to the very place that would later be called the Cemetery of Tagil Brides. And yes, his own 14-year-old daughter ended up there too. It's a gruesome story, but what if that's just a tip of the iceberg? First, Rinat Nizamov, a Komsomolskaya Pravda correspondent who was the first to publish information about the burial site, was convinced that there were at least 30 bodies in it, not 14. Moreover, aren't you surprised that this business flourished for years, while victims disappeared and no one did anything? The theory is that the whole city knew. The police didn't just turn a blind eye, they were the main customers and shareholders of this business. Girls were supplied to saunas for prosecutors and officials. The bodies that were found are just a drop in the ocean. The excavations were allegedly shut down quickly because had they continued digging, the entire regional leadership would have been imprisoned. Hundreds of brides still lie in the Tagil forest, written off as missing persons. Furthermore, drivers on the Serovsky Tract, the road between Yekaterinburg and Nizhny Tagil, sometimes talk about girls in white or torn clothes, standing on the side of the road who disappear when approached. Could all this be an echo of the massive Tagil Brides cemetery? Chikatilo was innocent. No one denies that in the 1980s a violent maniac was operating in the Rostov region, killing dozens of women and children. But the fact is that the investigation did not provide a single piece of direct evidence against former school teacher Andrei Chikatilo. There was no murder weapon and no fingerprints at the crime scenes or on Chikatilo's belongings. There was no biological material from Chikatilo at the crime scenes or on the bodies. More precisely, there was, but it completely exonerated Chikatilo. Chikatilo had blood type A, but the semen found on the victims was type AB. Because of this discrepancy, the anti-scientific theory of paradoxical secretion was invented and later refuted. There was not a single witness, let alone someone who had escaped from the hands of the maniac or seen him in action, or at least someone who could confirm Chikatilo's presence at the scene of the crime. The case is full of oddities and direct procedural violations. Suffice it to say that several corpses changed gender during the investigation. During personal searches and a search of his apartment, nothing was found to prove Chikatilo's involvement in the crimes. Besides, how could one elderly, bespectacled, important man have killed more than 50 people? How could an ordinary supply clerk have covered his tracks so well and evaded the police? The scale of the murders combined with an intense police investigation led to the theories that they were copycats, or that Chikatilo was physically incapable of committing all the murders. Conspiracy theorists claim that Chikatilo simply became a convenient figure to close the case known as the Forest Belt murders. He was an unremarkable grey-haired intellectual with mental health issues. The investigators simply falsified the evidence to cover up their own failures. After all, at least one case of investigators framing someone is well known. Alexander Kravchenko was shot for Chikatilo's first murder, that of Lena Zakotnova, in 1978, but it later turned out that the police had beaten a confession out of him. If they falsified evidence once, why wouldn't they do it 50 more times? Who was the real killer? Oh, there are many options. High-ranking officials, Secret Service agents, a group of cannibalistic cultists. Take your pick. Cult of Kali in the USSR. In the last episode we discussed the image of Mother Russia in the context of the matriarchs of the deifies. But do you know what else she reminds us of? A certain ancient goddess. Yes, there is a theory that the Soviet Union was not an atheist state, but a theocracy dedicated to the Hindu goddess of death and destruction, Kali. She is a fan of human sacrifices. According to one version of the story, a cult of thuggies served her and killed between 1 and 2 million people in her honor between 1740 and 1840. This comparison was first made by the eccentric writer Viktor Pelevin, and since then many of his followers have noticed a number of striking coincidences. The main piece of visual evidence is a statue the motherland calls in Volgograd. Many consider it to be a clear icon of Kali. The canonical image of Kali depicts her standing on a mountain of bones and surrounded by battle. She has an open mouth with a sticking out tongue, full breasts, and holds a sword and a burning bowl. So what do we have? A mountain of bones, Mamayev Kurgan, a battle raging around her, Stalingrad, an open mouth, full breasts, and a sword in her hands. There is even a bowl in the form of a torch, although it stands in a separate pavilion in an extra hand. We also remember the poster Motherland Calls, where a mother addresses her soldiers and calls them to follow her into battle, like a goddess. Do you think this is the only monument? In Tbilisi, her attributes are scattered across 3 monuments: Mother Kartli, the Muse, and the Victory Monument. All of them have a strange dark green color, a sword and a bowl, or a garland, as if made of skulls, bare breasts, uncharacteristic of Georgian culture, and open mouths. Other symbols of the USSR also seem to hint at something: the red flag, pioneer ties, and stars. These are not symbols of the blood of workers, but rather the ritual color of Kali. The Bolsheviks, perhaps during the trip of the artist, thinker and occultist Nicholas Roerich to India, made a pact with this entity. What in return? Sacrifices, of course, the same list: wars, executions and repression, all to feed the goddess. Even the disproportionately warm friendship between the Soviet Union and India is explained not by geopolitics but by the elite's shared occult roots. However, this all sounds like yet another attempt to portray the USSR as a death machine, this time through the lens of Hinduism. Life in Lake Vostok. Lake Vostok is the largest subglacial lake in Antarctica. Lined with 4 kilometers of ice, the lake has existed in complete isolation for millions of years, cut off from sunlight, the atmosphere and the rest of the biosphere. Vostok Research Station was established above the lake in 1957, naturally making the study of the lake its main task. And that's precisely what they did. But what exactly did they find there? In general, they did not expect to find life. but rather hoped that the lake would turn out to be an ideal time capsule for studying ancient life in extreme conditions. Complete darkness, high pressure about 350 atmospheres, low temperature and limited access to nutrients. In 2012, Russian scientists successfully drilled a 3,769-meter deep borehole, reached the water surface and took samples. The following year, Russian scientists reported finding bacteria in the samples, including species not belonging to any known subkingdoms, DNA similarity of less than 86%. This suggests the existence of unique life forms adapted to isolation in extreme conditions. If bacteria can exist in ice, then life could have developed on the moons of Saturn and Jupiter, for example in the subglacial oceans of Europa and Enceladus. However, scientists were more interested in another bacterium identified in 2018 than in this unknown one. It turned out to be Marina lactobacillus, and more questions than answers remain about this bacterium. The fact is that it belongs to a group of lactic acid bacteria. These are heterotrophic organisms, meaning they feed on organic matter, which should be almost non-existent in the waters of Lake Vostok. Perhaps there are areas deeper in the lake that are richer in nutrients. Perhaps life there is more diverse than we think. Scientists do not have an answer to the question of what this bacterium feeds on in the waters of the frozen lake, but conspiracy theorists do. You may have heard the story about organism 46b. In 2012, scientists allegedly stumbled upon not microbes under the ice, but a giant intelligent killer octopus with 14 tentacles capable of telekinesis, mimicry and mind control. Legend has it that the monster took the form of one of the expedition members and literally tore several scientists apart. Fortunately, it was captured and is currently being held in the secret laboratory of the Russian Ministry of Defense. There, scientists are trying to learn how to use the creature as a biological weapon to protect Russia's maritime borders. Well, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Could there be a hidden Nazi underwater base at the bottom of Lake Vostok, built during the 1938 expedition? There, descendants of the Nazis survive to this day, using ancient technologies and the lake's warm water. Or maybe the entrance to the famous underground country of Agarty is at the bottom of Lake Vostok. Occult literature often refers to Agarty as the mystical center of sacred tradition located in the east. Vostok means east in Russian. What if the east refers to the lake and not a part of the world? That is where the people of Atlantis went, so it makes sense that it would be underwater. Where else could it be if not in the most inaccessible body of water on the planet? Embryo Cemetery in Yekaterinburg. The Yekaterinburg Nizhny Tagil highway is a beautiful place. Have you already recovered from the cemetery of brides? How about the cemetery of unborn children? On July 2020, 2012, mushroom pickers found 4 50-liter plastic barrels in a forest ravine near the Yekaterinburg Nizhny Tagil highway, 2 kilometers from the village of Ilic. Inside were not chemicals, but human bodies. A total of 248 human embryos treated with formalin had been dumped in the ravine. The embryos were 22 to 26 weeks old and had tags with hospital numbers 14, 24, 27 and 40, all from Yekaterinburg, dates and women's surnames. 22 to 26 weeks is quite late in the pregnancy, meaning that these were fully formed bodies. Can you imagine the horror? Naturally, an investigation was launched. Activists demanded criminal proceedings, viewing the discovery as a criminal act and a violation of medical ethics at the very least. However, the police refused to open the case. Grigory Kazeka, head of the Kirovgrad Inter-District Investigation Department, said that the barrels contained medical waste from abortions. According to the law, they do not need to be buried until a certain stage of pregnancy. But why were they in the forest? Several media outlets reported that a vehicle belonging to the municipal enterprise Spetsavtobaza, owned by the Yekaterinburg city administration, brought the barrels with embryos to the forest. The city administration denied everything, of course. So, what are the theories about where these barrels with hundreds of unborn children came from? Let's start with the relatively harmless ones. The first is that these were indeed aborted fetuses from hospitals or miscarriages. But why were they disposed of so quickly and labeled? According to another police version of events, the embryos were used for laboratory research by Natalia Makazhanova, a 39-year-old associate professor in the Department of Anatomy at the Ural State Medical Academy. She stole them when she was dismissed. While she did defend her dissertation on related topics, can you imagine how one woman could take 4 barrels of human embryos out of a morgue? Some gynecologists have suggested that the embryos could have been unused material for creating vaccines. And this is interesting. According to conspiracy theories, late-term embryos are a valuable but completely illegal source of stem cells and material for the manufacture of fetal preparation, rejuvenating injections, which, according to rumors, are used by the entire world elite. The theory is that this batch was intended for an illegal laboratory. Something went wrong. Either the customer backed out or there was a threat of an inspection, and the waste was taken to the nearest forest to cover up the evidence. This explains why it was not burned in the hospital crematorium as expected. This story was further fueled by reports of similar finds in different parts of the world during the same years. In 2010, 348 embryos were found in Thailand, and in 2012, containers with embryos were found in a uranium mine in Kazakhstan. They were also found during baggage inspections of ordinary passengers in Bangkok and Miami. Considering all this, one cannot help but wonder if there is a global medical conspiracy involving horrific rituals and experiments on children. And finally, do you think I brought up the story about the Tagil Bride Cemetery for no reason? Look at the map. The village of Eternick is here, and Lyovicha, where the Cemetery of Brides was found, is right there. They are literally a 5-minute drive apart. What other terrible secrets do you think this piece of land holds? 19th century flood. You have encountered echoes of this theory at literally every level of the iceberg. In stories about the nuclear war of 1812, about the young trees of Siberia, about the collection of atmospheric electricity, or about the 0 floors of buildings dug up in Moscow and St. Petersburg with huge doors and windows leading underground. So I will be brief. In the mid-19th century, roughly the 1840s, a global catastrophe occurred. Streams of water mixed with liquid clay buried cities around the world. From that moment on, there has been a global conspiracy involving virtually all scientific organizations and governments aimed at hiding the truth from humanity for some reason. But where did these streams come from? There are different theories. Some believe that in 1824 our planet passed through the tail of the Debris-Pons comet for several months. Dust and ice from the comet's tail mixed with the upper atmosphere and formed the clay that covered the first floors of buildings around the world by 1.5 to 3 meters. Others believe the cause was a direct asteroid impact or a shift in the Earth's magnetic poles, causing the world's oceans to overflow. Interestingly, St. Petersburg, the capital of the Russian Empire, did indeed experience the largest flood in history in 1824. The waters of the Neva rose 4.5 meters, turning streets into rivers. People sought refuge on rooftops, and corpses from washed-away cemeteries floated down the streets. What if this is only part of the description of a global catastrophe in which world civilization, Tartaria maybe, was destroyed, and survivors were forced to dig up and repopulate buildings? Moscow Panopticon. The Panopticon is a model of the ideal prison invented by Jeremy Bentham in the 18th century. The Englishman's design, the prison is a cylindrical structure with glass interior partitions. The guard is located in the center, but is invisible to the prisoners. The prisoners do not know when they are being watched, and they feel as if they are under constant surveillance. This makes them ideal prisoners. Real prisons were built based on these designs, such as Presidio Modelo, where Fidel Castro was imprisoned. However, Bentham's idea was to apply his concept not only to prisons but also to other institutions. Mental hospitals, factories, workhouses, and even schools, for example. This concept was further developed in the 20th century by Michel Foucault, who believed such prisons were ideal models of power. In his model, power is the controlling overseer, and the state is the prison. Seeing everything and watching everyone while remaining invisible and virtually anonymous is a dream come true. Reminds you of anything? Many believe that the concept of the panopticon is currently being implemented in large cities around the world. The prison city, Bentham's ideal dream, has been brought to life, where do you think? In Moscow, of course, a city that is literally stuffed with the latest monitoring technologies. After all, Bentham conceived the Panopticon project during his trip to Russia. Jeremy and his brother Samuel came at the invitation of Prince Grigory Potemkin and worked on his estate to design a new type of factory building. He planned to build his Panopticon there, but Catherine II refused. 200 years ago, however, there simply weren't the technical means to build a Panopticon for an entire city. But they exist now. Moreover, people today voluntarily participate in such dystopian experiences. In the modern world, control is no longer coercive. People are happy to give it away in exchange for comfort. Millions of cameras watch you, and all your data is available to invisible but very real overseers. And there is nothing you can do about it. Moscow's occult architecture. In this level we have a lot of occultism, and it is not surprising that the center of all occultism is located in Moscow, in the very heart of Russia. Its very structure tells you this. During the Soviet era, architects encoded secret esoteric knowledge in the layouts of buildings and streets to pass it on to the initiated and manipulate the city's energy. What does Moscow consist of? It consists of rings. The Kremlin, the Boulevard Ring, the Garden Ring, the Ring Metro Line, the Third Ring Road, and the MKAD. All of these rings are divided by avenues into 12 sectors. This structure was allegedly laid down by the black magician Yakov Bruce under Peter I and cemented by Stalin through the architect Shushev in the 1935 Moscow Master Plan. And in the Metro Ring Line, there are exactly 12 stations. These correspond to the 12 signs of the zodiac. The circle is a symbol of eternity and a structure for accumulating energy. And what could generate this energy? According to classical occult concepts, giant pyramids must generate it. Coincidentally, after the war, Stalin ordered the construction of 7 such pyramids at specific points in Moscow. It is believed that they were built on geological fault lines to amplify the Earth's energy. Each skyscraper is a hidden pyramid with a wide base, stepped levels, and a spire topped with a star, a symbol of immortality and power. Their proportions are similar to those of the Egyptian pyramids, and their facades include Masonic, pagan, and Christian motifs, such as stars, triangles, and circles. The buildings are located along the Garden Ring, framing the center of Moscow and closing another circle, so to speak. Some believe that there were supposed to be 9 skyscrapers, one on the site of the current Zaryadye Park, and the 9th most important skyscraper, the giant House of Soviets, which was to be built in place of the demolished Cathedral of Christ the Savior. Ultimately, however, the House of Soviets was never built, leaving the system incomplete. Conspiracy theories claim that the energy of the skyscrapers, unable to escape the center, affects the psyche of Muscovites, causing mass psychosis and aggression. Who knows? Who knows? Tamerlane's Curse. How is an invincible 14th century Turkic Mongolian commander and ruler of the Timurid state connected with Hitler's Germany's attack on the Soviet Union in the mid-20th century? It's simple. On June 21, 1941, a short note appeared in the newspaper Izvestia. Work continued today at the Goramir Mausoleum in the city of Samarkand. Anthropologists and chemists carefully examined the remains of Tamerlane. Scientists discovered traces of hair on the skull. They determined that it would be possible to reconstruct a fairly accurate portrait of the conqueror. You know what happened the next day. On June 2012, the Great Patriotic War began. It is not known for certain why, in June 1941, the Soviet authorities suddenly decided to open the commander's grave. But the directive for excavation in Soviet Uzbekistan was allegedly signed personally by Joseph Stalin. Some theories suggest that the excavations were initiated to preserve the remains. At that time, construction of a hotel had begun next to the mausoleum, causing water to seep into the crypt. In any case, in June, a large group of Soviet scientists began the exhumation process. Malik Kayumov, the cinematographer sent to film the important process, later said in an interview that he met some old man during a break who told him about a curse. The tomb must not be opened, or else war will break out. Kayumov brought the men to the expedition leaders, who showed them a 17th century book inscribed in Arabic that read, "Whoever opens Tami Lane's tomb will release the spirits of war. There will be a bloodbath so bloody and terrible that the world has never seen one like it in all eternity." The Soviet Union did not believe in superstitions, so scientists continued their work. First, they opened the tombs of Tami Lane's sons and grandson, and then, on June 19th, they opened Tami Lane's own tomb. The legend of Tami Lane's curse eventually reached Stalin, who ordered the remains returned to their original location. Rumors circulated that Stalin was prepared to perform any mystical rituals to turn the tide of war. The order was given: return Tami Lane to his tomb. Timur and the Timurids were reburied with honors in Samarkand on November 19, 1942. Coincidentally, it was on these very days that Operation Uranus began, the counter-offensive of Soviet troops near Stalingrad that became a turning point in the war. Some say that before the reburial, the plane carrying Tami Lane's remains flew over the front lines to give hope to Muslim soldiers in the Red Army. Or perhaps another ritual was performed, invoking the spirit of the conqueror to help the Soviets. Dahl's entry on ritualistic killing. Vladimir Dahl went down in history as the compiler of the first explanatory dictionary of the Russian language, which took the ethnographer 53 years to complete. A much less well-known creation of Dahl is an analytical note that he allegedly prepared in 1844 at the behest of Lev Perovsky, Minister of Internal Affairs of the Russian Empire. Its full title is "An Investigation into the Murder of Christian Infants by Jews and the Use of Their Blood." The memorandum describes the popular belief that Jews martyr Christian infants, needing innocent Christian blood for mysterious rituals. It then quotes various books by Jews who converted to Christianity, which allegedly reveal the secret of why Jews need Christian blood. This is followed by a chronological list of 134 numbered cases of wicked Jewish cruelty, beginning in the 4th century and ending in the 19th. In the end, after studying archives and forensic reports, Dahl, or the person who wrote under his name, the authorship is still the subject of fierce debate among historians, came to the conclusion that ritual murders did occur. He claimed that fanatical Hasidic sects obtained Christian blood to mix into matzah during Passover. The pamphlet was first published in 1844 by the Ministry of Internal Affairs in an edition of only 10 copies, with no indication of the author. It was not intended for public distribution. Somehow, though, the text of this note found its way into public libraries and was republished many times, already attributed to Dahl. He served as an official in the Ministry of Internal Affairs in the 1840s, and in theory could have written the note in the line of duty, as an expert in folklore and ethnography. His biography mentions his interest in folk beliefs, including anti-Semitic motifs. Nevertheless, many researchers dispute the attribution. The writing style is reportedly nothing like Dahl's, and he does not appear to have been an anti-Semitic propagandist. Many believe the brochure was written by Valery Skripitsyn, a secret advisor and director of the Department of Foreign Confessions, as part of the fight against religious sects in the 1840s. Regardless of whether Dahl wrote the brochure, it exists and describes 134 cases of wicked cruelty. Whether to believe them is an open question. Operation Flood. It's been a long time since we've had any secret KGB operations. We know about this operation from its alleged participant who fled to the west. Kanadjan Alibekov, also known as Ken Alibek, is a microbiologist who immigrated to the United States in the fall of 1992. He claimed that there was a super-secret Flood project aimed to create a weapon capable of influencing the human mind. Allegedly, in the early 1980s, research on the psychotropic and neurotropic substances was conducted in closed laboratories under the control of the KGB. It sounds like fiction because his memoirs is literally the only mention of the KGB program called Flood. But it should be noted that Alibekov was the first deputy director of the Biopreparat Association, which comprised 47 organizations and 30,000 scientists throughout the Soviet Union. Officially, they produced medicines and vaccines. Unofficially, however, they developed biological weapons despite the international ban adopted in 1972. Furthermore, according to Alibekov, the first samples of biological weapons were tested on Germans near Stalingrad. The enemy was infected by rats. Alibekov also claimed that the KGB leadership planned to provoke a conflict with the US and unleash a real biological war. Again, it sounds like nonsense, but the dual purpose of Biopreparat was confirmed by other defectors from the system, such as Vladimir Pasechnik, director of the Leningrad Institute of Ultra-Pure Biopreparations. Therefore, we must decide whether we fully believe the defectors. They could have fabricated these secret KGB programs for their own benefit. Alibekov's company in the US received millions in grants to combat alleged Soviet-Russian biological weapons, so he certainly benefited. But if we believe them, then we must also believe in the existence of Operation Flood. And only God knows if the KGB succeeded in its attempts at mass mind control. Chernobyl was predicted in the Bible. The third angel blew his trumpet, and a great star fell from heaven blazing like a torch, and it fell on a third of the rivers and of the springs of water. The name of the star is Wormwood. A third of the waters became wormwood, and many died from the water because it was made bitter. This is an excerpt from the Revelation of John the Theologian, telling us about the coming apocalypse. What do you think a burning star that fell from the sky and poisoned the water could be compared to? Of course, to the explosion of the fourth power unit of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant in 1986. The word Chernobyl itself comes from the name of the plant Chernobylnik. Do you know the other name of Chernobylnik? Common wormwood, Artemisia vulgaris. Thus, the accident occurred in a place literally called Wormwood. The explosion at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant resulted in the radioactive contamination of rivers, lakes and groundwater, including those in the Dnieper and Pripyat basins. Millions of people were affected by radiation, which caused cancers, mutations and death, similar to the bitter waters that killed people in the prophecy. The explosion of the fourth reactor is the sound of the third trumpet of the apocalypse. From that moment on, April 26, 1986, humanity has officially been living in the end times. The exclusion zone is a place where hell has already arrived. Time has stopped, nature has mutated, and people have been expelled. Moreover, this interpretation of the prophecy is accepted by the official church to some extent. There is an actual canonical icon called Spas Chernobylsky, Savior of Chernobyl, that depicts Jesus. Below him are the exploding fourth power unit, the famous red forest in the form of a tree cross, and the liquidators representing the martyrs. The Shpilkin method works. The Shpilkin method is a statistical approach to analyzing election results, devised by physicist Sergei Shpilkin, a foreign agent. It is based on analyzing the distribution of data across polling stations. According to Shpilkin, it allows one to predict and identify anomalies, vote rigging, ballot stuffing, and other manipulations of election results. Shpilkin assumes that ideally a bell curve, normal distribution, should appear when constructing a graph with voter turnout on one axis and the number of votes for a candidate on the other. Votes for candidates are distributed proportionally without sharp anomalies. In rigged elections, a tail or anomalous peak appears in areas with higher voter turnout, more than 70–80%, where votes for the favored candidate, often the ruling party, are inflated. This phenomenon is often explained by ballot stuffing, whereby ballots are added at problematic polling stations to artificially increase turnout and the share of votes for the favored candidate. This method also produces strange peaks at nice numbers, such as exactly 70, 75 or 80% turnout. According to statistical laws, this is nearly impossible. People cannot agree to come to polling stations in such a way that the numbers are round, which means the results have been falsified. Critics of the method argue that it fails to consider social factors, such as differences in turnout between regions or demographics, and that anomalies may be normal. They argue that it is impossible to describe such a multifaceted process as an election with a single formula. They also accuse Shpilkin of tailoring his theory to align with the political agenda of the opposition and the current government's enemies. We have no reason to doubt the honesty and impartiality of the critics of the method, including experts from the Central Election Commission, State Analytical Centers, pro-government political scientists, and Russia Today journalists. According to Russian criminal law, falsifying election results is a crime against the constitutional rights and freedoms of citizens. Therefore, everything I have just told you is nothing more than a conspiracy theory. People used to be giants. This theory, which suggests the existence of a race of giant people in ancient times, is popular not only in Russia. Even the Bible mentions the Nephilim, giants on earth before the flood, as well as Goliath, who was about 3 meters tall. Greek mythology tells of titans and giants who fought against the gods, and Scandinavian mythology tells of Jotuns. Indian mythology tells of deities. Could they all have collaborated to inform us about these tall beings? Conspiracy theories also point to huge stone blocks found around the world, such as in Baalbek, Lebanon, Egypt, and of course Russia, including the megaliths of the Gornaya Shori in the Kemerovo region. An ordinary person could not possibly lift blocks weighing hundreds of tons. This suggests that they were built by beings for whom these stones were the right size. For instance, the Shoria megaliths are believed to be the remains of an ancient wall built by giants to protect themselves from some southern threats. Additionally, photos of people standing next to skulls the size of cars have been circulating on the internet for decades. However, archaeologists are concealing the scale of these discoveries, most likely on the orders from the Vatican or the Smithsonian Institution. For many years, only a group of independent researchers has attempted to form a true picture of what existed on Earth 12 to 20,000 years ago, and what creatures inhabited it. They have concluded that at the time, giants ranged from 4 to 12 meters in height. In addition to their great physical strength, they possessed phenomenal mental abilities. This raises the question: could this be the mysterious civilization of the Atlanteans, which some consider mythical while others believe actually existed and perished? Some theorize that this civilization of giants built the pyramids in Egypt and other structures around the world. They erected more than 600 such structures according to strictly defined geometric rules, the remains of which we can all see over the world today. Some go further and link this race, of course, with Tartaria, saying that the giants were able to live until the 19th century. They cite the enormous doors in St. Isa cathedrals and the huge armor in the Kremlin armory chamber as evidence. Who were they made for? Not for ordinary people, that's for sure. Where did the giants go? Have you read about the nuclear war of 1812 and the global flood? That's where. Stalin set up Roswell. You are all familiar with the Roswell incident, the alleged crash of a UFO near Roswell, New Mexico in July 1947. There is a theory that the craft that crashed was not an alien spacecraft, and certainly not a weather balloon as the government claims. Rather, it was a special operation by Joseph Stalin. In her 2011 book, Area 51 – An Uncensored History of America's Top Secret Military Base, journalist Amy Jacobson claims that the UFO in Roswell was a Soviet flying disc inspired by German technology. Stalin was allegedly so impressed by Orson Welles' 1938 radio broadcast of the War of the Worlds, which caused real panic in the United States, that he decided to pull off something similar to destabilize American society at the beginning of the Cold War. The most terrifying part of the theory is that Stalin found Joseph Mengele, a Nazi doctor who was in hiding, and forced him to work for the Soviet Union. Mengele conducted eugenics experiments on 12 to 13-year-old children, turning them into humanoids with large heads and eyes. The children were placed in an unmanned aircraft so they could climb out of the wreckage and scare Americans. Conspiracy theorists link the appearance of the saucer to the Third Reich's Horton Hot 229 flying wingjet aircraft. According to Jacobson, the Soviets seized the Horton brothers' blueprints and used them to build a remote-controlled aircraft that they launched from the coast of Alaska into the United States. However, things did not go as Stalin had planned. The aircraft reportedly flew into a thunderstorm over New Mexico and crashed prematurely before reaching populated areas. The US military found the wreckage and the mutilated children. To hide the fact that the Soviet Union could easily enter their airspace, the US military invented a story about a weather balloon and allowed the alien myth to develop. Throughout her investigation, Jacobson refers to an anonymous source, a former Area 51 engineer who studied the wreckage. However, the Soviet archives contain no hint of such experiments or operations, and Mengele seems to have successfully hidden in Latin America for 30 years rather than the USSR. It also seems impossible to create a functional humanoid from a child using 1940s surgery in a way that would allow it to survive the flight. But could that have stopped Joseph Vissarionovich, who had a lethal prank in mind? Ashram Shambali. The Ashram Shambali is the last totalitarian cult in this iceberg, but it is the most insane. It was created by 19-year-old Konstantin Rudnev in the image and likeness of the Shaolin monasteries. The cult required exhausting training from morning to night, and equally exhausting and passionate group sex with the guru from night to morning. Rudnev successfully selected his personal harem, which consisted of 20 to 30 women at various times. But do you know what's most interesting? It was created in the late 1980s. In 2000s, Rudnev went to jail, and in 2025, Ashram Shambali members caused an international scandal in Argentina, when 19 women traveled to bear Rudnev's children. Yes, the cult still exists, only now on the other side of the world. Learn more about the life of this sex-obsessed community in an exclusive video on my Patreon. Ancient Moscow Metro. The theory of the ancient Moscow Metro is a popular conspiracy theory claiming that the modern Moscow Metro was built on the basis of an ancient system of underground passages, tunnels and catacombs that existed long before the 20th century. These underground passages date back to at least the Middle Ages, the era of Ivan the Terrible, or even Kievan Rus, and possibly to ancient civilization even earlier than that. The first phase of the metro, which included 13 stations, was built in just a few years in the early 1930s. The USSR, which had just experienced a civil war and famine, did not have the technology to quickly dig through granite and limestone under a large city. Additionally, during the metro's construction starting in the 1930s, builders found strange artifacts. These included 16th century underground passages belonging to the village of Staraya Vaganькова, church foundations, cemeteries, ancient icons, and according to some, even secret rooms under the Kremlin. All of this evidence suggests the existence of an ancient underground network, a system of tunnels built for defense, evacuation, or rituals. For instance, the Kremlin's underground passages supposedly connected it to monasteries and estates, and the metro expanded this network. There is also an esoteric branch of this theory in which the metro is an energy network containing occult symbols. Stations are like chakras and circular lines are like magic circles designed to protect the city. People also pay attention to the huge airlocks and massive columns of the older stations. Supposedly they were designed for loads much greater than train traffic, or for much taller people. Цеховики. The word цеховики has two meanings. First, цеховики are underground millionaires in the USSR, a topic I have discussed separately. Second, цеховики are the most important figures in the theory of staged global events. This theory poses that most disasters, wars, terrorist attacks, and similar episodes of mass human death are media productions intended to cover up ritual murders and or the consumptions of humans by creatures that resemble humans but are not human, or the harvesting of organs for medical purposes or something else. To prevent ordinary people from guessing what is really going on, someone must cover it all up. And that's what цеховики do. Have you seen the movie Wag the Dog? The US president's reputation has been tarnished by a sex scandal, and it is imperative to divert public attention away from this topic. To do this, the president's advisor enlists the help of a Hollywood producer, who quickly comes up with a threat from an Albanian terrorist group. Stage patriotic military videos, pseudo-interviews, and even songs about soldiers in a fictional war are filmed. To counter the terrorist threat from the Albanian government, the American president deploys an aircraft carrier group. The deployment of American agents to Albania is faked, a small war between the US and Albania begins, everyone is happy, and the scandal is forgotten. So, all those who stage and broadcast this spectacle are the цеховики, only in reality. Цеховики are employees of цех, workshop, state or supernatural organizations that work to shape the reality around us. They control the news. Wars, epidemics, terrorist attacks, all significant events. It's all they're doing. Sometimes they have to play in their own productions. As victims, terrorists, bystanders, everyone. There are huge communities on the internet that analyze videos of terrorist attacks and disasters, trying to find inconsistencies in them, or the same people playing roles in two events at the same time. One of the alleged goals of the цех is to corrupt the human mind, keep it in ignorance and, well, simply hide the truth. Incidentally, it is possible that the цех employees are not just subordinates of a secret world government, but non-humans serving Satan. But that's not certain. So, we finally finished this colossal iceberg. It is more than just an iceberg about conspiracy theories. It is more than 450 stories, legends, secrets, theories, and just interesting facts about Russia and everything that surrounds it. Perhaps I initially overestimated my capabilities and should have divided this project somehow, but what's done is done. More than 2 years have passed, and you won't believe how happy I am that this series is finally finished. First of all, I want to say that despite its enormous size, this iceberg is by no means exhaustive. You can subscribe to my Patreon, where you will find not only 7 exclusive videos, but also more than 60 text stories that were not included in the main iceberg. Let me know in the comments which story or theory was your favorite. Maybe I should do a separate video just about it? Or was your favorite theory not included in the iceberg? I'd be happy to publish an additional episode featuring the best excluded stories. And as always, a big thank you to my top supporters: Yelizaveta, Zakharova, Kirill, Klimuk, Petar, Ilic, Lyudmila, Ilyanova, Jonathan Schulze, and one more member who wished to remain anonymous. See you soon!